I'm really a villain. Chapter 263 to Chapter 350. Seventh Elder, don't you think these attacks are strange? Suzimo asked. I can understand the pirates attacking the island, but why would the heavenly whale race team up with them? We can't figure it out either. Mo Feihai shook his head. Why didn't you ask for reinforcements from the family? Suzimo asked. It's useless. Mo Feihai shook his head. The heavenly whale race can swim freely in the heavenly ocean. Even a divine pulse realm expert might not be able to do anything to them. Moreover, the pirates are even more cunning. They have countless spies on the island. Once the experts arrive, they will definitely not attack the island again. But the family can't stay here forever. He watched as the divine pulse realm experts discussed how to deal with the battle tomorrow. Suzimo came to the island alone. The sea breeze was very cool. In the night, this magnificent sea was like a dark whirlpool, swallowing everything. The island was surrounded by potholes. The tragic battle during the day could still be imagined. After Suzimo walked around, he finally found something that was not right. There were pink flowers planted on both sides of the island. As the night breeze blew, the fragrance of the petals wafted in the air. Suzimo squatted down and looked at the flowers carefully. He found that they were a long-lost red pomelo flower. The red sleeve flower was a spiritual flower that could be used as medicine. Because its effects were too strong, it had to be thinned before it could be used. This flower had no effect on humans, but it was very sensitive to demon beasts. Especially demon beasts like the heavenly whale race, which were born with high sensitivity. This flower would temporarily paralyze their nerves, causing them to lose their consciousness and attack the red sleeve flower crazily. Thinking of this, Suzimo finally understood. The heavenly whale race wasn't attacking the Mo family, but the red sleeve flower. However, the red sleeve flower had gone extinct long ago. Because it was too effective against demon beasts, the tyrant emperor had already gone extinct in the era when he inherited the mandate of heaven. As a result, it was almost impossible to see this flower in the current Yuanyang continent. Suzimo didn't think it was native. Someone must have secretly planted it. Do you know what kind of flower this is? Suzimo asked a patrolling disciple. This flower was planted by the second commander. I don't know either. The disciple quickly shook his head. Second commander? Suzimo frowned slightly. He naturally knew that there were 5 Saint Pulse Realm warriors on this island. Aside from Mo Feihai, the other 4 all referred to themselves as commanders. Suzimo took the red sleeve flower and found Mo Feihai that very night. She explained the situation to him. How could that be? Mo Feihai found it hard to believe. He replied, Xianxia shouldn't be that kind of person. Is he also a member of the Mo clan? Suzimo asked doubtfully. He's not. Mo Feihai shook his head and replied, when I went out to sea in the past, I was surrounded by pirates. At that time, I almost died in battle. It was Xianxia who suddenly appeared and saved me. He's a loose cultivator, so I persuaded him to stay on the island. Then have you ever thought that this could be a show put on by them? Suzimo asked. Hearing Suzimo's words, Mo Feihai's expression changed drastically. Early the next morning, when the sky was slightly brighter, the pirates' attack had already begun. The only difference was that the moment the attack began, the pirates realized that something was wrong. The Heavenly Whale clan did not appear. They hurriedly retreated. Without the Heavenly Whale clan's obstruction, the Mo clan's hundreds of ships chased after the pirates and instantly surrounded them. Along the way, Mo Feihai invited Suzimo to board the same ship as him so that it would be easier to protect Suzimo. The pirates used all their strength to open a path and escape towards the south. Naturally, Mo Feihai would not let go of such a great opportunity. He had the others rest where they were while he, the other 4 Saint Pulse Realm warriors, and Suzimo boarded a warship and chased after the pirates. The huge waves of the endless sky sea rolled and churned like a tsunami. Rapids shuttled back and forth on both sides. The sea roared and the people on the ships roared. The wind howled and dark clouds seemed to have accumulated in the sky. Everyone chased after each other. After a long time, when the ship disappeared into the vast endless sky sea, the pirate ship in front slowly came to a stop. The leader of the pirates was a burly man with a scar on his face. He held a large interlocking saber in his hand. With one foot on the deck, he shouted, "Emote Songhai, how did you discover the secret of the red-sleeved flowers?" Emote Songhai smiled. He looked at Xianxia and said with a smile, "You should ask our commander Xianxia about this." "Ask me about what?" Xianxia's expression changed slightly as he replied in a panic. "Weren't you the one who planted those red-sleeved flowers?" Mo Feihai smiled. "If not for little brother Su, we would have been fooled by you forever." "It was also a coincidence." Su Zimo smiled. Seeing this, Xianxia knew that he could not continue pretending. He pulled out his long sword and said with a fierce expression, "So it was you who ruined my plan." He was full of the Saint Vane's aura. As he spoke, he charged at Su Zimo. Su Zimo snorted coldly. He tilted his body slightly and dodged Xianxia's attack. A long sword suddenly pierced from behind. While Su Zimo was caught off guard, the sword pierced his back. The blade went straight through his burning chest. Blood dripped down. Su Zimo turned his head and saw Emote Songhai holding a long sword with a smile on his face. The people around, including the pirates, all laughed. "Why?" he asked with difficulty. "Blame yourself for being a busybody," Emote Songhai said calmly. He pulled out his long sword and narrowed his eyes. "If you had obediently waited for the teleportation formation to be set up and left, it would have been fine. But you had to expose the red-sleeved flowers. You made it difficult for me. I don't understand." Su Zimo shook his head and said, "You're from the Emo family. Why did you collude with the pirates?" "Emo family? Do you think I'm someone who only has the title of Seventh Elder, someone who has been pushed to this godforsaken place? All I can do is face the sea and the sea. This godforsaken place. What kind of Emo family member am I?" Mo Feihai laughed maniacally. "Do you know that every time these pirates attack, they will take a lot of resources from the island? The family has no choice. If they still need the teleportation formation, they have to give me an endless supply of resources. Originally, everything was peaceful. No one wants to come to this godforsaken place. Now I'm here. I also get the resources I want. Why do you have to destroy this balance?" "I see." Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. "If you kill me, aren't you afraid that the Emo family will investigate?" "We killed you?" Mo Feihai shook his head. "You're wrong. It was the pirates who killed you. It has nothing to do with us. How can we know if there's no evidence? No wonder you guys came to such a remote place." Su Zimo looked at the empty surroundings and shook his head with a smile. "All right, now that you know the truth, it's time for you to die." Mo Feihai's divine aura surged as he struck at Su Zimo with his palm. "How do you know I didn't do it on purpose?" Su Zimo chuckled. He waved his hand and Baymont's figure appeared above him. Demonic chi filled the sky and shrouded the sea. Su Zimo stood up and calmly said, "Kill them all." It can be considered as giving the Mo clan an acceptable explanation. Feeling Baymont's invincible aura, Mo Feihai's expression changed drastically. The Saint bloodline warriors around him also became alert. How did you, surprised?" Su Zimo shook his head. "You'd better die as a confused ghost." "I'm too lazy to explain." As Su Zimo finished speaking, the demonic chi in the sky had already shrouded them. The mighty demonic chi wrapped around everyone present, including the pirates on the other ship. No matter how these people resisted, they were powerless. In front of Bai Meng, a Saint bloodline expert was nothing more than an ant. The waves rolled and the dark clouds that had accumulated in the sky for a long time finally started to rain. "Su Zimo, if you kill me, the Mo family won't let you go." Mo Feihai roared. "No matter what I do, Emote Songhai is still my elder brother. It's not up to you to teach me a lesson. Do you think I'm afraid of the Mo family?" Su Zimo shook his head. "Besides, you wanted to kill me first, and I killed you instead." Everyone's voices changed from angry roars to wails, and then gradually died down. As the black fog dissipated, only a few corpses were left on the brown deck of the ship. The ship set sail once again, the white sails fluttering in the wind. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the gloomy sky. The torrential rain became heavier and heavier, and the originally calm sea gradually began to ripple. Amidst the waves, Suzimo stood at the front of the deck, his hair fluttering in the wind. Behind him were dozens of corpses, some of which belonged to the Mo clan, some of which belonged to the pirates. Suzimo couldn't find that item in Mo Feihai's storage ring. He could only go back and look for it again. When the ship returned to the island, the patrolling disciples were scared silly when they saw the situation on the ship. Suzimo didn't hide anything and told him the truth. As for how those disciples would report to Xianxia, he didn't care. After returning to the island, Suzimo immediately went to Xianxia's room. After searching the room for a long time, Suzimo finally found the secret door on the bookshelf. After forcefully destroying the secret door, there were only two things on the wall. There was a storage ring and a broken disc array. The storage ring contained the large amount of resources that Mo Feihai had obtained from exploiting the pirates over the past few years. And this broken formation disc was what Suzimo was looking for. 6 elements indestructible formation disc. To be precise, there were 8 disc arrays in total, each controlled by the 7 elders of the Mo clan and Mo Xianxia. The 8 disc arrays combined to form the complete 6 elements indestructible formation. This disc array was left behind by the Dao Formation Great Emperor. It was also the first disc array he created after creating this formation. To the current Mo clan, this disc array was actually dispensable. After all, they were already familiar with setting up the 6 elements indestructible formation. But to Suzimo, it was of great significance. After putting away the disc array, he left Mo Feihai's room. 7 days later, the teleportation formation was ready. Suzimo didn't stay for long. He sat on the formation and headed to the central continent. As for who would calm the storm here, it was up to the Mo clan. It was another very boring spatial travel. After a long period of drifting, Suzimo finally arrived at the central continent. This place was located in the middle of the 4 continents, surrounded by the endless sky ocean. It was also the most prosperous area of the Yuanyang continent. Of course, Suzimo didn't plan to stay for long this time. He would leave after destroying the heaven-severing sect. After all, he had other matters to attend to. The central continent was vast and boundless. This was a place that the cultivators of the other 4 continents had always yearned to go to. Any ambitious powerhouse would want to make a name for themselves in the central continent. It was the largest, had the most sects, and had the most powerhouses. This was probably the simplest introduction to the central continent. Dark Corner. This was the city that Suzimo teleported to. It was a place where humanity was annihilated, strength reigned supreme, and darkness shrouded. In this city, you could break all rules as long as you were strong enough. Burning, killing, looting, and all kinds of crimes were committed in the city every day. Those who were able to live here were all evil and wicked people. The Mo family had a very small property here. Their teleportation formation was set up here. In fact, it wasn't just the Mo family. Many sects from the other 4 continents would set up teleportation formations here. This was because in other parts of the central continent, every city had its own ruler. To set up a teleportation formation, one had to get the approval of the local ruler. The process was very difficult, and the price was very high. However, in Dark Corner, it was not so troublesome. As long as you had absolute strength, no one could stop you from doing anything. To put it bluntly, there were no laws or rules here. Everything was about who had the most power. The Mo family belonged to the imperial lineage. Although they were not well known in the central continent, very few people dared to cause trouble for them. After Suzimo came out of the teleportation formation, he was received by the person in charge of the Mo family here. He asked around and found out that the central continent was divided into 4 regions. Dark Corner was located in the Saint Flower domain, and the heaven-severing sect happened to be in the Saint Flower domain. Suzimo didn't have to go too far. The Mo family's property here was a tea shop. Suzimo didn't stay for long. After leaving the tea shop, he walked around Dark Corner. Chaotic. This was Suzimo's first impression of this place. Killing people on the street and all kinds of unsightly things seemed to be normal here. Even if it was like this on the surface, it was even worse in the dark. When Suzimo arrived at a restaurant, he saw a group of young men and women dressed in bright and gorgeous clothes walking towards him. There were a total of 7 young men and 2 women. They looked to be about the same age as Suzimo. Their faces were still a little immature. At a glance, one could tell that they were not residents of Dark Corner. These young men and women wore the same purple robes with the word martial engraved on the back. According to Suzimo's guess, these people should have used a teleportation formation to come here just like him. Moreover, the purple robes they wore reminded Suzimo of a sect. The martial arts sacred sect located in the northern continent. An imperial lineage with a martial emperor as its founder. Everyone walked into the restaurant together. Suzimo found a seat by the window and sat down. Junior sister Xiao, what do you want to eat? Among the group of people, a young man with a sword at his waist looked at the young lady opposite him and asked. Xianxia shook her head and replied, Senior brother Lu Tian, you should ask for everyone's opinion. I'm fine with anything. We'll listen to Senior brother Lu's opinion. The young man named Guizhi smiled and said, Junior sister Shang, you should hurry up and choose. Everyone in this sect knows that Senior brother Lu has a soft spot for you. The youths present all roared with laughter. Among the 7 youths, another girl named Fuyu complained. I don't know what the sect is thinking, forcing us to come here to train. How can such a dirty place be compared to the sect? Junior sister Fu, don't complain. Shang Xiaoxiao smiled and said, the sect must have its reasons for doing so. This Dark Corner can't be compared to our martial arts sacred sect. Everyone should be careful. Lu Tian reminded. They were eating happily when a group of people came in from outside the restaurant. This group of people were all dressed in black robes that covered their entire bodies. Their black robes and capes were solemn and silent. It was impossible to see their faces clearly. Only the leader was swaggering. He was a bald fatty. As soon as the bald fatty walked into the restaurant, he shouted arrogantly, Shopkeeper, prepare a good private room for me. The manager of the restaurant raised his head and saw the black-robed people behind the fatty. His expression changed slightly and he quickly agreed. The bald fatty smiled proudly. When he passed by the martial arts sacred sex table, he suddenly saw Shang Xiaoxiao. He inadvertently saw Shang Xiaoxiao and his eyes lit up. He then laughed and said, there's actually such a beautiful girl here. As he spoke, his hands were about to touch Shang Xiaoxiao's face. At the side, LV Tian frowned slightly. He hit Fatty's right hand with his scabbard and coldly said, please mind your words and actions. Shang Xiaoxiao's expression also changed slightly, and she took a few steps back. Hearing Lu Tian's words, the bald fatty burst into laughter, as if he had heard a great joke. Brat, do you know who your grandfather is? How dare you talk to me like that? The fatty waved his hand and ordered the black-robed men behind him, capture them all. Clang! The sounds of swords being unsheathed resounded through the air. The group of black-robed cultivators surrounded the disciples of the martial sacred sect. Their Zun pulse chi was surging around them. We are from the martial arts sacred sect. Guizhi's expression changed slightly as he said sternly, you dare to capture us? Aren't you afraid of the revenge of our imperial lineage? Hearing Guizhi's words, the group of black-robed people stopped. What are you doing? Capture them all. The bald fatty hurriedly urged. Second master, the hall master has ordered that the imperial lineage is not to be provoked. The black-robed cultivator said awkwardly. What are you afraid of? I'll take responsibility if anything happens. This is the capital of the Dark Corner. So what if they're from the imperial lineage? The bald fatty shouted in disdain. Moreover, they're not from the imperial lineage of the central continent. They can't extend their hands here. Let's clear the place first to avoid gossip. The black-robed cultivator frowned and said. Then, he waved his hand and the remaining black-robed cultivators began to clear out the restaurant's customers. The restaurant owner hid in a corner, not daring to make a sound. Many people were chased out. There were also some people who didn't understand the situation. They just arrived at the Dark Corner and said in dissatisfaction, who are these people? So overbearing. One must know that those who could come to the Dark Corner were once the overlords of a region. People from the Shinra Temple. If you don't want to die, leave obediently. Someone reminded them. Hearing the name of the Shinra Temple, many people hurriedly shrunk their heads and left with their tails between their legs. Although the dark corner was chaotic and disorderly, it was undeniable that there were three publicly recognized strongest forces in the city: the Shinra Temple, the Universal Light Hall, and the Thousand Sword Sect. These three forces each had their own origins. Although they didn't rule the dark corner, everyone agreed that they didn't dare to provoke these forces. Suzimo drank the strong wine and looked at the scene in the restaurant with interest. At this moment, a black-robed cultivator came in front of Suzimo. He pointed at the door and stared at Suzimo. His meaning was self-evident. "It's okay. You guys fight and I'll eat. It's not a problem." Suzimo smiled. The black-robed cultivator didn't say anything else. He raised a sharp sword and chopped at Suzimo's head. Boom! The sound of an explosion attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant. The black-robed cultivator fell to the ground with his mouth full of blood. He struggled a few times and then stopped. Breathing. "You dared to kill someone from the Shinra Temple?" The bald fatty looked at Suzimo with surprise. "I said, you guys fight and I'll eat. It's not a problem," Suzimo lightly said. Then, he lowered his head and continued to drink. The bald fatty's face turned red. He was so angry that he laughed and said, "Okay, I'll tell you today. If you can walk out of the dark corner alive, I'll wring my head off for you to use as a chamber pot. Based on what you just said, you're already a dead man," Suzimo lightly said. Kill him for me." The bald fatty ordered the remaining black-robed cultivators. The black-robed men were all at the venerable Meridian realm, and they were all charging at him. Suzimo slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow. He didn't even stand up. The Uniged thunder permeated the blade's edge. The sixth move of the Tao-seeking technique, the Blade of Slaughter, was used. The smell of blood and a bloody mist spread out. As the scimitar fell, the noisy restaurant instantly quieted down. All the black-robed cultivators stopped in place. A line of blood shot out from their necks. There was some fear in their eyes. They wanted to say something, but they slowly raised their hands. Poof! As their heads separated from their necks, their corpses fell straight to the ground. The bald fatty saw this scene and his expression changed greatly. When Suzimo looked over, he directly knelt down. "Don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want. My brother is the lord of the Shinra Temple." Suzimo wiped the blood on his blade with a paper and slowly stood up. He walked step by step towards the bald fatty. His gaze was fixed on the gloomy city outside the restaurant. There was no emotion in his eyes. "This time, my killing journey in the central continent will begin at the dark corner." Seeing Suzimo walking towards him step by step, the bald fatty panicked. His fat body kept retreating. "You can't kill me, you can't kill me. My brother won't let you go." Suzimo stopped in front of him and slowly squatted down. He pressed down on the bald fatty's head with one hand and said indifferently, "Go back and tell your brother to bring your head to me. I will consider letting Senluo Temple go. Otherwise, I will make this organization disappear completely from Dark Horn." Hearing Suzimo's words, the bald fatty was dumbfounded. "Still not leaving? Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal?" Suzimo asked. Leave, I'll leave." The bald fatty quickly came back to his senses and scrambled out of the restaurant. Suzimo stood up, only to see a few people from the martial sacred sect hurriedly walking over. "Thank you, young master." Xianxia looked at Suzimo and said seriously with her beautiful eyes. The people beside her also quickly thanked him. "No need. I didn't do it to help you. They provoked me." Suzimo waved his hand and looked at them with a smile. "Are you disciples of martial arts sacred sect?" Xianxia nodded and said, "The sect sent us here. We thought it was just an ordinary training. We didn't expect it to be so chaotic. It's not suitable for you to come here now." Suzimo shook his head and said. This place was even more chaotic than the outside. It was very unfriendly to many people. If they were not careful, it would leave an indelible memory in their hearts. "We think so too. We discussed and prepared to leave Darkhorn tomorrow. We will go to other places in the central continent. After all, it's not easy to come here." Lu Tian smiled. Seeing Suzimo about to leave, Xianxia quickly asked, "Where are you going, young master?" "What's wrong?" Suzimo turned and looked at them in confusion. "Young master, you should leave Darkhorn quickly. You might not know the strength of Sanluo Temple," Xianxia advised. "Now is the best time to escape before they react." "Escape?" Suzimo chuckled. Then, he shook his head and left the restaurant with a smile. Looking at Suzimo's back, the girl named Fuyu curled her lips and said, "What a strange person. Maybe they aren't afraid of Dark Azura Hall." Guizhi smiled and replied, "No matter what, this matter should be reported to the sect. This Dark Azura Hall is too arrogant." Lu Tian coldly snorted. After leaving the restaurant, Suzimo returned to the Mo clan's tea house. The person in charge of this tea house was called Mo Zhan, an elder of the Mo clan's collateral branch. "Elder Mo, how much do you know about Sanluo Hall?" Suzimo intended to ask about some basic information. "What happened?" Mo Zhan asked doubtfully. "Darkhorn is one of the three major powers. I'm familiar with some of their upper echelons. After all, we have to survive here. There was some conflict." Suzimo smiled. Hearing Suzimo's words, Mo Zhan's expression changed slightly. He quickly said, "You can't mess with Sanluo Hall. Who did you have a conflict with? If it was some ordinary disciple, I can still help you deal with it. If it's really their upper echelons, you can only ask the clan for help. No need. Just tell me some basic information," Suzimo said. "Why don't you understand?" Mo Zhan anxiously said, "Darkhorn is one of the three major powers. Each of them can fight against an ordinary imperial lineage alone. They have ascended immortal existences?" Suzimo asked. "I'm not sure, but they definitely have divine vein experts," Mo Zhan replied. "Otherwise, why do you think Darkhorn hasn't been destroyed after standing here for so many years?" "That's why I'm here." Suzimo smiled. "Then what do you plan to do?" "I can't help much." Looking at Suzimo's calm appearance, Mo Zhan asked curiously. "Wait," Suzimo replied. In the afternoon, the spring breeze blew through the busiest streets of Darkhorn. A group of black-robed men surrounded the entire tea house. The sun on the horizon began to fade, and the sunset merged with the dusk. Half of the sky was filled with the red glow of the sunset, while the other half was filled with the yellow glow of the setting sun. The entire street was jittery. Pedestrians hid in the shops on both sides, secretly observing. The bald fatty walked out arrogantly under the protection of many black-robed men. Beside him stood a masked man. This masked man wore a black robe that was even darker in color. The mask on his face also looked very ferocious. Two fangs were drawn so vividly that they looked as if they were real. He was the hall master of Sanluo Hall, Guiyama. A majestic saint aura emanated from his body, and a cold voice came from nowhere, echoing in the air. "Shopkeeper Mo, hand him over. Out of respect for your Mo clan, I won't make things difficult for you." The door of the tea house slowly opened, and Suzimo walked out alone. Seeing Suzimo, Guiyama calmly asked, "Where do you come from?" "I'm just a nameless rogue cultivator." "Don't be afraid," Suzimo replied with a smile. "Afraid?" Guiyama chuckled. "I've never been afraid of the imperial lineage." "Have you thought about my previous request?" Suzimo asked. "To be honest, ever since our Sanluo Hall came to Darkhorn, you are the most arrogant person I've ever seen," Guiyama coldly said. "It seems you don't intend to do as I say." Suzimo smiled. "Kill him." Guiyama stared at Suzimo. His cold killing intent blew along with the afternoon breeze. The hundreds of black-robed men all rushed towards Suzimo. "Little brother, don't be afraid." Right at this moment, a hearty laugh sounded at the same time as a violent roar. Everyone's ears were numb and buzzing from the deafening sound. Another group of people walked over from the other side of the street. This group wore yellow robes and there were hundreds of them. Leading them was a burly man in a golden robe. Seeing this group of people, the residents hiding in the shops on both sides of the street began to whisper. "This is interesting. The people from Universal Light Hall are also here. And it's their vice hall." "Master." Sunluo Hall and Universal Light Hall have always been rivals. Yoo-hoo, what do you mean by this? Guayama frowned as he looked around. What do you mean? Can't we just watch the show? The burly man in the golden robe called Yoo-hoo laughed. This is a private matter of our Sunluo Hall. It has nothing to do with your Universal Light Hall. You'd better not meddle, Guayama calmly said. Your lord who likes to meddle in other people's business. What can you do about it? Yoo-hoo coldly snorted. Do you want to start a war? Guayama's voice was cold. His expression could not be seen under his mask. I'm afraid you won't dare. Yoo-hoo smiled and turned to look at Suzimo. Little brother, if you dare to shout in front of everyone that the people of Sunluo Temple are a bunch of trash, I'll take you in. How about I accept you into our Universal Light Hall? Yoo-hoo, you're courting death, Guayama said coldly. Hearing Yoo-hoo's words, Suzimo turned his head with interest and asked, You're using me as a tool? That's not right. I'm saving you. Yoo-hoo smiled. You should be grateful to me. Suzimo sneered. With an impatient expression, he replied indifferently, Scram. Hearing Suzimo's words, Yoo-hoo's expression changed slightly and a trace of hostility appeared between his brows. Brat, don't be ungrateful. Why don't I just destroy both your Sunluo Temple and Sunluo Hall? Suzimo said indifferently. What arrogance. Guayama waved his right hand and the surrounding black-robed men all rushed over. Boundless aura gathered. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Suzimo. Old demon Xianxia blocked all the attacks for him, and his saint bloodline aura surged. All the surrounding black-robed men were sent flying. This is your trump card? Guayama said coldly. His saint vein aura also surged around him and the mask on his face distorted. As he punched out, countless sonic booms rang out in all directions as he clashed with old devil Xianxia. Suzimo moved a reclining chair from the tea house and leaned on it, watching the fight between the two of them with interest. After a long time, boundless waves of energy rolled around and the two figures gradually separated. No one could do anything to the other. Is this the confidence you have to provoke our Sunluo Temple? Guayama said indifferently. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Suzimo stretched on the recliner. Guayama snorted and didn't say anything else. Yoo-hoo chuckled and said, Brother Guay, do you need my help? Just as Yoo-hoo's voice fell, a melodious flute sound suddenly rang out. The melody of the flute was strange, intermittent and undulating. Not only did it enter one's ears, it even seemed to affect one's heart directly. After the song ended, the hearts of everyone present seemed to be overturned, but it was difficult to describe their feelings. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was on the roof of the tallest restaurant in the dark corner, River Suppression Tower. A figure had appeared there out of nowhere. The moment people saw the figure, they saw him instantly turn into smoke and dissipate. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the tea house again. The moment the figure appeared, all the disciples from the Sunluo Temple kneeled down. Even Ghost Yama bowed and greeted, Lord Styx. Hearing the name Mingi, not only the disciples present, but also many residents who were hiding were secretly speechless. The true lord of the underworld, Styx. Everyone in the Dark Horn knew about the Dark Azura Hall he had founded. Even though he had retired for so many years, no one dared to offend him. Today, when his real body appeared, many people cast sympathetic gazes at Suzimo. Styx was wearing the same style of black robe, but his mask was slightly different from Ghost Yama's. It was basically drawn in black and white, looking a little like the Grim Reaper. His mouth opened as if he wanted to devour everything. A long sword hung on his back. That vast divine might enveloped the entire dark corner, and the endless space reverberated in the explosion. He slowly raised his head, and the pair of stern eyes on the mask stared at Suzimo. Then, he turned his head and glanced at the frenzied blood demon beside him. Puppet? His voice was a little magnetic and low. How powerful would this body be if it were alive? At least stronger than you, Suzimo said calmly, feeling the power of the divine vein realm from the other party. It's undeniable that you seem to have a card up your sleeve. Styx looked at Suzimo quietly and said, Show me your trump card. Suzimo smiled and snapped his fingers with his right hand. The surrounding space began to tremble, and the rumbling sounds of explosions could be heard incessantly. The huge body of Hun Dun slowly walked out of the void and knelt respectfully in front of Suzimo. The powerful aura of the peak of the divine vein realm reverberated. The thick beast aura caused everyone's expression to change greatly. Styx turned his head and looked at Ghost Yama calmly. Ghost Yama panicked and hurriedly replied, "Lord Styx, I really don't know. All of this is caused by this good-for-nothing." As he spoke, he kicked the bald fatty next to him to the ground. "I haven't fought for a long time." Styx turned his head and stared at Suzimo. "You are definitely not a disciple of an ordinary force. That's not important. It's just that today, your Dark Azura Hall is destined to be destroyed," Suzimo said with a smile. The sound of flowing water could be heard in the sky. Styx's true fate appeared, and a long blood-red river flowed above his head. There were many ghost ships floating on this long river, as if it led directly to the Nine Serenities' hell. It made one's hair stand on end and shiver. Styx stepped into the air, and the aura around him was fierce. The blood-red river rolled up huge waves and attacked Hun Dun directly. It seemed to be pregnant with all the evil in the world. Looking at the blood-red river and the ghost screams, Hun Dun's wings, which were as thin as cicada's wings, gently closed. A red whirlpool appeared on its stomach. Purple lightning flashed in the whirlpool, and it was pitch black inside as if it contained a great horror. Crackling sounds of explosions could be heard in the midst of the explosions. As the whirlpool rotated, the blood-red river was swallowed completely. Rumbling sounds of explosions could be heard inside Hun Dun's body. He burped and slowly stretched out his big claws to slap Styx. As his true fate was swallowed, Styx's figure shook and his face turned pale. Even the aura around him weakened. "Boring," Hun Dun said calmly. Styx dodged the attack of the big claws and slowly descended. He looked at Hun Dun seriously and said, "A pure-blooded wild beast, I am ashamed of my inferiority." Hearing this, almost everyone present panicked. The most panicked were the people of the Dark Azura Hall. After all, Styx was their strongest Laozu. If even Styx could not stop it, then wouldn't it mean that the Dark Azura Hall had no hope? Seeing such a scene, the surrounding people fled like birds and beasts. Hun Dun's huge claws slapped the ground, and dozens of people were instantly annihilated without leaving behind any corpses. The chaotic situation instantly quieted down, and no one dared to move. "Do you want to live?" Suzimo's gaze swept over everyone as he asked indifferently. The crowd swallowed hard and nodded their heads. "How about this, let's set the rules," Suzimo said as he looked at the people from Sanluo Temple. "Starting now and ending tomorrow afternoon at this time, there will be 24 hours. There were a total of 24 hours. Whoever could kill 1,000 Sanluo Temple members would be allowed to live. Don't even think about escaping from Darkhorn, and don't even think about hiding. It's useless. In addition, Yama's head is worth 1,000 people's heads. Okay, the game starts now." Hearing Suzimo's words, the remaining disciples of Sanluo Temple did not hesitate and directly charged at Yama. There were thousands of disciples in Sanluo Temple, and naturally, there were more than these people here. Many people knew that they were no match for Yama, so they went to find the disciples who did not know. Suzimo smiled and walked step by step toward the bald fatty. "How do you want to die?" "I don't want to die," the bald fatty hurriedly shook his head and replied in horror. "Let me go, and I'll be your cow or horse." "You don't even deserve to be my cow or horse," Suzimo smiled and turned to look at Yuhu. He smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, we have no enmity." Yes, I was blind and should not have offended you," Yuhu hurriedly nodded and said with a smile. "Cut him into 1,000 pieces, and you can leave." Suzimo pointed at the bald fatty and said to Yuhu. The spring breeze blew through the corpse-strewn street, and the dense branches on both sides of the street swayed with the wind. The bald fatty's scream sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Suzimo looked up at Mingi in front of him and asked with a smile, "Do you want to live?" Of course, Mingi nodded. There was not much panic on his face. For those who had walked the path of martial arts, there was not much fear on his face. They were able to achieve what they had today because they had experienced countless death crises. Death alone was no longer enough to frighten them. "Do you know about the Absolute Heaven sect?" Suzimo asked. "Obviously, there are things that I don't know about in the Saint Flower domain." Mingi nodded and replied. "Then lead the way." I haven't been to the central continent often, so there are many places I'm not very familiar with, Suzimo said calmly. This was his first time in the central continent. Although he had been here a few times in his previous life, the central continent was vast and boundless, and it was divided into 4 regions. There were many places that even he did not know about. Mingi nodded and did not object. He knew that this was the price he had to pay to survive. She spent the night in the Emo family's tea house. Early the next morning, Suzimo prepared to leave for the heaven-severing sect. Emo Jean's attitude became even more respectful. Suzimo didn't reveal his identity when he came. He only had Emo Songhai's token. And now, after witnessing Suzimo's background, Emo Jean knew that this person wasn't simple. Sunlight shone on the earth, and the sun shone from the east, creating a myriad of rosy clouds. Before leaving, Mingi asked doubtfully, "Didn't the rules you set for the Sunluo temple end in the afternoon? Why are you leaving now?" Hearing Mingi's words, Suzimo looked at Mingi in surprise and asked, "Why are you so serious about playing games with a bunch of ants?" "That's right, I was too serious." Mingi was stunned, but finally nodded. Although the Saint Flower domain was only a quarter of the central continent's area, it was still vast and boundless. The imperial lineage had more areas than the eastern continent's core areas. The dark corner was located in a remote corner because it was not liked by the world. According to Mingi's introduction, even if the two of them traveled at their fastest speed, it would take about 5 days to reach Heaven-Severing City. Suzimo was not in a hurry. After leaving the dark corner, the two of them headed south. Not long after, they ran into a group of people from the martial arts holy sect. Because the dark corner was too cruel, they decided to go to other cities to take a look. It was also a kind of experience. In the end, they chatted for a while and decided to travel together. Suzimo did not mind. He always had the dark heaven tiger by his side. His storage ring was divided into 2 parts, one for living things and the other for dead things. Although the storage ring was precious, Suzimo did not lack resources since he was young, so he did not think much of it. At this moment, he was lying on the dark heaven tiger's back and his consciousness entered his true fate world. In the divine mainland, a major change was happening. The dragon tree planted here had grown to the height of the sky. At this moment, the dragon tree's entire trunk was trembling slightly, and dragon roars resounded throughout the world. Within the dragon fruit, the little dragon's body was very lifelike, and there were faint cracks on its surface. As the dragon tree trembled, the world rumbled. This scene lasted for a long time and finally, there was a kacha-kacha sound. The cracks on the dragon fruit's surface grew bigger and bigger, and a very young dragon roar came out from within. Then, the 100 or so dragon fruits all fell to the ground. Then, the dragon fruit completely split open, and little dragons that were only 1 meter long crawled out. These little dragons that had just been born had not opened their eyes yet, but their little claws subconsciously picked up the dragon fruit that gave birth to them and gnawed on it. Every time they took a bite of the dragon fruit, their bodies would grow a little bigger. Their eyes gradually opened, and even the scales on their bodies became much harder. Nearly 100 baby dragons crawled on the ground. It was not easy for the divine mainland to have living things, so Chaos, the leader, was naturally happy. It was busy taking care of these baby dragons. After the dragon fruit fell off, the entire dragon tree quickly withered. The green leaves began to turn yellow, then withered and fell off. The height of the entire tree decreased by a lot. The trunk began to crack, and the bark fell off. A new tree grew out of the dragon tree. This tree was only half the height of the dragon tree, and its trunk and branches were gray like the color of the fog. However, this tree absorbed the vitality of the divine mainland and quickly grew stronger. It bore nearly 100 fruits. These fruits were of different colors: black, white, red, yellow, green, purple. There were all kinds of fruits. Suzimo took a look and found that these fruits all had attributes: wind, rain, thunder, lightning, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and even dark and light attributes. These fruits were the food of the baby dragons. When they ate the corresponding fruits, they would have the corresponding attribute ability. One had to admit that the ancestors of these divine dragons were very thoughtful. Even if Suzimo did not appear, these baby dragons could also rely on these fruits to gradually grow up in the nether dragon stream. A newborn divine dragon was not that mighty yet. Su Zimo gave Hun Dun a few instructions and asked him to take care of these before leaving. In the outside world, not long after Su Zimo and the others left, they were suddenly blocked by a figure. Green cypress trees were planted on both sides of the road, their dense branches and leaves shaking with the breeze. An old man in a coarse green robe was sitting under the tree. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the dense leaves and leaves, leaving a blurry reflection on his face. There was still steam rising from the teacup. "Want a cup?" The old man sat on the other side of the wooden table, with 3 teacups in front of him. One was for himself, the other 2 were for Su Zimo and Mingi. The old man had white hair, and there were wrinkles on his face from the passage of time. The moment he saw the old man's face, Su Zimo was stunned. "Xiao Tian," he muttered in disbelief. Who would have thought that such an old man would have such a domineering name? "Lord of Light," Mingi muttered softly from the side. "What are you talking about?" Su Zimo frowned and asked Mingi. "He is the founder of the Universal Light Hall. His name is unknown, but everyone calls him the Lord of Light," Mingi explained. "So Xiao Tian is the Lord of Light," Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. First, it was about Xiao Tian. He was one of the few close friends Su Zimo had in his previous life. At that time, he was thrown into the nether dragon stream and started to wander alone. It was during the days with Lan Kier in the Purple Smoke Village that he met Xiao Tian. He was a passerby passing by. He knew him, understood the pain of being a failure, and knew how to comfort himself. He was one of the few close friends he had. But until now, Su Zimo knew that he was the Lord of Light. As for the Lord of Light, this was a title that was full of legends. His owner was a person with great ambitions. The Lord of Light had once promised to spread light all over the world. This so-called light was not only sunlight, but also a kind of beauty. It would bring light to those dark and dirty places, and guide the way for those helpless and lost people. This was the vision of the Lord of Light. The so-called Universal Light Hall in the Dark Horn was just one of the places the Lord of Light left in the world. Su Zimo didn't stand on ceremony. He sat on the other side of the tea table, picked up the teacup, chuckled, and then slowly drank. He sensed that the Lord of Light was definitely at the peak of the 5th step, far stronger than Dark River. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. "You should know me." The Lord of Light smiled and replied, "I know what happened to you in Dark Horn. Are you here to denounce me?" Su Zimo laughed. The Lord of Light shook his head and replied, "I just came to see you." "Looking at me?" Su Zimo was a little surprised. "The darkness in your heart is too heavy," the Lord of Light said calmly. Su Zimo was silent for a while, then asked with a smile, "Is there no darkness in your heart?" Hearing Su Zimo's words, the Lord of Light's hand that was holding the teacup paused for a moment. After staring at Su Zimo for a long time, he finally said calmly, "Yes, maybe my darkness is deeper than yours. The world praises me as the embodiment of light. But I am still a human with flesh, blood, and soul. How can a human avoid the 7 emotions and 6 desires? What is the meaning of the Universal Light Hall's existence?" Su Zimo asked. "An existence that Sanluo Temple fears and gives Dark Horn a glimmer of light," the Lord of Light replied with a smile. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. "You are so strong, you can obviously destroy Sanluo Temple. Why do you want the two to confront each other? People who fight demons should be careful not to become demons." The Lord of Light was silent for a while before finally replying. "If Sanluo Temple is destroyed, do you believe that the Universal Light Hall will become the new Sanluo Temple?" "Why?" Dark River asked doubtfully. "Even the Lord of Light has darkness in his heart, not to mention his believers," Su Zimo said with a smile. "Don't you think that the current Universal Light Hall's Deputy Hall Master, Yu-Hu, is slowly changing?" "Yu-Hu, he used to be a very warm-hearted young man," the Lord of Light said with a smile. "When I first built the Universal Light Hall, he was not like this. It's just that power is slowly corroding him. If Sanluo Temple is really destroyed one day, he might become the new darkness." Hearing this, Su Zimo smiled. Without the existence of darkness, how can the importance of light be emphasized? Light will never be able to spread over the earth. darkness will also never be able to cover the earth. Yin and yang are supposed to complement each other. Neither can be missing. You see it very clearly. The Lord of Light looked at Suzimo and said, "It's just that the darkness in your heart is too heavy." "Are you going to convert me, Xiaoding Tian?" Suzimo asked with a smile. Hearing Suzimo call out his name, the Lord of Light was stunned. Then, he asked in surprise, "How do you know my name?" "The darkness told me," Suzimo smiled and replied. The Lord of Light was stunned. He shook his head and smiled. Then, his figure gradually disappeared. "We will meet again one day. I hope that we will never meet again." Suzimo could tell that Xiaoding Tian was not on the same side as him. After the Lord of Light left, the few of them continued on their journey. Mingi did not ask Suzimo how he knew the Lord of Light's name. His intuition told him that Suzimo was a person who hid very well. He was also very wary of him. Along the way, the people from the martial arts sacred sect did not feel anything and chatted happily. It was as if they were not here to train but to have fun. The group traveled for 3 days, and finally, on the 3rd day, they came across a city. According to Mingi's introduction, the further they went, the more cities there were. The more people there were. When the few of them came to the city, Suzimo looked up. The words Netherworld City were written above the city. The city gate was very deserted. There was not even a soldier guarding the city. Lu Tian suggested from the side, "Why don't we rest here for the night and set off tomorrow?" Everyone nodded and did not object. "Why don't we go somewhere else?" Mingi said. "What's wrong?" Suzimo asked. "Netherworld means the end of the death of all souls," Mingi explained. "I've heard of this city. Its reputation is even more terrifying than the Dark Horns." "What's going on?" Suzimo asked curiously. "This is a city cursed by fiendish demons. Everyone who lives in this city will be cursed by the fiendish demons. Apart from the natives, everyone else will die mysteriously the next day," Mingi explained. "There's no need for us to get involved in this trouble. There will be more cities ahead. What do you guys think?" Suzimo looked at the others and asked. "Then let's go," Fuyu said timidly. "Then let's go to another city," Suzimo said slowly as he glanced at Netherworld City. If he was alone, he would not mind. However, there were a few people from the martial arts sacred sect with him. Their cultivation levels were not high, so Suzimo did not need to do that. Then, they set off again. By the time they arrived at the next city, the sky was already completely dark. Flowing Fire City. They walked into the city. The city was brightly lit and looked very lively. Mingi explained, "This land, including Flowing Fire City, is under the rule of the Celestial Evolution Holy Mountain. Although the Celestial Evolution Holy Mountain is not the imperial lineage, its strength is not inferior to the imperial lineage. It is also one of the famous forces in the Saint Flower domain. They found a random inn and prepared to stay for the night before leaving the next day. They did not have much choice. In the brightly lit inn, Suzimo and the others booked a room and ordered some food downstairs. "Let's part ways tomorrow," Suzimo said to the people from the martial arts sacred sect. "I'm going to the Absolute Heaven sect. You guys have to train too. Different paths. Thank you for taking care of us all this time, Brother Su." Lu Tian stood up first and drank a cup. The others also thanked each other. Xianxia pursed her lips and remained silent for a while. She did not look very interested. She looked at Suzimo and said, "Child Su, if you come to the northern continent in the future, you must come to the martial arts sacred sect to look for me if you have the chance." Suzimo smiled and nodded. "Of course. It's fate that we met." As they chatted, the sky outside the window was already dark. The moonlight was as bright as frost, and the stars were sparse. A group of black-clothed men suddenly barged into the inn. These black-clothed men did not say anything. After barging in, they immediately started smashing the inn. Bang, bang, bang. The sound echoed. When the others in the inn saw this scene, they all hid in the rooms on the 2nd floor. Only Suzimo's table and the people at the other table did not leave. "Don't smash it, don't smash it." The innkeeper quickly came out to stop them. However, the masked men in black didn't pay any attention to him. They kicked the shopkeeper to the ground and continued to smash him. When the innkeeper saw that he couldn't stop it and allowed the inn to be smashed into smithereens, he actually hugged his head and cried bitterly. These men in black kept smashing over. They looked at Suzimo and the people at the other table and didn't leave. He snorted coldly, "How dare you?" Then, he lifted the chair next to him and threw it at them. "What are you doing?" Lu Tian frowned slightly and directly pulled out his sword and cut the chair in half. "These people are looking for trouble." The other disciples of the martial arts sacred sect also drew their swords and charged towards the black-cloaked men. There were 3 people sitting at the other table. There was an elegant young master and 2 old men who looked like servants. As the disciples of the martial arts sacred sect fought with the black-cloaked men, the elegant young master lightly coughed. The old servant next to him waved his right hand and boundless spirit energy surged. A pair of large hands condensed from spirit energy appeared and the black-clothed men were directly sent flying. "The holy bloodline realm," Mingi murmured. Suzimo smiled and leisurely ate the food on the table. He said, "A woman dressed as a man." Although the elegant young master's disguise was not bad, Suzimo could tell with a glance that the other party was actually a woman. "Innkeeper, what's going on?" Guizhi asked curiously as he looked at the shopkeeper who was still crying bitterly. "It's the Lu clan. It must be the Lu clan's second young master." The innkeeper quickly said. "What Lu clan? Lu clan's second young master? Explain clearly." Lu Tian frowned and asked. "The Lu clan is the #1 clan in Flowing Fire City. They are also the administrators of Flowing Fire City appointed by the Heaven Evolution Sacred Mountain." The innkeeper quickly explained. "This Lu clan's second young master, Lu Jia, has always been arrogant and despotic. Basically, all the shops in the city have to secretly pay him a protection fee. A while ago, he sent someone to find me and ask for protection fee. I didn't pay him, so he sent someone to smash my shop. Preposterous, this Lu clan doesn't even care." Guizhi said with some indignation. "The Lu clan's old master pampers Lu Jia very much. In the Lu clan, he is a little overlord. No one dares to interfere." The innkeeper sighed and said, "I think I should prepare the money as soon as possible. Otherwise, this business won't be able to continue." "Innkeeper, there's no need to be afraid. With me here today, I want to see how powerful this Lu clan is." The elegant young master dressed as a man stood up and coldly said. "I appreciate everyone's good intentions, but this Lu clan really cannot be provoked." The innkeeper shook his head and said. "I don't want to cause any more trouble." Looking at the innkeeper's back as he left, the elegant young master came to Suzimo's table and cupped his fists with a smile. "The few of you who stood up for the injustice just now must be chivalrous people. I am Ing Wushuang, how should I address you?" Suzimo smiled and everyone reported their names. Xianxia said worriedly, "Why don't we leave as soon as possible? After all, this Lu city is the Lu clan's territory." Hearing Xianxia's words, the martial arts sacred sect's disciples frowned slightly. Although they didn't have much experience, they weren't newbies. A strong dragon couldn't suppress a local snake. They understood this principle. "It's fine, you don't have to be afraid," Ing Wushuang said with a calm expression. "If the Lu clan still dares to be unforgiving, this young master will definitely teach them a lesson. Young master, it's more appropriate to leave this matter to the sect to handle." The old servant at the side replied. "What, I can't control a small Lu clan?" Ing Wushuang said coldly. "I don't dare, I'm just afraid that the sect will inevitably spread some rumors and make a mountain out of a molehill." The old servant hurriedly replied. "I'll definitely take care of this matter. We'll go to the Lu clan tomorrow." Ing Wushuang snorted coldly and replied. The old servant nodded and didn't dare to stop her. "Everyone, do you want to go with me tomorrow and seek justice for the people of Lu city?" Ing Wushuang turned to look at Suzimo and the others and smiled. "Don't worry, nothing will happen with me around." Okay. The martial arts sacred sect's disciples nodded eagerly. They weren't fools and could tell that Ing Wushuang definitely had a powerful background and wasn't afraid of the Lu clan. Furthermore, based on the conversation between the two, Ying Wushuang might even have some relationship with the Sky Evolution Sacred Mountain. I don't mind. Su Zimo glanced at Mingyi and didn't object. After a few days of eating, everyone went to sleep. The night passed in silence. The next morning, everyone woke up early and washed up. Then, under Ying Wushuang's lead, they headed towards the Lu clan. Everyone was curious about Ying Wushuang's background. The Lu mansion was located in the middle of the busiest street in Flowing Fire City. Ying Wushuang brought a few people to the Lu family in a hubbub. Along the way, the whole place was abuzz with noise. Under the martial Saint Sec's proclamation, many commoners followed behind them, waiting to watch the show. The entrance of the Lu mansion was already filled with commoners. Ying Wushuang ignored the guards in front of the mansion and directly led the group into the Lu mansion. As soon as they entered, they saw a middle-aged man in green leading a group of guards over. The Lu mansion's guard instructor, Lu Tong, is here. Everyone, calm down. Seeing the middle-aged man, someone said in fear. This Lu Tong is a venerable vain existence. He's not someone we can fight against. What are you afraid of? There's so many people here. Can he kill us all? Looking at the whispering residents of Flowing Fire City, Lu Tong frowned and said, What are you all doing? Are you going to rebel and start a war with the Celestial Evolution Sacred Mountain? Hearing Lu Tong's words, many people began to disperse. The Lu mansion still had some hope, but the Celestial Evolution Sacred Sect didn't even have the slightest desire to fight. Ying Wushuang frowned and said, Don't use the tiger's skin as a banner. Since when can a small Lu mansion represent the Sacred Mountain? Who are you? Lu Tong looked at Ying Wushuang and asked unhappily. You don't need to know who I am. Today, I will represent the Sacred Mountain to punish your Lu mansion. Ying Wushuang waved her hand and ordered the old man beside her. Take him down. The old man hesitated for a moment. His Saint Vain aura enveloped him and his hand fell, instantly capturing Lu Tong. Feeling that he couldn't resist at all, Lu Tong's face changed and he quickly asked, Who are you? Okay. Someone among the commoners behind him shouted. Many people followed suit and began to shout. Ying Wushuang coldly snorted and asked, Where's your Lu mansion's patriarch? Wushuang, what are you doing? Stop. At this moment, a soft shout came from inside the Lu residence. Everyone looked up and saw a group of people walking out. This group of people included the head of the Lu family, Lu Zhiqing, and the second son of the Lu family, Lu Zhe. Beside Lu Zhiqing stood two other people. It was a man and a woman. The man's face was resolute and his gaze was resolute. He had the tough aura of a soldier. On the other hand, the woman's long hair draped over her shoulders and her skin was as white as snow. Her curvaceous figure was vividly displayed by her tight red dress. Anyone who saw them would praise them as a perfect match. Sister, Ying Wushuang was shocked when she saw the red-robed woman. Saintess. The two old servants beside her also greeted her respectfully. Holy Maiden? Hearing the greetings of the two old men, everyone from the martial sacred sect was startled. Could this red-robed woman be the current Holy Maiden of the Celestial Evolution Holy Mountain? Ying Kaier coldly snorted, You still have me as your sister in your eyes. Look at what you're doing. I'm just seeking justice for the citizens of this city, Ying Wushuang said weakly. Sister, why are you here? Justice? When did you become a law enforcer? Ying Kaier said as she walked forward. Her tone became softer as she pointed at the handsome man beside her and said, This is your brother-in-law, Lu Yi, the eldest son of the Lu clan. I came to the Lu clan this time to talk about marriage. What brother-in-law, we're not even married yet. Ying Wushuang lowered her head and said unwillingly. Sooner or later, Ying Kaier said indifferently. What are you planning to do by bringing so many people to the Lu clan? Overthrow the Lu clan? I think this is definitely not Miss Wushuang's intention. The Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Zhiqing, quickly said with a smile. Miss Wushuang is still young and can be easily deceived. There must be some villains behind this. Following Lu Zhiqing's words, the citizens behind him all left the Lu clan. Everyone's gaze was on the people from the martial sacred sect as well as Su Zimo. Su Zimo said with a smile, Great, the spectators have become the main characters. Even if you die, I won't die. Mingi looked at the citizens behind him and shook his head helplessly. The expressions of the people from the martial sacred sect also changed greatly. No one expected the situation to turn like this. Everyone looked at Suzimo. They also knew that Suzimo was not ordinary. At this time, he naturally became the backbone of the group. Men, take down all these evildoers who deceived young Lady Wu Shuang. Following Lu Ziqing's order, the Lu clan's guards all rushed forward. Don't. In Wu Shuang quickly shook her head and stopped them. They're my friends. Friends? Strangers that you've only met once. Didn't you guys just meet last night? In Kaya replied indifferently. How did you know? In Wu Shuang was startled. She looked at her two servants, the two old men. Miss, we had no choice. After all, the saintess is here. We can't do anything. The old man quickly lowered his head and replied. Sister, I won't cause trouble for the Lu clan. Let them go. This matter has nothing to do with them. In Wu Shuang quickly said. Why don't you understand? In Kaya replied. Today, all the citizens of the city are here. They're all here to see. If it ends like this, where will the Lu clan's dignity as the ruler of Flowing Fire City be? There must be a scapegoat for this matter. Seeing the group of guards rushing towards the crowd, Mingi frowned slightly. With a wave of his right hand, a large palm condensed from spiritual energy fell from the sky. Everyone was slapped to the ground. Suzimo took a step forward and said with a smile, what I hate the most is being a scapegoat. Inkire frowned slightly. Looking at Inkire's expression, the two Saint Meridian elders beside her directly attacked Mingi, their auras boundless. Ants. Mingi coldly snorted. Behind him, the river of true fate surged. The aura of a divine bloodline expert enveloped the entire Flowing Fire City. The entire sky changed color. A divine bloodline expert. The two Saint Bloodline elders exclaimed. Before they could react, they were directly suppressed. Seeing this scene, the Lu clan's people subconsciously took a few steps back. At this moment, even Inkire's expression turned ugly. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Suzimo narrowed his eyes and walked forward step by step. Don't you dare. I'm the saintess of the Celestial Evolution Holy Sect. Inkire took a few steps back and hurriedly said. What are you doing? At this critical moment, Louis stood in front of Suzimo and said, the Celestial Evolution Holy Mountain won't let you go. Suzimo sent Louis flying with a slap and looked at Inkire's arrogant face. He directly stomped on her with his foot. I don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. Suzimo's feet emitted endless waves of air, and Inkire's entire body flew out. Suzimo slightly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. The crowd kept quiet out of fear. Step by step, he walked towards Inkire. Don't kill her, I beg you. In Wushuang hurriedly stood in front of Suzimo and said. What kind of logic is this? She wants to use me as a scapegoat, but you want me to let her go? Suzimo tilted his head and asked. I know, but no matter what, she is still my sister, I can't just watch her die, In Wushuang replied. If you have any requests, just tell me, if I can satisfy them, I will definitely do it. Seeing that you pleaded for us before, I can give her a chance. Suzimo said as he grabbed Louis and threw him in front of Inkire. Only one of you can live, it's up to you. Hearing Suzimo's words, Inkire's expression greatly changed. She looked at the struggling Louis, who was constantly shaking his head at her. Hurry up and make your choice, I don't have that much time to waste with you, Suzimo said indifferently. Inkire was silent for a moment, she slowly pulled out the long sword hanging on Louis's waist, her gaze fixed on Louis. I'm sorry, looking at his face, Inkire's hands trembled as she forcefully stabbed the long sword. With a pu sound, blood splattered, Inkire was stunned in place. Suzimo smiled, slightly turning his head to look at the people of the Lu household. Seeing the people of the Lu household pale with fright, they hurriedly stepped back. Don't worry, I won't kill you, Suzimo smiled. He turned to look at the people in front of the door, loudly shouting, normally, the Lu household is used to bullying you. Today, I will make the decision for the people, if you want anything of the Lu household, take it. Take it, it's yours. Hearing Su Zimo's words, the crowd became noisy, everyone hesitated, not daring to make the first move. What's there to be afraid of? The bold will be stuffed to death, and the cowardly will starve to death. If you don't dare to take it, then you deserve to be bullied for the rest of your life. Following Su Zimo's words, a bare-chested man stood out from the crowd. If you don't dare to take it, I will. That burly man directly rushed into the inner hall of the Liu residence, rolled up an expensive calligraphy painting on the wall, turned around, and ran away. No one stopped him. Seeing this situation, the crowd finally relaxed and rushed into the Liu residence like a swarm of bees. The entire mansion was turned upside down. Everyone in the Liu residence was angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. After all, compared to these treasures, their lives were more important. Su Zimo looked at the chaotic Liu residence, smiled, and left with the crowd. The nearby Xianxia was completely frozen in place, until Su Zimo's figure disappeared from her line of sight. Only then did her eyes reveal the light of resentment. Return to the sacred mountain. I want to return to the sacred mountain now. Xianxia took a deep breath and said to Yin Wushuang. Sister, let's end this matter here. Yin Wushuang replied. Xianxia looked at Lu Yi's corpse, then stared at Yin Wushuang and said, Do you think that's possible? Yin Wushuang was silent for a moment, then sighed helplessly. Walking on the streets of Flowing Fire City. Guizhi looked at Su Zimo and said with some indignation, Brother Su, why are you so good to those commoners, when we were in trouble? Before, they all hid far away. You mean to give the commoners the Liu residence's things and let them take it? Su Zimo asked. Guizhi nodded. The Liu residence has the Sky Evolution Sacred Mountain behind them. Although the Liu residence isn't worth mentioning, it is still the Sky Evolution Sacred Mountain's appointed manager. Su Zimo smiled. These commoners are wantonly robbing the Liu residence. This kind of action is going against the Sky Evolution Sacred Mountain. What do you think the Sky Evolution Sacred Mountain will do if they find out? Hearing Su Zimo's words, Guizhi was startled. He really hadn't considered this before. So you've already thought about it? Su Zimo smiled but didn't say anything. After walking around the city, Su Zimo also bid farewell to the people of the martial arts sacred sect. Originally, he was going to bring Mingi to the Absolute Heaven sect. But when the two of them reached the gates of Flowing Fire City, Su Zimo's body suddenly throbbed. This throbbing caused Su Zimo to stop. At this moment, in his true fate world, the extreme nether glow that had been suppressed by the primal chaos bead suddenly appeared. It was located at the top of the divine continent and emitted a faint white light. It seemed to be guiding Su Zimo. Su Zimo turned his head and saw a group of people gathered at the gates of Flowing Fire City. He didn't know what they were doing. He squeezed into the crowd and saw an old man wearing a tattered gray coat kneeling on the ground. In front of the old man was a sign that read, Looking for a demon catcher. What's going on? Su Zimo looked at the onlookers and asked. Old Man Wu's son went to Yellow Spring City and hasn't returned for almost a month, the person beside him explained. Old Man Wu offered a reward for a demon catcher to go to Yellow Spring City and help save his son. Then why didn't anyone accept his request? Su Zimo asked curiously. Accept what? What kind of place is Yellow Spring City? There's only death there. Who dares to go? The person replied. Besides, Old Man Wu's family doesn't have much money. He took a broken stone as a family heirloom. Who would be willing to use it as a reward? Hearing that person's explanation, Su Zimo squatted down slightly and looked at the old man. Old man, can I ask you some basic information? Hearing Su Zimo's words, Old Man Wu hurriedly raised his head and said excitedly, Sir, please ask. Why did your son go to Yellow Spring City? Old Man Wu sighed and said, That kid is usually very curious. Previously, he made a bet that he could come out of Yellow Spring City alive. Then, he snuck in alone. Your son has been gone for a month? Su Zimo asked. Old Man Wu nodded. Then what if he's already dead? Su Zimo asked. Even if he's dead, I want to see his corpse. I want to kill the demon that harmed my son. Old Man Wu's eyes were a little moist. His face was full of wrinkles, and his hair was messy. Can I see your family heirloom? Su Zimo asked. Old Man Wu was silent for a moment. In the end, his hands trembled as he took out a stone. This stone was blackish-purple in color. It was impossible to tell what material it was made of. It was very hard. It was a little hot in his hand. Especially when Suzimo held the stone, the moon nether glow in his true fate world trembled even more. Suzimo pondered for a moment, then smiled and returned the stone to the old man. He turned around and left the crowd, bringing Mingi out of the city gate. After leaving Fulling Fire City, Mingi asked, "Are we going to Absolute Heaven City now?" "No, let's go to Netherworld City." Suzimo shook his head. "You want to help Old Man Wu find his son?" Mingi was stunned for a moment before reacting. "Go and bring Old Man Wu's family heirloom stone over and tell him that I've accepted his request," Suzimo replied. "But if you don't help him find his son, he definitely won't give you the family heirloom stone first," Mingi replied. "That's why I asked you to bring it over," Suzimo replied indifferently. The legend of Netherworld City had passed a long time ago. This place used to be an ordinary city. About a few hundred years ago, almost half of the city's residents died tragically overnight. From then on, the entire city seemed to have been cursed. Apart from the remaining half of the city's residents, anyone else who entered the city would die. Not even their corpses were left behind. In the beginning, there were also people who specially came to live in Netherworld City, wanting to walk out of this place alive and break the legendary curse. But in the end, as more and more people died, this place gradually became a dangerous place. Listening to Mingi's introduction, the two of them arrived at Netherworld City. Suzimo had obtained Old Man Wu's family heirloom stone. Mingi had snatched it from Old Man Wu. Although it was snatched, Suzimo didn't leave just like that. He still planned to go to Netherworld City to take a look. Looking at the gloomy city in front of him, Suzimo felt a little depressed. The city gates were wide open, and there were no guards on either side. The two of them walked into the city. The streets were a little deserted. Apart from a few townsfolk walking around occasionally, there was almost no one. In broad daylight, it seemed like everyone was hiding in their rooms. "Are you afraid?" Suzimo looked at Mingi and asked with a smile. "What's there to be afraid of as a divine vein realm cultivator unless this demon has already become an immortal?" Mingi shook his head and replied. "Besides, don't I still have you?" Upon hearing Mingi's words, Suzimo smiled and the two of them continued walking into the city. Suzimo looked around and realized that there was nothing suspicious about Yellow Spring City. Other than the fact that it was more deserted, it was no different from other cities. When the residents of the city saw Suzimo and Bai Yunfei, they glanced at them from afar and hurriedly avoided them. After the two of them walked around the city, they did not find anything out of the ordinary. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. There was only one inn in the entire city. Yellow Springs Inn. Suzimo walked into the inn, and the innkeeper quickly greeted him. "Are you two guests here to stay?" the shopkeeper hurriedly asked. Suzimo nodded. After the two of them got a room and prepared a meal, they chatted with the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's surname was Sun, and he had lived in Yellow Spring City for more than 100 years. "Shopkeeper Sun, your inn is really deserted," Suzimo said with a smile. Shopkeeper Sun raised his head and said, "The matter of the curse has caused a lot of commotion. Who would still come here to stay? You've lived here for so long, haven't you found anything out of the ordinary?" Suzimo asked. "No, it's just that everyone who came here disappeared." "I don't know how they disappeared." Shopkeeper Sun shook his head and replied. "I want to ask you something. Did a young man come here to stay a month ago?" Suzimo said. "This is the only inn in this city. If he came to Yellow Spring City, he would definitely stay here." "Yes, you came to find him, right?" Shopkeeper Sun smiled and said. "Don't ask me. He stayed here for a night and disappeared the next day. I don't know anything." "Is that so?" Suzimo pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "You're quite calm." "I've seen a lot, so I've gotten used to it." Shopkeeper Sun shook his head and said. "Ever since the curse appeared, no one who came here has left alive." "Then how much do you know about the curse?" Suzimo frowned and asked. "The natives of the city will die if they leave the city. Strangers outside the city will also die if they enter. That's it." Shopkeeper Sun smiled and replied. You guys should be careful. It's been a long time since I've seen a returning customer. Looking at shopkeeper Sun's departing figure, Suzimo smiled with interest. Interesting. The sun set in the west, and the yellow horizon gradually darkened. As the darkness enveloped the Yellow Springs Inn, it became lively. Many of the surrounding residents came here to eat. Compared to the silent and strange city outside, the atmosphere inside the inn was very lively. Old man Sun, I heard that your inn has new people today. You have to treat them well. At the table next to them, a man wearing a black robe laughed. There was also a big man who was so drunk that he was swaying as he walked. He carried a wine jar to Suzimo's table. He smiled and said, I want to interview the two of you. What kind of mentality did you have when you came to our Yellow Springs city? Are you tired of living, or are you just curious? Look at my mouth. Suzimo smiled and said, F***CKU. What do you mean? The man's expression instantly changed and he said sharply. Suzimo directly grabbed the wine jar on the table and threw it at the man's head. Only a bang sound was heard. The wine jar broke and all the wine spilled out. Mingi was stunned, as if he hadn't reacted to Suzimo's actions. What are you doing? Shopkeeper Sun next to him asked doubtfully. Are you still going to pretend? Suzimo smiled and said. Undead scum. Hearing Suzimo's words, everyone in the inn was stunned. So you found out. Everyone in the inn had a strange smile on their face. The skin on their bodies was torn apart, and monsters came out one after another. These monsters were short, and their skin was gray-brown. Their palms were twice the size of normal humans, and their nails were sharp and slender. Among these monsters, some were thin, and some were very fat. At this moment, even shopkeeper Sun of the inn was slowly shedding his skin. Mingi looked outside the inn. A large group of monsters had surrounded the entire inn. All the residents of Yellow Springs City had become monsters. How did you find out? Even I couldn't tell. Mingi looked at Suzimo in surprise. He was a divine pulse existence, but he didn't notice anything unusual before. Suzimo smiled and said, let's deal with these guys first. As for how he found out about these people, it was naturally Hundun who told him. The demon race and the undead race were the two major races in the Desolation era. For Hundun, who had seen the undead race before, he could instantly recognize the undead aura on the other party. Hundun also told him that the undead race in this city were just puppets, and the real mastermind was actually hiding in the dark. Spirit chi surged around Mingi as he slapped down with his palm. Several undead were sent flying. These people who were sent flying had their flesh and blood split open, dripping with fresh blood. According to normal humans, they would have died long ago. But at this moment, these undead did not seem to feel anything. They allowed the blood to flow and continued to charge forward without any hesitation. Suzimo frowned slightly. He waved the tyrannical shadow and slashed down. Some people's heads were directly cut off, but they still did not die. What's going on? Seeing this, Hundun in the True Fate world explained, this is a characteristic of the undead. Their life core is a piece of crystal. The true undead are the hardest to kill. The crystal will flow with the blood in their body and is very difficult to find. But these puppets have their crystals in their hearts. As long as you destroy their hearts, they will die. Hearing Hundun's words, the tyrannical shadow in Suzimo's hand roared and pierced into the other party's chest. The lightning destroyed everything in the other party's chest. Gradually, the undead clan's people stopped making any sound. Heart, Suzimo said to Mingi. No need to go through so much trouble, Mingi snorted. True Fate appeared above his head, and a blood-colored river enveloped the entire city. The long river was roaring like a dragon. The entire long river was fluctuating and sweeping down from the horizon, rolling up monstrous waves that reached the sky. All the undead puppets were sucked into the river and were instantly swallowed up, leaving not even dregs behind. Mingi was a divine vain existence, and the puppets in this city were basically venerable vain existences. The strongest was only Emperor Vain Realm, so they naturally did not have the ability to resist. But Suzimo could still feel the terror of this race. If they were at the same level, they would not have won so easily. As these undead puppets died, Suzimo found many black insects on the ground. He frowned slightly as he looked at these insects. They were chubby and did not look strange. But Hun Dun in the true fate world was shocked. Undead goo, Hun Dun said in shock. What is the immortal goo? Su Zimo asked doubtfully. A very cruel goo worm. It was forbidden by the undead during the Desolation era, Hun Dun replied. This type of immortal goo is divided into mother goo and child goo. After the child goo entered the human body, it would absorb their qi and blood and transfer it to the mother goo. One had to know that a person's qi and blood could be replenished with time and food. These undying goo would not suck a person dry in one go. Instead, it absorbs it bit by bit, parasitizing the body. And then? Su Zimo asked. The undying goo is very infectious. Ordinary people can't bear it, Hun Dun replied. There are only two possibilities for humans infected by the undead goo. They will either become the puppet of the mother venomous insect or die directly. I see. Su Zimo frowned slightly. It's just that this kind of thing goes against the harmony of the heavens and has been banned by the undead race since the Desolate Era. Why would it appear here? Hun Dun asked doubtfully. Let's get rid of the puppets in this city first, Su Zimo said. With a wave of his hand, Hun Dun's huge body appeared from the void. There were almost 1,000 residents in this city, and they were still pouring out. Mingi controlled the blood-colored river to sweep over. Hun Dun's huge body stepped into the air, and the two pairs of thin cicada-like wings behind it flapped. The slaughter was almost one-sided. Although the residents of Netherworld City were not strong, they kept swarming over like ants. After a long massacre, the entire city was reduced to ruins. Rumbling sounds kept sounding in the surroundings. At this moment, everyone felt the ground shake. It was as if something had awakened, and a very cold aura spread out. Mingi frowned slightly and looked at Su Zimo. Do you feel it? We seem to have been targeted by something. Su Zimo nodded. How terrifying, Mingi murmured. The massacre continued, but everyone remained vigilant, guarding against the shadows. The surroundings of Netherworld City were covered by a barrier, and they could not leave or enter. Mingi had tried to attack the barrier, but it was to no avail. Look at the sky, Mingi suddenly shouted at Su Zimo. Su Zimo was stunned. He turned his head and saw that the sky had been dyed dark yellow. The bright moon was hidden, and the stars retreated. A huge vortex was in the sky. From the vortex, a bearded man in a yellow robe slowly walked out. 5 steps into immortality. 1 step mystic immortal. 2 step heaven immortal. 3 step immortal king. 4 step indestructible immortal. 5 step pinnacle immortal. At this moment, the aura of an immortal king surged around the yellow-robed man. The aura grew stronger and stronger, like a violent storm, a monstrous wave of the vast sea. The entire city was like a small boat in a tsunami, about to be destroyed at any moment. Everyone, welcome to Netherworld City. The yellow-robed middle-aged man laughed in the sky. Mingi narrowed his eyes and shouted, Senior, are you spiritual master Netherworld? Oh, it's been so long, and there are still juniors who remember me. Spiritual master Netherworld chuckled. As he slowly descended from the sky, everyone in the city knelt down. Netherworld City, spiritual master Netherworld. I should have known, Mingi said with a sigh. Who is spiritual master Netherworld? Su Zimo asked. A few thousand years ago, it was probably the era when the mortal emperor inherited the mandate of heaven. Of course, I wasn't born at that time, so I only heard about it. Mingi said slowly, a great villain came to the Saint Flower domain. His name was Spiritual Master Netherworld. In order to cultivate his cultivation method, he wantonly massacred several cities, causing the anger of many sects in the Saint Flower domain. At that time, the immortal mortal heavenly sect, where the mortal emperor was, sent an elder to kill Spiritual Master Netherworld. From then on, Spiritual Master Netherworld never appeared again. Everyone thought that he was dead or had escaped the Saint Flower domain. I didn't expect him to hide and use the cover of Netherworld City to secretly cultivate his evil cultivation method. This Netherworld City is under the influence of the Celestial Evolution Sacred Sect, right? Su Zimo said with a frown. Why don't they care? It seems like there's something we don't know, Mingi replied indifferently. A divine vein realm expert, a peak divine vein realm demon beast, and a child. It's really difficult for me, Spiritual Master Netherworld said with a smile. Difficult for what? Suzimo asked. Do you want to live? Or do you want to die? Spiritual Master Netherworld laughed. They're all good seedlings. I can't bear to kill them. How about this? I'll plant my immortal goo in your body and you'll work for me in the future. How about that? You want to use us as carriers? Let's see if you have the ability, Mingi snorted. It seems that you guys still don't know your situation, Spiritual Master Netherworld smiled. He waved his hand and the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently. Mingi didn't even have time to react and was instantly sent flying. Once you become an immortal and set foot on the path of immortality, you'll be separated forever. You probably don't know the difference, Spiritual Master Netherworld sneered. What's your relationship with the undead race? Hun Dun stared at Spiritual Master Netherworld and asked. The bloodline of the Desolation era, Spiritual Master Netherworld glanced at Hun Dun and said, It seems that you know quite a lot. Why? You don't dare to say it? Hun Dun asked. It's not that I don't dare to say it, but there's no need to explain it to you, Spiritual Master Netherworld said lightly. What do you think of my conditions? Hearing Spiritual Master Netherworld's words, Hun Dun roared and raised his big claws to pounce on him. Spiritual Master Netherworld chuckled and raised his hand slightly. Boundless spiritual energy surged around him. He waved his hand and Hun Dun's huge body flew backward. Animals have to be tamed, Spiritual Master Netherworld shook his head and said with a chuckle. Suzimo narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion in the distance. Layers of ripples appeared on the barrier around the city. Gotcha sounds rang out continuously, and cracks appeared on the barrier. Spiritual Master Netherworld quickly turned his head and saw a sacred warship slowly approaching under the dark yellow sky. The sacred warship stopped at the periphery of the barrier. At this moment, a burly man with a giant axe was waving and attacking the barrier. Every attack caused the barrier to tremble, as if it would break at any moment. Spiritual Master Netherworld's expression changed drastically when he saw the scene. The dark yellow vortex in the sky appeared again and he wanted to escape. Stop him, Suzimo said lightly. As his voice fell, Hun Dun and Mingi attacked together. The aura around the two of them was so majestic that it caused the sky to rumble. Scram! Spiritual Master Yellow Spring roared and punched the two of them. The bloody river above Mingi's head roared and took the punch head-on. His true fate was almost shattered by this punch. He spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fell down from the sky. On the other hand, Hun Dun took the opportunity to unleash his innate talent. A blood-red vortex slowly appeared on his chest. Thunder roared as if the god of thunder had descended. An extreme ray of light shot out from it. The purple light passed through the Uniged void and directly hit the dark yellow vortex that Taoist Master Netherworld was trying to escape. The whirlpool emitted a series of pung-pung-pung sounds, and then it exploded with a boom. Spatial turbulence was flying all over the sky. You're courting death. Spiritual Master Yellow Spring roared angrily. He turned his head to look at Suzimo and the others. At the same time, there was an explosion outside the barrier. The barrier shattered into pieces, and the holy warship rushed over at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Looking at the holy warship that was rushing towards him, Spiritual Master Yellow Spring's face turned ashen. You're going too far. He roared. Vast immortal pressure spread out from his body, and the whole world fell. Above his head, his true fate appeared. A huge dark-winged insect appeared in the air. This guy actually treated the undying parasite queen as his true fate. Hun Dun said in shock. The dark-winged insect was huge. Its legs could not be seen, and its fleshy body seemed to be covered with many rings. It wriggled in the air. If one did not look at its face, it would be quite cute. However, its face was very ferocious. Its eyes were narrow and treacherous, and its face was full of wrinkles. It did not have a nose, and its mouth almost took up half of its face. It seemed to have countless cracks, and it was very scary. When the huge holy warship crashed towards him, the undying parasite behind Spiritual Master Yellow Spring screeched. Its huge body directly flung the holy warship away. With a boom, the holy warship was torn in half by the undying parasite's powerful body. Several figures flew out from the holy warship. The leader was a woman wearing a blood-red cloak and armor. The woman had short hair, and her eyes were pitch black. She carried a huge axe on her back. A majestic aura surged around her. The woman pointed at Spiritual Master Yellow Spring and said sternly, "Yellow Spring, why don't you surrender and follow me back to the clan to receive your punishment? How dare you resist? I've been tolerating you for a long time. I've been hiding for so many years, but you're still so aggressive and unwilling to give up." Spiritual Master Yellow Spring shouted. "Today, we'll fight to the death and leave you in Yellow Spring City." As Spiritual Master Yellow Spring's immortal king aura surged, a soft sigh suddenly sounded in the world. "Silly child, you're still the same as before." The moment this soft sigh sounded, Taoist Yellow Spring was completely stunned. Hearing this familiar voice, he slowly turned his head to look at the horizon. He saw a young man carrying a long sword on his back walking over from the horizon. The young man's face was slightly young, and he looked to be in his 20s. However, his eyes were deep and boundless, as if Zhou Tian and all things in the world were changing. The young man did not have an overbearing aura, but the moment he appeared, the entire world fell silent. "Immortal Pinnacle," Hun Dun said in shock. In this era where the heavenly will had yet to be formed and the great emperor did not appear, the immortal pinnacle was the peak of this world. "Master," Spiritual Master Yellow Spring murmured softly when he saw the young man appear. "Silly child, we haven't seen each other for a long time, right?" The young man said with a smile. "Now that you've become like this, I'm also responsible for not teaching you well back then. Is it wrong to become stronger?" Spiritual Master Yellow Spring raised his head and asked faintly after a moment of silence. "It's not wrong to become stronger, but the way you become stronger is wrong." The young man shook his head and said, "Stop fighting. Come back to the clan with me. I can guarantee your life." "I'm not going back," Spiritual Master Yellow Spring said faintly, "either let me go or kill me." The young man sighed softly. He stretched out his right hand and flicked it gently. Immortal aura filled it, and an aurora instantly shot out from his fingertip. Before anyone could react, the aurora pierced through the immortal king's head. The aurora shot through the immortal gooworm's forehead. The gooworm wailed and completely disappeared. "How can the difference be so big?" Spiritual Master Yellow Spring's expression changed greatly. He did not even look back as he fled into the distance. The young man slowly stretched out his right hand, and a chain condensed from immortal light appeared in midair. The chain passed through the Uniged void and directly tied up Spiritual Master Yellow Spring. No matter how hard Spiritual Master Yellow Spring struggled, he could not break free from the shackles of the immortal chains. The young man waved his hand, and immortal mist surrounded Spiritual Master Yellow Spring. He gradually calmed down. As Spiritual Master Yellow Spring was subdued, the hundreds of residents of Yellow Spring City below also screamed. Their pain could be felt through the screams. After a long time, as the screams faded, the residents all fell to the ground. Their corpses were smelly. They could not be more dead. The young man shook his head and sighed. Then, he looked at Su Zimo and the others. Mingi's expression tensed up. He could feel the pressure from the other party. "Everyone, come with us to the clan. Today's matter cannot be leaked for the time being," the young man said with a smile. "What if we don't?" Su Zimo said indifferently. "I'm just informing you." "You have no choice," the young man shook his head and replied. "Have you heard of the saying, 'all roads lead to Rome'?" Su Zimo said calmly. "What do you mean?" The young man was stunned. "There are many choices in life," Su Zimo shook his head. At this moment, demonic chi surged in the sky, enveloping the entire sky. The blood moon hung in the sky, and wisps of pure demonic chi intertwined and fused together. Baymont's burly body appeared next to Su Zimo. Powerful Taoist rhymes surged around him. The vast immortal aura around the young man was instantly suppressed. How can there be such a powerful existence in this world? The young man said in surprise. He didn't inherit the mandate of heaven and become a great emperor. Yet, he can walk the path of Tao. You should be the ones making the choice now, Su Zimo said. Do you want to talk? Sure, the young man nodded and replied, what do you want to talk about? What's the relationship between spiritual master Yellow Spring and the undead clan? Su Zimo asked. Simply put, he violated the clan rules by using the undead goo without permission, the young man replied. Our mission this time is to capture him. I heard that the undead clan can't appear on the Yuanyang continent. Why? Su Zimo asked. How do you know that? The young man was stunned. The undead had been gone for a long time. The only people who still remembered them on the Yuanyang continent were a few old antiques. You just need to answer, Su Zimo said. The young man pondered for a while and finally said, this is the rule signed by the upper realm. I don't know the specific reason. That's why you invaded all kinds of small void worlds, Su Zimo said. There must be a place to stay, the young man replied. I'll visit the undead clan when I have time, Su Zimo said with a smile. You can come whenever you want, the young man said as he handed a token to Su Zimo. This is my identity token. In the future, the undead clan will treat you as an honored guest. You really know how to conduct yourself. Su Zimo smiled and waved his hand. All right, you can leave now. Thank you, Your Excellency. The young man bowed slightly and led his group away. Su Zimo turned around and saw Mingi standing beside him with his mouth agape. It seemed like he still hadn't recovered from his shock. What's wrong? He waved his hand in front of Mingi's eyes. This, Mingi pointed at Baimont and stuttered, not knowing what to say. You look like you've never seen the world. You'll get used to it, Su Zimo raised his hand slightly. Baimont's figure once again hid in the void. I've never seen a big shot at the peak of Dao before, Mingi replied. At this time, Huangquan City had been completely reduced to ruins. There were corpses all around. Su Zimo shook his head and said, let's go. What about here? Mingi asked. Let's wait for the Sky Evolution Holy Mountain to deal with it. After all, this is their territory, Su Zimo replied. After leaving the Netherworld sect, Su Zimo and Mingi once again set off for Absolute Heaven City. When they passed by Flowing Fire City, Su Zimo specifically told Mingi to inform Old Man Wu. His son was already dead, but he had taken revenge. From now on, Huangquan City would no longer exist in this world. But Mingi heard another piece of news in Flowing Fire City. It was news about Su Zimo's group. The Sky Evolution Holy Mountain had issued a warrant for Su Zimo's group. Moreover, the people of the Martial Polarity Holy Sect had been captured. The Sky Evolution Holy Sect sent out a message. If Su Zimo wanted to save the people of the Martial Polarity Holy Sect, he should come to the Holy Mountain himself and not hide. Hearing this, Su Zimo shook his head and smiled. Some people are really courting death. Then what should we do? Mingi asked, should we go to the Sky Evolution Holy Mountain? No need, let's go to the Absolute Heaven sect. There's no need to waste time, Su Zimo shook his head and replied. Then what about the people of the Martial Polarity Holy Sect? Mingi asked. Su Zimo smiled and replied, first, I'm the mastermind of this matter. The people of the Martial Polarity Holy Sect were just fish in the moat that were implicated. If they wanted to lure me over, they wouldn't have killed the people of the Martial Polarity Holy Sect so easily. Second, the Martial Polarity Holy Sect is an imperial lineage. Killing those disciples means becoming enemies with the Martial Polarity Holy Sect. The Sky Evolution Holy Mountain isn't that stupid to have a conflict with an imperial lineage for a so-called Lu family. Third, I only met the people of the Martial Polarity Holy Sect once. We can't even be considered friends. What does their life and death have to do with me? Hearing Su Zimo's words, Mingi subconsciously nodded his head. That seems to make sense. Let's deal with the Absolute Heaven sect first. When it's over, I must make a trip to the Sky Evolution Holy Sect, Su Zimo said. It's not to save the people of the Martial Polarity Holy Sect. I'm just unhappy. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Mingi nodded his head. At noon, the dazzling light of the sun shone on the earth. From time to time, a cool breeze would blow past. The world of spring was filled with green. Su Zimo and Mingi were travel-worn. They estimated that they would reach the Absolute Heaven City in another 2 days. At noon on this day, the two stopped in front of a sect. The stone tablet in front of the sect had the words Qingfeng Sect engraved on it. The weeping willows on both sides swayed gently with the breeze. This was a small sect that didn't seem to be very big. They occupied this mountain to establish their own sect. Suzimo and Mingi were also passing by and didn't want to stay any longer. Just as the two were about to leave, they saw groups of people rushing over. When this group of people arrived in front of the Qingfeng sect, they didn't rush in. They seemed to be waiting for something. As this group of people discussed, Suzimo also listened with interest. Prince Long Yuan is coming, right? I'm waiting to watch a good show. Yeah, this Qingfeng sect is finished. A small inner disciple actually dared to snatch Prince Long Yuan's woman. Now that the entire Qingfeng sect has been implicated, let's see how they can resist Prince Long Yuan. In the Saint Flower domain of the Central Continent, there was a magical kingdom. It was called the Dragon Pool Empire. It was one of the most famous and influential forces in the Saint Flower domain. The Dragon Pool Empire itself did not have a legendary story to be proud of. However, its predecessor was the Dragon Pool clan. It was a clan that once ruled the Yuanyang continent for a long time. One clan, 3 emperors, and the 3 emperors were successive generations. Starting from their ancestor, the Dragon Pool Emperor, for 3 generations, the people of this clan all carried the mandate of heaven. At that time, it could be said that they were very powerful, and no one could surpass them. This clan worshipped the divine dragon and once regarded the Dragon clan as their totem. They even had the surname of Dragon. Later on, the Dragon Pool clan worshipped the heavens and built a kingdom around their own clan, and named it the Dragon Pool Empire. This was also the predecessor and origin of the empire. They relied on the accumulation of one clan, 3 emperors, and became the most powerful nation in the Saint Flower domain. Many of the surrounding clans even became affiliated with them and asked for protection. Suzimo listened to the discussions around him and realized that these people were just here to watch the show. He walked over and asked with a smile, and found out the whole story. It turned out that there was an inner disciple of the Qingfeng sect called Xiaoting. Xiaoting had unintentionally saved a woman during one of his training trips. Later on, the two of them went on adventures together, and many things happened along the way due to various reasons. The two of them fell in love with each other. The girl's real identity turned out to be the Holy Maiden of the imperial lineage's 9-Cloud Palace. Moreover, the Holy Maiden was already betrothed to a fiancé. That's right, the first prince of the Dragon Pool Empire, Long Yang, was her fiancé. However, the Holy Maiden did not like Long Yang, so she eloped with Xiaoting. This incident not only angered the 9-Cloud Palace, but also humiliated the entire Dragon Pool Empire. Long Yang swore on the spot that he would destroy the entire Qingfeng sect. Today was the day of the sect's destruction, and people from all walks of life followed closely to watch the show. Suzimo did not have the habit of watching the show. Just as he was about to leave, a dragon's roar came from afar. "It's here," someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone's eyes were looking to the north. In the distant horizon, a dragon horse pulling a magnificent carriage came through the air. The dragon horse had a snow-white body and a dragon horn on its head. It was a very rare breed. At this moment, as the draconic horse galloped over, a rainbow-colored trail was left in the distant horizon. Dragon roars rose and fell one after another, resounding throughout heaven and earth. In front of the Qingfeng sect, a group of people also walked out. This group of people was on high alert. They were all dressed in green and had 3-foot-long green peak swords at their waists. The figure of the dragon horse stopped in front of the Qingfeng sect. Its snow-white hooves gently stepped down, and several cracks instantly appeared on the ground. The curtain of the carriage was opened, and a young man in a yellow robe walked out. The young man got off the carriage and stroked the draconic horse's head. The draconic horse neighed towards the sky once again. Then, it trod on the air and flew into the distance. The young man stood still. His yellow robe was engraved with flood dragons. The flood dragon's face was ferocious and its sharp claws floated in the air. It was very realistic and it looked like it was about to fly out of the yellow robe. The young man had a resolute face and thick eyebrows. He carried a curved blade on his back. "Prince Long Yuan, this has nothing to do with the Qingfeng sect. Why do you have to implicate the innocent?" Over at the Qingfeng sect, sect master He Huazhong said lightly. Hand over Xiaotang and I'll let the Qingfeng sect go. Long Yang raised his head slightly. There was a strong fighting spirit in his dark eyes. We don't know where he went. Xiaotang hasn't been back for a long time. We can't contact him either. He Huazhang hurriedly replied. Someone has to pay the price, Long Yang said lightly. Destroying the Qingfeng sect is only the first step. I'll torture him step by step. I'll make him feel hopeless. Prince Long Yuan, aren't you going too far? He Huazhang narrowed his eyes and said lightly. Everyone says that you're talented. I think you're just a second generation relying on your family background. Relying on my family background? Long Yang chuckled and shook his head. You think too highly of yourselves. I'm enough to destroy the Qingfeng sect this time. How dare you? How dare you? You're too arrogant. Hearing Long Yang's words, the elders of the Qingfeng sect could not help but shout angrily. Although the Qingfeng sect could not be compared to the major sects, it was still their home. They had put in so much effort, but now they were being called worthless. It was natural for them to be angry. It seems that you haven't understood your position. Weaklings should act like weaklings. Either you live a lowly life or you die. Long Yang said as he slowly pulled out the scimitar on his back. At this moment, an unrivaled saber chi raged in the sky. A sea of sabers spread out behind him like purgatory. The aura of the peak of the venerable pulse reverberated in the surroundings. He looked straight at the blade and a saber chi burst out from it. A strong saber aura rose in the surroundings. My saber is supposed to cut down all obstacles on my path to becoming an emperor. Today, you ants will die under my saber. It's an insult to my saber. Long Yang shouted softly. The saber aura around him was fierce as he charged directly into the Qingfeng sect. I turned and left, picking up the 3 bone sabers. From now on, the world will be divided under my feet. That was the famous saying of Emperor Sandao. At this moment, the massacre in the Qingfeng sect began. Although Long Yang was only in the Venerable Pulse realm, the strongest person in the Qingfeng sect was also only in the Venerable Pulse realm. Everyone in the Qingfeng sect might have expected this day to come. They had prepared many measures in advance. There was a formation and several Venerable Pulse realm cultivators besieging them. Hundreds of disciples could crush a Venerable Pulse realm cultivator even if they used numbers. However, they had forgotten that there was a kind of person in this world called geniuses, or monsters. The Qingfeng sect is completely finished. Some passers-by who were watching the show sighed. Prince Long Yuan is ranked 8th on the Xinhua ranking, and he has such strength. Then, what kind of demeanor would the top few have? I'm old. It's the young people's world now. Su Zimo ignored the whispers of the passers-by. He just watched the massacre indifferently. The sun was high in the sky, and there was no rain. However, in the Qingfeng sect, a storm of blood was raging. The corpses were piled up as high as a mountain. After the upper echelons of the Qingfeng sect were all dead, the remaining disciples were like headless ants, waiting to be slaughtered. After a long time, all kinds of begging and screams gradually subsided in the Qingfeng sect. Everyone looked over in panic. Prince Long Yuan walked out of the sect slowly, his entire body drenched in blood. When Prince Long Yuan walked out of the Qingfeng sect, he stared at everyone who was watching the show. He said calmly, "Spread the news of the Qingfeng sect's destruction. Tell Xiaoting that I'm waiting for him to take revenge in the Long Yuan Empire." After Prince Long Yuan finished speaking, he picked up the flute that he carried with him and blew it twice. The dragon horse descended from the sky again and carried him away. Are all the geniuses of the central mainland so irritable? Su Zimo looked at Mingyi and asked with a smile. It's all right. It's just that Long Yang is used to being overbearing, Mingyi replied. Then what's the Saint Glory list that they were talking about? Su Zimo asked. It's a list that records all the young people in the Saint Glory domain who are qualified to fight for the mandate of heaven, Mingyi replied. Prince Long Yuan is ranked 8th. The 8th is already at the peak of the Venerable Pulse realm? Su Zimo said in surprise. The central mainland is indeed a little different from the other mainlands. The two of them did not stay any longer and left the Qingfeng sect's location, heading straight for the Jutian sect. 2 days later, Suzimo finally arrived at his destination. Jutian City. Jutian City was under the control of the Jutian sect, and it was also the most central city among the many cities that the Jutian sect controlled. This was because the Jutian sect was located behind the city. When Suzimo arrived at the city gate, it was probably the most prosperous city he had ever seen in the central mainland. The city was like a huge monster sitting there, and the walls on both sides extended for an unknown number of miles. The greenish-brown bricks disappeared into the distant horizon. There were 2 guards in black armor in front of the city gate. Other than the natives of the Jutian sect, anyone who entered the city had to pay an entrance fee. Suzimo and Mingi entered Jutian City and walked on the main street of the city. The bustling sounds and the noisy hawkers' cries mixed together. Suzimo wanted to go directly to the city lord's residence to lure the people of the Jutian sect out. However, just as the 2 of them entered the city, the surrounding commoners suddenly cried out in surprise. "Look, it's Prince Luohe!" shouted someone in the crowd. Then, everyone looked up at the sky. A handsome man in a white robe stepped through the air and flew over. The man was wearing a pure white silk scarf, and his long hair was tied up neatly in a bun. His eyes shone brightly as he held a book in his hands. Flying was not allowed in the skies above the heaven-severing sect. Young Master Luohe stopped at a place not far from the city gate. A group of people ran out of the city and someone came to pick him up. As young Master Luohe entered the city of absolute heaven, the residents on both sides started to discuss animatedly. There were even many young ladies who started to scream. "Interesting." Suzimo smiled. This young Master Luohe was indeed very famous in his previous life, and he had heard of his name before. "Lord Luohe, ranked 6th on the Saint Glory ranking," Mingi said from the side. "Looks like this absolute heaven city has been quite lively recently." As soon as Mingi's voice fell, another round of exclamations came from the crowd. "Isn't this Kai family's face too big? Even the devil child is here." Suzimo raised his head and looked at the position above the firmament. The sky was filled with demonic chi and ferocious ghost faces that were roaring from afar. The source of this demonic chi was a young man in a black robe. The young man had a pair of demonic horns on his head and an inverted triangle mark on his forehead. The aura of an Emperor Vane Realm cultivator surged in all directions. With the arrival of the young man, half of the sky was covered in demonic chi. His demonic chi was not pure, and it also contained some thick ghost chi and evil chi. Ba. At this moment, another Buddhist chant suddenly sounded. The Buddhist light that filled the sky tore through the demonic chi, and holy light filled half of the sky. A young monk with straight eyebrows and a tender face, wearing a kasaya, walked over from the horizon. "The Saint Buddha is here too. This is going to be lively." "Yeah, who doesn't know that the Saint Buddha and the devil child are old enemies?" Listening to the discussions of the passers-by, the Buddhist light and demonic chi in the sky were also opposing each other. Rumble. Explosions sounded all around. In the sky above absolute heaven city, countless cracks appeared in the space. "You 2 heaven's favorites, please wait a moment." Just then, a clear and melodious female voice suddenly rang out. "The 2 of you have come to our Kai family's tea party this time. I hope that you can give our Kai family some face and have a peaceful exchange with everyone." Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw a woman in a long red dress with exquisite makeup slowly walking out. The woman stepped into the air, and the long dress around her waist was like a rose in summer. It was bright, beautiful, and seductive as it slowly unfolded. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her eyes were extremely seductive. Her black eyelashes were gently trembling. Her cherry lips were a seductive deep red, and her lips were red and her teeth were white. At the edge of her dress, there were traces of oval-shaped lace embroidered. The collar and sleeves were specially tailored. "Who is this?" Seeing the woman's arrival, Suzimo asked in confusion. "I don't know either." Mingi shook his head slightly. Suzimo turned to ask a few passers-by. The passerby looked at Suzimo in surprise. "You don't know Kai Yuding, one of the 3 beauties of the Saint Flower Domain?" "I don't usually pay much attention to women," Suzimo said, shaking his head. "Are you still a man?" The passerby looked at Suzimo in surprise. Then, as if remembering something, he hurriedly took a few steps back to keep a distance from Suzimo. Suzimo was speechless and said, "I don't mean anything else. I just want to know what's going on in Absolute Heaven City recently. So many prodigies on the Saint Flower ranking have gathered here." "You don't know?" the passerby asked in surprise. The Kai family organized a tea party and invited almost all the young prodigies in the Saint Flower domain. Of course, I'm not sure how many people will come. Rather than calling it a tea party, it's actually just a gimmick. The main purpose is to give all the prodigies a chance to gather and interact. Suzimo nodded, then turned to look at Mingi and asked, "What's the background of the Kai family?" "I'm not sure. I've never heard of this force." Mingi shook his head and replied. The passerby smiled and said, "The Kai family is a first-rate force and is a subsidiary force of the Absolute Heaven sect. However, I heard that the Kai family seems to be related to the historical Celestial Emperor." "What kind of relationship?" Suzimo asked curiously. "It's said that the Celestial Emperor was once a disciple of the Kai family," the passerby replied. "Legend has it that when the Celestial Emperor was young, his talent was very poor and he was once expelled from the Kai family. Later, no one would have thought that he could bear the destiny of that era and become a great emperor. However, after he became a great emperor, he never returned to the Kai family. He also never admitted that he was related to the Kai family. As for whether the news is true or not, I don't know. It was only when Kai Yuding arrived that the Saint Arcane Child and the Ghost Demon Child stopped their fight. Out of respect for Miss Kai, I'll let you go this time." Devil Chi surged in Gue Mozi's eyes as he said indifferently. "One day, I will convert you." The holy Arhat retracted his Buddhist light and replied with a serious expression. "Please follow me. Many heaven's prides are already waiting for you in the tea garden," Kai Yuding replied with a smile. She was in a red dress and stood at the front. The fragrance of roses filled the entire street. The guards parted and led Gue Mozi and the Saint Arhat away. Only when they disappeared from sight did the people on the street come back to their senses and start talking. "Want to join in the fun?" Suzimo smiled. "I'm fine with anything," Mingi nodded. Suzimo asked around for the location of the Kai Manor. The Kai Manor was on the same street as the city lord's manor. Tea trees were planted all around the manor. It was said that the current head of the Kai Manor loved tea and had all kinds of precious tea leaves in his collection. The spring breeze blew with the tea trees and the fragrance of the tea leaves wafted around. Suzimo and his companion had just arrived at the entrance of the Kai Manor when they were stopped by the guards. "We're here for the tea appreciation banquet," Mingi said. "No one is allowed to enter without an invitation," the guard replied indifferently as he blocked the entrance. "So what if we don't have an invitation? Isn't the tea appreciation banquet inviting prodigies?" Suzimo said. "What? Are you looking down on me? If you don't leave, I'll have to arrest you," the guard said coldly. "What if I have to enter today?" Suzimo said calmly. As his voice fell, Mingi, who was beside him, waved his hands and directly grabbed the guard's neck and threw him out. "Since you're here to cause trouble, you should make it bigger." Suzimo narrowed his eyes. The guard was sent flying, and this scene immediately attracted the attention of the other members of the Kai family. A tall and sturdy middle-aged man in a blue robe walked out. "Commander Kai." The guard hurriedly explained when he saw the middle-aged man. "They didn't have an invitation from Miss, so they wanted to barge in. I tried to stop them, but not only did they not listen, they even took the opportunity to sneak attack me." Commander Kai frowned slightly. He stepped forward and asked, "Where are you from?" "The Horn of Darkness," Mingi calmly explained. Commander Kai's expression changed slightly. The Dark Horn was a gathering place for evil, and it was almost disliked by the entire Saint Flower domain. Commander Kai paused for a moment and asked, "Do you have an invitation?" "I don't have an invitation, but I heard that this tea party is a gathering of all the prodigies in the Saint Flower domain," Suzimo said with a smile. "There are millions of geniuses in the world, but how many of them have you heard of? It just so happens that I want to meet the geniuses of the Saint Flower domain and see if they're not as impressive as they seem." "Brother, aren't you being a little too arrogant?" A voice suddenly interrupted Suzimo's words. Suzimo turned around and saw a young man carrying a bamboo sword slowly walking over. Beside the youth with a bamboo sword, Prince Long Yuan walked over as well. "Who are you?" Su Zimo asked calmly. "I'm not talented, but I'm ranked 10th on the Saint Flower ranking. People call me Young Master Ping Jian," the young man replied with slight arrogance. "Oh, you're only ranked 10th. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and clicked his tongue as he shook his head. "What do you mean by that?" Young Master Ping Jian snorted coldly. "It seems that you don't know the influence of the Saint Flower ranking." "I don't need to know. Besides, what does your ranking have to do with me?" Su Zimo asked. "I don't mean anything else. It's just that from your tone, you don't seem to be from the Saint Flower domain. You also seem to be a little disdainful of the prodigies of the Saint Flower domain," young Master Ping Jian said. "Your words are a little too sinister. You're trying to put me on the opposite side of the entire Saint Flower domain," Su Zimo said with a smile. "But it doesn't matter. Let's not talk about the Saint Flower domain. In fact, I've never met a match from the younger generation. Since you're so confident, I'd like to exchange pointers with you." "May I?" Young Master Ping Jian asked calmly. "You're too weak." Su Zimo shook his head slightly. Hearing Su Zimo's words, young Master Ping Jian was stunned. Then, his face turned green with anger. Ever since he entered the top 10 of the Saint Flower ranking, he had been praised and flattered everywhere he went. Now, for the first time, someone actually said that he was too weak. "Brother, please enlighten me." Young Master Ping Jian calmed himself down and slowly pulled out his bamboo sword. On the other hand, Prince Long Yuan watched this scene with interest. Su Zimo smiled and shook his head helplessly. He really didn't think much of young Master Ping Jian's venerable pull strength. Young Master Ping Jian snorted coldly. He bent his waist slightly and took half a step back with his right leg. He leaned to the side and raised his right arm, which was holding the sword. The aura of the venerable pulse spread around him. A rumbling sound could be heard all around him. Behind young Master Ping Jian, his bamboo sword transformed into thousands of shadow swords. These shadow swords were like real bamboo swords. They were illusory and real, making it difficult to distinguish between them. As young Master Ping Jian slowly raised his bamboo sword, the thousands of shadow swords behind him emitted a shocking sword intent. The entire sky was filled with the scene of the sword prison being as vast as an ocean. Young Master Ping Jian snorted coldly. He took a step forward and charged at Su Zimo. The countless sword shadows behind him also waved, tearing through the layers of space as they charged with unparalleled might. Seeing the thousands of sword chi hissing, Su Zimo's long hair danced with the sword chi. He grinned. Su Zimo slowly extended his right hand. The spirit chi between heaven and earth instantly boiled. Boundless spirit chi condensed in his palm. A rumbling sound could be heard without end. As the spirit chi condensed and merged, Su Zimo slowly clenched his right hand. He gently clenched his fist, and it instantly exploded with a boom. The spirit chi storm wreaked havoc. The countless sword chi behind young Master Ping Jian instantly shattered into powder. Kacha-kacha sounds kept ringing out. At this moment, young Master Ping Jian was less than a meter away from Su Zimo. However, the bamboo sword in his hand had already shattered and disappeared. His white robes were also torn apart. His entire body was drenched in blood. Young Master Ping Jian raised his head slightly and looked at Su Zimo with some difficulty. As soon as he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not stand steadily and was about to fall. At this moment, a pair of large hands supported him. Young Master Ping Jian turned his head and saw Prince Long Yuan standing to the side. Prince Long Yuan looked at Su Zimo with a serious expression. "What? You want to spar with me too?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. "What are you doing at the door?" A group of people walked out of the Kai mansion. They were led by Kai Yuding. Young Mississippi Commander Kai regained his senses and hurriedly recounted what had just happened. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and felt lucky that he had not acted rashly. "How should I address you, young master?" Kai Yuding smiled as she walked up to Su Zimo and asked in a gentle voice. "Su Zimo, may I attend your tea party?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. He could even clearly smell the fragrance coming from her body. "Of course." It's my fault for not sending an invitation to Child Su in time. Kai Yuding bowed slightly and said apologetically. Her eyes were dark and her eyelashes fluttered. She looked at Su Zimo curiously. Not yet. Maybe you've never heard of my name before. Su Zimo shook his head and said calmly. But from now on, my name will resound throughout the entire Yuanyang continent. You won't be able to forget it even if you want to. Kai Yuding was stunned when she heard Su Zimo's words. She could feel the absolute confidence in Su Zimo's words. Let's wait and see. Kai Yuding smiled and turned to the crowd. The tea party is about to start. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go in. Under Kai Yuding's lead, everyone walked into the Kai residence. The place to enjoy tea was in the tea garden. The Kai family's tea garden was planted in an independent space. Su Zimo walked into the space. It was the season when the tea trees were ripe. The fragrance of various tea leaves wafted in the air. Looking around, the entire space was filled with all kinds of tea trees. There was the Azure Dragon 9 Pearls tea tree, the Sky River 7 Stars tea tree, all kinds of rare tea trees, even extinct in the outside world, could be found here. It was obvious that the Kai family had paid a huge price to run this tea garden. The space was connected to the outside world. Sunlight shone in. The thick branches cast shadows under the sunlight. Surrounded by these tea trees, there was a large pavilion in the center. At this moment, in the pavilion, a cool breeze blew past, and several tea tables were set up. Dozens of young geniuses had already arrived. These young men were all famous geniuses on the Saint Glory list. Any one of them would be very famous in the outside world. Some had swords hanging from their waists, some had machetes on their backs, and some were shrouded in cold air, freezing the space within a few meters. When Kai Yuding arrived with the crowd, everyone was basically gathered. There weren't many rules here. It was just a place for people to interact. The tea leaves on the table were all freshly picked and quickly stir-fried using a special method. Different tea leaves used different spring water and different teacups. After everyone was seated, the tea party began. On the opposite side of the pavilion, there was a specially dug pond. The water in the pond was so clear that the bottom could be seen. There were several special 7-leaf tea lotus trees planted in it. This kind of tea tree was similar to a lotus flower. It grew out of the mud without being stained. It was slender and elegant, and seemed to be admiring itself. One of the geniuses stood up and chuckled to the masses. I believe many of you here are not tea enthusiasts. It's too boring for us to gather here just to drink tea. Now that so many geniuses of the Saint Glory domain are here, the scenery here is pleasant. Why don't we have a spa in this tea tree pond? I agree. Brother Bo Hang is right. The other geniuses around nodded in agreement. The genius named Bo Hang smiled, stepped into the air, and took the lead. He stood in mid-air, wearing a green robe. He smiled and said to the crowd, I'll take the lead. Who wants to spar with me? The geniuses present looked at each other. A young man in a white shirt slowly walked out. It's young Master Luo He, someone said quickly. He's ranked 6th on the Saint Glory list. Young Master Luo He hasn't fought in a long time. I heard that on the day he was born, a scroll fell from the sky. It's the Luo He Heavenly Book, ranked 8th on the World Mysterious Object list. Young Master Luo He has long been one with the Luo He Heavenly Book. He's been reading the 4 books and 5 classics since he was young. He's also involved in tens of thousands of books in the world. Knowledge is the source of his power. At this moment, 2 people were standing in mid-air in the tea tree pond. The pond water rippled, and their long hair swayed without wind. Young Master Luo He, please enlighten me. Bo Hang chuckled. He opened the folding fan in his hand and waved it gently. A sharp sword condensed from spirit energy pierced through the layers of water. It brought along waves as it flew towards young Master Luo He. Spirit energy gathered around young Master Luo He, and a book slowly floated in front of him. As he flipped to the first page of the book, his powerful voice echoed in the surroundings. The book says that everything has a spirit. As soon as young Master Luo He finished speaking, the tea tree in the pond seemed to come alive. The sword chi that was coming towards him was directly shattered by the tea tree. Behind Bo Hang, a tea tree extended its branches and quickly wrapped around Bo Hang's entire body. Bo Hang was slightly startled and instantly broke free from the tea tree's entanglement. He shook his head and sighed. Your heavenly book's attack is really hard to defend against. I'm half a move behind, so I'm willing to be at a disadvantage. Let's not compete. Looking at the exchange in the field, Su Zimo finished the tea in his cup in one gulp. Then, he stood up and stepped into the center of the pond. Is there anyone from the Absolute Heaven sect present? As soon as Su Zimo finished speaking, a purple-robed young man slowly stood up. I'm the current Absolute Heaven sect's holy son. What business do you have? I'm here to destroy the sect, so let's start with you, holy son. Su Zimo smiled slightly, pointed at the purple-robed young man, and said indifferently. Get out here. You're the one who's going to destroy the sect? The purple-robed young man frowned slightly. Some time ago, there was indeed a rumor in the sect that someone was going to destroy the Absolute Heaven sect. However, that person did not appear for a long time, so many disciples thought that it was just a boast. Child Su, can you give me some face and not mention personal grudges in today's tea party? Kai Yuding said with an embarrassed expression. But I'm here to cause trouble, Su Zimo said. Of course, I'm only here for the Absolute Heaven sect's holy son. I won't implicate the innocent. You don't have to be afraid. Afraid? A prodigy present snorted coldly. Aren't you being too arrogant? Trash, please sit down first. Don't be so agitated. Su Zimo waved his hand and slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow on his back. At this moment, the aura of a peak Emperor Realm cultivator reverberated throughout the entire tea garden. In the tea tree pool below, there was an explosion, and countless huge waves surged in all directions. When the power of the Emperor Meridian Realm reverberated in the surroundings, some of the prodigy's expressions changed slightly. The Emperor Meridian Realm was indeed a watershed. On the Saint Glory ranking, only the top 5 prodigies had broken through to the Emperor Meridian Realm. Even Prince Luo he was still at the peak of the Venerable Meridian Realm. Su Zimo drew out the tyrannical shadow, which was burning with lightning and fire. He pointed at the purple-robed youth in the pavilion and said, Do you want to come out and die, or do you want me to kill you? Do you really want to be enemies with my Absolute Heaven sect? The purple-robed youth said calmly. You talk too much. Su Zimo snorted coldly. He stepped into the air and directly slashed at the purple-robed youth. You're too presumptuous. The Absolute Heaven Saint's expression changed slightly. He gathered his spirit chi and also raised his fist to meet the attack. With a bang, spirit chi exploded around the two of them. The secluded pavilion instantly split open from the middle. The Absolute Heaven Saint's body broke the pillars of several pavilions in a row. In the end, he fell heavily into the last pavilion. Traces of the lightning and fire still remained in the air. Everyone turned around and saw the Absolute Heaven Saint's face was pale, and his body was badly mutilated. He stood up from the ground with some difficulty. Child Su, this matter ends here. This is a tea party hosted by my Kai family. We have to take responsibility for it, Kai Yuding said with an ugly expression. Beside her was an old man. This old man stood in front of Su Zimo, his Saint Meridian Realm aura surging around him. The old man squinted at Su Zimo and said, Since you're the one who caused this trouble, I have to hand over the Absolute Heaven sect. To appease the saint's anger, I can only capture you and hand you over to the Absolute Heaven sect. As the old man spoke, he waved his hand. The Saint Meridian Realm aura descended and directly grabbed at Su Zimo. 11th move of the Tao querying technique, Blood of the Firmament. Su Zimo slowly drew out the tyrannical shadow in the midst of the lightning and fire. A smear of blood was like a pulsating note, flickering on the endless sharp blade. The blade, which was a few feet wide, rolled up a sea of blood and descended. The sea of blood drowned all evil and hatred. At the same time, Su Zimo activated the 5 desolate spirit transformations. He slashed out with his saber. At this moment, the endless space collapsed. It was as if daybreak had been split apart. Everyone only felt that this saber was very slow, but it was such a slow saber. The Saint Bloodline expert from the Kai clan was unable to dodge. The giant hand made of spiritual chi collided with the tyrannical shadow. Su Zimo let out a muffled groan and retreated 3 to 4 steps. As for the Saint Bloodline Realm Elder, he was sent flying. Seeing this scene, everyone was instantly shocked. To be able to fight a Saint Bloodline expert head-on with an Emperor Bloodline expert and even suppress a Saint Bloodline expert, even the top few on the Saint Bloodline ranking would not be able to achieve such strength. Everyone stared at Su Zimo, wondering where this freak came from. Su Zimo glanced at the old man before turning his head to look at all the geniuses present. He said sternly, "I said that you are all trash. Who objects?" "You've gone too far," a genius gritted his teeth and said angrily. "Don't be rash. Can't you see that even a Saint Bloodline expert can't do anything to him?" another genius warned. Su Zimo smiled in disdain and walked towards the absolute heaven saint. Bah. At this moment, the saint walked out and blocked Su Zimo's path. "Benefactor, you're too vicious. I'm willing to be your guide." "You?" Su Zimo chuckled and slashed down with his saber. Raging fire mixed with the torrent of energy. The saint stood where he was with a solemn expression. He put his palms together and quickly chanted scriptures. The Buddhist light around him shone brightly, and his true fate appeared behind him. The aura of an Emperor Bloodline expert spread out. A Saint Buddha shadow appeared behind him in the void. The Saint Buddha looked majestic. His entire body seemed to be plated with a layer of gold. The golden light around him shone brightly, enveloping the entire tea garden. When the tyrannical shadow slashed at the Saint Buddha, there was a buzz and it was instantly repelled. The Saint Buddha opened his eyes. Like an angry Vajra, the surrounding spiritual chi and space exploded. "Who is this guy looking down on?" Guamozi said coldly. "Maybe we're not his match in a one-on-one fight, but if we attack together, we'll make him pay for his shameless words." As Guamozi spoke, the spiritual chi around him surged. He looked at the Saint Buddha and said indifferently, "If it weren't for the reputation of the Saint Flower Domain's geniuses, I wouldn't have joined you. I won't join forces with you." As soon as he finished speaking, his true fate appeared behind him. It was a ferocious devil shadow. This devil was covered in evil chi. His face was ferocious, like the magma of an erupting volcano. It was red and eye-catching. This devil was full of evil chi. Its body was huge, as if it had walked out of ancient dust. "I'll go too, Prince Luo," he said softly. He stepped on the guardrail of the pavilion and stepped into the air. The Luo He Heavenly Book condensed in front of him. He flipped to the first page of the Heavenly Book and began to speak loudly. The book says that all attributes of heaven and earth can be bestowed with spirits. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding spirit chi instantly went berserk. A ball of earth core fire rose from the ground. Above the sky, a bolt of lightning fell at the same time. The earth core fire and the lightning merged together. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Explosions sounded all around. With a tiger's roar, the flames and lightning condensed into the shape of a tiger. Within the tiger's body, the blazing flames and violent lightning exploded at the same time. The surrounding space was completely shattered. At this moment, in the tea garden, the Saint Buddha was glaring angrily, the devil was roaring ferociously, and the thunder tiger was roaring at the sky. When these three behemoths appeared, the entire tea garden was covered by them. This small world was already unstable and was shaking. No matter how the Kai family members shouted at the side, no one paid any attention to them. The other skyprites hid at the side and watched this earth-shattering battle. How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the moon? Su Zimo chuckled. He held the tyrannical shadow in his hand and stepped into the air from the horizon. As he stepped into the air, with every step he took, the space under his feet would shatter because it could not withstand the pressure. With every step he took, the aura around Su Zimo's body grew stronger. When he stepped into the air and faced the three of them from afar, his aura had already faintly suppressed the three of them. Behind Su Zimo, the shadow of a heavenly snake slowly appeared. This was the phenomenon of him using the heavenly snake's 6 transformations. Looking at the three behemoths opposite him, Su Zimo chuckled. At this moment, as he drew his saber, a dragon's roar resounded behind him. Azure Dragon's 7 transformations. When the 7th transformation was used, the shadow of a heavenly snake behind Su Zimo also shed its skin and advanced. As the dragon's roar shook the heaven and earth, an incomparably huge azure dragon spiraled behind Suzimo's back. The azure dragon's eyes were gloomy, and its whiskers were more than a meter long. The scales on it were extremely hard, and at this moment, the azure dragon's body was shining brightly. Suzimo's aura soared into the sky, and the tyrannical shadow in his hand slashed down forcefully. With a boom, the surrounding space was completely shattered. The extreme air exploded under the compression and condensation, shattering into countless air arrows. The thunder tiger in the sky didn't even have time to react before it was completely cut in half by the tyrannical shadow. Thunder roared and fire spread. Beside him, young Master Luo he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the Luo he heavenly book in his hand also shattered. Ignoring young Master Luo he's miserable state, Suzimo directly punched the demon next to him as the tyrannical shadow slashed down. His punch landed heavily on the demon's face. The demon roared and took a few steps back. Under Guemozi's control, the demon took a step forward. His face, which seemed to be flowing with molten lava, was met with boiling heat. The demon punched down, and the surrounding space was completely torn apart. The entire sky was filled with pitch-black demonic energy, and the fist was magnified in front of his eyes. Suzimo snorted and tilted his body slightly, dodging the punch. He grabbed the demon's right arm with both hands, and the azure dragon's shadow behind him roared. With Suzimo's angry roar, the demon's arm was torn off. Hearing Guemozi's screams, Suzimo laughed loudly. He grabbed the demon's other arm with both hands and tore it apart again. Guemozi's screams continued to ring out, and he felt as if his true fate was being torn apart. It was as if someone was cutting up his soul. It was a kind of pain that came from the inside out. Seeing Guemozi rolling on the ground and wailing, the Saint Buddha's expression changed drastically. Previously, he had been controlling the Saint Buddha to attack, but Suzimo blocked it all. At this moment, as the lightning tiger was slashed apart, the demon was forcibly torn into a crippled state. Suzimo was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. He picked up the tyrannical shadow again. The 11th stance of the Tao querying, Firmament's blood, tore the angry immortal Buddha into pieces in an instant. Suzimo did not slow down, and the tyrannical shadow went for Saint Arhat again. Child Su, stay your hand. This sage Arhat is from the Buddhist kingdom. You can't kill him. Kai Yuding shouted anxiously from the side. Today, anyone who dares to obstruct my path, even the great emperors are no exception. Suzimo snorted coldly. That boundless aura of his suppressed the Saint Arhat, rendering him unable to move. The tyrannical shadow brought with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It slashed down from top to bottom, unparalleled. The earth rumbled and exploded. As the Saint Arhat screamed in terror, the blade landed on his forehead. Boundless power completely annihilated his entire body. On the ground where he stood, a bottomless ravine appeared. This ravine extended all the way to the periphery of the space of the tea garden, and even tore a hole in the space. This guy really killed the Saint Arhat. Someone mumbled to himself. He's really daring. This guy is a madman. Let's stay away from him. At the same time, he offended Prince Luohi, the ghost demon child, and the 3 imperial lineage behind the Saint Arhat. He even threatened to destroy the Absolute Heaven sect. He's digging his own grave. Fighting for imperial lineage alone? Even if he has 10 lives, it won't be enough. Hearing the discussions around him, Suzimo shook his head and smiled. His body was covered in blood. He picked up the tyrannical shadow, which was covered in blood, and walked towards the Absolute Heaven Saint. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on him. Suzimo turned to look at everyone and shouted hysterically, I said, you're all trash. Who dares to object? Many people were so frightened that their bodies trembled. Some people lowered their heads, not even daring to look directly into Suzimo's eyes. When Suzimo's gaze landed on the Absolute Heaven Saint, the other party swallowed hard. His originally heavily injured body kept retreating. Suzimo walked forward step by step. At this moment, everyone was watching from the side, and no one dared to say anything. After all, the Saint Arhat's bloody lesson was right in front of him. When Suzimo walked in front of the Absolute Heaven Saint, the other party was scared silly. At this moment, there was a loud shout not far away. Evil person, let go of the absolute heaven sex saint. This voice was so angry that it shook the entire small world. Suzimo turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in a green robe walking over. The aura of the Saint Arhat surged around him. The whole small world was making bang 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 noises. Suzimo looked at the prodigy next to him and asked, "Who is this?" "The city lord of Absolute Heaven City, Wei Wuhai," that prodigy hurriedly replied. Wei Wuhai stood in the air and stared at Suzimo. He said sternly, "Hurry up and let go of the Absolute Heaven Sex Saint. I've already reported to the Heavenly Sect, and they will immediately send people over. This city has already been surrounded, and you can't escape. If you surrender now, you still have a chance to live." "Surrender?" Suzimo laughed. "Shouldn't you be worried about your own safety now?" As Suzimo's voice fell, Mingi directly made his move. His divine vein aura spread out, and his right hand instantly grabbed Wei Wuhai's neck. It was as easy as killing an ant. "What are you doing?" "I'm the city lord of Absolute Heaven City." Crack! As a bloody mist sprayed out like a bright flower blooming, Wei Wuhai's neck was directly broken. The Absolute Heaven Saint at the side trembled in fear. At that moment, the spirit chi in the world suddenly surged. A circular array formation appeared on the horizon. Under the condensation of the boundless spiritual energy, the heavens and earth rumbled and exploded. "This is a teleportation formation," a prodigy at the side said in surprise. "Someone connected the teleportation formation here and wants to land." Mingi glanced at Suzimo, only to see Suzimo shaking his head slightly. He said, "Let them come." At that moment, the wind blew and the clouds rolled in the sky, and the entire sky changed color. As the circular formation gathered enough spiritual energy, a boom sound was heard. A space-time tunnel exploded in front of them. 3 figures walked out of the tunnel. 3 divine vein auras soared into the sky from the 3 of them, shaking the entire sky. Seeing such a scene, Suzimo chuckled and said, "Looks like I didn't pay enough attention to these people." He walked forward step by step under the gazes of all the prodigies present. Suzimo turned to look at the dumbfounded Kaiyuting. He smiled and said, "Maybe after today, my name will resound like thunder in everyone's ears. It will spread throughout the entire central continent. Your Excellency, are you the one who threatened to destroy my heaven-severing sect?" The 3 divine vein realm elders arrived. The gray-robed elder in the middle asked. "That's right." Suzimo grabbed the Absolute Heaven Saint and stepped into the air, facing the 3 of them. The moment the sky prides below saw the appearance of the 3 old men, they began to discuss amongst themselves in astonishment. "They must be the previous sect masters of the Absolute Heaven sect." "That's right. They're the 3 sect masters, Zhu Hen, Zhu Huang, and Zhu Mia. It seems like the Absolute Heaven sect paid a huge price this time to awaken the 3 previous sect masters from the dusty blood coffin. Who is this guy? How can he be so confident? If he doesn't die this time, I'm afraid our Saint Flower domain will have another ruthless person. I wonder how he compares to Yu Huang and Xiao Bufan?" Putting aside the discussions of the people below for the time being, the clouds in the sky were swirling. Zhu Huang looked at Suzimo and said indifferently, "Let go of my sex saint, and there's still room for negotiation." "Is that so?" Suzimo smiled evilly and tore off the Absolute Heaven Saint's arm. As the fresh blood scattered, the Absolute Heaven Saint wailed in pain. Zhu Huang's pupils shrank, and his divine pulse aura spread out like a surging river. "You seem to be very confident." "I've always been confident." Suzimo smiled and tore off the Absolute Heaven Saint's legs. "How dare you, but I'm afraid you're conceited." The 3 divine pulse elders roared and charged towards Suzimo. Suzimo chuckled and waved his right hand. Hun Dun's huge body appeared in front of him. The space in front of him shattered, and a wave of air rushed into the sky. The moment Hun Dun appeared, someone below asked in surprise, "What's that?" A sky pride stared for a long time and finally said, "It might be a pulse beast." "Pulse beast?" Someone was shocked. "I've seen desolate bloodline monsters before, but it's the first time I've seen such an ancient monster." Many people looked at Suzimo's back, which seemed to be shrouded in layers of fog. He became even more mysterious. To be able to treat a divine vein realm demonic beast as his vein beast, his identity was definitely not simple. The moment Han Dan appeared, the three divine pulse realm elders also had solemn expressions. Their true fate appeared behind them. Their aura was so powerful that it felt as if the heavens and earth were about to crumble. Han Dan fought 1 against 3, and with the help of Mingi, he was able to suppress the 3 divine vein realm elders. "Kill me, I beg you, kill me." The absolute heaven saint beside him was on the verge of death. His entire body had long been dyed red with blood. Without his arms and legs, he was like a pile of mud, lying on the ground and begging Suzimo. "Don't worry, you can slowly die in this painful struggle." Suzimo smiled and looked at the teleportation array beside him. The teleportation array did not send anyone over. Suzimo's aura was awe-inspiring, and the tyrannical shadow was raised above his head. An unrivaled saber aura slashed down from above. With a boom, the teleportation array completely collapsed. On the other side, the battle was very tragic. Han Dan was almost exchanging injuries for injuries in the battle. He was not afraid of getting injured. Compared to the demonic beast's astonishing defense, the 3 divine pulse realm elders were clearly in a sorry state. Their robes were torn apart. Under Han Dan's wave after wave of attacks, they were already at the end of their rope. "Zhu Huang, this matter is a little troublesome," Zhu Han said with a frown. "Zhu Mia and I will hold them back. Hurry back to the sect and report to the sect master. Let them prepare in advance." "But if I leave, what will happen to the 2 of you?" Zhu Huang asked quickly. "You don't have to care about us. Anyway, our old bones have been lying in the dusty blood coffin for long enough." Zhu Han shook his head. As soon as he said that, Zhu Han's aura instantly became stronger. He was practically burning the little essence blood in his body to fight. "Hurry up and leave," Zhu Mia also roared and charged at Han Dan. Seeing this scene, Zhu Huang did not hesitate. His essence blood burned all over his body. It was as if his entire body was covered in a red mist. He escaped at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Seeing Zhu Huang leave, Mingi wanted to chase after him but was stopped by Suzimo. "No need. Plus, you can't catch up with him even if he burns his essence blood." Without Zhu Huang's participation, the other 2 elders' defense became more and more difficult. The 2 of them had a majestic aura. The surrounding space was constantly shattering and then recovering on its own. Waves of spatial turbulence swept over. Behind the 2 old men, their true fates were on the verge of collapsing. Finally, Han Dan attacked again. The 2 pairs of thin wings on its back closed together. The innate talent on its stomach shot out an aurora and directly hit Zhu Han. At this moment, there was a boom and the true fate behind Zhu Han completely shattered. Seeing Zhu Han's falling figure, Zhu Mia roared in grief. Then, he felt a piercing pain from his waist. Mingi's attack had hit him unknowingly. The divine vein realm was an existence that ignited the godly fire. Only when the godly fire was completely extinguished would they die. If the godly fire existed, even a drop of blood could be revived. This was the strength of this realm. Under Han Dan's attack, the godly fire in Zhu Han's body was already on the verge of being extinguished. As his body fell, Zhu Han felt that he had no strength to struggle at all. His consciousness was blurry and he was about to fall asleep. He knew that he was on the verge of death. Ever since he entered the divine vein realm, he had not felt this way for a long time. The last time something like this happened was, at this moment, his pupils shrank. When he was fighting for the heavens with Emperor Xianxia. At that time, he was also in high spirits. He was the saint of extreme heaven of that era. He also had high hopes and fought for the heavens with that man called Xianxia. Unfortunately, the path to becoming an emperor was difficult. The white bones of the heavens' prides covered the ground, as if they were silently trying to say something. He was lucky. Although he did not inherit the heavens' will, he was lucky to survive. Later on, he became the sect master of Extreme Heaven Sect. When his lifespan reached its limit, he still had not stepped into the immortal Tao. In the end, he could only helplessly enter the dust-blood coffin. His life was full of excitement, but there were also many things that made people sigh. At this moment, as his consciousness became more and more blurry, the godly fire in Zhu Han's body finally extinguished. When Zhu Han and Zhu Mia's corpses fell to the ground, everyone's soul seemed to have been shaken. Su Zimo descended from the sky. After sweeping his gaze across everyone present, he said to Hun Dun, "Let's go to Absolute Heaven Sect." Hun Dun carried the two corpses on his shoulders. The spirit chi around them surged as they stepped into the air. Seeing this scene, the youths present started to discuss noisily. "I'm afraid the world is about to change. They really dare to go to Absolute Heaven Sect. Quickly spread this news. Let's go and take a look. I think he's going to fall. An imperial lineage is not as simple as you think. Moreover, it's a sect with two emperors. What's the point of saying so much? We'll know once we follow them." The battle at Absolute Heaven Sect was immediately reported back to their respective sects by the saints. At this moment, a storm began to blow around Absolute Heaven City. Although it did not spread throughout the entire Saint Flower domain immediately, it still caused an uproar. Many people rushed to Absolute Heaven City to see this battle. Even in many imperial lineage, the higher-ups gathered in the sect's conference hall. In the center of the hall, a mirror floated in the air, reflecting the location of Absolute Heaven Sect. The image in the mirror began to change clearly. Absolute Heaven Sect was located behind Absolute Heaven City. It was a mountain that was shrouded in fog all year round. The mountain towered into the clouds. To the people in the vicinity of Absolute Heaven City, this was a holy land. It represented authority. Back then, Absolute Heaven Great Emperor appeared out of nowhere and established a sect here. This power seemed to have appeared out of thin air. It appeared overnight and controlled the surrounding fertile land. With the support of Absolute Heaven Great Emperor, one could not say that it was the strongest power here. However, in the entire Saint Flower domain, the Heaven-Severing sect had indeed left a mark of its own. The white fog that filled the sky shrouded the surrounding mountains. Looking down from above, the location of the Absolute Heaven sect was extremely vast. White cranes spread their wings in the clouds, and birds screeched in the clouds. Palaces stood next to each other, standing in rows between heaven and earth. The architectural styles were different and ostentatious. The mountain peak soared into the sky. Some people sat on the mountain peak to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, while others held their swords at the bottom of the mountain peak. The sword prison was like an ocean. To the disciples of the Heaven-Severing sect, this was a very ordinary day. This continued until Elder Ju Huang, whose entire body was covered in blood, returned. Until a loud bang resounded in everyone's hearts, shaking everyone's eardrums. Only when the fog that had shrouded the sky sect for several years was dispelled did people raise their heads in surprise. This behemoth that had been silent for 1,000 years was being invaded for the first time. The sect protection formation was activated, and all the higher-ups, led by sect master Ju Wuming, stepped into the air. They faced each other from a distance, staring at the incoming enemy. The corpses of the two patriarchs, Ju Hen and Ju Mia, were thrown into the celestial sect. This seemed to be the invaders' provocation and trampling on the sky sect's dignity. How long has it been since there was a battle in the Xinhua domain? I didn't expect someone to challenge the Ju Tian sect as soon as they arrived. Some of the old antiques who were watching the battle in secret were discussing it with great interest. Yeah, there's still some time before the heavenly will is formed. The water in this world is getting muddier and muddier. The current sect master of the Ju Tian sect, Ju Wuming, was surging with the aura of a peak Saint Vane. He was not the strongest person in the sect, but he had extraordinary judgment and leadership skills. Ju Wuming looked at Su Zimo and asked coldly in an indifferent tone, "I wonder how my Ju Tian sect has offended you. Why do you insist on fighting to the death today?" Su Zimo shook his head and smiled. "I took someone's money to get rid of a disaster for them. I was just asked to do so." He stepped into the air. On his left and right, Hun Dun and Mingyi looked calm. The aura of the divine Vane realm surged around him silently, causing the entire world to explode. "You were asked to do so by the people of the Celestial Clan, right?" Ju Wuming said indifferently. "I knew that the people of that clan were not completely wiped out. They will eventually become a big problem." Ju Wuming stared at Su Zimo and replied, "Your so-called taking someone's money is because the remnants of the Celestial Clan used the Tree of Life to exchange with you. You know quite a lot." Su Zimo chuckled. "After all, other than that, they don't have anything else left," Ju Wuming replied indifferently. I think you might have been deceived by the people of the celestial clan. What kind of existence is the tree of life? It's a species that has existed since the beginning of the era. Even if you find it, it's useless. You can't get it at all. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, Suzimo said. I'm only here to exterminate the clan. You don't need to teach me anything else. Suzimo waved his right hand, and Hundan's huge body roared in the air. Its claw landed heavily, and the heaven-severing Sect's grand protective array exploded with a rumbling sound. Layers of ripples appeared on the surface of the barrier. As Hundan continued to attack, the surface of the great protective array shook even more violently. However, this great protective array was not simple. With Hundan's strength, it would take a long time to break it. Ju Wuming narrowed his eyes and looked at the situation outside, then said to the elder beside him. You look after this place. I'm going to visit the ancestor. The elder hurriedly nodded. Some people struggled and ran on the road to becoming an emperor. Some people retired to the mountains and lived in seclusion after failing. For those who failed to fight for the mandate of heaven, becoming an immortal might be the end of their fate. In a valley filled with birds and fragrant flowers, a man in a white robe and a woman in a lush flower dress stood in front of the river. It was spring here all year round. The sun was bright here. There was a small bridge over flowing water, and the water slowly flowed through the valley. The river was so clear that one could see the bottom, and the water at the bottom of the river flowed quietly. Not far from the river, an ordinary wooden house was built on the ground. All kinds of flowers and trees were planted around the wooden house. When these flowers and trees bloomed, they could be seen everywhere. When the flowers bloomed, the butterflies around flapped their wings and danced here. The human world was full of flowers in April. The woman in the flower dress sat on a round stone by the river. The man in the white robe stood in front of an easel, drawing the portrait of his beloved woman stroke by stroke. He raised his head slightly, and the two looked at each other and smiled. Warmth and happiness filled the air with the wind. At this moment, a bugle horn suddenly sounded. This bugle horn was melodious and loud, and it created layers of ripples in the entire space. The quiet river suddenly sped up, and the sound of water splashing could be heard. Even the dancing butterflies were frightened and flew off into the distance. Wait for me. The man in the white robe frowned and looked outside the space. He then turned his head and smiled at the woman in the flower dress. I'll go take a look. I'll be back soon. The flower-dressed woman pursed her lips and nodded. The white-robed man put down the brush in his hand. The moment he turned around, his immortal aura soared into the sky. His white robe rustled along with the windless aura. He left behind a back view. And that unfinished painting. The spring breeze passed quietly on the paper. Little did they know that this was the end of the road. Outside the heaven-severing sect, cracks had already appeared on the sect's grand protective formation. The aura of the peak of the chaos divine vein realm surrounded the surroundings, constantly shattering space under its attacks. The heaven-severing sect's people could only hide inside and watch. No one dared to come out and stop it. In the distant horizon, the white-robed man accompanied by Ju Wuhai walked over step by step. The white-robed man waved his hand, and the chaos divine vein realm's huge body was sent flying. Its body heavily crashed into a nearby mountain peak, and with a boom, there was a loud explosion. The mountain peak was actually directly broken in half. Remove the sect's grand protective formation, the white-robed man said indifferently. As the barrier around the heaven-severing sect was removed, both the heaven-severing sect's disciples and the spectators outside were shocked. At this moment, they were all looking at the white-robed man's figure with shock. To be able to send a peak divine vein realm monster flying with a wave of his hand, this was definitely not an ordinary entering immortal. Is this our heaven-severing sect, Laozu? A disciple asked excitedly. Which Laozu is this? I'm not too sure. Our heaven-severing sect has 2 emperors. Its foundation is too deep. There were also a few disciples who had studied the sect's history and pondered. A disciple seemed to have thought of something and shouted loudly. It's Laozu, Fu Tian. I've seen a portrait of Laozu in the sect's ancestral hall before. It's exactly the same. There's no mistaking it. Fu Tian, this is the general of the heaven-severing great emperor. In the great halls of the imperial lineage outside, an ancient existence was secretly guessing through the shadow mirror. In the history of the heaven-severing great emperor's fame, Futian might never be forgotten. The people of the heaven-severing sect were like caged birds. Between death and reproduction, they would never be able to escape that tragic fate. There was a group of people who didn't believe in fate. They were unwilling to succumb to this absurd rule of reproduction. Thus, a group of people from the Tian clan, who were called traitors, left the home that they had lived in for generations. They went to the central continent to unite with the humans and escape this laughable and ignorant fate. Among this group of people, there were two people. Absolute Heaven and Overturning Heaven. Perhaps they did not have this title at that time, but there was no doubt that they followed the traitors and left the Tian clan. The two of them were best friends and also competitors. At the same time, they both had high hopes placed on them. A storm swept through almost half of the Yuanyang continent. At that time, the mandate of heaven was carried out under the torrential rain. The two of them fought until the very end. At the final moment of Tian Ming's life, shrouding sky Laozu pushed absolute heaven towards Tian Ming's position. Meanwhile, he had blocked all the other competitors by himself. This was an inconceivable behavior, and no one understood it until now. Why would the competitive Futian Laozu give up the mandate of heaven and end his own path of martial arts? In the end, he was willing to become a green leaf. However, it was undeniable that when the people of Absolute Heaven sect mentioned Absolute Heaven Great Emperor, they would always avoid looking at shrouding sky Laozu. This person had practically run through Absolute Heaven Great Emperor's life. At this moment, in the outside world, shrouding sky Laozu was walking on air, and a vast and mighty immortal pressure spread out from his body. The entire Absolute Heaven sect and even Absolute Heaven City were under this suffocating immortal pressure. Shrouding sky Laozu's gaze swept across everyone present, and those who were watching the show in the distance only felt their bodies stiffen. It was as if the depths of their souls were trembling, and the blood in their bodies froze. Your Excellency wants to exterminate the Tian clan? Shrouding sky Laozu looked at Su Zimo and said calmly. Yes. Su Zimo nodded calmly. I feel the aura of the leaf of life on your body. What is your relationship with the Tian clan? Shrouding sky Laozu asked with a frown. You don't know? Su Zimo said in surprise. What do you mean? Shrouding sky Laozu was puzzled and turned to look at Zhu Wuming. Zhu Wuming's expression changed greatly. He was silent for a long time and stammered, unable to speak. What exactly happened? Shrouding sky Laozu asked indifferently. We exterminated the Tian clan. After a long time, Zhu Wuming finally replied in a low voice. What? Shrouding sky Laozu's body shook, and his expression changed greatly. The aura around his body also fluctuated violently. Who told you to do this? Shrouding sky Laozu asked sternly. It was me. A voice shook the sky and echoed between heaven and earth. An old man in a green robe walked over from the distance. This old man had a sage-like demeanor, white hair, and a youthful face. The aura of an undying immortal fluctuated around his body. Rolling immortal pressure reverberated majestically. He walked over in the air with a green longsword on his back. Zhu Dao. Shrouding sky Laozu saw the old man in green robe arrive and called out in a low voice. Hearing Shrouding sky Laozu's words, the onlookers also burst into an uproar. Zhu Dao Laozu, that's heaven punishing great emperor's general. Someone said in disbelief. The two great Laozus of the heaven punishing sect are both here. Today is really an eye-opener. Who told you to exterminate the Tian clan? Shrouding sky asked indifferently. Laozu. The old man in green robe called Zhu Dao looked at Shrouding sky and greeted first. After all, when Shrouding sky Laozu followed heaven punishing great emperor to carry the mandate of heaven, even heaven punishing great emperor wasn't born. Let alone him. What's wrong with exterminating the Tian clan? Zhu Dao Laozu calmly replied. I only asked them to hand over the leaf of life. I originally wanted to raise them. Unfortunately, they didn't know how to cherish it and insisted on fighting to the end. In the end, it led to the tragedy of their clan being exterminated. Don't you think that the leaf of life is a waste in their hands? You. Shrouding Sky Laozu pointed at Zhu Dao Laozu, so angry that his face turned green and he was speechless. Let's deal with the trouble in front of us first, Laozu said indifferently as he stared at Su Zimo. Shrouding Sky Laozu's gaze turned cold and he coldly snorted, after we deal with this matter, I will personally capture you and bring you to the survivors of the Tian clan to beg for forgiveness. Forget about your so-called pity, the Daoist ancestor replied disdainfully. I say, the two of you don't need to argue. Today, neither of you will be able to leave, Su Zimo said indifferently, interrupting the two's conversation. Ignorant brat, you only know how to talk big, Laozu coldly said. Su Zimo smiled. At this moment, devil chi filled the entire sky. This part of the world was instantly sealed. Those who were watching from the outside also couldn't see anything. 5 strands of immortal might spread out from different directions amidst the surging devil chi. The mighty immortal pressure stirred up the entire sky. When the 5 celestial pressures spread out at the same time, everyone in the heaven-severing sect raised their heads, their faces full of shock. The black fog covered the entire sky. The people outside had no idea what was happening and could only worry. Inside the black fog, the 5 immortal pressures combined to suppress the heaven-severing sect. 5 immortal ascension stage cultivators stepped out from the void, the powerful immortal pressure around them threatening to overturn the heavens. 5 ascending immortals, the people from the heaven-severing sect cried out in despair. What kind of concept was this? Many people had probably never seen so many powerhouses in their lives. When these 5 ascending immortals appeared at the same time, the shock it brought was easy to imagine. The 5 ascending immortals were all dressed in white robes and had the demeanor of a transcendent being. Their vast immortal pressure was like a great wave washing away sand, sweeping up monstrous waves of chi. 2 of them were immortal kings, while the other 2 were profound immortals. The old man standing in the middle had the strongest aura. He was an undying immortal stage powerhouse. Greetings, Your Excellency, seeing Su Zimo appear, the 5 bowed slightly and greeted him. Su Zimo nodded with a smile. These 5 people were from the Divine Gate. When Su Zimo left the old territory, he asked the God Emperor for them. Although he had Baimont, he was not afraid of the heaven-severing sect. But since he wanted to destroy the sect, Su Zimo did not want to go through too much trouble. He directly used his strongest power to deal with them. He did not let these 5 people come out because he was afraid of alerting the enemy. If the heaven-severing sect ran away without fighting, it would be a little boring. When the 5 ascending immortals all came out, Absolute Dao Laozu and Futian Laozu's expressions changed greatly. Your Excellency, Futian Laozu looked at Su Zimo in shock and asked, Who are you? Why ask so many questions when I'm the one who will destroy the sect? Su Zimo smiled. He stood at the highest point, ignoring Mingi's dumbfounded expression. He waved his hand and said indifferently, Today, don't let a single person from the heaven-severing sect go. As Su Zimo's voice fell, the auras of the 5 ascension immortals surged. The endless immortal light was like the Milky Way hanging upside down in the 9 heavens. Rumble. The sky was completely shattered because it couldn't withstand the attack of the extreme power. 5 beams of celestial light descended from the sky. 5 cultivators who had just entered the celestial plane shattered the space with a single step, charging straight into the celestial severing sect. Activate the Great Sect Protection Formation. Shadian Laozu roared. Then, he took the lead and stepped into the air to fight the 5 people. Juadao Laozu frowned slightly and pulled out the 3-foot-long sword at his waist. A 9-foot-long aurora burst out from the tip of the sword. The sword light fell from the 9 heavens, splitting half of the firmament. Absolute Dao Laozu also raised his sword and furiously rushed over. The 7 of them fought in midair, causing the sky to crumble and the earth to crack. The sky darkened, and the clouds in the sky stirred up waves of air. Rumble. The sound of explosions rang out in a radius of 100 kilometers. Those who didn't know the situation looked up. They could see that half of the sky had been shattered, like a spiderweb of cracks. The sky was about to collapse, and it was as if thunder was exploding in their ears. The changes in the sky were seen by the bystanders, and it was enough to imagine how fierce this battle was. The only pity was that the center of the battle was covered by a pure demonic chi. No one knew what was happening inside. Although the old territory had 5 ascension immortals, they couldn't gain the upper hand for a while. The main reason was that Shudian Laozu's extreme immortal realm was too high. He could easily deal with 4 Ascension Immortals by himself. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes as he watched the changes in the battlefield. Shudian Laozu's strength was indeed beyond his expectations. This also proved that the saying the path of martial arts is difficult. As difficult as ascending to the blue sky. One step at a time. Even if it was a small realm in the late stage, there was a huge difference between heaven and earth. Shudian Laozu slammed his palm down, and the space that had just recovered instantly shattered. His figure retreated slightly, and the immortal pressure around him became even more majestic. He stared at Su Zimo and said indifferently, "Sir, today's matter is settled. If you leave now, we won't pursue this matter. How about it? Show me whatever trump cards you have. Since I'm here, there's no reason for me to leave." Su Zimo shook his head and replied. Shudian Laozu's eyes flashed, and he slowly took out a painting from his storage ring. He opened the painting with a solemn expression. This painting was of a man, or more accurately, the back of a man. He wore a golden robe and had short hair. He gave off a very ethereal feeling. The moment the painting was opened, a vast emperor's aura rushed into the sky. At this moment, no matter who it was, no matter how majestic the immortal pressure was, they were all suppressed. It was as if the emperor's aura was the ruler of everything. The wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed, and the emperor's aura rushed into the sky. Everyone in the Saint Flower domain could feel the oppression that belonged to the great emperor. This oppression surrounded everyone's heart, and the world seemed to recall the scene of the past. It was as if the success of a general was built on thousands of bones, and the path to becoming an emperor was still in everyone's ears. The man in the painting seemed to come to life, and he slowly turned his head. At that moment, the sky shattered, and the wind and clouds roared. That face was clearly visible, but for some reason, everyone felt that their eyes were covered by a layer of fog. It was indescribable and unfathomable, and it was very strange. "This is the painting of Ancestor Ju Tian," the higher-ups of the Ju Tian sect said excitedly. They all knelt down and shouted the name of Great Emperor Ju Tian. Before Ancestor Ju Tian ascended, he personally painted a self-portrait and gave it to Shudian Laozu. The higher-ups who knew some inside stories whispered, "Ancestor is wise." At that moment, the man in the painting slowly turned his head, and a huge hand that covered the sky came out of the painting. The space around the hand shattered layer by layer, and the palm pressed down on the 5 Ascension Immortals of the divine sect. In the blink of an eye, the sky and earth changed, as if it had traveled through time, and endless waves of chi rose up. Only a boom sound was heard. Half the sky was crushed, and the 5 Ascension Immortals of the divine sect were all sent flying. With just one palm, they were all injured. Following the attack of the huge hand, a crack appeared on the painting. The huge hand appeared again, and pressed down on the group. Another crack appeared on the painting. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "It seems that Great Emperor Ju Tian really put in a lot of effort. He actually left a trace of his own soul in it." "Before the soul shatters, it's enough to suppress you," Shudian Laozu said indifferently. "In that case, let's end it," Su Zimo said indifferently. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Shudian Laozu was stunned and looked at Su Zimo in confusion. He could not understand how Su Zimo could still be so calm at this moment. Looking at Su Zimo's calm expression, Shudian Laozu suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Seeing the huge hand in the painting descend once again, the huge hand descended with boundless light. All of a sudden, the black fog that had covered everything began to surge. The black fog gathered together and formed a ferocious and evil face. The ferocious face opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow the huge hand. Boom, a loud sound was heard, a black hole appeared in the sky. The endless light and the black demon chi were annihilated. At this moment, the huge hand and the ferocious face disappeared at the same time. How could this be? Shudian Laozu muttered to himself in surprise. The rumbling sounds of explosions were still reverberating in the sky. The demon chi that shrouded together increased and almost dyed the entire sky black. A cloud of demon chi shot out from the demon chi with the power to destroy the world. In the friction with the air, the front of the demon chi ignited a raging fire. The demon chi was like a huge fireball. The boundless demon chi lingered in the surroundings and rushed toward the painting that was floating in midair. The huge hand in the painting wanted to stop it, but it was useless. The demonic cloud destroyed the giant hand and landed directly on the painting. At this moment, the demon chi in the sky became even more violent. The painting only resisted for a moment before it was devoured by the demon chi and burned to ashes. Then, it turned into a cloud of ashes and scattered in the air along with the void turbulence that was burned in midair. Shudi and Laozu stared blankly at the painting that was destroyed and dissipated. At the place where the painting disappeared, Baymont's burly figure slowly appeared. Demon chi surged. He opened his eyes and looked like a chaotic demon from ancient times. The aura on his body was majestic and shocking. Sensing the majestic aura around Baymont, Shudi and Laozu's face changed and said in horror, "This is, the Great Emperor?" "No, that's impossible. The will of heaven hasn't formed yet, so how could there be a Great Emperor?" When Futian Laozu thought of this, he quickly shook his head. He looked at Baymont and asked, "Who are you?" "The dead don't need to know so much." Baymont's voice shook the heavens as he pressed his hand down. Endless Taoist rhymes rose from it, and the sound of the great Tao resounded through the entire sky. Demonic chi that filled the sky surged within that gigantic hand. Only a boom sound was heard. Shudi and Laozu's body was sent flying. At the place where he stood, several cracks appeared in the space, and the entire space collapsed. The large hand continued to descend, and the sect protecting Grand Array outside the heaven-severing sect was directly torn apart. The towering mountain peak was completely reduced to ruins. At the place where the mountain collapsed, hundreds of disciples were buried because they couldn't escape in time. "I'll stop him." "You take all the disciples and retreat," Shudi and Laozu shouted at Laozu. "I'm afraid we won't have that chance," Zhu Dao Laozu sighed. The 5 Ascension Immortals of the Divine Gate surrounded the heaven-severing sect, and the heaven-severing sect was enveloped by a mighty immortal pressure. There was almost no way for the heaven-severing sect to escape. With the existence of these 5 Ascension Immortals, it would be very difficult for anyone to break through and escape. Could it be that the heavens want to destroy my heaven-severing sect? Shudi and Laozu looked up at the sky and said in a sad voice. He turned around and looked back. This colossus in the fog had existed for several eras. He was one of the first people to leave the Divine Gate, and was also one of the founders who had personally participated in the establishment of the heaven-severing sect. In the current heaven-severing sect, there was almost no one who could compare to him. It was comparable to his feelings for the sect. It was like his own child. He had personally witnessed this child grow up step by step. But now, Shudi and Laozu turned to look at Su Zimo and said in a solemn voice, "Is there really no room for reconciliation?" "I've been entrusted with the task," Su Zimo shook his head and replied. "If you have any conditions, feel free to state them. If our heaven-severing sect can do it, we will definitely do it," Shudi and Laozu said hurriedly. "I won't ask for anything else. I just want to leave some bloodline for the sect. Is that okay? That's how you treated the Divine Gate back then, right?" Su Zimo asked back. Shudi and Laozu was speechless for a moment, and sighed somewhat shamefully. Su Zimo shook his head slightly and turned around. At this moment, Baymont and the 5 Ascension Immortals had all charged into the heaven-severing sect. Shudi and Laozu wanted to stop them, but was directly suppressed by Baymont. Beside him, Absolute Dao Laozu was also annihilated under the combined attacks of the 5 Ascension Immortals. Hundun and Mingi slaughtered their way into the heaven-severing sect together. Everyone was just like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. "You devils!" The current sect master of the heaven-severing sect, Zhu Wuming, looked at the annihilation of his sect disciples in anguish. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared at Su Zimo. "You guys won't have a good death. You'll go down to the 18 levels of hell after you die. I don't really care. If there really is such a thing as hell, I'll also turn it upside down." Su Zimo smiled nonchalantly and replied, "But you, on the other hand, keep talking about me. When you guys were annihilating the Divine Gate, did you guys ever think that such a day would come? If there really is such a thing as the 18 levels of hell, the first person to go there after death would be you." Upon hearing Su Zimo's words, Zhu Wuming held in indignation. He was only a saint bloodline martial artist after all. He was no match for Hundun at all. He looked at the ruins of the sect. The wails of the disciples filled the mountains and plains. At the same time, there were corpses everywhere. The legacy of the two great emperors was broken in his hands just like that. Zhu Wuming didn't know if his heaven-exterminating clan's actions were wrong. They were a pack of wolves that ate people without spitting out the bones. Perhaps this group of jackals and wolves had once slaughtered the people of the Tian clan for their own selfish desires. But now, when a pack of tigers and leopards rushed into a pack of wolves, they realized that they were also pitifully weak. Baimon suppressed Shudian Laozu and didn't hold back in the slightest. The sound of the great Tao resounded through heaven and earth. The demonic aura of the Tao turned into a sinister and desperate face and directly penetrated Shudian Laozu's body. When his body was penetrated and the divine fire in his body was almost extinguished, Shudian Laozu turned his head and looked at the sect he once loved the most with difficulty. Now, the sect had been completely reduced to ruins. He twitched the corner of his mouth and revealed a bitter smile. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. The flickering flame in his body finally ignited the most beautiful spark in its life and then extinguished. Perhaps the world would never understand. Back then, when he pushed Great Emperor Zhu Tian to the mandate of heaven, it would never happen. The night sky was filled with bright stars. Two young and promising youths were sitting on a particularly lush tree under the stars. Futian, what's your dream? Dream, I hope that one day, I will be able to break away from my fate of reproduction. I want to become a true expert, then find a girl I love and spend the rest of my life with. What about you? Zhu Tian. The youth called Zhu Tian smiled somewhat immaturely as he looked at the stars in the sky. I hope that one day, I will be able to help my clansmen break away from this cruel fate. Let them truly have the right to choose to live. The youth called Futian laughed heartily. You can't even change your own fate, yet you want to help others? The youth called Zhu Tian also smiled somewhat shyly. That night, the night sky was very quiet, and the two people's laughter was very clear. Zhu Tian quietly took out a letter from his pocket. What's this? Which girl wrote you a love letter? Futian asked with a smile. My mother left it for me. Zhu Tian raised his head, his clear eyes boundlessly deep. When my mother was pregnant, my father died. When I was born, my mother also died. Futian, you know, this is the cruel fate that our heaven clan cannot escape from. My parents have never even seen me once. They left me a letter in advance. Although I have never felt any fatherly or motherly love since I was young. However, from the contents of the letter, I can feel that they love me, they truly love me. However, they are unable to do so, it's all because of this damned fate. Zhu Tian turned his head, his immature face was already filled with tears. You. Futian hesitated for a moment. He wanted to comfort him, but he didn't know what to say. I want to create a flourishing age, to give our heaven clan people more opportunities to choose. Not like the current situation, where even familial love is a kind of extravagant hope. Zhu Tian stood up, his eyes bright and full of expression. His voice was sonorous and powerful, and it carried an unquestionable firmness. Have you seen your mother? Futian was silent for a moment, then finally asked. Does a portrait count? On the day of bearing the mandate of heaven, a torrential rain flooded the entire world. The road to becoming an emperor was close at hand, and he stood side by side with Zhu Tian. Overflowing sky, kill everyone. Let's compete fairly, absolute heaven stood at the front, leaving his most trusted back to overflowing sky. He was covered in blood, but his smile was bold and carefree. The shy boy under the stars had finally grown up. No, go. The celestial race needs you. Fu Tian laughed as he pushed absolute heaven towards Tian Ming, while he himself fought against the enemy alone. He was very selfish, but perhaps he could not be considered selfish. He only wanted to change his fate. Meanwhile, absolute heaven wanted to change the world and change the fate of the entire race. Regardless of whether it was ambition or responsibility, he could not compare to Zhu Tian. The moment he pushed absolute heaven towards Tian Ming, he suddenly felt as if his entire body was emitting a boundless radiance. It turned out that he had once been so great. In his life, he had also defeated so many geniuses. He had also received the appreciation and praise of a certain big shot. He had also been happy because a vein that had been stuck for a long time had finally been cleared. There was also a time when he had his first awakening of love on a spring afternoon and was at a loss when he met the girl he liked. However, he had never thought that this would be the greatest and happiest moment of his life. It was actually the moment when someone was pushed to the mandate of heaven. The divine fire in his body gradually extinguished, and he could no longer hear the screams of his disciples. Fu Tian laughed. Absolute heaven, we created a flourishing era. However, human nature is truly terrifying. They destroyed the celestial race and forgot their original intentions. We were also destroyed because of the celestial race. In the end, this flourishing era was not what you and I wanted. Looking at Fu Tian Laozu's corpse, Su Zimo was silent for a while. He said to Mingyi, who was beside him, bury him. Treating him well is the final respect for him. Mingyi nodded, and with a raise of his hand, 100-meter deep crater appeared on the ground. He placed Fu Tian's corpse inside. Su Zimo turned and left, arriving in front of Laozu's corpse. He picked up the sword in his opponent's hand. Heaven-punishing sword, the emperor true weapon left behind by the heaven-punishing great emperor. Su Zimo did not stop, and accompanied by Mingyi, he walked towards Absolute Heaven Sect's treasury step by step. At this time, Absolute Heaven Sect had already become a ruin, and it was not an exaggeration to say that there were corpses everywhere. A bloody mist fell from the sky, and blood flowed like a river on the ground. The thick smell of blood permeated the surrounding air. The Heaven-Severing Sect's treasury was located in an independent hall. At this moment, half of the hall had already collapsed, and there were disciples who risked their lives to snatch the treasures inside. Human nature, Su Zimo laughed. Mingyi's true fate appeared beside him, and a blood-red river rushed past. All the disciples were annihilated, and not even their bones were left. Su Zimo took out his storage ring and stored all the items inside. He came to the center of the hall, closed his eyes slightly, and sensed for a while. There was a teleportation formation inside the hall, and Su Zimo and Mingyi entered it. Immediately after, the formation activated, and the scene in front of them changed, and they appeared in a small world. The foundation of Absolute Heaven Sect was definitely not limited to those in the hall. In this small world, Mingyi was dumbfounded. He saw that there were several magnificent palaces built inside. There was no end to these palaces at a glance, and among them were the Treasure Pavilion, Divine Weapon Pavilion, Heavenly Pill Workshop, Book Collection Hall, and so on. Inside these palaces were the foundation accumulated by Absolute Heaven Sect for several generations. Among them, there were all kinds of meridian skills, and Su Zimo's storage ring was filled to the brim. Su Zimo did not stand on ceremony, and directly revealed his true fate, and stored all these things in the Divine Land. Divine weapons, miraculous medicines, meridian skills, and many rare items that had never been heard of before. Su Zimo only left this small world after he had finished plundering this place. At this moment, everything in Absolute Heaven Sect was coming to an end. Su Zimo saw the purgatory-like ruins. In the end, he let the 5 immortal realm powerhouses hide, and Baimod slowly dispelled the demonic chi surrounding the outside world. The moment the demonic chi was dispelled, tens of thousands of eyes from the entire Saint Flower domain were gathered here. They wanted to see the final result. At this moment, whether it was the nearby onlookers or the imperial lineage who used the strange mirror to project the scene, their faces were filled with shock and solemnity. Some people were even scared silly on the spot. Perhaps it was difficult to describe this place as purgatory. The corpses were piled up like mountains. Absolute Heaven Sect is finished. This was the thought that flashed in everyone's mind. People looked at the figure of the young man in the sky inexplicably, and could only swallow hard. Fear, awe, worship, and perhaps all kinds of emotions. However, at this moment, before everyone could recover, a voice suddenly exploded in the sky. Tell the people of Sky Evolution Holy Mountain that I will arrive in 3 days. Following Su Zimo's words, the hearts of all the spectators around Absolute Heaven City trembled. How did the Celestial Evolution Holy Mountain provoke Su Zimo? Everyone's attitude changed and they all began to discuss. The Celestial Evolution Holy Mountain is in trouble. This killing star even destroyed the Absolute Heaven Sect with 2 emperors. How can a small holy mountain deal with him? Yes, although the celestial evolution holy mountain is a genius that only appears once every 10,000 years after the mortal emperors. Under his leadership, the celestial evolution holy mountain is not inferior to an ordinary imperial lineage. However, they still can't compare to the absolute heaven sect. Ignoring the discussions around him, Su Zimo came to Absolute Heaven City to prepare to leave after destroying the Absolute Heaven sect. The Saint Flower Domain was indeed the final journey for many powerhouses to shoulder the mandate of heaven. However, he did not plan to stay for long. He had not finished dealing with the matters in the eastern continent and he had too many things to do. After arriving at Absolute Heaven City, Su Zimo met Kai Yuding. "Child Su, if you're not busy, Yuding has prepared some tea for you to relax after the battle," Kai Yuding said with a smile. Her slender waist was slightly bent, and the silk ribbons of her light blue dress fluttered in the wind. Her smile made people feel very comfortable. Su Zimo walked forward and gently raised her chin with his right hand. A faint fragrance lingered in his mouth. Her eyes did not avoid Su Zimo's gaze. There was no shyness or timidity in them. Instead, she was full of confidence. "All right," Su Zimo said with a smile, "I won't leave tonight and stay for the night." Kai Yuding was startled, and then her face turned slightly red. Her long eyelashes fluttered with her large eyes, and the head that Su Zimo raised lowered slightly. "It's all up to young lord." Su Zimo laughed loudly, then put down his right hand and said indifferently, "You're a natural seductress. Unfortunately, women treat me like tea, and I'm not interested in your tea. Unless you have something that can make me stronger, beauty alone won't be enough." After Su Zimo finished speaking, he turned around and left, leaving behind a stunned Kai Yuding. The Kai family thought highly of him and wanted to board his ship. Su Zimo was actually not against this kind of behavior. But even if she wanted to board his ship, she had to be qualified first. Beauty alone was definitely not enough. After leaving Absolute Heaven City, Su Zimo did not care about how the matter of Absolute Heaven sect would ferment and spread. He and Mingi headed towards the Celestial Evolution Sacred Sect. After a few days of hurrying, the two of them finally arrived outside Flowing Fire City. Just as they reached the city gate, they saw a young man running towards them before they even entered the city. This young man was dressed in black and had a handsome face. He had the temperament of an elegant young master. "This must be Child Su." The young man looked at Su Zimo and hurriedly greeted him. "Who are you?" Su Zimo asked indifferently. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Xiaoting from the Qingfeng sect." The young man hurriedly replied. "Qingfeng sect?" Su Zimo frowned slightly. He did know about the Qingfeng sect when he was watching the show. Because of this young man called Xiaoting, the Qingfeng sect was destroyed by Prince Long Yuan. "You're looking for me?" Su Zimo asked with interest. "I want to ask Child Su for a favor." The young man called Xiaoting hurriedly replied. "Tell me." "I hope Child Su can help me destroy the Long Yuan Empire." Xiaoting's eyes flashed with flames of hatred. He said hatefully, "Since he dared to slaughter my entire sect, I won't let him have an easy time." "Do I look like I'm easy to talk to?" Su Zimo asked indifferently. "Child Su, don't misunderstand. I'm willing to use a great emperor's inheritance as a reward." Xiaoting explained confidently. "Great emperor's inheritance?" Su Zimo was slightly startled. Seeing Su Zimo's suspicious gaze, Xiaoting hurriedly said, "Don't misunderstand. I found this inheritance by accident. Although it's not with me, I can tell you who it is." "Who?" Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. "Tianqiong Emperor." Xiaoting replied in a sonorous tone. It was rumored that Tianqiong Emperor was once a member of the Kai clan. Later, he was expelled from the Kai clan because of his poor aptitude. Since then, he had become a rogue cultivator. After he became a great emperor, he did not return to the Kai clan. As for his inheritance, no one knew. "You're so confident that I'll help you?" Su Zimo smiled. "Who doesn't want to get the great emperor's inheritance? You might be able to reach the heavens in one step." Xiaoting replied with a smile. "Then why don't you get the inheritance yourself and take revenge after receiving it? There's a trial in the inheritance ground." "I'm not confident. Maybe I won't be able to get the inheritance and will even lose my life." Xiaoting explained sincerely. Moreover, I have someone I like now. I just want to spend the rest of my life with her. We don't want to get involved in the dispute of martial arts anymore. That's a good idea. Su Zimo smiled, then shook his head and said, but I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. Why? Xiaoting asked in surprise. The great emperor's inheritance might be something that others would scramble for, but it's nothing to me. Su Zimo shook his head and replied. Looking at Su Zimo's back view as he turned and walked into the city, Xiaoting's expression was a little ugly. He was silent for a long time before he finally turned and left. As soon as the two of them walked into the city gate, Mingyi asked impatiently, that's the great emperor's inheritance. Are you really going to give up just like that? The great emperor's inheritance is really nothing to me, unless it's the inheritance of some designated great emperor, Su Zimo replied calmly. But since it's meat that's sent to my mouth, it'll be a waste not to eat it. Follow him secretly later and see if he'll go to any strange places recently. Mingyi nodded slightly. By the way, after I settle the matter of the Celestial Evolution Holy Mountain, I might have to leave the Saint Flower domain temporarily, Su Zimo said. Then what should I do? Mingyi was a little stunned. Aren't you happy that you're free? Su Zimo smiled. Mingyi was silent for a long time. He lowered his head slightly and did not speak. At first, he really did not want to be with Su Zimo, but everything that he had experienced along the way made him understand. Perhaps following Su Zimo was the best choice for the rest of his life. I'll wait for you in the Saint Flower domain, Mingyi replied. With a majestic aura around him, he left Luhua City to follow Xiaoting. Looking at Mingyi's back view, Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. Another underling who was conquered by his charisma. The Celestial Evolution Holy Mountain was not too far away from Luhua City. As the overlord of Luhua City, the Celestial Evolution Holy Mountain's reputation was like thunder in this world. The Celestial Evolution Sage was just born when the mortal emperors inherited the mandate of heaven. Since young, his bones were amazing and he was gifted. At that time, the mortal emperors had yet to ascend and had taught the Celestial Evolution Sage a few times. As a result, the relationship between the Celestial Evolution Holy Mountain and the Immortal Mortal sect was not bad. After the Celestial Evolution Sage became strong, he led the Holy Mountain to become more and more glorious. In the end, the sect changed its name to the Celestial Evolution Holy Mountain and had the strength to fight against the imperial lineage. A huge mountain stood between the heavens and the earth. This mountain was pieced together by more than 10 mountain peaks. Someone had once moved the mountains and stars, using a supreme divine ability to piece several mountains together. This was probably what the Celestial Evolution Holy Mountain was most proud of. Because this mountain was pieced together by the mortal emperors before they ascended. The mountain was shrouded in a mortal fog and one could not see the end of it. Majestic and magnificent, it was only a corner of the mountain sky. Su Zimo muttered softly. Who will fill the northwest sky? This mountain will be the pillar. Once upon a time, from the peak, the Grand Spirit will reach Pingying. Then, the spirit chi around him surged and he leaped into the air, flying towards the top of the mountain. The higher he flew, the more he could feel the mountain's aura. Perhaps there were not many mountains in the Saint Flower domain that could be compared to this holy mountain. When Su Zimo arrived at the top of the mountain. Here, white clouds lingered and the scenery was pleasant. A light breeze blew a few wisps of smoke across the immortal tree at the top of the mountain. On top of a smooth boulder at the top of the mountain sat two old men with white beards and sage-like demeanors. The light breeze blew their immortal robes and the wind stopped blowing. The air also stopped moving, as if the space had been frozen. When Su Zimo arrived, the two opened their eyes at the same time. A faint immortal aura was emitted from their bodies. Seems like you're prepared, Su Zimo said lightly. We've been waiting for you for a long time, the white-robed elder beside them stood up and replied. What do you mean? Su Zimo asked lightly. I am the Celestial Evolution Sage, the founder of this holy mountain, the elder on the left introduced. This is Elder Yun Fan of the Immortal Mortal sect. Su Zimo glanced at the elder on the right. He didn't think that the Immortal Mortal sect would take such good care of the Tianyan Holy Mountain. The Immortal Mortal sect only had one great emperor. But because the mortal emperor had ascended for too short a time, the generals he left behind were still young. At his peak condition, his potential was limitless. Therefore, no one knew how strong this sect was. Even in the Saint Flower domain, the Extreme Heaven sect wasn't as famous as the Immortal Mortal sect. What? Are you trying to pressure me? Or do you two think you can keep me here? Su Zimo asked calmly. You've misunderstood. I'm only here to mediate this matter, Elder Yun Fan hurriedly replied. Mediation? Su Zimo asked with a smile. The Sacred Mountain has no intention of becoming enemies with you, the Celestial Evolution Saint said. We are also willing to apologize for what happened this time. We also hope that we can make peace with you. We can make peace, but I only have 2 conditions, Su Zimo said. Please speak. I've already asked people to release your friends from the martial arts sacred sect, the Celestial Evolution Saint replied. Su Zimo nodded and said, firstly, the source of this matter, Ein Kyer, must die. Alright, the Celestial Evolution Saint nodded and agreed. He was mentally prepared for this. Secondly, Su Zimo paused for a moment and replied, I want your Celestial Evolution astrolabe. That's impossible. The moment Su Zimo finished speaking, the Celestial Evolution Saint's expression changed and he rejected. You're making things difficult for me. You should be clear, Su Zimo said calmly, I'm not negotiating with you. I'm ordering you. Even if you don't agree, I can either destroy the sect and find it myself, or you can give it to me personally to avoid death. I just don't want to trouble myself with these 2 situations. Are you really that confident? The Celestial Evolution Saint squinted his eyes and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes as he asked. The last person who asked me this question should be from the Yin Yang sect. Now, the grass on their graves is already a meter tall. Su Zimo said calmly, you can try. You, the Celestial Evolution Saint's expression changed. He looked at Su Zimo and took a deep breath. Everyone, stop arguing, Elder Yun Fan tried to smooth things over. He looked at Su Zimo and said, Sir, it's not that we don't want to. It's just that the Celestial Evolution astrolabe is too important to my old friend. Why don't you change your conditions? Do you have the right to bargain? Su Zimo replied calmly. Are you representing yourself or the Immortal Mortal sect? Of course, I'm only representing myself, Elder Yun Fan said hurriedly. He turned around and looked at the Celestial Evolution Saint. The 2 of them were communicating using spiritual energy and Su Zimo did not disturb them. After a while, the Celestial Evolution Saint walked forward and looked at Su Zimo. Sir, I can agree to your conditions. However, I have a small request. I wonder if you can consider it? Let's hear it, Su Zimo nodded slightly. Our Celestial Evolution Saint sect has an empty guest elder position. Would you be willing? The Celestial Evolution Saint probed. You're trying to rope me in? Interesting, Su Zimo smiled. He replied, I'll tell you this in advance. When I was in Beyond Heaven City, I killed the Saint Arhat and severely injured Guamoz and Sir Luo He. Basically, I've offended the 3 imperial lineage behind them. If you want me to be a guest elder, you'd better think carefully. This. Hearing Su Zimo's words, the Celestial Evolution Saint hesitated for a moment. Brother Celestial Evolution, think about it carefully. How can there be no risks on the road to becoming an emperor? Elder Yun Fan advised. Your Celestial Evolution Saint Mountain definitely has no hope in this generation. If you don't grab this opportunity, you're destined to be outsiders in this generation. But if the 3 imperial lineage blame us, we won't be able to bear the consequences, the Celestial Evolution Saint said hesitantly. Brother Celestial Evolution, you're getting more and more cowardly, Elder Yun Fan replied. Back then, when you were all alone in this world, you came to our Celestial Mortal sect alone to seek guidance. Where's the spirit of your mortal ancestors? Now, you're afraid of everything you do. Hearing Elder Yun Fan's words, the Celestial Evolution Saint was stunned. Then, he laughed self-deprecatingly and said, I've fallen into the trap. I can't be as carefree as I was back then. Anyway, after millions of years, you and I will become a pile of dirt under our feet. Why don't we do something great in this limited life of ours? Go for it. Who knows, maybe it'll be a different story, Elder Yun Fan said with a smile. The celestial evolution saint pondered for a while and finally nodded. He looked at Suzimo and asked, I wonder if you're willing? Our celestial evolution saint mountain is willing to take a gamble. You can board my ship, but if I have any orders in the future, you must follow them, Suzimo said calmly. This is the price you have to pay before you reap the rewards. As long as it's within reason, we will naturally be on your ship, the Sky Evolution Sage said with a smile. All right, I agree to the position of guest elder, Suzimo said with a faint smile. Everyone is happy. Since that's the case, we're a family. There's no need to be so distant. Elder Yin Fan said to Suzimo with a smile, Sir, please stay here for a few days. Just call me Child Su, Suzimo replied with a smile. Then Child Su, please. I'll send the Sky Spill astrolabe over later, the Sky Evolution Sage said with a smile. Suzimo landed on the top of the mountain. He looked up and saw that there were many spiritual trees and xian herbs planted on the top of the mountain. The flowers and plants were luxuriant. Among the flowers and plants, there was a wooden house built on top of them. This is where you live? Suzimo asked with interest. Yes, it's quieter when I'm alone. It's considered heart training, the Sky Evolution Sage said with a smile. The Sky Evolution Sage was already in the Immortal King realm and wanted to step into the Undying Immortal realm. At this stage, he couldn't just rely on absorbing spiritual energy. Every step he took, he had to understand his own Tao heart. He had to understand the martial path he wanted to walk and then deduce it, not get lost in it. It wasn't strange for existences in this realm to live in seclusion for thousands of years without eating or drinking in order to deduce their martial path. At this moment, Yin Kaier, Yin Wushuang, and a large group of disciples were gathered together in the Sky Evolution Sacred Mountain. Although Yin Kaier looked calm, her face was pale. It was obvious that she wasn't calm inside. Senior Sister Yin, don't worry. Ancestor came out of seclusion this time. Nothing will happen. A disciple beside her comforted. But I heard that he destroyed the Absolute Heaven sect. Is it really okay? A disciple beside her asked doubtfully. What's there to be afraid of? I heard that Ancestor invited people from the Immortal sect. I don't believe that he would dare to do anything. The disciple from before snorted coldly. Yin Kaier took a deep breath, looked at Yin Wushuang and said, Little sister, if something really happens, you must save big sister. I'll do my best. Yin Wushuang nodded. At this moment, 4 figures descended from the sky. Other than Suzimo and the other 2, there was also the sect master of the Sky Evolution Holy Mountain, Lin Fengyue. Seeing the arrival of the 4 people, the disciples who had gathered hurriedly knelt down and greeted them. Get up, Lin Fengyue sighed and said. Everyone else is leaving. Kaier, you stay behind. Sect head. Yin Kaier raised her head and looked at Suzimo with some panic. You didn't think we'd meet again, did you? Suzimo smiled faintly. I let you go before, but you didn't know how to cherish it. So what if I come to the sacred mountain to kill you? Child Su, spare me. I was blind and didn't know what was good for me. Yin Kaier hurriedly begged. However, no matter how she begged, Suzimo just smiled and remained indifferent. Seeing this scene, Yin Kaier hurriedly turned her head to Lin Fengyue, begging him to save her. You have to bear the consequences of your own actions. Lin Fengyue shook his head. Kaier, I also watched you grow up. How could I bear it? Child Su, spare my big sister. Don't lower yourself to her level. Yin Wushuang also hurriedly pleaded. I gave you face back in the Lu matter. Suzimo looked at Yin Wushuang and said indifferently. Enough is enough. You don't have that much face. Hearing Suzimo's words, Lin Fengyue hurriedly berated her, Wushuang, step back. Seeing this scene, Yin Kaier wiped away the tears on her face. Her expression suddenly calmed down and she asked, is there really no possibility? Kill yourself. Consider it as giving face to your ancestors. Leave your corpse intact. Suzimo threw down a dagger and said indifferently. Yin Kaier's hands trembled as she picked up the dagger. In the end, she took a deep breath and cut her own neck. At this moment, the dagger in her hand suddenly turned and directly attacked Suzimo. I gave you face, but you didn't want it. Suzimo coldly snorted. Spiritual energy surged around his body and he directly sent Xianxia flying with a palm. This palm was extremely powerful and directly pierced through Xianxia's chest. A bloody hole was blasted in her chest. At this moment, Xianxia was already lying on the ground, no longer breathing. Bury her. Lin Fengyue couldn't bear to look and said with a wave of his hand. No, throw the corpse to the demonic beasts on the mountain to eat, Su Zimo said indifferently. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Lin Fengyue was startled. He looked at the Sky Evolution saint beside him and could only nod in the end. After staying in the Sky Evolution Holy Mountain for a few days, Su Zimo also prepared to leave. During this period, he obtained the Sky Evolution Astrolabe. The Sky Evolution Astrolabe was oval-shaped and looked like a starry sky. The stars were bright and countless stars hung upside down in the Milky Way. It looked very beautiful. This thing was an auxiliary item to Su Zimo. It was also something that Su Zimo kept by his side just in case. There was also a teleportation array from the Saint Flower domain to the eastern continent. However, there was no teleportation array in the Sky Evolution Holy Mountain, so Su Zimo could only return to the Dark Corner. For this reason, the Sky Evolution Holy Mountain sent a special sacred ship to bring Su Zimo to the Dark Corner. The Dark Corner was still the same as before. Killing and evil were going on at the same time. Perhaps, if one could survive here for a long time, it could really make one reborn. When Su Zimo entered the Dark Corner, he realized that the atmosphere here was much more serious than usual. There were many people in gray robes and carrying long swords in the city. These people patrolled the city from time to time. Many people were angry but did not dare to resist. Su Zimo did not care. He returned to the Mo family's small tea house. He asked the Mo family to prepare the teleportation array. He wanted to return to the eastern continent. However, Mo Zhan told Su Zimo that there were rules in the Dark Corner during this period. No one could use the teleportation array. They could only teleport in from the outside world. However, they could not teleport out from here. Who set this rule? Su Zimo asked indifferently. It's the Thousand Sword Sect, Mo Zhan quickly replied. Sir, why don't you wait for a while? I think it will happen in a few days. I heard that they are searching for someone in the city. There were 3 major forces in the Dark Corner. Other than the Sunluo Hall and the Universal Light Hall, there was also the Thousand Sword Sect. Su Zimo smiled with interest. Then, he narrowed his eyes and said, It seems that I didn't teach some people a lesson when I destroyed the Sunluo Hall previously. They really think this is their backyard. Su Zimo walked out of the tea house and headed to the outside world. With the destruction of the Sunluo Hall, the Sacred Light Hall did not bother much. The Thousand Sword Sect had become the strongest force in the Dark Horn. Su Zimo arrived at the Thousand Sword Sect's headquarters in the Dark Horn. As soon as he approached, he was stopped by 2 guards at the door. I'm looking for your Thousand Sword sect leader, Su Zimo said indifferently. Do you think anyone can see our sect leader? Hurry up and scram, the guard replied haughtily. Su Zimo did not bother to dawdle. He directly pulled out his sword and killed one of the guards. The other guard was so frightened that he quickly knelt down. He trembled and said, The sect leader is not here. He just went out. He should have gone to the Black Horn restaurant. Su Zimo frowned slightly. The Black Horn restaurant was the largest restaurant in the Dark Horn. It was said that there was a force secretly supporting them. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do business in such a chaotic area without some power. Su Zimo walked straight to the Black Horn restaurant. Today, the entire restaurant was booked. He kicked away the 2 guards at the door and walked in. In the entire hall of the restaurant, there was only 1 table of people sitting there. In the center of the restaurant, a group of dancers were singing and dancing. They were laughing and chatting. With Su Zimo's intrusion, the atmosphere suddenly became silent. Everyone looked at Su Zimo. Kid, who are you? A man at the side slammed the table and asked sternly. Zhua sit down. A middle-aged man in a blue robe looked at the man who slammed the table and said with a frown. After that, the burly man stood up and walked towards Su Zimo with a smile on his face. You must be Child Su, right? You know me? Su Zimo asked indifferently. There is no one in the entire Dark Horn who does not know about the destruction of Dark Luo Hall. I have also heard about it. The man smiled as he replied. I'm the sect leader of the Thousand Sword Sect, Xianxia. Sect leader Qian, it seems that your Thousand Sword Sect is very dissatisfied with me, Su Zimo said coldly. We don't dare. How have we offended young master? Young master, feel free to speak. I will apologize to you, Thousand Crimson Blade hurriedly replied. I want to return to the Eastern Continent. I heard that your Thousand Sword Sect does not allow the teleportation array in the city to be activated? Su Zimo asked. That's true. We're trying to capture someone. She is hiding in the Horn of Darkness. We are afraid that she will leave using the teleportation array. Crimson Blade replied, however, this rule is made for ordinary people. For a prodigy like Child Su, you have the freedom to teleport however you want. Senior brother. Hearing Thousand Crimson Blade's words, the man who slammed the table next to him anxiously called out. Shut up. You don't have the right to interrupt here. Qianrenqi's expression turned serious as he berated. The man who slammed the table was silent for a moment. In the end, he unwillingly sat down. You really know how to conduct yourself, Su Zimo said with a faint smile. Originally, I wanted to do what I did to Dark Azura Hall and annihilate your Thousand Sword Sect. But you're lucky, I've been killing too many people recently. I'm tired of it. Yes. Young master is wise. Thousand Crimson Blade hurriedly nodded and smiled. I'm only going to stay here for a few days. Behave yourselves and don't provoke me. Su Zimo gave a few warnings and left. Looking at Su Zimo's back as he left, the man who slammed the table said with some dissatisfaction, Senior brother, why are you afraid of him? Although he annihilated Dark Azura Hall, our Thousand Sword Sect is not to be trifled with. What do you know? Thousand Crimson Blade said indifferently, do you know what he did? What? A few days ago, our Saint Flower Domain's Absolute Heaven Sect with 2 emperors was annihilated. It was him, Thousand Crimson Blade said coldly. You dare to provoke him? How many lives do you think you have? The Absolute Heaven Sect was annihilated? The man who slammed the table turned pale as if he couldn't believe it. Keep a low profile. Don't you see that the outside world has changed? Thousand Crimson Blade said indifferently. You only know how to flaunt your strength in this tiny plot of land in Dark Corner. If you meet someone you can't afford to offend, you won't even know how you died. Senior brother is right. The man who slammed the table nodded quickly. They returned to the Mo family's tea house. The teleportation formation needed 7 days to build. Su Zimo also planned to rest here for a few days. He was already at the peak of the Emperor Vane Realm and was about to advance to the Saint Vane Realm. He wasn't far from opening the 7th meridian. As long as he could condense a complete spirit, he would be halfway to the Saint Vane Realm. However, before that, Su Zimo had to consider the twin life secret technique that he had obtained from the old man from the Gu Ming clan at the Forsaken Inn. This secret technique was enough to fuse his spirit with a battle body. The selection of the spirit battle body didn't necessarily have to be ranked high, but the most suitable one. Su Zimo's goal was the 9th battle body, the 9-cycle palace body. 9 was the number of extremes, and the cycle represented the cycle. The matters of the heavenly cycle were all completed by 9981. As for the escaped one, it didn't count. The 9-cycle palace body could be said to be both offensive and defensive. It was the best physique for the spirit. However, this battle body was hidden in the Buddhist burial temple, and it was very difficult to take it out. If Su Zimo wanted to force his way in, it wasn't impossible. However, the heavenly fate hadn't been formed yet, and there was still some time before the final battle. He couldn't become the target of public criticism. Sometimes, he had to be domineering when he needed to be, but when he needed to be steady, Su Zimo didn't want to be too ostentatious. It was already late at night, and the sky was so dark that it looked like it had been swallowed by a giant beast. There wasn't a single ray of starlight in sight. Su Zimo didn't stay in the Mo family's tea house. Instead, he found an inn in the Dark Corner to stay. In the silent room, a soft bang was heard. The door was pushed open, and a figure ran in. Even in the darkness, Su Zimo could still see the person's face. It was a little girl. She was wearing tattered clothes. Her face and body were covered in dirt. Only her large black eyes were very clear and charming. Suzimo looked at the little girl and curiously asked, "Who are you?" "Young noble, please save me." The little girl spoke. Her voice was like the chirping of an oriole, very pleasant and comfortable. "You know me?" Suzimo doubtfully asked. The little girl kneeled down and replied, "I was there the day you destroyed the Sunluo temple. I saw you before. Right now, only you can save me in the dark corner." Suzimo smiled and asked, "Do I look like a philanthropist?" The little girl pleaded, "I know young noble has the ability. Shouldn't there be a reward for saving someone?" Suzimo asked with a smile. "I'm willing to work like a horse for young noble." "No," Suzimo interrupted the little girl's words and waved his hand. The little girl was startled. She silently stood in the room. Darkness enveloped her body. She lowered her head and no one knew what she was thinking. "I said I won't save you. What are you still standing there for?" Suzimo said with a frown. The little girl was silent for a while before she finally raised her head and asked, "Has young master heard of the legend of the true God sword?" "I have." Suzimo nodded and replied. Legend had it that a divine sword was once born between heaven and earth. Someone used the divine sword to split heaven and earth. In the end, the sword pointed to the sky and created a new era. Since then, the divine sword broke into 5 pieces and scattered all over heaven and earth. Although this legend was a bit old, it was also exaggerated. However, in recent times, there were indeed fragments of the divine sword that appeared. It caused a reign of terror. "Why are you telling me this?" Suzimo asked with interest. "The people of the Thousand Swords sect are looking for me because of the divine sword fragments." The little girl replied. "So what? I don't dare to be interested in the divine sword. I also don't want to interfere with the Thousand Swords sect." Suzimo replied. Hearing Suzimo's words, the little girl's expression changed slightly. She didn't think that Suzimo would reject her so decisively. After being silent for a while, the little girl finally sighed and said, "Actually, I am one of the fragments of the divine sword. I thought you were going to continue hiding it?" Suzimo smiled. "You already knew?" The little girl asked in surprise. "No, I just knew that you weren't a living thing." Suzimo replied. "Then can you help me now?" The little girl asked tentatively. "I've said it before, the world is bustling with activity for profit, and the world is bustling with activity for profit." Suzimo replied. "If you can pay me, I will naturally help you. I am one of the 5 fragments of the divine sword. As long as I am within a certain range, I can sense the other fragments." The little girl said, "I can help you gather all the divine swords." "Then why didn't you help the people of the Thousand Swords sect and instead told me this?" Suzimo asked. "Because they don't want to gather all the divine swords." The little girl hurriedly said. "They only want to capture me, smelt me, and then condense me into a divine sword." "Okay, then you can stay by my side," Suzimo nodded and said. "Really?" The little girl asked in surprise. "Set a deadline. Help me gather all the true God swords within 3 years. If you can't gather all of them, I can only smelt you," Suzimo said. "All right." The little girl pondered for a moment and finally nodded. The night outside the window was getting darker and darker, and the faint moonlight was almost hidden in the dark clouds. Suzimo closed his eyes and pondered. The little girl saw that Suzimo had no intention of chasing her away. Then, he sat on a chair in the room and fell asleep with his head on the table. Within his body, Suzimo took the chaos bead into the river of destiny. He wanted to see the dust-covered history of the true God sword. After all, the current legends could not be completely trusted. The mythological era was divided into several periods. First, the war god ended the twilight of the gods. From then on, monsters ruled the land, and everything was oppressed. At the end of the mythological era, legends said that a wondrous place appeared on the continent, called the Valley of Flowers. A single person lived in this wondrous place. There were many different rumors about this person. Some said that he was a demon beast in human form, some said that he was the reincarnation of a flower demon, some said that he was a natural-born spirit. But it was undeniable that this person left behind his own legend during the Age of Desolation. Like the sun that pierced through the entire sky. Just like how Zhenwu the Great created the Age of Emperors and brought about the dawn of the Age of Emperors. One day, the flowers of the Valley of Flowers withered. The man walked out of the Valley of Flowers with the true God sword in hand and pierced a hole in the sky. No one understood why he was so strong. It was just that a single flower farmer suppressed that great era. The monsters were chased away by him into the blood cloak space and sealed away. From then on, the Age of Legends ended, the demon beasts prospered, and the unprecedented Age of Desolation came. The man created the heavenly palace and ruled over the entire Age of Desolation. Until one day, he suddenly disappeared. His weapon, the true God sword, was also broken into several pieces and scattered all over the continent. As for the heavenly palace he created, it also sealed itself away. From then on, a legend was left in the world. The one who could gather all the true God swords would be able to open the heavenly palace and receive the true God's inheritance. From then on, he became the leader of the new era. Su Zimo woke up from the river of fate and slowly breathed out. He looked up, only to see the little girl sleeping soundly on the table. He got off the bed and lightly opened the door. It was now dawn, the white of the east was about to rise. The inn's worker was wiping the table downstairs. "Did anyone come here last night?" Su Zimo asked. "Sir," the worker hurriedly answered and said, "Last night, the disciples of Thousand Swords sect came to search. They didn't come to my room?" Su Zimo asked. "They didn't, they told me to treat you well," the worker replied. Su Zimo nodded. He had the worker prepare some breakfast. In the morning, the little girl also woke up from her sleep. "What's your name?" Su Zimo asked. Qingling, the little girl drank the porridge and replied. At this moment, a large group of Thousand Swords sect disciples rushed in. The leader was Thousand Edge Scarlet. "Sect Master, it's her," the disciple beside him hurriedly said. Thousand Edge Scarlet frowned slightly. When he saw Su Zimo sitting to the side, his expression changed. "Isn't this Brother Qian? Why do we meet again?" Su Zimo said with a smile. "Have you eaten? Do you want some?" No need, no need." Thousand Edge Scarlet shook his head and looked at Qingling hesitantly. He said, "May I know who this lady is?" "This is my sister." "Why? Do you need something?" Su Zimo asked with a frown. "Nothing, nothing. I just came to take a look." Thousand Edge Scarlet shook his head. "Then I won't disturb child Su's meal." He waved his hand and led all the Thousand Swords sect disciples out of the inn. Seeing this scene, Qingling heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you," she whispered to Su Zimo. "Remember, you only have 3 years." "I want the true God sword," Su Zimo replied calmly as he ate. At this moment, outside the inn, Thousand Edge Scarlet led all the disciples out. Someone beside him asked, "Sect Master, what should we do?" "How would I know what to do?" Thousand Edge Scarlet replied calmly. "Why don't we spread the news and make the situation even messier?" someone suggested. "He's leaving Saint Flower region in a few days." "It's useless." Thousand Edge Scarlet shook his head and said thoughtfully. "Instead of fighting to the death, it's better to leave a good impression." 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the Mo family finished setting up the teleportation formation, Su Zimo officially left. From the teleportation formation in the Horn of Darkness to the Mo family's transit station in the Endless Sky Sea. This transit station had been closed for a long time because of Mo Feihai's problem. After that, the Mo family sent a new elder to manage this place. Su Zimo stayed at the transit station for a few days, then took Green Spirit to teleport again. It was easy to get tired of this kind of space-time travel. The two of them also began to communicate halfway through. "Do you know anything about the other fragments of the Divine Sword?" Su Zimo asked. "I don't know, but when I was in the northern continent, I sensed a familiar aura," Green Spirit replied. "I think there should be some information about the fragments there. Can you turn back into a fragment?" Su Zimo asked. "I can." Green Spirit nodded, then replied, "But it wasn't easy for me to take human form. I haven't had enough fun yet. It's not convenient for you to follow me like this," Su Zimo said. "How about you turn back into a fragment? I'll let you out when I have the chance in the future." Green Spirit hesitated for a bit, then finally nodded. The two of them stayed in the space-time travel for a long time. Suzimo found that although the other party was a fragment of the divine sword, he didn't have many memories. Whether it was the memories of the Sky Palace, the flower farmer, or the man who created the Age of Desolation, he didn't have any impressions at all. Finally, after a long time, Suzimo came out of the space. He was already in the Emo family, once again returning to the eastern continent. As soon as Suzimo appeared, Emo Songhai immediately came to greet him. "Nephew Su, how was your trip to the central continent?" Emo Songhai asked with a smile. "The heroes of the world are just SOSO," Suzimo shook his head and said. "Then nephew Su, you must stay in the Emo family for a few days, let me do my best as a host." Emo Songhai laughed. Of course Suzimo nodded in agreement. Lady Chen left with her head held high. Young Master Xia proudly announced his arrival in the sky. Spring left and summer came, the scorching light scattered all over the land. Suzimo returned to the room that Emo Songhai had prepared for him. In the evening, after dinner, Suzimo leaned against the window and looked at the stars. The temperature in the air had also dropped slightly. The breeze blew a few strands of hair on Suzimo's forehead. "Since you're here, don't hide," he chuckled. As Suzimo's voice fell, ripples appeared in space. A black-robed figure gradually appeared in Suzimo's room. Under the bright moonlight, the shadow slowly raised his head. His face was terrifyingly pale and covered with deep purple runes. "Gu Ming is really well informed," Suzimo said with a smile. "You already knew as soon as I returned." This black figure was one of the 10 kings of hell of Gu Ming, king of Qinyu, whom Suzimo had met before. "You've exceeded my expectations," king of Qinyu said calmly. "The current holy son of Zhenwu Xingzong." No. "Everyone is shocked by my identity as the holy son," Suzimo said, shaking his head. "But in fact, my current achievements have little to do with Zhenwu Xingzong." "Do the terms of cooperation you mentioned before still stand?" King of Qinyu asked. "What do you mean?" Suzimo asked. "The cooperation you mentioned, is it cooperation between Gu Ming and Zhenwu Xingzong, or with you?" King of Qinyu continued to ask. "With me, of course," Suzimo replied. "But now, I have a new ally. Your Gu Ming is no longer indispensable." Hearing Suzimo's words, King of Qinyu's expression turned serious. He asked in a low voice, "Who?" "You don't need to know that," Suzimo said with a faint smile. "I gave you a chance before, but you didn't take it. You should understand that without my help, it would be difficult for your Gu Ming to obtain that thing. Almost everyone in the Yuanyang continent hates your Gu Ming. No one is willing to cooperate with you." Previously, Suzimo wanted to join forces with Gu Ming to go to the Buddhist burial temple, one of the 10 forbidden places. However, Gu Ming had been considering. Now, he had the help of the Holy Gate. Naturally, he had the confidence to negotiate. The Jiuzhou Palace body was hidden in the Buddhist burial temple. This had a great impact on Suzimo's advancement to the holy bloodline. Suzimo naturally wanted to obtain it. "There is strength in numbers. With our help, your chances of success will be greater." After a moment of silence, King of Qinyu said. "I think you should know your place. Now that we're letting Gu Ming join us, we're just hitching a ride." "Why should we?" Suzimo asked. Hearing Suzimo's words, King of Qinyu's expression turned ugly. As the overlord of the Desolation era, Gu Ming had never been treated like this. Even if it had declined now, it was still not something that anyone could criticize. However, that thing was very important to them. They had been plotting for several generations. They also knew that it would be difficult to obtain it with their own strength. After a moment of silence, King of Qinyu asked calmly, "What do you want?" "Give me a Yama's order," Suzimo replied. "Do you know what you're talking about?" King of Qinyu's expression turned even uglier. "Take care, I won't see you out." Suzimo turned around and looked at the bright moon in the night sky. "Looks like you're going to eat us to death." King of Qinyu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. After a long time, a token flew out of his sleeve and was thrown to Suzimo. Suzimo took the token. This token was made of heaven and earth black iron. There was a picture of a ferocious and terrifying ghost head on it. On the back, there were a few lines of strange and twisted words. The winding road leads to the secluded place, but the person at the bridgehead is helpless. When are we leaving? King of Qinyu asked coldly. When I return from Zhenwu Xingzong, in half a year, Su Zimo replied. Hurry up, King of Qinyu said. Looks like you're in a hurry, Su Zimo said with a smile. King of Qinyu snorted coldly, then disappeared from the room. Su Zimo put the Yama's order into his storage ring, then leaned against the window and went to sleep. As for whether or not he would bring Gu Ming, it was actually just a matter of convenience. If he could profit from it, then why not? The night passed in silence. When the moon set and the sun rose from the east, Su Zimo slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the sky was just beginning to brighten. The night had not completely receded, and the sky was bright. He jumped out of the window and arrived at his courtyard, then walked step by step into the distance. At this moment, the entire Mo clan was in a state of silence. Many of the disciples had yet to awaken from their dreams. Meanwhile, in one of the courtyards of the Mo clan, the sound of explosions could already be heard. Emochin carried a large rock on his back and began to do frog jumps around the stone walls of the courtyard. Every time he jumped, the muscles and bones in his body would let out a series of crackling sounds. After a long time, after running a few laps around the courtyard, he was completely exhausted and sweating profusely. Emochin put down the huge rock on his back. With a boom, a small pit was formed on the ground under his feet. He was only wearing a black singlet, and his strong muscles bulged. He had short hair and looked very energetic. After drinking a few mouthfuls of water, Emochin sat cross-legged under a big tree in the courtyard. Spirit chi surged around him. Although his cultivation was only at the true meridian realm, his foundation was solid and his spirit chi was very dense. At this moment, he observed his surroundings. After seeing that there was no one around, he cautiously took out an ancient parchment from his waist. After looking at the parchment for a long time, he finally took a deep breath. He put away the parchment and then began to condense the formation seals. There were a total of 20 formation seals. After condensing them, Emochin carefully controlled them. Unlike ordinary formation masters, he did not merge the formation seals into the air. Instead, he controlled all the formation seals to go toward his right index finger. When all the formation seals merged into his index finger, a flame spread out. His index finger was red as if it had been burned by a fire. This array formation was the Tier 3 array formation, explosive flame array. At this moment, what Emochin wanted to do was to engrave this formation on his right index finger. This was a crazy move. Since ancient times, very few people were willing to engrave formations on their bodies. However, Emochin's idea was even crazier. He was prepared to engrave a formation on his entire body. Every bone and every inch of his skin would not be spared. Today's index finger was only his first attempt. When the bursting flame array merged with his index finger, it was constantly corroding his skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. This kind of painful crying was unimaginable. Although he was mentally prepared, when the pain came, Emochin could still feel the pain as if his soul was being torn apart. He tightly hugged the tree beside him with one hand and gritted his teeth. The veins on his forehead were bulging. His entire body was drenched in sweat. He resisted the urge to scream and faint. This was only his index finger. It was conceivable that if he wanted to engrave a formation on other places in the future, that kind of pain could almost kill a person many times. After an unknown period of time, the sky began to brighten. Emochin was finally relieved from the pain. As the modification of the formation was completed, he slowly extended his right hand. Then, he pointed his right hand in the air, and a boom sound was heard. The exploding flame array started to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and started to operate on its own. Countless sparks shot out from his index finger and exploded in midair. The boundless flames almost incinerated the surrounding air. Pa pa pa. At this moment, the sound of clapping could be heard from the entrance of the courtyard. Emochin was shocked. He quickly retracted his right hand and looked towards the door. Su Zimo, dressed in a purple robe, slowly walked in. "Who are you?" Emochin asked cautiously. "Don't be nervous. Speaking of which, you should thank me," Su Zimo said with a smile. "Why?" "During the competition in Myriad Array City, I was the one who incited the crowd to save you from the blood underworld holy sect. I was also the one who recommended you to Emoceni, Suzimo said with a smile. The fact that Emochen was able to stay in a separate courtyard in the Emo clan meant that his recommendation was effective. The Emo clan still thought highly of him. Otherwise, how could an outsider like him, who had just changed his surname, deserve this? Thank you. Emochen was silent for a while after hearing Suzimo's words. Finally, he said in a low voice. Everyone should have the belief to live on. Perhaps his belief was revenge. His parents were framed and killed, and his sister died tragically in front of him. For revenge, even if his entire body was engraved with arrays, he had to endure inhuman pain at all times. He did not refuse. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Perhaps my next words will make you very angry, Suzimo said with a smile. Emochen raised his head and looked at Suzimo with some confusion. The 6 elements indestructible array is on you, right? Hearing Suzimo's words, Emochen's expression changed drastically. I don't know what you're talking about. Emochen took a step back and replied cautiously. Don't deny it. You should know what the 6 elements indestructible array means. Suzimo said, this is the Emo clan's inheritance array. Only the clan head and the elders of the clan's direct line of descent will be able to use it. If others cultivate in secret, they will be hunted down by the entire Emo clan. I don't understand what you mean, Emochen replied indifferently. You don't have to pretend anymore, Suzimo said. I think you should have engraved the 6 elements indestructible array on your body. Do you want me to call the Emo clan over now to investigate? Suzimo did not know how Emochen obtained the 6 elements indestructible array. After all, this array was tightly guarded by the Emo clan. It was impossible for outsiders to come into contact with it. However, he knew that the first array engraved on Emochen's body was the 6 elements indestructible array. He used the 6 elements indestructible array as the main body and the other array formations as support. Every part of his body was engraved with array formations. Hearing Suzimo's words, Emochen's expression was uncertain. When he first came to the Emo clan, he had once cleaned the ancestral hall of his ancestor, the Dao Array Great Emperor, and accidentally picked up a piece of parchment behind the ancestor's statue. This parchment was left behind by the Dao Array Great Emperor back then. He had some ideas about engraving array formations into his body. However, this was too dangerous. The Dao Array Great Emperor was not confident, so he sealed it away. He did not announce it to the public. Even the Emo clan did not know about it. When Emochen saw this, he decided to try cultivating it without hesitation. He carried a blood feud on his back. He did not have any talent or power. The only thing he had was a heart that did not want to work hard and wanted to become stronger. His cultivation had always been carried out in secret. Emochen did not know how Suzimo knew about it so clearly. What do you want? Emochen asked indifferently. The 6 elements indestructible array. As expected, Emochen muttered after hearing Suzimo's words. He hesitated slightly. Give me the 6 elements indestructible array, and we will have nothing to do with each other, Suzimo replied. I want to leave this place. You can still prepare for your revenge. I won't tell anyone about your situation. Emochen was silent for a while. In the end, he could only nod helplessly. I hope you can keep your words, he said as he sent the parchment at his waist to Suzimo. Suzimo took the parchment and quickly read it. He memorized the contents on it and returned it to Emochen. Maybe one day, your name will really be famous in the Yuanyang continent, Suzimo said with a smile. Then, he left the courtyard. After returning to his room, Suzimo immediately announced that he was going into seclusion. He asked Hun Dun to guard the door and not allow anyone to disturb him. After returning to his room, Suzimo took out the Skyspill star plate that he had obtained from the Skyspill sage. There were 50 great Daos and 49 Skyspill. Other than the escaped one, Skyspill could derive everything in the world. Although the Skyspill star plate wasn't that strong, it was good at calculating everything. Just like the Book of Changes and Divination, it was extremely effective against formations. As long as an array formation was engraved into the Skyspill star plate, it would be recorded. When someone held the Skyspill star plate, these engraved array formations would no longer be able to trap him. The 6 elements indestructible array was an array formation that Su Zimo was wary of. Back then, the Tao Array Great Emperor was indeed amazing. If someone wanted to destroy the 6 elements indestructible array from the inside, it would be very difficult. Su Zimo had the Sky Spill Star Plate and recorded the 6 elements indestructible array inside. In the future, if he was trapped by this array formation, he could use the Sky Spill Star Plate to deduce a way out. At this moment, in the room, the spirit energy around Su Zimo surged and condensed bit by bit into array seals. The 6 elements indestructible array required an astronomical number of array seals. Whether it was in his current life or his previous life, Su Zimo had never learned how to set up array formations. Fortunately, engraving array formations into the Sky Spill Star Plate only required the core circulation route and a corresponding number of array seals. There was no need to set up an array formation. Otherwise, Su Zimo would have to spend more time learning array formations. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The massive amount of array seals was condensed by Su Zimo and merged into the Sky Spill Star Plate along with the core circulation route. With a boom, the entire star plate emitted a dazzling light. A starry sky floated in midair and dazzling starlight filled the room that Su Zimo was in. The stars were resplendent and the Milky Way hung upside down. Occasionally, a few shooting stars would pass by. The blue starry sky was the background. At this moment, countless stars were connected together. The 6 elements indestructible formation was extremely vast. Even if the Sky Spill Star Plate wanted to derive it, it wouldn't be easy. Finally, after a long time, the starry sky in front of him collapsed and returned to normal. The entire star chart finally calmed down and was absorbed by the Heaven Spill Star Plate. In the future, Su Zimo wouldn't have to worry about this 6 elements indestructible formation anymore. After putting away the Sky Spill Star Plate, Su Zimo let out a deep sigh. These few days of condensing the array seal really made him feel tired. He put the astrolabe into his storage ring and took out a fragment of a broken sword. This was Qing Ling's original body, a fragment of the true God sword. Qing Ling's body was the sword spine of the true God sword. A normal sword was divided into 2 parts, the blade and the hilt. The body of the sword was further divided into the blade, the tip, and the spine. The hilt was divided into a sword case and a sword stem. Most swords also had a sword head, commonly known as a sword tassel, but it wasn't very useful. At this moment, the sword in Su Zimo's hand was covered in cracks. It looked like a rotten sword that had not even been unsheathed. No one would have thought that this almost broken sword spine had once split the heavens and the earth. Someone had used it to split open an era. In every era, there would be a few people who would step forward and leave behind epic legends in the sky. Most people would praise their past when they talked about them. They would also talk about the incredible legends they left behind. Some people even wished that they were born in the same era as them and personally witnessed the moment they created their legends. At this moment, in the true fate world, the 100 dragon cubs that were born from the dragon tree could already open their eyes. They relied on the fruits on the dragon tree to slowly grow. It was worth mentioning that the first fruit that each dragon cubs ate would become their elemental spirit chi. If they ate a fire elemental fruit first, then they could only eat fire elemental fruits in the future. They couldn't eat other elemental fruits. Su Zimo's true fate world was like a real world. It constantly provided Su Zimo with power. As long as this world was stronger, Su Zimo would be able to use more power. And how to make a world stronger was related to the size of the world, including the natural development of living things. Plants, animals, and humans. The 4 seasons were distinct, the air was fresh, the mountains, rivers, and forests could all exist in an orderly manner. This was like a large ecological environment. They constructed the needs of this world, and they enriched the entire world. If one day, the world's resources were used excessively, or even endlessly, some animals would start to go extinct. On a small scale, it was the extinction of an animal. On a large scale, this was a heavy blow to the entire world. If this situation continued, the entire world would collapse one day and eventually self-destruct. Every person, every tree, and even every drop of water in this world contributed to the strength of the world. They were the most important members of the ecological chain. This was also the reason why Su Zimo had always wanted to fuse the extreme Yin nether glow and the extreme Yang turbid shine. The birth of these 100 dragons made them members of the divine continent. It also made the entire world more perfect and stronger. As for the 9 ancient monsters, their kind of chaos was about to be born soon. Suzimo didn't care too much and left the true fate world. Even though he was the god of creation of this world, everything had its own rules of development. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't interfere with the development of this world. If a living thing destroyed the world's development, it would naturally be punished. This was the purpose of the heavenly Tao's existence. After leaving the room, Suzimo also said goodbye to Imo Xianxia. He had done what he needed to do. After resting in the Imo family for a few days, it was time to return to Zhenwu Xingzong. Now that sect master Xiao had returned, he didn't know what the sect was like. After saying goodbye to Imo Xianxia, Suzimo rode the dark heavenly tiger, Situ Guden, all the way to the far west. There were many races in this world, and each of the 3,000 races had their own strengths. There were many races that existed in the mortal world. For example, the human race. Back then, Zhenwu Great Emperor created the era of emperors, and since then, the human race had flourished. However, there were also races that didn't want to fight against the human race at its peak. They avoided the sharp edge and finally lived in seclusion. The Taoist race was such a race that lived in seclusion. No one knew where their base was. There weren't many Taoist race members left in this era. In the boundless void, there was a very secretive world within a barrier that no one knew about. Most of the Taoist race members lived here. Today, the Taoist race was celebrating. It was very lively. This was because today was the 15th birthday of the Taoist race's leader's son, Dao Tianyun. Most importantly, after turning 15, Dao Tianyun could officially start cultivating. From then on, he would embark on the path of cultivation. On this day, the Taoist clan was celebrating together. Clansmen stood on both sides of the street. Today was not only Dao Tianyun's birthday, but also his coming-of-age ceremony. Every year, the Taoist clan would elect a saint to compete for the mandate of heaven. Although Dao Tianyun had not cultivated yet, as the son of the clan leader, his every move was watched by many people. The stage for the coming-of-age ceremony was ready. The clansmen on both sides of the street were cheering. Dao Tianyun slowly walked up the stairs, step by step, as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. He stood in the middle of the stage, and on both sides were the higher-ups of the Taoist clan. There were people cheering below, and the petals of the wind whisper flower filled the sky. This was a grand coming-of-age ceremony. Dao Tianyun slowly raised his head. For some reason, on this day, his mind was blank. It was as if his memory was cleared by something, and his consciousness was muddled. Tianyun, say something, someone urged. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed in the sky, and a boom sounded in the air. Then, there were crackling electric arcs. Suddenly, Dao Tianyun's expression froze. He only felt a bolt of lightning explode in his memory. It was as if many memories that did not belong to him were forcibly instilled. Am I Dao Tianyun, or? He knelt on the ground, holding his head and screaming. This abnormality immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. A very powerful aura burst out from his body. After a long time, he slowly stood up. His aura was upright, and his eyes revealed a very strange aura. He stood on the stage, and after saying a short sentence, he fainted on the ground. My name is Samsara, and I want to walk the path of invincibility again. Suzimo left the formation city and went all the way to the far west. From the eastern continent to the far west, the closest road was naturally the 100,000 mountains. He lay on the dark sky tiger, and was not in a hurry. Walking on the wide official road, Suzimo met more and more people along the way. Have you heard? Something big happened to the Huang clan. Which Huang clan? Someone asked curiously. Who else? Of course, it's the Huang clan of the northwest city. Oh, the sword god's family. The person next to him suddenly realized and asked. What happened to the Huang family? I heard that their family has an abandoned child who is coming to the Huang family for revenge. This is going to be a good show. Suzimo was slightly stunned as he listened to the discussions of the passers-by. These people were all rushing to the Huang family to watch the show. Yan Buhui was a disciple of the Huang family, and Su Zimo did not know if the abandoned child these people were talking about was Yan Buhui. He still decided to take a look. The northwest city was located in the territory controlled by the Dan family. The founder of their clan, the Tian Huang sword god, was once a prodigy of his generation. He was also known as one of the hottest contenders for the Heaven's Will. In order to befriend the Sky Baron sword god, the Dan family had even separated the northwest city and gifted it to him. Later on, the northwest city became the private territory of the Huang family. Although the northwest city was within the territory of the Dan family, it was not under their jurisdiction at all. However, it was a pity that the Sky Baron sword god back then did not make it to the end. That man called Yin Tian finally cut through the thorns and bore the destiny of that era. As for the Sky Baron sword god's final outcome, some people said that he died in the final battle with Great Emperor Yin Tian for the Heaven's Will. Others said that he entered the immortal path and finally hid somewhere in the Huang family and began to cultivate wholeheartedly. However, no matter what the outcome was, it did not change the fact that the Huang family was now a powerful force. It was impossible to destroy the Huang family without an expert who had entered the immortal realm. Su Zimo rode on the dark sky tiger and followed the crowd all the way to the northwest city. Along the way, he asked around and found out that the person who wanted to destroy the Huang family was Yan Buhui. A few days ago, Yan Buhui had issued a challenge to the Huang family, saying that he wanted to seek justice for his mother's death and the unfair treatment he had received all these years. The last time Su Zimo saw Yan Buhui was in Hunyuan ancient city. He had defeated Qin Feiming and followed him to the Tianya pavilion to receive the inheritance of the eternal sword god. In such a short time, Su Zimo did not think that he had the strength to destroy the Huang family. The only explanation was that he had borrowed external help. A huge city stood between the heavens and the earth. Looking at it from the northwest city, every time the sun set, the glow of the setting sun would be at the same level as the city. It was as if the setting sun had fallen into the city and dyed half the sky beautiful. The Huang family had been in the northwest city for thousands of years and had long been deeply rooted. They had become an overlord. The northwest city was very vast, and the Huang family was not the only one who lived here. When Su Zimo arrived, it was already evening. The city was brightly lit, and it looked very lively because of the arrival of many outsiders. Su Zimo found an inn and waited for Yan Buhui's arrival. In his previous life, Yan Buhui had come to the Huang family for revenge 100 years later. However, in this life, Su Zimo had changed Yan Buhui's life to a certain extent. However, he was still not optimistic about Yan Buhui's chances. Although the Tianya pavilion was powerful, they would not gather the power of the entire sect to attack the Huang family for Yan Buhui's personal grudge. More importantly, Yan Buhui had never been to the central mainland before. The Tianya pavilion that he was in was just a branch of the eastern mainland. With this strength, it was still lacking to attack the Huang family. This was because Su Zimo knew a piece of news. The Tian Huang sword god was still alive. In his previous life, Su Zimo had seen the Tian Huang sword god from afar. With the existence of the Tian Huang sword god, even some of the imperial lineage Huang family could contend with them. However, the Huang family did not seem to know about the existence of his ancestor. After a silent night, the city that was still in a hazy sleep was suddenly struck by a sudden clap of thunder. Boom! Everyone in the city was shocked. Many people ran out of their rooms and looked outside the city. They saw a group of people walking in the air, their white clothes fluttering as they flew over from afar. The leader was Yan Buhui. After not seeing him for a long time, Yan Buhui had grown a lot. The aura around him condensed, and the aura of the revered Meridian realm reverberated. That unique sword will spread across the heavens and earth, lasting for a long time, showing off its sharpness. Where are the people of the Huang family? A roar exploded in the sky. The person behind Yan Buhui shouted with an imposing aura. The Huang family was located at the center of the northwest city. At this moment, the sky was filled with spiritual energy. The Huang family's patriarch, Huang Guyuan, led many elders and stepped into the air. He faced Yan Buhui from afar. My respected father, have you ever thought that this day would come? Yan Buhui stood at the top and asked indifferently. Buhui, do you really have to make things like this? Ancient Desolate Yuan sighed. No matter what, this is still your home. Although it's a little unfair to you, you don't have to fight to the death. I told you that keeping this guy alive would be a threat, the great elder of the Huang family said unhappily. A little unfair? Yan Buhui sneered. Why didn't you save my mother when she died? In this family, my life was worse than a dog. Even if I went to Zhenwu Xingzong to seek refuge, you still wouldn't let me go. You still don't want to let me go and sent Huang Tianxia to chase me out of the true martial sacred sect. How are we going to settle this? No matter what, I'm still your father. This is a fact that can't be changed, ancient desolate Yuan replied. Do you really see me as your son? Yan Buhui said calmly. You don't have to play the emotional card. I'm here today to seek justice. What do you want? Ancient desolate Yuan frowned and asked. Those who have bullied me all these years deserve to die, Yan Buhui said sternly. But don't worry, I'm a person who knows what's right and wrong. I won't kill those innocent disciples. Hearing Yan Buhui's words, the great elder of the Huang family changed his expression. His holy pulse aura enveloped the area as he shouted, Huang Buhui, you're too presumptuous. I'll say it again. My name is Yan Buhui. My surname is not Huang, and I don't care, Yan Buhui interrupted the great elder. He said calmly, besides, so what if I'm presumptuous? Seeing that the great elder was about to attack, ancient desolate Yuan shook his head and stopped the great elder. He looked at the person beside Yan Buhui. It was a man in a white shirt. The style of his shirt was slightly different, and there were 4 words engraved on the back. So close, yet so far. These 4 words were burning with a raging fire. If the ancient desolate Yuan guessed correctly, this was the symbol of the World Edge Pavilion. Ancient desolate Yuan immediately felt troubled. Although he didn't know how Yan Buhui got into contact with the World Edge Pavilion. This one sect with 3 emperors was enough to make people tremble in fear. At the same time, he could not allow Yan Buhui to do as he pleased. Because the ancient desolate plains knew that the majority of their Huang family had bullied Yan Buhui before. He couldn't just watch them all die. Are all of you from the Xianxia pavilion? The ancient desolate Yuan slightly raised his head and asked the people behind Yan Buhui. Huang family head, you're famous far and wide. The white-clothed man who had been silent all this while replied with a smile. May I know who you are from the World Edge Pavilion? Qin Chao Tian, the white-clothed man calmly replied. The person in charge of the Xianxia Pavilion's branch in the eastern continent. Upon hearing this name, the people in the ancient desolate plains cried out in surprise. As the Huang family's patriarch, he knew a little about the eastern continent's elite fighters. Qin Chao Tian was a divine vein realm expert, and his strength was already at the peak of the eastern continent. He was in charge of everything in the World Edge Pavilion in the eastern continent. One had to know that the World Edge Pavilion was an intelligence organization. Normally, it was very difficult to see Qin Chao Tian in person. The ancient desolate Yuan felt that something was amiss. It seemed that the relationship between Yan Buhui and the World Edge Pavilion was not ordinary. Our Huang family doesn't seem to have any grudges with the World Edge Pavilion, right? The ancient desolate Yuan probed. Yan Buhui is the holy son chosen by the World Edge Pavilion's eastern continent branch, Qin Chao Tian calmly said. To a certain extent, he represents the World Edge Pavilion's branch. We naturally have the obligation to help him. Hearing the conversation between the two, Su Zimo chuckled. It seemed that Yan Buhui had received the Eternal Sword God's approval. Otherwise, the World Edge Pavilion would not be so certain. Do you think that our Huang family is easy to bully? The ancient desolate Yuan frowned and said with an ugly expression. We'll know if we try, Qin Chao Tian replied with a faint smile. The ancient desolate Yuan looked at the Huang family behind him and finally said with a serious expression. Ancestor Yulan, please come out of seclusion. Desolate Yulan, this name sounds familiar, someone in the crowd muttered softly. Is it Lord Junjian? Someone asked with uncertainty. The Yulan of heaven and earth, the Huang family is a gentleman. Someone at the side came to a realization and shouted, I know. The gentleman sword, desolate Yulan, is the most talented member of the Huang family after the Tian Huang sword god. I heard that she went into seclusion a few hundred years ago to break through the immortal path, and there has been no news of her since then. In a very hidden cave in the back mountain of the Huang family. Green vegetation grew in the decaying interlayer of the mountain wall. The thick vegetation carried the smell of soil and the freshness of plants. At this moment, as the mountain wall shook, the interlayer began to break, and a pale blue light shot into the sky. A cave entrance appeared in the interlayer of the mountain wall. The sky was filled with orchids slowly falling from the sky, as if it was raining flowers. A cool breeze blew, and the petals slowly scattered. It was very beautiful. The fragrance of the flowers drifted in the sky, and everyone could smell that fragrance. As the petals drifted, a woman in a blue dress stepped on the petals and walked over from the horizon. The aura of a peak divine pulse realm expert was majestic around her, and the entire space in the sky was shattered. The rain of flowers fell around her, and her long hair fluttered. She was like a fairy that descended from the 9 heavens. Ancestor Yulan. At this moment, all the members of the Huang family looked at the woman walking over and all knelt down to greet her. Guyuan, why did you call me? The woman asked in a gentle voice. Ancestor Yulan, the World Edge Pavilion wants to destroy my Huang family. I have no choice, Huang Guyuan complained. Seeing Huang Yulan's gaze, Qin Chaotian smiled faintly and said, the proud daughter of the Huang family is indeed shocking. Huang Yulan didn't answer. Her slender fingers casually caught the orchids drifting down from the sky. The orchids were gently sent flying. Only a boom sound was heard. Endless spirit energy surged, and a surging aura wreaked havoc in the sky. A path to the heavens was cut open by the petals, and a tornado was howling. Qin Chaotian's expression changed. He quickly blocked with his palms, and his true fate was surging behind him. Rumble. The petals exploded in front of him. A black hole was directly created in the sky, and Qin Chaotian's figure was sent flying. Everyone looked up. At this moment, Qin Chaotian's clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in wounds. He looked very miserable. I think you misunderstood. Qin Chaotian withdrew the smile on his face and said indifferently. Your opponent is not me. Following Qin Chaotian's words, Huang Yulan calmly looked into the distance. At the end of the sky, there was a vast immortal aura sprinkling down. A boundless immortal aura resounded in the sky. The aura of a mysterious immortal reverberated in the sky. When the boundless immortal might descended from the sky, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. A gray-robed old man slowly walked over from the horizon. Spirit energy surged around his body and his aura was shocking. Even Huang Yulan's expression was heavy as she narrowed her eyes at the newcomer. Although he was only a first-step profound immortal, once he entered the path of immortality, his lifespan would increase exponentially. This was not something a divine vein cultivator could compare to. This time, I went to the headquarters to invite the pavilion elder over, Qin Chaotian said calmly. Pointless resistance is useless. Your World's Edge Pavilion really put in a lot of effort, Huang Guyuan said. World's Edge Pavilion was a sect with 3 emperors. But no matter what, ascending immortals were the pinnacle of battle strength. They probably did not have many of them themselves. Now that they had moved out for Yanbu Hui, one could imagine how important this matter was. Beside him, Huang Yulan was surrounded by a surging river of spirit qi, and a true fate appeared behind him. It was a blooming orchid, extremely beautiful and proud. The moment the orchid bloomed, Huang Yulan held a petal in her hand. Light blue spirit energy filled the petal, causing it to ripple and fly out with a monstrous aura. It was flying in the direction that the Ascension Immortal expert had come from. The gray-robed old man stopped and looked at the oncoming petal, then waved his right hand. Immortal energy spread out, shattering the surrounding space. Boom! The orchid petal was swallowed by the black hole created by the immortal energy. The old man took another step and arrived in front of everyone. Greetings, Pavilion Elder Tsong, Qin Chaotian hurriedly greeted. Although he was a divine vein cultivator and was only one step away from ascending immortality. But this one step was a hurdle that many could not cross in their lifetime. The status of ascending immortals was unshakable. It seems that everyone welcomes me. Pavilion Elder Tsong looked at the falling orchid and smiled. Are you going to exterminate the clan today? Huang Yulan asked. Not exterminating the clan, just killing some who deserve to be killed, Pavilion Elder Tsong said as he looked at Yanbu Hui. You are the successor of the eternal ancestor? Yes, elder. Yan Buhui hurriedly replied. Work hard in your cultivation. Don't disappoint our ancestors, Pavilion Elder Tsong said with a smile. To be chosen by the ancestor, you must be extraordinary. Yan Buhui hurriedly nodded his head. At this moment, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. The head of the Tsong pavilion waved his hand, and immortal light filled half of the sky. He raised his voice and said, according to Yan Buhui's wishes, we should follow his instructions. Those who have nothing to do with it, please leave. We only kill people who deserve to be killed. Hearing Pavilion Elder Tsong's words, Huang Yulan suspiciously looked at the desolate ancient plains. After all, she did not have the time to ask why the people from the World's Edge Pavilion wanted to make the Huang family their enemy. Looking at the situation now, it seemed to be related to this young man called Yan Buhui. The desolate ancient Yuan hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still gave a simple explanation of the situation. He pleaded, Ancestor, according to what they said, at least half of the Huang clan had bullied Yan Buhui. Wouldn't that mean that half the clan would be slaughtered? This is the clan you manage? Huang Yulan frowned as the spiritual qi around her body surged violently. She looked at the desolate ancient plains with some anger. How did you choose the position of the patriarch? How can the Huang family not decline in your hands? The desolate ancient Yuan lowered his head in shame, not knowing how to refute. Sir, Huang Yulan turned her head to look at Pavilion Elder Tsong and finally said. We can hand over the mastermind who bullied Yan Buhui. However, can we let go of those who only followed the trend and bullied him occasionally? Pavilion Elder Tsong looked at Yan Buhui, as if he was waiting for his answer. Originally, I wanted to exterminate the clan, but on account of our past relationship, I spared those innocent people, Yan Buhui said indifferently. I will not let go of anyone who bullied me. Maybe 1 or 2 people bullied me occasionally, but when hundreds or even thousands of people bullied me, have you ever thought of that feeling? Gossip is a fearful thing, Qin Chao Tian said indifferently. What about you? Hand over those people? Or resist to the end? Pavilion Elder Tsong asked indifferently. I know that your World's Edge pavilion is amazing, but our Huang family is not to be trifled with, Huang Yulan frowned. She said indifferently, there is no need to fight to the death. Our Huang family has already taken a step back. It seems that you still don't understand who is in charge of the current situation, Pavilion Elder Tsong replied indifferently. He waved his hand, and an extreme immortal light attacked Huang Yulan. Huang Yulan's expression was solemn, and the orchids behind her blossomed with light. The light blue light enveloped half of the world. Countless orchids floated down from the sky, condensing into a huge orchid petal in front of Huang Yulan. The orchid petal slowly rotated, and the extreme immortal light hit the petal. Boom! Countless waves of air exploded, and the sky seemed to be overturned by the extreme wind and waves. When the wind and waves dissipated, everyone looked up again. Half of the orchid petal was destroyed, and the remaining half was on the verge of collapse. But no matter what, he had managed to block Pavilion Elder Tsong's attack. Among the Divine Vein Realm cultivators, you can be considered amazing, Pavilion Elder Tsong said indifferently. Huang Yulan took a deep breath, and the spirit energy around her boiled even more fiercely. Countless orchids bloomed around her, and the densely packed petals seemed to cover the entire sky. She stood in the rain of flowers in her blue dress, and the aura of a peak Divine Vein Realm cultivator slowly condensed. Seeing this scene, Pavilion Elder Tsong chuckled. At this moment, a hellish immortal pressure was emitted from his body. Half of the sky seemed to be falling and collapsing behind him. He was shrouded in immortal mist, and his true fate slowly appeared behind him. It was a strange flame. This strange flame was pure white, and the heat it emitted was enough to burn the entire space. At this moment, Pavilion Elder Tsong waved his right hand, and the white flame behind him turned into a sea of fire, covering half of the sky. As the sea of fire covered the sky, the orchids around Huang Yulan began to burn. They seemed to be buried in the sea of fire. Crackling sounds of explosions could be heard from within. The entire sky was covered by the sea of fire, and no matter how much spirit energy Huang Yulan used, it was unable to extinguish. It was as if the flame had a consciousness, and could not be extinguished. Instead, it burned even more vigorously. As the flame burned in the air, it was formed from Huang Yulan's true fate. It seemed to be burning her true fate. Huang Yulan screamed, and her figure slowly fell from the sea of fire. At this moment, she no longer had the elegance of her fluttering dress. Her hair was a bit messy, her face was pale, and there was some blood at the corner of her mouth. Seeing this scene, the spectators below were shocked. The Huang clan has kicked an iron plate. Even their ancestor, Lord Junjian, is no match for them. What's wrong with that? I already expected this. Although the Huang clan is strong, they are only famous in our northwest city. While the Sky Edge Pavilion is a force with 3 emperors in the central mainland, they are not even on the same level. The Huang clan is used to being arrogant. It's time for them to taste their own medicine. At this moment, in the air, desolate ancient Yuan hurriedly brought many elders to support Huang Yulan. Everyone worriedly asked, "Ancestor, are you all right?" "My true fate is injured. I'm afraid I will need to rest for a long time." Huang Yulan wiped the blood at the corner of her mouth and shook her head. "It's all our fault. We have implicated Ancestor." Huang Guiyuan blamed himself. "Let's not talk about this first. Let's see how they will deal with our Huang clan." Huang Yulan shook her head. Everyone looked up and saw the Song Pavilion elder waving his hand. All of the Huang clan's upper echelons were suppressed. Song Pavilion elder looked around and lightly said, "I will keep my words. I will only kill those who deserve to be killed. I will not kill innocent people." After he finished speaking, he looked at Yan Buhui. Yan Buhui took a deep breath, slowly pulled out his sword, and walked forward step by step. Sword intent surrounded his body. With every step he took, the sword intent behind him became stronger. At this moment, the Huang clan's disciples were all gathered together, looking at Yan Buhui in fear. "Cousin Buhui, I was blind before. Seeing that we are from the same clan, please let me go." Some of the Huang clan's disciples could not stand the oppressive atmosphere and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. Whoosh! A sword light flashed in the air, and the head of the disciple who was begging for mercy fell to the ground. "I don't care if you bully me, but those who insulted my mother, don't even think about escaping." Following Yan Buhui's words, he raised his sword and charged into the crowd. The Huang clan's disciples did not even dare to resist. There were ascended immortals watching from above. It was useless even if they resisted. At this moment, the person who was the most panicked was none other than Huang Xianxia. This was because he had even gone to Zhenwu Xingzong to expel Yan Buhui from the sect. "Father, save me." Huang Tianxia desperately begged for help from the ancient desolate plains. The ancient desolate plains took a deep breath. He did not dare to act rashly. The pressure of the ascended immortal expert was currently enveloping him. The desolate ancient Yuan was sure that if he dared to make a move, the other party would not be polite. He closed his eyes in despair. In the middle of the Huang family's courtyard, there was a rusty statue. The statue was made of pig iron. It was a man with long hair and a long sword on his back. Because of the rust, the originally painted white gown was also stained with rust. It was as if the glory of the past could no longer be seen. The face of the statue was not too lifelike, but it had a very gentle smile on its face. Huang Yulan slowly walked to the front of the statue and gently stroked it. "The statue of the ancestor, you have already left it behind." Looking at the rust on the statue, Huang Yulan said hesitantly. The Huang family's upper echelons behind her were all silent, not saying a word. They all lowered their heads in shame. Ignoring the Huang family's disciples that were being slaughtered by Yan Buhui, Huang Yulan turned around and sternly said to the upper echelons. "All of you, kneel down and reflect on what you have done all these years." Huang Yulan said as she knelt down first. "There was once a person. A sword god called Tian Huang. He was the pride of our Huang family. Because of him, the Pil clan gave the northwest city to us. He fought with great Emperor Yin Tian for the heaven's will. A long time ago, there were many legends about the sword god in the Huang family. People regarded him as the pride of the northwest city. However, with the passage of time, the legends about the sword god slowly faded away. The glory of the past became the past in the end. The dust of time covered all the glory. At this moment, seeing the upper echelons kneeling down, the Huang family's disciples also followed suit. The statue at the top was still standing alone. The rusty pig iron seemed to be telling people about the silence of time. The statue's expression was always a gentle smile. However, no one noticed that a different spiritual energy was reverberating around the statue. Yan Buhui's massacre was still ongoing. He vented all the resentment he had accumulated over the past 20 years. He had watched his mother die in front of his eyes because they did not save her. He had also been bullied by his clansmen. Not only did they bully him, they also insulted his dead mother. The more Yan Buhui killed, the more he felt that his body was clear and his thoughts were open. The resentment that had accumulated over the past 20 years was all released, as if even his realm could not be suppressed. Why do I feel that the ancestor statue is moving? Among the kneeling upper echelons, someone looked at the statue at the top and said carefully. Everyone raised their heads and saw that the sword on the back of the statue seemed to be vibrating. It was as if the iron sword was about to be pulled out of the sheath. What's going on? Someone said in shock. Just as he finished speaking, a clang sound was heard. The sound of a sword being unsheathed seemed to resound through the entire heaven and earth. The rusty statue began to vibrate rapidly. At the abdomen of the statue, a black hole formed by spiritual energy appeared. The black hole was deep and boundless, and nothing could be seen clearly. This is... Pavilion Elder Tsong squinted his eyes and looked at the inside of the black hole solemnly. A man wearing a black robe and a blood-red cloak slowly walked out of the black hole. The sword on the back of the statue was pulled out of the sheath, and the pig iron on the surface of the iron sword was completely shattered. The entire sword looked brand new, and the sword light was extremely sharp. There were purple stripes flowing on the sword blade, and a sea of swords formed by sword intent surged around the man. The moment the man appeared, the surrounding crowd who had a sword started to tremble. At this moment, all the swords were trembling uncontrollably. It was as if they had met the Emperor of the Swords, and they were submitting and humming softly. It's Sword God Tian Huang. Someone said in disbelief. It's Sword Ancestor Tian Huang, the Sword Ancestor is back. The Sword Ancestor has always been here. At this moment, the Huang clansmen were crying tears of joy, and they all shouted towards the sky. Many people knelt down. The onlookers also started to shout along with the atmosphere. Sword God, Sword God. From this, one could see how powerful he was. Trample the 5 continents of Zhou Hai, sweep through the 4 great regions of Xinhua, and I am invincible in the sword Dao. The cold words exploded in the sky along with the strict sword intent. As the cold sword intent exploded, everyone in the northwest city looked up at the sky. The man in the blood-red cloak and black robe came into view. Sword God Tian Huang, someone said with a trembling voice. At this moment, not only the people in the northwest city, but even the disciples of the Huang family were stunned. Looking at the figure in the sky, it was obvious that they were unable to react. Sword God Tian Huang is still in the Huang family. He didn't die when he fought with Great Emperor Yin Tian for the Mandate of Heaven. That's right, but I wonder what realm Sword God Tian Huang is at now. Sword God Tian Huang, Pavilion Elder Tsong muttered solemnly when he saw the figure in the sky. Sword God Tian Huang emitted a vast amount of immortal qi. The majestic immortal qi enveloped the entire sky. Looking at the figure in the sky, the people of the Huang family were filled with emotions. Ancestor, an elderly man murmured as he looked at Sword God Tian Huang's back. That was perhaps the most prosperous period of the Huang family. He had carried the hopes and hopes of countless people as he walked on the path of the Mandate of Heaven. Everyone looked at his back as he left. The same black robe and blood-red cloak. After that, the people of the Huang family never saw Sword God Tian Huang again. However, there was news that Great Emperor Yin Tian had inherited the Mandate of Heaven. Sword God Tian Huang slowly turned his head. His black hair swayed gently in the breeze. He had sharp eyebrows and sword-like eyes. His deep eyes seemed to contain an endless amount of sword qi. Sword God Tian Huang slowly lowered his head and looked at the disciples of the Huang family. He smiled warmly. So you're not dead yet? Pavilion Elder Tsong said calmly. Do we know each other? Sword God Tian Huang looked up and asked with a smile. No, but I've heard of your reputation, Sword God, Pavilion Elder Tsong replied calmly. Just now, Sword God said that I'm invincible in the sword Dao. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Why? Sword God Tian Huang asked. Since you're invincible in the Sword Dao, how could you lose to Great Emperor Yin Tian? Pavilion Elder Tsang asked with a smile. I lost to him, but my Sword Dao didn't lose to him. Sword God Tian Huang shook his head and replied. He slowly raised the sword in his hand. At this moment, all the swords in the northwest city began to buzz and tremble. Soaring sword will radiated from his body. The entire sky had been split into two halves. Around his body, 9 meridians opened at the same time, and the storm of sword intent raged. Since when has your World's Edge Pavilion interfered in the matters of our Huang family? Sword God Tian Huang said indifferently. At this moment, his aura grew stronger and stronger, and his majestic aura soared into the sky. Sword God Tian Huang slowly brandished the long sword in his hand. Clang! A melodious sword cry rang out. An astonishing sword intent burst out from the tip of the sword, and a rumbling sound spread out in the distant horizon. Looking at the endless storm created by the sword will, which covered the sky and covered the earth, it attacked. Pavilion Elder Tsang's face was solemn as the flames behind him burned even more fiercely. The flames engulfed half of the sky and collided with the sword will. With a boom, half of the sky was ravaged. The endless wind and waves were like a mushroom cloud, sweeping up the dust on the ground and scattering it. After everything had been settled, Yi Zichen was still in a daze. The people of the northwest city looked up and saw Sword God Tian Huang and Pavilion Elder Tsang facing each other. The immortal realm aura covered half of the sky. Pavilion Elder Tsang's mystic immortal realm was suppressed to the point that he could not stand steadily. Suddenly, a line of blood shot out, and Pavilion Elder Tsang's arm was broken. Fresh blood spurted out from it. Tian Huang, you're declaring war on my World's Edge Pavilion, Pavilion Elder Tsang said with an ugly expression. This is your punishment for interfering with my Huang family's matters, Sword God Tian Huang said indifferently. As for the so-called declaration of war, you're not qualified to talk to me. Let that old guy Eternal do it. Pavilion Elder Tsang's expression changed when he heard Sword God Tian Huang's words. In the end, he could only snort coldly. Sword God Tian Huang turned his head and looked at Yan Buhui. Yan Buhui felt his body sink as if there was a pressure pressing down on him. However, he still straightened his back and looked at Sword God Tian Huang calmly. You've received my inheritance, Sword God Tian Huang said calmly after staring for a long time. Yan Buhui had received the inheritance of 2 great sword gods in his life. The first time was when he was Zhenwu Xingzong, and he had received Sword God Tian Huang's inheritance by accident. The other time was when he won against Qin Feiming and received Eternal Sword God's inheritance. I've received your inheritance by accident, Yan Buhui nodded and replied. Then why do you want to be enemies with your family? Sword God Tian Huang asked in confusion. Yan Buhui paused for a moment before he gave a brief explanation of what had happened. In the end, he said, my family has become my inner demon. I have to get rid of this inner demon in order to be open-minded. Only then can I continue on the path of martial arts. Sword God Tian Huang fell silent when he heard Yan Buhui's words. In the end, he said indifferently, I won't make things difficult for you. If you leave now, you'll have nothing to do with the Huang family in the future. Yan Buhui turned around and looked at the corpses on the ground that he had killed. He said calmly, I've long had nothing to do with the Huang family. Sword God Tian Huang shook his head as he watched Yan Buhui leave. He sighed and said, what a pity. He was a good seedling. Sword God Tian Huang turned around and looked at the Huang family's upper echelons. He then walked into the Huang family. Clean up these corpses. The rest of you, come in with me to discuss important matters. Yan Buhui had only taken a few steps after leaving the Huang family when he saw Su Zimo. He was a little surprised. Congratulations on your revenge, Su Zimo said with a smile. There's nothing to congratulate. At least they still have Sword God Tian Huang, Yan Buhui shook his head and said. You've joined the World Edge Pavilion? Su Zimo asked with interest. Zhenwu Xingzong won't help me take revenge, but the World Edge Pavilion is willing. You should understand my choice. Yan Buhui nodded and replied. But don't worry. I'll never forget the favor I owe you. As the two of them were talking, Pavilion Elder Tsang and Qin Chao Tian flew down from the sky. Although Pavilion Elder Tsong had lost an arm, he was still an immortal expert. It wouldn't take long for his arm to heal automatically. This was also because Sword God Tian Huang didn't want to be enemies with the World Edge Pavilion and gave him a way out. Bu Hui, let's go back and discuss this, Qin Chao Tian said. Uncle Qin, I don't want to pursue the matter with the Huang family anymore, Yan Bu Hui shook his head and said. We've killed most of the people who should be killed. Sword God Tian Huang is disrespecting the World Edge Pavilion. I'll report this matter to the headquarters. Pavilion Elder Tsong said awkwardly. If there's a chance, I'll go to the World Edge Pavilion to look for you, Su Zimo said to Yan Bu Hui with a smile. Yan Bu Hui nodded. Then, the two of them went their separate ways in the Northwest City. After leaving Northwest City, Su Zimo made a special trip to Maple Leaf City. Xiao Gizi and Yao Xingnan were still there. This city was like a maple leaf blooming in the withered autumn. The weather was gradually cooling down. Su Zimo liked autumn. He liked the rainy season. He remembered that when he was very young, he liked to walk in the rain. When he came to Maple Leaf City, Xiao Gizi and Yao Xingnan were still living in that courtyard. Xiao Gizi's injuries had also healed. Senior brother Zimo, seeing Su Zimo's arrival, Xiao Gizi hurriedly greeted him excitedly. Have you been living well recently? Su Zimo asked with a smile. Not bad, I'm just bored to death, Xiao Gizi also smiled. Su Zimo nodded, turned to Yao Xingnan and said, the Absolute Heaven sect has been destroyed. You're not lying to me, right? Yao Xingnan was slightly stunned. After all, in her memory, that sect with 2 emperors was indeed too big. How can you talk to senior brother Zimo like that? Xiao Gizi glared at Yao Xingnan and said indifferently. Why would senior brother Zimo lie to you? What's so scary about a small Absolute Heaven sect? Oh, hearing Xiao Gizi's words, Yao Xingnan nodded obediently. Then she looked at Su Zimo and said, then I'll tell you the secret of the Tree of Life. Seeing this scene, Su Zimo smiled slightly. It seemed that there was something fishy about these two. He didn't expect that Xiao Gizi, this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, was also an expert in flirting. He took down Yao Xingnan in such a short time. Su Zimo didn't say much, but took out a sword from his storage ring. Seeing the sword appear, Yao Xingnan cried out, heaven-destroying sword. The Emperor true weapon left behind by the heaven-destroying Great Emperor. Su Zimo nodded. Yao Xingnan then taught Su Zimo how to use the mother leaf of the Tree of Life. Early the next morning, the 3 of them left Maple Leaf City and headed for Zhenwu Xingzong. This behemoth located in the far west seemed like it would never change. It was still shrouded in immortal mist, floating in midair. The Thousand Prison was like a pagoda, its peak reaching the clouds. Apart from the era of the Heavenly Will battle, this place was always calm and peaceful. As soon as Su Zimo returned to Zhenwu Xingzong, he went to his father's Green Mountain Peak immediately. The disciples he met along the way also greeted him as the Holy Sun. Zhenwu Xingzong was still the same old Zhenwu Xingzong. He didn't seem to have changed at all. I'm back. On the peak of Green Mountain, a cool breeze blew gently. Su Qingshan was still wearing his green robe as he stood beside the small river at the top of the mountain. There were some white hairs at his temples, and he had a gentle smile on his face. He looked at Su Zimo and said with satisfaction, you've grown a lot. Father, Su Zimo called out, then smiled and said, everyone grows up. That's right. Being outside is different from being in the sect. Su Qingshan nodded. If you really encounter injustice and need the sect's help, don't force yourself. At the very least, our Zhenwu Xingzong is not afraid of anyone. I heard that sect Master Xiao is back? Su Zimo asked with a smile. Yes, you can go visit him later. Su Qingshan nodded. Is he dissatisfied with my position as the Holy Sun? Su Zimo asked. It's not that he's dissatisfied. It's just that he brought back a girl with top-notch talent. Su Qingshan smiled. He probably wants to nurture that girl. It doesn't matter. I didn't rely much on the sect to grow to where I am today. Su Zimo shook his head. By the way, you should rest in the sect for a while, Su Qingshan said. Your grandfather's family will hold a grand ceremony soon. You can represent me and your mother to take a look. When? A year later. It's still early, Su Zimo nodded. His grandfather's Wenren family was located in the distant northern continent. Su Zimo did not want to go at first, but he had promised Sword Immortal Jiang Yun that he would bring his inheritance back to the Jiang family. And the Jiang family was in the northern continent. To put it bluntly, it was on the way. After chatting with his father for a while, Su Zimo left and returned to his Yannan Peak. He had not been there for a long time. The two maids, Chen Xiao and Xiaqiu, cleaned the place until it was spotless. The two of them prepared hot water. Su Zimo also took a hot bath under their care. After the hot bath, Lin Ruhu rushed over immediately. After not seeing him for a long time, Lin Ruhu was now much stronger than before. He looked very burly and no longer looked as young as before. Most importantly, there was an indescribable rhythm to every breath he took. It was as if every muscle in his body was breathing in harmony. Whether it was the strength technique that Su Zimo had given him previously or the heavenly spirit fiend tiger body, it seemed that he could already perfectly integrate them. The third elder must have spent a lot of effort to bring Lin Ruhu out for training. Brother Zimo. Lin Ruhu grinned and smiled shyly. How have you been? Su Zimo smiled. Yes, grandfather brought me to the tiger tribe and received their inheritance. Lin Ruhu smiled and nodded. Hearing Lin Ruhu's words, Su Zimo smiled slightly. It seemed that the third elder had put in a lot of effort this time. Grandfather said that with my current aptitude, I am qualified to fight for the heavenly mandate. Lin Ruhu continued. Then what do you think? Su Zimo asked. I didn't think too much. I just want to follow Brother Zimo and clear all the obstacles on your path. Lin Ruhu replied. It seems that the third elder has made a wedding dress for me. Su Zimo smiled. The two of them chatted for a while. Then, Su Zimo prepared to go into seclusion and let Lin Ruhu guard the door. After returning to his room, Su Zimo took out the mother leaf of the Tree of Life. This mother leaf was related to the Tree of Life itself. Su Zimo couldn't be careless. And the Tree of Life was very important for Su Zimo to perfect his true fate world. There were legends about the Tree of Life. This probably couldn't be found in the long river of time. Because its origin was as ancient as the sun's turbid radiance and moon's nether glow. They were all existences that had broken away from the river of time. If the fusion of the sun's turbid radiance and moon's nether glow was the origin of all species, then the Tree of Life was the origin of all plants. A long, long time ago, the era had just begun. The world was empty, and nothing existed. After that, the sun's turbid radiance and moon's nether glow created animals, giving birth to humans and the world's hundreds of races. And the Tree of Life was the origin of all plants. From the small ones to the ordinary pine, willow, and white birch. From the big ones to the seven-star heavenly radiance tree, the savage Tao tree, the Bodhi flower, and the Fey divine wood. These universe-rank spirit trees and Xian herbs were actually the progeny of the Tree of Life. With the Tree of Life, all the plants in the world were born. Su Zimo looked at the mother leaf of the Tree of Life in his hand, and the spiritual energy around him began to surge. As Su Zimo's body emitted the power of creation, he slowly took out the mother leaf. A thick aura of life emanated from the mother leaf. It is said that every drop of liquid from the Tree of Life's main body has the power of a universe stage draft. When the mother leaf revealed a mysterious aura, Su Zimo followed the method Yao Xingnan taught him. He used the mother leaf bit by bit. The thick aura of life almost enveloped the entire courtyard. Halfway up the mountain where Yannan Peak was located, all kinds of plants were growing crazily. Su Zimo's soul and body seemed to be separated. His consciousness entered a patch of darkness, as if he had traversed through an endless space. He couldn't see anything around him. Su Zimo held a glass bottle in his hand. He stood in the darkness, opened the bottle, and slowly poured out a drop of blood. This blood was given to Su Zimo by Yao Xingnan, and it was also the blood essence of a member of the divine clan. When the blood dripped down, the darkness under his feet suddenly fluctuated. Layers of ripples appeared. As the ripples grew bigger and bigger. Originally, Su Zimo's surroundings were quiet, and he couldn't hear anything. Suddenly, he heard the sound of water dripping all around him. A black light flashed in front of Su Zimo's eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his whole body was covered in green. This was a forest. Ancient trees grew so tall that they covered the sky and the sun. The tree trunks stretched as far as the eye could see, and there was no end in sight. The ancient trees were lush with branches and leaves, covering the entire sky. He couldn't see the sun when he looked up, and only faint sunlight shone through the gaps between the branches and leaves. The forest was very quiet. It was unknown how old these ancient trees were, but their aura of life was very strong. Suzimo looked around, and walked straight to the tree-lined path in front of him. This path was specially opened, and there were green vines on both sides. The air in the forest was very fresh. He walked all the way down, and after turning the corner of the path, the line of sight in front of him suddenly widened, and the scene in front of him completely shocked Suzimo. It was a big tree. An ancient tree that had never been heard of before. This ancient tree was enormous and vast. The tree trunk soared into the sky, as if it wanted to lift up the heavens. The top of the tree was shaped like an umbrella, and its blooming shape covered half of the sky. The height of this tree was immeasurable. It had countless branches, and the densely packed branches split in all directions. Each of these branches was tens of meters thick, and there were countless other branches growing out from them. The roots were intertwined and the branches were intertwined. 10,000 trees were thriving and lush. The trunk of the big tree was densely covered with what looked like fruits. This item was shaped like a hexagram and was only the size of a thumb. There were at least 1,000,000 hexagonal fruits on the tree, if not more. Its leaves were a little similar to maple leaves and were pure green. It exuded a strong aura of life. The ancient tree was dark brown in color, and some of its countless branches were rooted in the ground. Some hovered in the sky. The trunk of this ancient tree alone was 100 meters thick. It was hard to imagine how deep and long its branches and roots were. At this moment, the ancient tree quietly existed in the depths of the forest. It was as if it was in another dimension. In a space that was isolated by time and space. When Suzimo arrived under the tree, he was able to truly feel the majestic aura of the ancient tree. He only felt that he was as small as a speck of dust. At this moment, he saw the dark brown tree trunk. Two eyes slowly appeared, and a supreme majesty was emitted from it. "Human, you are not a member of the Tian clan, what are you doing here? I heard of the fame of the Tree of Life and wanted to see it for myself." Suzimo replied with a smile. "Then you will have to stay here forever." As the old voice fell, there was only a boom sound. The thick branches in the surroundings rose from the ground, waving wildly in the air like a group of demons and ghosts. Then, they attacked Suzimo. Suzimo narrowed his eyes and quickly pulled out the tyrannical shadow on his back. Flames spread out from it, and the power of thunder exploded. When he slashed down, all the branches of the Tree of Life were cut off. The flames spread along the branches. However, the vitality of these branches was too exuberant. Those branches that were cut off grew back in an instant. And it became more and more intense, with more and more branches. Suzimo took a deep breath, and the aura of the peak of the Emperor Vane realm burst out from his body. All 6 meridians in his body were opened, and waves of creation power filled the world. He stepped into the air and activated the Azure Dragon's 6 transformations behind him. The huge Azure Dragon shadow circled behind Suzimo. The Spirit Chi storm was like a violent storm, and the surrounding space was completely shattered by the shock. 12th style of Tao Seeking, Nirvana Void. As the tyrannical shadow in Suzimo's hand slowly descended, an extreme storm brewed in the saber energy. The boundless power of creation eroded the void. Rumble. The sound of explosions resounded in all directions. All the surrounding space was annihilated by Suzimo's attack. This move, Nirvana Void, could instantly destroy all the surrounding small worlds. The degree of destruction was definitely the most extreme. When this saber energy spread out, all the branches around the Tree of Life were cut off. "Human, how dare you!" A loud roar sounded from the center of the Tree of Life. At this moment, because of Suzimo's attack, countless devouring black holes appeared in midair. When all the branches were cut off, Suzimo's eyes were bright and full of expression. He took advantage of the fact that the Tree of Life had not recovered and directly stepped into the air and slashed down from the center of the tree. An endless spiritual energy storm spread. Puff. The saber slashed into the trunk of the tree of life, and Suzimo pulled hard with both arms. The muscles on both sides bulged high, and he fell vertically. The entire tree was split into two, broken in the middle. Rip! When this huge and vast ancient tree completely collapsed, there was another loud boom. Dust filled the sky and rose with the wind. In the center of this broken ancient tree, there was actually a new tree growing. This was the real tree of life. The entire body of the tree was a little illusory, and it gave people a very unreal feeling. It was basically a miniature version of the ancient tree outside, and the tree body emitted a shiny green light. It was a little like a firefly, or a fairy in a fairy tale. "Human, you're courting death." A furious voice came from the tree. "What, you're not going to continue hiding?" Suzimo said with a smile. The consciousness of the tree of life was a little angry, and the branches of its body began to shake slightly. Rumble. The explosion sounded again. A supreme power spread out from its surroundings. It was obvious that it had become serious. Suzimo did not dare to be careless. His emperor vein existence was indeed nothing in front of the tree of life. Suzimo took a deep breath. At this moment, he opened his true fate world. A blue planet slowly appeared. Under Suzimo's guidance, the chaos bead in his true fate world slowly flew out. The moment the chaos bead flew out, the tree of life instantly trembled. This is... The tree of life's consciousness was furious. Even its aura was somewhat unstable. "Chaos, why are you here?" Ignoring the tree of life's question, Suzimo's true fate world grew stronger. The chaos bead's power also grew stronger. Waves of creation power enveloped the tree of life. When it felt this creation power, the tree of life trembled even more violently. It frantically attacked the chaos bead, but it was to no avail. "Chaos, let me go." Following the tree of life's pleas, the chaos bead emitted an extreme light. This light guided the tree of life itself and began to uproot the tree of life bit by bit. The tree of life's consciousness was screaming. It was frantically resisting. The chaos bead began to spin and a buzzing sound came from within. Another extreme light shone down. This light seemed to have the power to destroy. Under this power, the tree of life's consciousness began to scream in pain. Not long after, the consciousness was completely annihilated. Without consciousness, the tree of life's resistance was much weaker. As the roots were uprooted bit by bit, the entire ground began to shake. Finally, with a boom, there was an explosion. The tree of life was completely uprooted. Although the real tree of life was not as large as its previous body, it was still very majestic. The chaos bead brought the tree of life into Suzimo's true fate world. When the tree of life entered the true fate world, it began to take root under the guidance of the chaos bead. Originally, Suzimo's true fate world was very empty and dry. There were no plants to speak of. But as the tree of life took root here, the hexagonal fruits on its body began to scatter on the ground. As the spring breeze blew, the spring rain fell like oil. The entire true fate world was preparing to welcome the arrival of the plant system. The dragon whelp in the true fate world looked at this strange phenomenon and shook its round head, as if it didn't quite understand. When these plants scattered all over the world, they instantly took root here, watered by the spring rain, warmed by the sun, and nourished by spirit energy. The true fate world's life energy was also catalyzing their growth bit by bit. With this assistance, the first batch of plants were growing at a speed could almost see with the naked eye. Algae, fungi, lichen, moss, ferns, seed plants. All kinds of plants began to grow on this land, blossoming and bearing fruit. Overnight, plants spread, plants covered divine land continent. Even marine plants began to grow, grew ocean plants continent. As the plant system, the life, the world, the true fate world. When the heavens whirled, the heavens life, the heavens world heave. As for Suzimo, who was in the outside world, he only felt an extremely powerful force returning to his body. His strength, including his body, was being tempered bit by this power. This tempering lasted for an entire month. In a month, Suzimo's strength increased by dozens of times. What was even more frightening was that he was still at the Emperor Vein realm. In the same realm, Suzimo felt that the so-called invincible was just SOSO. This was the power of the true fate world. As the True Fate world's laws and order became more and more perfect, Su Zimo's power came from the True Fate world. The power he could use would naturally become stronger. Compared to a month ago, Su Zimo felt that he had been reborn. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding space was shattering. He could perfectly feel the increase in his strength. Su Zimo let out a long breath and walked out of the room where he was in seclusion. Lin Ruha dutifully guarded the door of the room. No one came to find me during this time? Su Zimo asked. No, Lin Ruha shook his head and said, Brother Zimo, you broke through? You can say so, Su Zimo nodded with a smile. Brother Zimo, do you know the girl that the sect master brought back? Lin Ruha suddenly asked. Why? I've heard of her, Su Zimo asked. That girl's name is Xianxia, Lin Ruha said. I heard that after she came to the sect, she challenged the direct disciples of the elders one by one. She didn't lose a single time. And she even threatened to challenge your position as the chosen saint. She's just a kid, why do you care about her? Su Zimo shook his head and said. I just feel that she's too arrogant and needs to be discouraged, Lin Ruha said unconvinced. Cultivate well, I've been back for so long and haven't paid a visit to the sect master. Su Zimo shook his head and smiled. Zhenwu Xingzong's sect master lived on Tianyuan Peak. It was an island floating in the air. The island was vast and boundless, as if a huge monster covered half the sky. The island was shrouded in immortal fog, looking rather mysterious. Su Zimo stepped into the air, dressed in a purple robe, his long hair fluttering in the gentle autumn wind. He stepped into the air, his aura restrained. Standing at the front of the island, he shouted, Chosen Saint Su Zimo is here to pay a visit to Sect Master Xiao. After a moment of silence, a gentle voice sounded as the immortal fog dispersed. Come in. Su Zimo followed the path that was revealed after the immortal fog dispersed and walked all the way in. Ancient trees towered into the sky, flowers bloomed in full bloom. A small bridge with flowing water. On the other side of the bridge, there was an ordinary-looking house. The water under the bridge was so clear that one could see the bottom, and fish of various colors swam happily in the water. On the shore, an old man wearing a bamboo hat and a gray robe sat there calmly. He was fishing with a fishing rod quietly. Next to the old man stood a girl. The girl had long hair that was let down from the top of her head. She had an oval face with light makeup. Her eyes were full of heroic spirit. She was wearing loose trousers and a black robe, giving off a very clean feeling. As Su Zimo walked over from the other side of the bridge, he could see the strong fighting spirit in the girl's eyes. You're here. The bamboo hat old man calmly held on to his fishing rod and smiled as he spoke. Greetings, Sect Master. Su Zimo bowed slightly and greeted. Qingshan has a good son. Sect Master Xiao smiled warmly. You're too kind, Sect Master. Su Zimo shook his head and smiled. When the woman heard the conversation between the two, she looked at Su Zimo impatiently and said. You're the current chosen? They said you're very strong, you should be able to exchange a few moves with me. Forget it. In the face of Meng Qinshua's provocation, Su Zimo shook his head slightly. Are you afraid? Meng Qinshu snorted and muttered softly, you don't live up to your name. I'm indeed a little afraid. I'm afraid I'll hammer you to death, Su Zimo said with a chuckle. Sect Master Xiao was slightly taken aback, then he smiled and said, it's just a spar. There's no need to be so serious. You only know how to talk big, Meng Qinshu replied coldly. As her voice fell, the aura of a peak venerable pulse realm burst out from her body. 5 meridian gates opened at the same time, and a spirit energy storm circled around. The long sword hanging on her waist also clanged. Su Zimo turned his head and chuckled. His current realm was at the peak of the Emperor Pulse realm. In fact, he did not deliberately advance his realm from the beginning. If he still walked the path of his previous life and cultivated the only self-freedom technique, relying on the energy in the chaos bead, it would not be too much for him to be at the Divine Pulse realm now. It was just that he had embarked on a path of creation that no one had ever walked before. No one would know the outcome of this path. Every step was a kind of exploration for Su Zimo. Therefore, he fought steadily and surely, striving to be absolutely foolproof. Although he was only at the peak of the Emperor Pulse realm now, His cultivation was already at the peak of his peers. Even in the most prosperous area of the central mainland. The cultivation of the strongest prodigies was only at the initial stage of the Emperor Pulse realm now. They still had a way to go when they were at the 9th level of the Emperor Pulse realm. More importantly, in the later stages, the difficulty of opening meridian gates would increase exponentially. The speed of advancement would also slow down. As for Su Zimo, he had long since left these younger generation behind. And this Meng Xianxia was able to have such strength at such a young age. She was indeed considered one of the best among her peers. She also had the right to be proud. If you don't dare, you might as well give up the position of saint. Meng Xianxia was still shouting behind him. Su Zimo tilted his head and saw that Sect Master Xiao was still fishing calmly at the side. He didn't seem to care much about the matter. If you don't fight with me today, I will spread the news of your cowardice throughout Jinwu Xingzong, Meng Xianxia said calmly. Xianxia, that's too much. Sect Master Xiao glared at Meng Xianxia before turning to Su Zimo. Nephew Zimo, this little girl is insensible. Don't take it to heart. Why don't you play a few moves with her? It's not that I don't want to, it's just that she's too weak. I'm afraid she won't even be able to withstand one of my moves, Su Zimo said, shaking his head. Who doesn't know how to boast? Meng Xianxia snorted. He pulled out the long sword from his waist, and a gorgeous sword light filled the sky as he chopped towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo turned around and didn't use any of the surrounding spiritual energy. He merely raised his right hand slightly and pressed his right palm towards Meng Xianxia. Boom! There was an explosion. The endless space exploded at Su Zimo's right palm, and the sword light that filled the sky was instantly annihilated. The long sword in Meng Xianxia's hand was also broken by this palm. In the end, it turned into powder and scattered into the sky. Meng Xianxia was completely stunned at the sight of this power. She was suppressed to the ground and couldn't even move. She watched as the right palm descended from the sky with an endless aura. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. His right palm was less than a few centimeters away from Meng Xianxia, and Su Zimo held back a little. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would kill her. Even though he held back a little, Meng Xianxia's body was still sent flying by this palm. As her body flew backward, a line of blood floated in the air. Bang, a loud sound was heard. Meng Xianxia crashed heavily onto the green stone in front of the thatched cottage. Half of the green stone shattered, and Meng Xianxia struggled to stand up. She couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Her face was pale, and she looked extremely miserable. For Sect Master Zhao's sake, consider this a lesson. Su Zimo's aura was imposing. He looked indifferently at Meng Xianxia and said, if there's a next time, you'll end up like your sword. His stern tone and murderous gaze. Meng Xianxia's expression froze, and she didn't dare to look straight into Su Zimo's eyes. Sect Master Xiao, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Su Zimo's smile returned to his face, and he turned to leave Tianyuan Peak. Sect Master Xiao narrowed his eyes as he watched Su Zimo's departing figure. After a long time, he sighed and muttered, I can't see through him. Master. Meng. Xianxia weakly walked up to Sect Master Xiao. You're too arrogant, and you'll suffer one day. Now you know that there's always someone better than you, Sect Master Xiao said with a faint smile. Meng Xianxia took a deep breath and said, I didn't expect him to be that strong. He definitely has an emperor bloodline, but an emperor bloodline shouldn't be that strong. I couldn't even resist that move. Sect Master Xiao shook his head and said, to be honest, I can't see through him either. His whole body is like a cloud of fog. He then took out a pill and handed it to Meng Xianxia. Heal your injuries first, don't leave any hidden injuries. After leaving Tianyuan Peak, Su Zimo returned to Yannan Peak, where he lived. Sect Master Xiao wanted Meng Xianxia to test his strength. However, he ended up putting on a show of strength. Su Zimo felt that he was well equipped now, and he didn't need to rely on Jinwu Xingzong anymore. He didn't have any grudges with Sect Master Xiao. Not long after he stayed at Yannan Peak, the maid Chen Xiao came to report, Ji Baiyu is here to see him. Ji Baiyu was the descendant of Emperor Feiyu. Ever since he brought Ji Baiyu to Jinwu Xingzong, the two rarely saw each other. They didn't interact much, and he wasn't in the sect often. Let her in, Su Zimo replied. Ji Baiyu seemed to have become more beautiful after not seeing her for a long time. She had already entered the Zun Meridian stage, and her light purple dress made her look natural and graceful. However, she looked a little haggard. "Miss Ji, it's been a while," Su Zimo said with a smile. "I thought you had forgotten about me," Ji Baiyu said softly after a moment of silence. "What's wrong? Are you not comfortable in Jinwu Xingzong?" Su Zimo asked in confusion. "You should know about me, right?" Ji Baiyu asked. Su Zimo nodded. As the descendant of Emperor Feiyu, the decline of the Ji family eventually led to the extermination of the family. As the only child of the family, Ji Baiyu took refuge in the eastern continent with the inheritance of the emperor. "I entered Jinwu Xingzong to seek refuge," Ji Baiyu said. "It's a pity that my enemies now know my whereabouts. They want to negotiate with Jinwu Xingzong and ask Jinwu Xingzong to expel me from the sect." "Are your enemies very powerful?" Su Zimo asked in surprise. "They can make Jinwu Xingzong compromise." No. "They want to exchange something with Jinwu Xingzong for me," Ji Baiyu said quickly. "Sect Master Xiao hasn't agreed, nor has he rejected those people. I'm not afraid of death, but I haven't avenged my family's blood feud. I don't want to die like this. If Sect Master Xiao agrees to hand me over to those people, I'll definitely die. Can you help me?" "How do you know I'll help you?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. "I don't know." Ji Baiyu shook his head. "But I don't have any other choice now. I don't know anyone else, so I can only beg you." "Don't worry." Su Zimo shook his head with a smile and said, "You have the emperor's inheritance. The sect knows what's important and what's not." "But what if?" Ji Baiyu asked. "How about this? You can stay at Yannan Peak for now," Su Zimo said. "No matter what, I brought you here. Let's see who dares to touch you." "Thank you," Ji Baiyu said gratefully after hearing Su Zimo's words. "You're welcome. Since I brought you to Jinwu Xingzong, I'll naturally protect your safety here." Su Zimo waved his hand and said, "But you'll have to solve the other problems yourself." "I understand." Ji Baiyu nodded. "Who are your enemies?" Su Zimo asked curiously. Ji Baiyu took a deep breath and said slowly, "The 7 elders of the Northern Sea." Looking at Su Zimo's puzzled expression, Ji Baiyu explained, "They're notorious in the entire northern continent, and their reputation is terrible. It can be said that they'll do anything to become stronger. However, they're also 7 divine pulse experts, so ordinary forces don't want to provoke them." "They must have set their eyes on Emperor Featherflight's inheritance," Su Zimo said. Ji Baiyu nodded and replied, "They want to enter the immortal path. They think that Ancestor Featherflight's inheritance must have hints about the immortal path." "Interesting." Su Zimo smiled. After seeing Ji Baiyu off, Su Zimo stayed at Yannan Peak for the next few days. He was really busy during this period of time. It had been a long time since he had such a good rest. Previously, he had promised the God Emperor that he would help him find information about the myriad Tao Red Lotus and condense the mandate of heaven once more. After resting for a few days, Su Zimo also went to Jinwu Xingzong's Heavenly Book Pavilion. Inside the Heavenly Book Pavilion were all the books that Jinwu Xingzong had collected since the establishment of the sect, except for cultivation methods and meridian skills. Most of these books were essays and travel notes. The Heavenly Book Pavilion was divided into 3 levels. The books on the first floor were descriptions and records of the entire continent or some dangerous places. The second level involved some secret information, which was information that many people had no access to. As for the third level, which was also the final level, this place was heavily guarded. Apart from the sect master and a few higher-ups, no one else was qualified to enter this place. The books here were all Jinwu Xingzong's secrets. Some of them were left behind by the previous great emperors, as well as many unknown secrets. As the holy son of Jinwu Xingzong, Su Zimo was naturally qualified to enter the third level. However, he had to ask the sect master for permission. After getting sect master Zhao's permission, Su Zimo went straight to the third level. Compared to the first and second levels that were like a sea of books, the third level only had 1 bookcase. There were about a dozen books on the bookcase. Su Zimo was looking for records left behind by Empress Hongtian. He casually flipped through a few books, such as The Secret Records of the Yuanyang Continent, The Origins of the 10 Forbidden Lands, and The History of the Demon Slayer Clan. When he saw the Demon Slayer Clan, Su Zimo frowned slightly. He still remembered Baymont's identity and his unknown mission. It involved the Demon Slayer Clan. With an inexplicable feeling, Su Zimo slowly opened the book in front of him. What was a demon? It didn't mean that those who cultivated demonic arts were demons without humanity. A true demon might be a race, or even a belief and philosophy. Demons might not be completely evil. Reading the first few sentences of the book, Su Zimo nodded in agreement. After activating the demon body of purgatory, he seemed to be more like a demon. Since the beginning of the Age of Emperors, creatures that called themselves heavenly demons would appear in the world every few eras. They were powerful and intelligent. They didn't make enemies of the humans on the continent. Some people said that these heavenly demons had their own ideals and missions. But no one had ever truly understood what their mission was. Since the first generation of heavenly demons, a clan had appeared on the Yuanyang continent to fight against them. The Demon Slayer Clan. This clan suddenly appeared on the Yuanyang continent like bamboo shoots after the rain. No one knew their origin, or even founder. The Demon Slayer Clan seemed to exist to kill all heavenly demons. The Demon Slayer Clan and the heavenly demons had been fighting for nearly 1,000,000 years. During this time, they had killed 13 heavenly demons without a single defeat. This book basically recorded all the heavenly demons that appeared in history, as well as the Demon Slayer warriors who killed them. When Su Zimo slowly turned to the last page of the book and looked at the line of words at the bottom, his eyes widened. His pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was filled with disbelief. Demon Slayer Clan, Lan Family. The autumn wind blew bleak and withered leaves. The withered leaves left the embrace of the trees and were eventually crushed by people. No one cared. Those withered leaves had seen the warm wind of spring, the scorching sun of summer, and the bleak wither of autumn. However, before the arrival of winter, they had lost everything. Central Continent, Tianqing Territory. In the city where the Lan family was located, Lan Kier slowly reached out and caught a fallen leaf before the arrival of autumn. This was a courtyard. A breeze blew from afar, and the fallen leaves floated in the air, covering the ground. In the courtyard stood the most talented disciples of the Lan family's younger generation. Lan Juntian, the head of the Lan family, stood at the forefront, as if he was saying something to these young men and women. Demon Slayer Clan, this is the mission and glory of our Lan family. The young men and women below all looked excited. Before this, even they themselves did not know that their Lan family was the legendary Demon Slayer Clan. Perhaps very few people know that the founder of our Demon Slayer Clan is the sage. Lan Juntian said in an excited voice. At the beginning of the mythological era, that person rode a green bull and walked the world, killing all the monsters. He obtained a glimmer of hope for the weak people at that time. The man who was honored as the sage was the founder of our Lan family. Sage. The young men and women of the Lan family softly murmured this name. This was an extraordinary title. Since the establishment of the Lan family, countless years have passed. We have killed 13 heavenly demons and followed the teachings of the sage. Now, in the primordial ancient city, we have discovered new demonic chi. In this era, new demons are about to descend. Our family also needs to choose a new demon slayer. This glory and responsibility will also fall on the shoulders of the demon slayer. You are the most outstanding disciples of our generation. Today, I've gathered all of you here to decide on the demon slayer. Master, how do we choose the demon slayer? A youth asked eagerly. Demon Quake Drum, Demon Slayer Sword, Lan Juntian shouted. Then, a pitch-black drum and a sharp black crystal sword were carried up. All the youths present were surprised and curious. Beat the drum, Lan Juntian shouted. He picked up the drumstick and beat it quickly. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions could be heard all around. Above the black drum, a demonic aura was dancing in the air. The drumstick in Lan Juntian's hand emitted a dazzling golden light with each beat. The more the drumstick shone, the more the demonic aura was suppressed and dissipated. Every beat of the drum seemed to be able to shake the souls of everyone present. The sound reverberated in the courtyard and refused to disappear. Many people saw a sea of blood in front of them, and intermittent scenes appeared. Those were the scenes of the battle between the demon slayer and the heavenly demon of each generation. The sound of the demon-quake drum seemed to tear through the clouds and shatter the sky. He brought with him memories from ancient times. The damp soil and the choking blood made everyone unable to breathe. The black fog that filled the sky shrouded the entire courtyard. The withering autumn wind mixed with the desolation of desolation soared into the sky together with the heaven-shaking firmament. The victory of each generation of demon slayer was accompanied by sacrifices and tragic deaths. Lan Juentian's face was red and his chest was heaving up and down. When the song ended, he slowly put down the drumstick in his hand. The black fog that shrouded the courtyard gradually dissipated. Most of the youths present fell to the ground. Only the three of them were still able to stand on the spot. "The three of you, come forward," Lan Juntian said to the three of them, looking at the demon slayer sword on the stone platform. Among the three of them, one of the girls was Lan Kier. "Raise this demon slayer sword and gain the recognition of the sword spirit. You will be the demon slayer of this generation." Hearing Lan Juntian's words, the first youth quickly stepped forward. He took a deep breath, and the spirit chi of the venerable Meridian realm surged around him. His hand slowly gripped the hilt of his sword as he roared. The veins on his forehead bulged, and all the muscles in his body trembled. He raised the sword in his hand with all his might. However, no matter how hard he tried, the demon slayer sword did not budge. The young man persisted for a long time and seemed to be discouraged. Finally, he sat down on the ground. "All right, everyone only has one chance. No means no," Lan Juntian said indifferently when he saw the young man's unconvinced expression. Immediately after, the second teenager also stepped forward. His fate was basically the same as the first teenager's. "You should give it a try too," Lan Juntian said as he looked at Lan Kier. "Brute force won't work." Lan Kier frowned slightly. She stepped forward and placed her hands on the demon slayer sword. She was not in a hurry to lift it. Instead, she closed her eyes and used her heart to comprehend the sword. The emotions of the sword, as well as the concept it wanted to convey. Since the demon slayer sword had a sword soul, it must have a consciousness. Everything in front of her was pitch black. Even Lan Kier herself did not know where the sword soul had brought her consciousness. The demonic aura was surging in the air. This demonic aura was filled with violence and despair. All sorts of emotions were mixed in, and it seemed to be eroding Lan Kier's consciousness. Her eyes gradually turned blood red. It was very difficult for anyone to resist this demonic aura under normal circumstances. Just as Lan Kier was about to be eroded by the demonic aura, suddenly, a dazzling blue light was emitted from her body. Enveloped by the blue light, her long hair was the first to turn azure. Then, her eyes, including her skin, turned blue. In this state, Lan Kier's expression was very calm. No matter how much the demonic aura roared around her, it could not affect her mind at all. Lan Kier looked around in surprise. Since the day she started cultivating, she realized that she could enter this state. Although she didn't know why, in this state, her fighting strength would increase exponentially. Most importantly, she was not affected by any factors. She was terrifyingly calm. "Am I a natural demon slayer?" Lan Kier muttered in a low voice, amused. Then, the black fog in front of her dissipated. She finally saw the sword soul in the demon slayer sword. In the outside world, Lan Kier slowly opened her eyes. She smiled at Lan Juntian and raised her right hand gently. The demon slayer sword was lifted up easily. "How can this be?" Some of the youths at the side were still in disbelief. Seeing this scene, Lan Juntian heaved a sigh of relief. He pointed with his right hand and looked at the youths who had failed. He said calmly, "Take them away and erase this memory. Before the heavenly demons appear, no one is allowed to spread the news of the demon slayer." Then, he turned his head and smiled at Lan Kier. "Kier, come with me. There are some things that I should tell you." Su Zimo slowly closed the book in his hand. "The demon slayer family," he chuckled and looked at the distant horizon. "Lan Kier." Then, Su Zimo looked at the bookshelf again. One of the books, The Era of the Empress, caught his attention. The sunlight outside shone in through the window. Su Zimo sat on the ground and slowly opened the book in his hand. He read with great interest. She was known as one of the greatest emperors in the history of Jinwu Xingzong. Perhaps this woman's life was enough to be called a legend. Jiang Macho walked out of the vast and empty endless sky sea. He looked in the direction of the Taiyuan holy sect. His master, old man Nihility, had told him before. There was no turning back when fighting against the demon lord. Perhaps this was a path of no return. He knew that before embarking on this path, he must make a trip to the Taiyuan holy sect. Tan Jiolin followed the instructions of the Cthulhu list and finally met the sage who created the Cthulhu list and prepared the second body for him. The storm of the great world was about to rise. Everyone had set the stage. Whether it was ugly at the end of life or soldiers, it was fine. Every character had their own life, their own destiny, and their own story. It was located in a very secluded mountain valley in the far west. Bai Li Xiao slowly climbed out of the cave. Here was the opportunity of her previous life. At that time, she was still Fairy Yu Qing. Before she reincarnated, she had left her inheritance here just in case. With this inheritance, she could quickly embark on her own path of becoming strong. When are you going to avenge me? Bai Li Xiao asked impatiently. Wait. Lin Yuqing replied calmly. How long do we have to wait? With Jinwu Xingzong's help, he'll only get stronger and stronger, Bai Li Xiao said anxiously. I never do things I'm not sure of, Lin Yuqing said as he stood at the entrance of the cave. I've already taken back my soaring immortal physique. And Jinwu Xingzong's sect master Xiao has returned. I believe he'll understand my identity. Once I fully assimilate this inheritance, my strength will greatly increase. At that time it'll be Su Zimo's end. The sky gradually darkened. Su Zimo slowly closed the book in his hand and walked out of the heavenly book pavilion. The Empress's life was indeed grand. Perhaps from the moment she stepped on the path of cultivation, her story was filled with legends. Su Zimo had also obtained the information he was looking for. Back then, the Empress had gathered 8 myriad Tao lotuses. The white lotus was left behind in his inheritance. The green lotus was placed in Jinwu Xingzong's sword cleansing pond. The blue lotus was given to his number 1 warrior, Fairy Yu Qing. The red lotus was exchanged for by the blood race at a great price. If the information was correct, then the myriad Tao lotus should be in the blood race's possession. The blood race wasn't considered a large race. However, their long history wasn't much shorter than that of the human race. In the following days, Su Zimo stayed on Yannan Peak. Besides resting, he also studied the mysteries of his true fate world. Until one day, there was an earth-shattering roar of a beast in his true fate world. There were a total of 9 roars, each louder than the last. At this moment, in Su Zimo's true fate world, the blood of the 9 ancient divine beasts was gradually transforming. The moment the 9 divine beasts transformed, chaos stood guard by their side. The spirit energy in the sky surged wildly. All of the spirit energy flowed into the transformed blood. The beast's roar became louder and louder, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. The 9 divine beasts that had just transformed were like 9 new species. They no longer had the memories of their previous lives, nor did they have the strength of the divine vein realm. They were just 9 newborn demonic beasts with the potential to grow into divine beasts. The divine land was vast and boundless, and now the 100 dragon whelps were able to move around on their own. Chaos carved out its own territory in a corner of the divine land. She led the 100 dragon cubs and the 9 newly born divine beasts to live here. Unlike the houses built by humans, the demonic beasts lived in places that relied more on local materials. Some of them lived in caves in the mountains, while others slept among the branches of the big trees. They were the first aborigines of the divine land. Hun Dun had named the place where he lived as the Thousand Demons tribe. This was also the first group of forces on the divine land. For the time being, Su Zimo was living a peaceful and comfortable life on Yannan Peak. Jinwu Xingzong, which had been quiet for a long time, began to liven up. Jinwu Xingzong held a martial arts competition every year. All the disciples in the sect could participate in the martial arts competition. No matter where it was, there would be pressure and motivation when there was competition. The martial arts competition would make a ranking for all the disciples according to their results. The disciples would be trained according to the ranking on the ranking. And the appropriate resources would be allocated. And according to the rules of Zhenwu Xingzong, the top 3 disciples on the ranking were qualified to challenge the saint. If the saint lost for 3 consecutive years, the sect would choose a new candidate for the saint. The martial arts competition not only included the inner and outer sect disciples, but also many personal disciples who went out to experience and were not in the sect all year round. The cloudless sky was terrifyingly blue. The autumn wind was whistling under the ground. The sun was high in the sky, and the soft sunlight was like a golden field. A blue broadsword was flying over from Zhenwu Xingzong in the distance. The broadsword slowly landed not far from the gate of Zhenwu Xingzong. The martial arts competition was approaching, and the entire sect was in full swing. The disciples cultivated day and night, forgetting to eat and sleep. When they saw the blue broadsword, some disciples frowned. They felt that it was familiar, but they couldn't remember who it was. "Is that senior brother Xiaozai?" a disciple asked uncertainly. "Senior brother Xiaozai." The disciple from before suddenly realized and quickly nodded. He replied, "He's the personal disciple of the vice sect master." Senior brother Xiaozai used the wave-chasing sword to dominate half of the far west. He went out to experience and hasn't been back for 3 years. The senior disciples beside him nodded in agreement. While everyone was talking, they saw another aurora flying over from afar. It was a man and a woman, each riding a sword and a saber. They were wearing retro Confucian robes. The man's was black, and the woman's was white. They had the same style, and looked more like a couple's outfit. Seeing the 2 of them, a disciple below shouted in surprise. "Fairy Xingzhan and young Master Dao Yang are back too." "That's normal. They're the personal disciples of the 5th elder. It's okay if they didn't come back in the past, but this year, Zhenwu Xingzong has a saint. Naturally, they have to come back for a challenge. Look over there, the conqueror Xianxia is back too." As more and more disciples returned to the sect, Zhenwu Xingzong, which was usually calm, was completely stirred up. A giant rock flew over from the sky, and its majestic beast aura swept through half the sky. The giant rock covered the sky as it flew overhead. A man in a golden robe stood on the back of the rock. Xianxia is the personal disciple of sect master Xiao. It's said that when he left the sect, he was already invincible among the younger generation of Zhenwu Xingzong. I wonder what level he's at now. While everyone was praising him, snowflakes suddenly floated down from the sky. An icy storm and white snow drifted down together. Strangely, the snow only fell on Zhenwu Xingzong. As for other places, the sun was shining brightly. In this sky full of white snow, a woman wearing a purple and white dress slowly walked over. Her hair was very eye-catching in the white snow. When the woman walked over, she was like a plum blossom in winter, proud and cold. As she walked over step by step, her purple dress fluttered and danced in the wind. It was as if a long song of the 9 heavens was playing in the sky. The sky was frozen, and the sound of ice forming kept echoing. "It's the merciless fairy, Xianxia." The crowd exclaimed, especially some of the older disciples of Zhenwu Xingzong. As their former goddess, Xianxia's fame in Zhenwu Xingzong was unparalleled. As more and more disciples arrived, Zhenwu Xingzong was filled with celebration. Su Zimo was sunbathing on a recliner in the courtyard of Yannan Peak. The bustle of the outside world and the quietness of the courtyard were like 2 different worlds. At this moment, a disciple came to call for him. His father, Su Qingshan, was looking for him. Su Zimo did not stay and went straight to Green Peak. Green Peak. Outside the Green Peak, at this moment, apart from Su Qingshan, there was a young man standing beside him on Green Peak. The young man wore a blue robe and carried a long sword on his back. His eyes were bright. His long sword was different from ordinary swords. The width of the sword was half a meter long. The hilt of the sword was engraved with a long river flowing endlessly. It looked very vivid, as if one would hear the sound of waves crashing on the shore after looking at it for a long time. "Senior brother Xia," Su Zimo greeted softly when he saw the young man. His name was Xiaozai and he was his father's personal disciple. Su Qingshan had 3 disciples in his life and Xiaozai was the 3rd. In the past, he had a good relationship with Su Zimo. However, he was busy with cultivation and went out of the sect to gain experience. The two of them had not met for a long time. Junior brother Zimo, Xiaozai smiled gently at Su Zimo. I haven't seen you for a few years and you've grown so fast. You've already become the holy son of Jinwu Xingzong. Good job. Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. Senior brother Xia, are you also back to participate in the martial arts competition? You can say so. After all, you're the holy son this year and it's much more exciting. Who wouldn't want to challenge you? Xiaozai joked. You don't say. Although you personal disciples are older than me by a few decades and started cultivating earlier than me, Su Zimo replied. But I really don't care about it. Alright, it's okay to be arrogant, but you still have to pay attention to what you should. After all, none of those people are simple. Su Qingshan said, Hundun is now your vain beast. It's also a part of your combat strength. If you can't beat them, you can let chaos out and no one will say anything. Don't worry, junior brother Zimo. I'll protect you. Xiao Zai smiled. Let Zai stay at your Yannan Peak for the time being. The two of you haven't seen each other in a long time, Su Qingshan instructed. Su Zimo nodded and did not refute. The two of them had just walked down the mountain when Xiao Zai wrapped his arm around Su Zimo's shoulder and smiled. Little Mo, do you have any girls you like in the past few years? Tell senior brother, have you harmed a lot of other girls? Do you think everyone is like you? Su Zimo rolled his eyes at Xiao Zai. This fellow was as obedient as a cat in front of his father, Su Qingshan. But in private, she was actually very flirtatious. It's been so many years. I wonder how my old friends are doing. Xiao Zai shook his head and sighed. You still have friends? Su Zimo asked in surprise. Why not? Xiao Zai snorted. Xiang Qianheng and the rest. And Dao Yang and Xing Zhan, that adulterous couple. I don't know what my goddess has become. Who's your goddess? Su Zimo asked in confusion. You don't know? How would I know? Someone like you who can't move when you see a girl. You're a goddess when you see a girl. Bullsh T, Xiao Zai hurriedly explained. My goddess is Xianxia. Su Zimo thought for a moment and said in realization, oh, then you don't have any hope. She cultivates the heartless Tao. What does that have to do with me? Xiao Zai replied nonchalantly. Anyway, what I like is her appearance, not her heart. Rape her? Su Zimo turned around. The two of them looked at each other and smiled slyly. Wonderful Willow Peak. This was the peak where the sixth elder of Jinwu Xingzong, Xiao Yuexian, lived. Ever since the destruction of the Yin Yang sect, Xiao Yuexian had been confined by Su Qingshan because of her various actions. No one was allowed to visit the place where Xiao Yuexian was confined. It used to be one of the busiest peaks in Jinwu Xingzong, but now it had declined. Other than a few of Xiao Yuexian's maids, very few people could be seen on Wonderful Willow Peak. At this moment, snow was falling from the sky. Jiangxi's figure slowly stopped on Wonderful Willow Peak. As Xiao Yuexian's direct disciple, she had not seen her master for a long time. Although she cultivated the heartless Tao, her cultivation was still shallow. Now that she thought of her master, she could not help but feel a little excited. When she arrived at the peak, she found that the courtyard where her master lived was especially empty except for a few maids. Where did master go? She came to a maid and asked with a frown. You. The maid looked at Jiangxia and did not know how to react. What happened? Jiangxia suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. The maidservant quickly regained her senses and recounted everything that had happened. When she mentioned that Xiao Yuexian was confined, Jiangxi's eyes turned red and the cold air around her suddenly became much colder. The surrounding space was covered with a thick layer of ice. I'm going to ask the sect master for justice. After Jiangxia finished speaking, she directly went to Tianyuan Peak. The martial arts competition was set in the heavenly region. During the Six Sects Grand Competition, when Su Zimo became the chosen, the martial arts competition was held here. During this period of time, the sect was busy setting up the martial arts competition in the heavenly region. As for the personal disciples who had returned, they were having a joyous gathering amidst the tense situation. As the third-generation great emperor of Jinwu Xingzong, the divine travel-grade emperor was not very famous. But it was undeniable that he had made an outstanding contribution to the development of Xianxia. When the divine travel-grade emperor was young, he once went out of the sect to gain experience. He accidentally obtained a furnace left behind by an expert from the mythological era. It was said that when this furnace was at its peak, it could refine pills, humans, and even the heavens. However, when the divine travel-grade emperor obtained it, the pill furnace was already damaged beyond recognition. It had gone through the mythological era, the desolation era, and the emperor's era. This furnace had long been sealed and decayed by time. Xianxia had gone through many repairs and used countless materials. Finally, the first two functions of the furnace were restored, but this heaven-refining skill was destined to be fated. Of course, even though it only had 2 layers of functions, this furnace wasn't something that an ordinary universe-rank treasure could compare to. The pills refined with the same technique and materials would not only be of the same level. What was even more terrifying was that it could forcibly raise the level of pills. This was its function of refining pills. As for refining humans, the flames inside could completely eliminate the impurities in a human's body. This effect was effective for all experts below the immortal Tao realm. Without the impurities, it would be much easier for a cultivator to cultivate and open their meridians. What was even more frightening was that the furnace could help creatures remodel their bodies. It would make the body more harmonious and more in line with the principles of heaven and earth. It would also make it easier to control one's body and power. The only drawback of the furnace was that it consumed a lot of resources. It consumed a lot of resources every time it was used. Therefore, Xianxia had set a rule that the top 3 in the martial arts competition would have a chance to use the furnace. Su Zimo had also had the chance to use it when he became the chosen. However, he didn't need the furnace's help and didn't think it was necessary. Most of the disciples who came back to participate in the martial arts competition were actually here for the furnace. At this moment, on Yannan Peak, Su Zimo was basking in the sun and casually flipping through books. He had obtained these books from the Jutian sect. There were many secrets recorded by the Jutian sect. He would read these books when he had nothing to do. Occasionally, he would get some useful information. Seeing Su Zimo's relaxed posture, Xiaozai said with some doubt. "Little Momo, you're not worried at all. When the time comes, many people will point their spears at you. I believe many people are willing to see you make a fool of yourself." "Oh." Su Zimo nodded calmly. "You're really as steady as Mount Tai," Xiaozai muttered and said slowly. "Let me tell you, the chosen is just a title. Although your position in the sect will be higher, many personal disciples won't take you seriously in private. Walk your own path, why do you have to care about what others think?" Su Zimo replied with a chuckle. "As long as you don't get in my way, everything is negotiable. I just went out to ask around." "Several important disciples of the sect have returned," Xiaozai said. "They're at the emperor bloodline now. Can you handle them?" "We'll cross that bridge when we get there." Su Zimo smiled and waved his hand. At this moment, Xianxia came out of Tianyuan Peak with an ugly expression. Sect Master Zhao's words were still faintly echoing in her ears. "This is the sect. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Since Sixth Elder has violated the rules, we have already given her enough face by confining her." Xianxia took a deep breath and looked through the layers of immortal fog as she muttered in a low voice. "Su Zimo, all of this started because of you. She targeted junior sister Bailey for no reason, and in the end, even Master was implicated. She stepped into the air and headed straight for Yan Nanfeng. Although Su Zimo was a holy son, she had no fear in her heart. Their batch of personal disciples had cultivated for dozens of years longer than Su Zimo's generation, so they were naturally stronger. Endless white snow drifted in the sky, creating a huge scene. As the white snow fell, Jiangxi's face turned cold. Her purple dress was almost frozen by the frost. On Yannan Peak, Su Zimo, who was basking in the sun, suddenly felt a chill. He looked at the distant horizon and smiled at Xiaozai. "Your goddess is here." "What?" Xiaozai was stunned. He looked at the white snow drifting in the sky and immediately reacted. "No way. She didn't know I was here and purposely came to find me, right?" "That's very possible. Suzimo nodded in agreement. Xiaozai quickly tidied his hair and looked at Suzimo. What do you think? Am I handsome? Handsome beyond belief. Suzimo nodded and replied, she's half as handsome as me. The temperature in the sky was getting lower and lower, and the snow was getting closer and closer. Xiaozai stepped into the air and walked towards Xianxia. The snow slowly dissipated, and Xianxia's frosty face greeted him. Xiaozai's heart skipped a beat. He felt that something was wrong. Junior sister Jiang. He smiled and called out. What's the matter? Xianxia asked coldly. Xiaozai quickly shook his head and retreated to the side. Xianxia took a deep breath and looked down in the direction of Yannan Peak. She said sternly, Suzimo, get out here right now. Her voice was very shocking and resounded through half of the world. At this moment, many disciples around Shenwu Xingzong looked at each other from afar and watched with interest. TSK, junior sister Zhang's temper is still so bad. I don't know how this new chosen offended her. In the direction of Tianyuan Peak, the conqueror Xian Qianhing whispered with interest. It's a good opportunity to test each other's strengths. Suzimo raised his head and chuckled. He was not surprised by this scene. It must be because of the sixth elder. Otherwise, she would not have any interaction with the other party. Suzimo lay on the chair and did not move. There was no point in fighting. If he really wanted to fight, he would beat the other party to death. Xiaozai saw this scene and frowned slightly. Junior sister Jiang, did junior brother Zimo offend you in any way? This has nothing to do with you, Xianxia replied indifferently. Junior brother Zimo is master's son. His business is my business, Xiaozai replied bluntly. So? Do you want to fight with me? Xianxia asked coldly. If you want to cause trouble for junior brother Zimo, why don't we fight? Xiaozai slowly pulled out the broadsword on his back and said with bright eyes. That's enough. This is not a place for you to fight. At this moment, a voice came from Yannan Peak and broke the tense atmosphere between the two. Xianxia looked in the direction of the voice and saw Suzimo walking up slowly. Suzimo. She said each word with a stern tone. Don't look like you have a deep grudge. Some people reap what they sow, Suzimo said indifferently. If you really want to fight with me, I'll be waiting on the day of the martial arts competition. We can't fight now. Hearing Suzimo's words, Xianxia took a deep breath and looked around. She knew that there were countless pairs of eyes watching them, including some of the higher-ups. When the time came, someone would definitely come out to stop them. Okay, I'll wait for you, Xianxia said and left. Many disciples secretly left in disappointment when they saw that there was no fight. Xiaozai looked at Suzimo and asked seriously, how did you provoke her? Sometimes, if you don't provoke others, trouble will come looking for you, Suzimo said with a smile. Why? Feeling sorry for your goddess? You're still joking at a time like this, Xiaozai said. I'm not even confident that I can beat her. Do you have so little confidence in me? Suzimo smiled as he looked into the distance and spoke in an indifferent tone. I'm going to give everyone a surprise at this martial arts competition. The martial arts competition was set to be held 3 days later. During these few days, Shenwu Xingzong seemed to be unusually calm. It was as if a storm was coming. 3 days before the start of the grand tournament, Suzimo is also preparing for something. Primal Chaos has been at the peak of the Divine Pulse realm for a long time, but he still hasn't stepped into the path of immortality. This also shows how difficult it is to enter immortality. Many people are stuck at the Divine Pulse realm for a lifetime and never step into it. The biggest difference between the Divine Pulse realm and entering immortality is the eternal separation between immortality and mortality, greatly increasing one's lifespan. Most immortal path experts no longer need to rely on the dust-blood coffin to maintain their lifespan. Unless it's the kind that's too old. Humans break through the path of immortality by opening the 9th meridian, body-breaking void. It's also commonly known as the immortal gate. Building a heaven and earth bridge in the body to reach the other side. Monsters do it in a similar way, but their meridians are from the outside to the inside, so it's much more difficult. And because monsters are generally stronger than their peers, the amount of chi and blood they need to break through, including the comprehension of the immortal realm, is far more difficult than that of humans. Su Zimo has recently been studying how to break through monsters. According to the book, in addition to monsters breaking through on their own, they can also use external objects to stimulate and assist them. The book gives a kind of elixir. Blood-devouring immortal pill, fuse the essence blood of the devouring ancestor beast, blood wilderness grass, heavenly arrival flower, and broken immortal soul. With the help of some other drafts, it's possible to refine this blood-devouring immortal pill. Of course, each monster's attribute is different. Of the 4 most important ingredients in this elixir, the heavenly arrival flower can be changed according to its attribute. Although primal chaos attribute is devouring, it's more of a fire attribute, so the heavenly arrival flower doesn't need to be changed. As for the other 3 main ingredients, Su Zimo decides to go to the 100 Herb Garden to take a look. This is the advantage of being the Holy Son, if he really needs it. The sect will also give him some for free, and if the sect doesn't have it, they'll do their best to find it. The 100 Herb Garden is located southwest of Xinwu. This is the largest medicinal field in Xinwu, and the drafts grown here are almost all rarely seen in the secular world. It's said that a long time ago, a medicine sage appeared in Xinwu. The medicine sage's understanding of pharmacology and the cultivation of drafts were hard to come by in the entire Yuanyang continent at that time. It's just because this medicine saint is too obsessed and crazy about drafts. As a result, he did not pay much attention to his cultivation. Despite Xinwu Xingzong's best efforts, he still failed to help him break through to the immortal realm. Although the medicine sage was only a divine vein realm cultivator, there were often immortal realm cultivators who came to consult him on medicinal theory. The lifespan of a divine vein realm expert was nearing its end. The alchemist sage wasn't willing to struggle at death's door in the dust-blood coffin. In the end, he chose to pass away in this world. At the place where he passed away, it was rumored that on that day, 100 flowers mourned, 10,000 trees mourned, and torrential rain fell from the sky. Since then, this piece of land has become a sacred land. Drafts planted in God's soil don't need too much care from people, as they will grow on their own. Not only would it have a high survival rate, but it would also lead to atavism. Moreover, the growth cycle would be much faster. Since then, after Xinwu Xingzong's vigorous cultivation, this place had become the 100 Herb Garden. The Herb Garden was usually managed by the 3rd elder. That is, Lin Ruhu's grandfather. After Su Zimo arrives at the Herb Garden, he says a few words to the disciple guarding the gate, and then he goes straight in. The Herb Garden is nearly 100 miles long, as far as the eye can see. Flowers and trees are the biggest feature of this place. In addition to the rich smell of herbs, there's also a faint fragrance in the air. Amethyst dragon ginseng, octagonal mysterious ice grass, polar poisonous demon rattan, sun tree, 9-tailed dragon sunflower, those rare drafts in the secular world, any one of them would make the world break their heads over them. They're everywhere in this place. It feels like they're on the streets. Moreover, there are many demon beasts living in this herb garden. These demon beasts live in the herb garden, and the 2 sides help each other. Just like how pollen needs to be spread by bees. Animals also have certain benefits for plants. Su Zimo goes straight inside, passing through the lush jungle. He walks through the tree-lined path, shuttling through the rich smell of flowers and herbs. In the center of the herb garden, there's a simple thatched cottage. A crystal-clear river slowly flows from one side of the thatched cottage. This water isn't an ordinary stream, but real spiritual liquid. Using real spiritual liquid to water these immortal herbs. Only the imperial lineage would be willing to spend such a large amount of money. An old man in black robes is walking in the herb garden. He carefully takes care of every plant here. Some need to be pruned, some need to be rooted, and some need to be plucked when the fruits are ripe. The old man has a basket in his hand. His footsteps are neither fast nor slow, and he looks very comfortable. It's as if this kind of thing isn't a job, but a kind of enjoyment. 3rd elder, Su Zimo calls out softly. The 3rd elder's personality is on the indifferent side, and because of Lin Ruhu, his relationship with the 3rd elder is more familiar than with the other elders. Little Mo, the 3rd elder turns his head and asks with a gentle smile, "What are you looking for me for?" "I want to ask you about a few drafts. I don't know if our herb garden has them," Su Zimo says with a smile. "Speak," the 3rd elder nods. After that, Su Zimo listed out the 4 main ingredients. Some of the supplementary ingredients aren't important. Hearing Su Zimo's words, the third elder pauses for a moment, then asks, "These drafts are all related to demon beasts. Do you have them?" Su Zimo nods and asks. The devouring ancestor beast's blood essence, blood wilderness grass, and heavenly descent flower are not a big problem. The third elder thinks for a moment, then says. It's just that this broken immortal soul is really rare. I haven't heard of it for thousands of years. Then give me the other 3 things. As for the broken immortal soul, I'll have the chance to find it myself, Su Zimo says after thinking for a moment. Okay, you can go to the sect and apply. If the sect master agrees, I'll prepare it for you, the third elder smiles and replies. With your holy son status, it shouldn't be a big problem. Then, after chatting with the third elder for a while, Su Zimo leaves the herb garden. This broken immortal soul is really rare. It's said that in the desolate era, there was a plant called illusionary immortal vine. This illusionary immortal vine grows 5 gourds every 100 years. Although this gourd has no life, it has a divine soul. People call this divine soul the immortal soul. Because the immortal soul has a great effect on opening the meridians, every time the illusionary immortal vine appears, it will be crazily fought over by humans. Over time, people also call the gourd's immortal soul the broken immortal soul. After leaving the herb garden, Su Zimo rested for 3 days at Yannan Peak. Time passes in the blink of an eye. Zhenwu Xingzong's annual most lively and prosperous martial arts competition finally unfolds in the heaven domain. Dawn broke. White clouds floated in the blue sky like a beautiful painting. The morning air was exceptionally fresh. Zhenwu Xingzong's disciples were dressed neatly early in the morning. They gathered at the entrance of the heaven region in high spirits. Some of them wanted to watch today's exciting competition. After all, these geniuses didn't gather together all the time. Some of them wanted to aim for a better ranking. Today, they finally got the chance to show off all their hard work. The disciples filed in. The heaven region was vast and boundless. Even if all the disciples entered together, they wouldn't feel crowded. In the center, 100 arenas made of black tortoise true iron were like warriors standing at the edge of the world. As usual, they were rooted in the ground. This competition wasn't just about fighting. It also included alchemy, formations, and various other occupations. Of course, the main event was still the fighting competition. This was also the first time Sect Master Xiao had hosted a large-scale competition since he had returned to the sect. He was dressed in a golden robe. He stood at the front of the arena with a majestic aura. The aura of the divine pulse realm was roaring. A storm of spirit chi surged in the sky. The aura was astonishing and shook the world. This was also a symbol of him breaking through to the divine pulse realm. There were more than a dozen seats at the front of the arena. In addition to Sect Master Xiao, Deputy Sect Master Su Qingshan was also dressed in a green robe. He slowly walked over from afar. The aura of the divine pulse realm around him was equally astonishing. This aura was getting stronger and stronger. It was obvious that he had reached the edge of the divine pulse realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the divine pulse realm. As for the so-called 7 great elders, there were only 6 of them left because the 6th great elder was grounded. The 6 great elders were all dressed in white robes. They walked from the arena to the front of the seats together. The wind howled. The 5 of them walked with sonorous and powerful steps. Their every move was made with the ability to change the wind and clouds. Some disciples were beating the war drums in the distance. Bang! 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 The sound of the drums echoed between heaven and earth. Every time the red drumstick was hit, the red cloth tied to it fluttered. They could all feel the urgency and pressure before the storm. The war drums brought the atmosphere to a high level. It seemed to be able to arouse the fighting spirit in everyone's heart. With the arrival of a few personal disciples, the atmosphere at the scene became even more heated and enthusiastic. It was as if the entire scene was about to explode. Overlord Xian Qianheng. Merciless Fairy, Jiang Shi'er. The wave-chasing swordsman, Xia Zai. Zhu Ming, the child of the trapping array. The invincible king's 21 swords. When these legendary direct disciples gathered together, one could imagine how lively the atmosphere would be. Su Zimo chuckled as he looked at the disciples who were brimming with fighting spirit. As a holy son, he did not need to participate in this kind of competition. Furthermore, just like the 6 great elders, the saint had a special seat at the head of the table. Perhaps for the ordinary disciples of Zhenwu Xingzong, these personal disciples were their targets. He was a true genius. But to Su Zimo, their battle was like child's play. Su Zimo was ready to leave Zhenwu Xingzong after the martial arts competition ended. At that time, it would be time for him to consider advancing to the saint bloodline stage. He still had to fulfill his promise with Gu Ming. He had to make a trip to the Buddhist burial temple. Sect Master Xiao stood at the front of the stage as his eyes shone brightly as he looked at the disciples below who had either come to participate or spectate the battle. "You are all the future hope of the sect," he said in a high-spirited voice. "It is undeniable that high-end combat strength is the foundation of a sect. But for the younger generation, you may still be very weak now. But I believe that one day, you will become the future of the sect and determine the upper limit of the sect. I am very happy that you can be a part of this big family. As your sect master, I am very proud. At this point, Sect Master Xiao paused for a moment. Then, he slowly exhaled and shouted once again. "I hope that in this martial arts competition, everyone can do their best to fight for a good ranking. This means that the sect will give you a portion of the resources for your future cultivation. Every one of you is qualified to participate, and the martial arts competition will be held in an absolutely fair manner." Following Sect Master Zhao's announcement of the start of the martial arts competition, the entire heaven domain started to stir with everyone's shouts. The rules of the martial arts competition were relatively simple. The battle between the outer sect disciples. The battle between the inner sect disciples. Finally, the main event was the battle between the personal disciples. Of course, the top 3 inner sect disciples were also qualified to challenge the personal disciples. This was also the most exciting part of the martial arts competition every year. Although most of the battles between the inner sect disciples and the personal disciples ended in failure, there were still a few dark horses occasionally. The personal disciples had a much longer cultivation time, and they were also nurtured by the 7 elders. Those with good aptitudes were almost at the peak of the emperor vein, and those with bad aptitudes were at the initial stage of the emperor vein. And among the inner sect disciples, the highest cultivation was only at the peak of the Zun vein. It became harder and harder to reach the later stages. Wu Feng against Xiao Xian, Shui Yan against Qingyu. As the great elder announced the name list, the disciples walked up to the arena one by one. Basically, 100 arenas were competing together. This way, the speed would be much faster. There was nothing interesting about the battles between the outer sect disciples. Their cultivation was too low, and they lacked fighting experience. However, some of the higher-ups were watching very carefully, and they were probably looking for talented disciples among them. Compared to the battles between the outer sect disciples, the battles between the inner sect disciples were undoubtedly much more exciting. The only one worthy of Su Zimo's attention was Ji Baiyu. She had the inheritance at Emperor Feiyu, so she was ahead in terms of resources and cultivation. Now that she was at the peak of the Zun vein, she easily defeated her opponent. There was also the young man named Gao Xiong. Although his cultivation was not the best, only at the peak of the void vein. But he had the bloodline of the ancient strength bear, and his strength was completely different from his cultivation level. Even a Zun vein powerhouse might not be able to fight him head-on. There were not many outstanding disciples in the inner sect. According to Su Zimo's standards, there was only one person who could make his eyes light up. It was a short-haired young man wearing a light blue robe. The young man's eyes were cold, and he held a long halberd made of black iron in his hand. His moves were bold, and he was quite proud of himself. The iron halberd was 3 meters long, and it was completely black. There were a few golden dragons engraved on it, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary weapon. Every time the young man danced, the iron halberd smashed into the ground, and a few cracks would appear on the black iron arena. Not only was the young man at the peak of the Zun vein, but he was also very experienced in battle and used his pulse skills to perfection. One look and one could tell that he had grown up in blood and fire. "What's this guy's name?" Su Zimo looked at the great elder and asked. "Him? Why? You're interested too?" The elder next to him smiled and replied, "His name is Duguao. He came to the sect a year ago. When he first arrived, his cultivation level was already outstanding. He challenged almost all the top few disciples on the hidden dragon roll without losing a single one. He's also the most promising disciple this year." "Interesting." Suzimo narrowed his eyes and asked, "Does he have a master?" Hearing Suzimo's words, that elder glanced in the direction of the great elder, somewhat hesitant to speak. "What's the matter?" Suzimo asked curiously. "Just say it." "It's nothing," the grand elder at the side replied calmly. "I wanted to take him in as a personal disciple, but he rejected me." "There's such a thing?" Suzimo smiled and looked at the young man in the field with interest. The elder at the side nodded and replied, "It's said that his master is a hidden expert. This time, I came out into the world to spread my master's name." "Then he should challenge the personal disciple," Suzimo said with a smile. The noon sun shone through the clouds. The originally clear sky suddenly darkened in the blink of an eye. The blue sky started to turn gray. The sun was covered by dark clouds, and there were occasional sounds of thunder coming from the depths of the clouds. The intersect disciple competition had ended, and the top 3 had been ranked. The branch disciples were Duguao, Ji Baiyu, and a young man called Shuyen. Gao Xiong was also very strong, but unfortunately, because his realm was a little low, he lost to Shuyen in the end. The elder walked forward, looked at the 3 of them, and said solemnly, "As a rule, the 3 of you have one chance to challenge the personal disciple. If you win the challenge, you will get a chance to use the mythical furnace. Do you want to challenge?" "I'll pass," Shuyen shook his head and replied. Ji Baiyu hesitated for a moment and finally shook her head. She had been troubled by the matter of the 7 elders of the Northern Sea recently and was almost not in the mood to cultivate. Only Guduao was looking at the position of the personal disciples with bright eyes. Xianxia leaned against the stone platform and chuckled. "Looks like there are still some thorns among this batch of inner court disciples. I wonder who will be looked down upon," Xiaozai said nonchalantly as he gently wiped the broadsword in his hand. Jian 21st raised his head slightly. His eyes were filled with sword wool as if there were countless beams of sword chi bursting out. He only stared at Xiang Qianheng and didn't care about anyone else. "I challenge Suze." Duguao paused for a moment, then finally said slowly. Hearing this name, everyone looked at the young man in a white robe. Suze was the youngest of the second elder's personal disciples. Although his aptitude wasn't very good, he had just entered the Emperor Vane realm. Now that he heard Guduao's words, his expression turned ugly, and he couldn't help but feel humiliated. "Xiaozai, it seems like someone is looking down on you," young Master Dao Yang said with a gentle smile. Suze exhaled slowly and picked up the long saber in his hand as he walked towards the ring. "I will break his legs." The dark clouds in the sky grew denser and denser, and the sky had darkened. Looking up, the rumbling thunder seemed to be raging. On the black iron ring, Suze and Duguao faced each other. "I will make you regret your choice." Suze's saber will surged. All 6 meridians in his body had been opened, and the aura unique to an Emperor Vane expert enveloped him. The surrounding wind whistled as he swept past. "You will lose." Guduao's expression was calm. The halberd in his hand trembled slightly, as if it was asking to fight. In the seat of honor, Suzimo looked at the first elder and asked, "First elder, who do you think will win?" "Theoretically, Suze will win," the first elder replied calmly. "Unless Duguao has some unexpected trump card. Then this competition is going to be interesting." Suzimo stretched his back and laughed. Suze held the long saber in his hand, and the tip of the saber released a several-meter-long saber will. He leaped into the air, holding the saber with both hands, and slashed at Duguao. Duguao was not to be outdone. The iron halberd in his hand spun a few times, and the aura of the venerable Vane realm surged. Pitch-black spirit chi filled his right hand, and the tip of the iron halberd stabbed out. Bang, a loud sound was heard. Endless saber will and spirit chi spread out. Duguao's figure took a few steps back, and the black iron ring beneath his feet cracked. His hands holding the iron halberd trembled slightly. Still a little forced. Seeing this scene, even Suze was slightly stunned. One had to know that there was a huge gap between the two of them. However, his opponent actually took his attack head-on, and he was not injured, just a little weaker. He gripped the saber even harder. If the two of them were in the same realm, he would not dare to imagine. That's all you've got? Suze was unwilling to show weakness. His spirit chi surged, and he directly pressed forward, not giving Du Guiyou a chance to breathe. Du Guiyou held the iron halberd in his hand. An inch longer, an inch stronger. The tip of the halberd was suffused with endless spirit chi, splitting the surrounding space. However, Suze's power was too fierce. After a long time, Du Guiyou gradually could not hold on. Seeing that Suze was about to knock him out of the ring, Du Guiyou shouted softly. He rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding the saber, and came to the other side of the ring. What? You were so arrogant just now, and now you only know how to dodge? Suze said disdainfully. Du Guiyou took a deep breath and stabbed the iron halberd down. The ring beneath his feet shattered, and the iron halberd stabbed a few centimeters deep. The ink-black spirit chi around him began to riot. He closed his eyes slightly and held the center of the iron halberd with both hands. As the ink-black spirit chi around him surged, the spirit chi transformed into the shape of a flying dragon at the tip of the halberd. At the same time, the dragon-shaped pattern on the iron halberd also shone slightly. I started practicing this halberd at the age of 7. When I was 40 years old, I could already move unhindered through half of the eastern continent. When I was 100 years old, I gave up on the halberd. Grass, trees, bamboo, and stones can all be used as weapons. To prevent this divine weapon from being covered in dust, I'll bestow it to you today. I hope you can live up to my name. Du Guiyou slowly opened his eyes. A fierce wind whistled in front of his eyes. His ears seemed to resonate with his master's teachings when he first started learning. Halberd technique, he said in a sonorous voice. Then, his right foot slightly stepped, and the halberd in the ring flew up. His whole body seemed to have become one with the halberd. His right hand grabbed the flying halberd, and directly stabbed at Suze. Boom! The tip of the halberd carried an endless amount of spirit chi. Suze frowned slightly when he saw the halberd flying towards him. The sharpness of the halberd made him change his expression. He slowly raised his saber, and the saber intent on the saber was revealed. Light blue spirit energy was wreaking havoc in the surroundings. When the two collided, there was another explosion. Endless spirit energy exploded in the surroundings. At this moment, both of them took a few steps back. They were evenly matched. Suze frowned deeply. He felt that his opponent's strength was on a completely different level from before. Du Guiyou shouted and waved the halberd in his hand again. The dark steel arena beneath his feet was already shattered beyond recognition. Every time he waved the halberd, his strength seemed to increase. After a few collisions, Suze was actually being suppressed. The dark spirit energy on the halberd was surging, and the surrounding space shattered layer by layer. Battle halberd technique. Du Guiyou roared. His body soared into the air, and the halberd hit the saber heavily. Suze's figure kept retreating, and when he was about to reach the edge of the arena, Du Guiyou's halberd tip bent slightly, and with the halberd shaft as a support point, he kicked Suze's abdomen heavily with both feet. Suze didn't even have time to resist, and his figure flew out. Suze wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then slowly stood up and said unwillingly, "I've lost." Du Guiyou looked at the audience and said coldly, "My master is Du Guibadian." As his words fell, Du Guiyou turned and walked down the arena. He had just taken a few steps when his body suddenly swayed, and he fell down. The great elder at the side frowned slightly and stepped into the air to Du Guiyou's side. At this moment, Du Guiyou's body was covered in blood, and several of his blood vessels had burst. He looked very miserable. His strength is still not enough. He was simply courting death by forcefully using that battle halberd technique. The great elder frowned and said. Then, he hurriedly started to treat Du Guiyou. Du Guiyou won the competition, and the process naturally couldn't be delayed. No one expected Du Guiyou to be so ruthless to himself. However, as the competition between the personal disciples began, everyone's attention was drawn back. Next, the personal disciples will compete. Following the announcement of the elder, the disciples also walked up to the ring one by one. Although there were only a few dozen personal disciples, all of them were geniuses. Moreover, there were also differences in strength between personal disciples. A round of battles began. Everyone was dazzled. The battle of Emperor Vane Realm martial artists was naturally much more entertaining. At the end of the competition, there were only a few familiar disciples left. Xianxia, let's have a match. Jian 21 stepped forward, holding his sword. Sure. Xianxia smiled faintly and stepped into the ring next to him. Sister Xie, let's have a match too. Xiaozai glanced at Su Zimo and turned to Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie's eyes were cold as she stepped into the arena. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was clear. Then we're the only ones left. Zhu Ming smiled and said to young Master Saber Yang and Fairy Star Sword. I'll deal with both of you. Because young Master Saber Yang and Fairy Star Sword were both joint cultivators, they also practiced joint attack techniques. Therefore, the two of them would compete together. As the competition began, everyone was more interested in the battle between Xianxia and Jian 21 on the first ring. It said that the overlord Xianxia was already invincible when he left the sect to train. I'm afraid his chances of winning are very high. The disciples below began to discuss. You don't know about this, Xianxia also lost to someone before. That person was Jian 21. Do you know why Jian 21 is called the undefeated king? Because when he was in Jinwu Xingzong, he never lost to anyone. Disregarding the discussions of the people below, on the arena, Jian 21 slowly drew his sword from his waist and said calmly. Do you know? I've been waiting for this match for many years. I'm honored. Xianxia smiled and replied. Jian 21 took a deep breath and the long sword in his arms trembled slightly. A few years ago, at the end of autumn, the two people who were known as the most talented direct disciples of the true martial sacred sect had a competition. Jian 21 won that match and was called the undefeated king since then. However, only Sword 21 himself knew that the opponent he had competed with back then had actually been injured before. He didn't show his true strength at all. He had been brooding about it until now. Xianxia didn't use a weapon. Red spirit energy was surging on his hands. He stepped into the air and directly charged at Jian 21. Jian 21 waved his long sword and the endless sword intent clanged in the air. The sword intent storm enveloped him and the two were fighting. In the other rings, Xiaozai and Jiang Xie were not to be outdone. Xiaozai's sword intent was like a knife cutting through water, tearing heaven and earth, and breaking the endless ice layer by layer. Jiang Xie's black hair danced in the wind and the cold spirit energy almost froze the entire ring. Under the white dress and white spirit energy, she looked like a fairy who had descended to the world. As for the competition in the other ring, Zhu Ming was the direct disciple of the seventh elder. He cultivated the trapping formation technique and no one could compare to him in the art of formations. The joint attack of Child Sunblade and the Starry Sword Fairy was also extraordinary. For a while, they were evenly matched. Su Zimo watched the fight from the top and felt a little bored. It was indeed like a child's fight. He was thinking about the future path he would take. When he went to the Saint Flower Domain, he obtained a stone in Flowing Fire City. At that time, the lunar nether glow was jumping very violently. It should be related. But when he got the stone, the lunar nether glow returned to normal. Maybe the stone was related to the sun's turbid shine. Su Zimo planned to study it carefully. After all, it was related to the integrity of his true fate world. This was the main path he would take in the future. After the Buddhist burial temple incident, he would also go to the northern continent. And Su Zimo had a premonition that Baymont's fate was getting closer and closer. Maybe it was time for him to leave. There was also the matter of the demon-slaying family, the Lan family. Just as Su Zimo was thinking, a loud shout from the outside world interrupted his thoughts. At this moment, in the ring, the outcome of the battle was almost decided. The long sword in Jian 21's hand was hissing. Half of the sky was almost covered by his sword intent. When all these sword intents fell, one could imagine the damage it caused. But Xianxia was not a simple person. His entire body was covered in red spirit qi, but this spirit qi was not flames. Instead, it was the Overlord Flaming Universe technique that he cultivated. The more domineering this technique was, the more effective it would be for the fearless person to cultivate it, and the more powerful it would be. At this moment, Xianxia stepped into the air and slammed his palm down. Countless sword chi shattered under his palm. He turned a blind eye to the sword intent that filled half of the sky. His black robe fluttered in the wind. Under the scattered hair on his forehead, his eyes were domineering. With a cold snort, as he slammed his palm down, crimson spirit energy surged around him. Half of the sky was squeezed by his palm, as if it was about to collapse. The spirit energy was rioting, and the space was shattering. Countless sword intents were annihilated. Feeling the power of this palm, Jian 21's eyebrows slanted. Rays of light flashed in his eyes. The countless sword intents condensed together and slashed towards Xianxia. Boom! At this moment, the dust was floating, and the blast of the explosion spread out in all directions. The arena under their feet was directly divided into two from the middle. Everyone focused their gazes and saw the two people standing opposite each other with calm gazes. Who won? A disciple asked curiously. Jian 21 took a deep breath and walked down the arena without saying a word. As soon as he walked down the arena, there was a crack and the long sword in his hand shattered. Xianxia wins, the elder next to him quickly announced. Ignoring the cheers of the disciples present, Jian 21 looked at the broken sword in his hand in a daze. On the other side, Xiao Zai's broadsword slashed down. The wave-chasing sword passed through the Uniged void, bringing monstrous waves with it. It was as if the sword in his hand was no longer a sword, but a vast ocean. Xiao Zai stood on the surging sea, and his figure was swept up tens of thousands of feet high. Xianxia's eyes were calm, and her face was as cold as frost. She stretched out her hand, and the surface of her entire arm was covered with a thin layer of ice. When the waves of the ocean hit, she was like a small boat in the ocean. The ocean rolled up monstrous waves, as if to bury her completely. She gently pointed with her hand. Crack, crack. There was a crack sound. The monstrous waves of the ocean froze little by little. In the blink of an eye, half of the sky was frozen. The cold air was pressing. Xiao Zai stood on the surface of the giant wave, his feet similarly covered in a thick layer of ice. Before he could react, Xianxia had already arrived in front of him. Her jade-like hand passed through the Uniged void and heavily imprinted on his chest. Boom! The ice that filled the sky exploded, and the monstrous wave turned back into a sword in the blink of an eye. Xiao Zai's body fell to the ground. His feet retreated a few meters before he finally stopped. He looked at the ice-cold wave-chasing sword in his hand, then shook his head and sighed. He's still too restrained. Xianxia wins, the elder quickly announced. And in the last arena, although young Master Saber Sun and Fairy Star Sword were fighting 2 against 1, they didn't have much of an advantage. The trapping array art that Zhu Ming cultivated could strengthen the power of his trapping array. At the same time, the speed at which he set up the formation was extremely fast. He used a trapping array to separate young Master Blade Sun and young Master Blade Sunday. Without their combination skill, their combat power was greatly reduced. In the end, they were defeated one by one. With the announcement of the top 3 in the competition, the spectating disciples were shouting their names. As for the ranking of the top 3, it would depend on the competition between the 3 of them. Elder. Just as the judge was about to announce the results, Xianxia interrupted him. She asked, "Do the top 3 have the right to challenge the saint?" According to the rules, yes. The elder nodded and replied. I don't care about the ranking of this grand martial arts competition. It doesn't matter even if I get 3rd place. Xianxia said calmly, I only want to challenge the current saint. Su Zimo, who was sitting on the seat of honor, smiled and looked into Xianxia's cold eyes. He slowly stood up from his seat. What's going on? Does Xianxia have a conflict with the saint? The disciples below who didn't know the truth began to discuss. Some of the disciples also speculated. It must be because of the 6th elder. Otherwise, the 2 of them wouldn't have crossed paths. Little Momo is in trouble now. Xiao Zai frowned and muttered. The few personal disciples by the side were also watching the show with interest. The judge seemed to be in a difficult position and turned to ask for Suzimo's opinion. It's okay, let me handle it. Suzimo walked forward slowly and glanced at Xianxia. Then, he looked at all the personal disciples present. He said calmly, I know many of you have opinions about me. You want to see me make a fool of myself. As for me, I hate trouble as well. It's boring to challenge one by one. Why don't you all come at me together, I'll fight all of you alone. There was an uproar when they heard Suzimo's words. Shameless boasting. Young Master Dagong snorted coldly. Suzimo smiled, raised his right hand slightly, and slapped young Master Dagong directly. Boom! The surrounding space shattered layer by layer, and endless hurricanes gathered in the palm. Young Master Dagong's expression changed drastically and he waved the long sword in his hand. However, he was still sent flying by the palm. At this moment, the surrounding prodigies who were prepared to watch the show suddenly had serious expressions. They looked at Suzimo in disbelief. Unfathomable. Sect Master Xiao narrowed his eyes as he softly muttered from the seat of honor. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Come at me together, or you won't stand a chance at all. As Suzimo finished speaking, the aura of a peak Emperor Meridian spread out from his body. Suzimo stepped into the air and looked down at the disciples below from a high position. He slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow. Thunder and fire exploded, and half the sky was suppressed by his aura. The power of creation was surging. Come, let me see how strong this batch of personal disciples is. Seeing this scene, the disciples below were all dumbfounded. Peak Emperor Meridian, someone said in disbelief. How is this possible? How old is he? Those personal disciples at this level are only at this level. This is going to be interesting. Everyone below had serious expressions. Xiang Qianheng and Jian Shixing exchanged glances. Ganging up on him is an unfair victory. Jian Shixing said calmly. In this situation, we might not win even if we attack together. Xiang Qianheng sensed the aura around Suzimo. He smiled bitterly and said, I heard he also fused with the first combat constitution. You guys go ahead. I'm his senior brother after all. Xiao Zai shook his head and retreated to the side. Then let's attack together. Xiang Qianheng released his Emperor Meridian aura. He chuckled and said, we can't be mocked by little junior brother. Xianxia didn't say anything. She was surrounded by cold air and also flew into the air. Jian 21 looked at the long sword in his hand and was silent for a moment. Then, the sword intent in his hand was strong, and his right hand gently touched the broken pieces of the blade. There was a clang sound. The long sword hummed, and the short sword was reformed. He raised his head to look at the sky where the wind and clouds had changed color. In the end, he stepped into the air and flew up. Then let's go meet him, young Master Dao Yang smiled at Fairy Star Sword and said. Beside them, Zhu Ming narrowed his eyes, and several high-level trapping arrays surrounded him. He shouted softly and also flew up. At this moment, Suzimo was standing in the air in front of him. Several personal disciples faced each other from afar. Xianxia looked at Suzimo and said calmly, ask the sect to let my master go, and I will let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones? Suzimo smiled and shook his head. Defeat me, and I will give you the position of son of saint. Xianxia snorted coldly, and her hand was surrounded by ice. She passed through the void. Xiang Qianheng didn't hold back, and his body was domineering. Black spirit chi filled his palm, and he slammed it down with a strong sense of oppression. Zhu Ming put his hands together, and there was a soft dragon roar. He waved his right hand, and the trapping dragon array enveloped Suzimo. Jian 21 raised the long sword in his hand, and a vast giant sword condensed above his head. It cut through layers of space, crossed the sky, and fell down. Young Master Dao Yang and Fairy Star Sword both waved their weapons. The sword and the saber collided, and a sun and a star slowly rose, flying towards Suzimo. His body had been tempered by the power of creation, and after the return of the Tree of Life, the plant system of the true fate world was perfect. Suzimo also wanted to test his current strength. Looking at the various attacks coming toward him. The spirit chi in the sky was rioting, and all kinds of spirit chi were intertwined. Countless waves of chi were like the waves of the sea, and ripples appeared. Boom 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 sounds of explosions could be heard from the horizon. The wind and clouds changed color, and the world lost its color. All these attacks and variations landed on Suzumo's body in an instant. Suzumo didn't dodge. He just stood there and let all the attacks fall on him. Genesis power surged around him. More importantly, the Tree of Life had played its role. It would immediately heal Suzumo's injuries. It could be said that with the existence of the Tree of Life, Suzumo was not afraid of getting injured at all. Unless there was an attack that could instantly turn him into ashes. Is this guy crazy? Seeing this scene, the disciples below couldn't believe it. Is he trying to take on these attacks with his body? At this moment, it wasn't just the disciples. Even Sect Master Xiao and the 6 elders were somewhat stunned. Invincible among those of the same level? Sect Master Xiao murmured. On the other hand, Meng Qinshua's face turned pale. She immediately recognized the distance between them. Boom! An explosion sounded in the sky. These powerful attacks destroyed the space where Suzumo was standing in an instant. The endless waves of chi were like a fever, floating with a rumbling sound. The space was completely shattered, and a huge black hole appeared in the original place. Countless spatial turbulence surged above it. After a long time, the waves of chi dissipated, and the space began to return to normal. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Suzumo's position immediately. They wanted to know what the result would be. How could it be? Xianxia shook his head in disbelief. Next to him, Jian Shixing frowned slightly, took a step back, and said indifferently, "This is troublesome." In midair, Suzumo stood in the air unscathed. His purple robe flapped in the wind, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. A layer of pale green light flashed on the surface of his body. "It doesn't seem to be any different from scratching an itch," Suzumo said with a chuckle as he twisted his neck. "He's a little too strong," a disciple below muttered to himself in disbelief. "If that's all you have," Suzumo slowly picked up the tyrannical shadow in his hand and said indifferently. "Then let's end it." A layer of black spirit chi appeared on the surface of the tyrannical shadow. Waves of nirvanic aura spread out from Suzumo's body. In just an instant, the nirvanic aura enveloped half of the sky. Black smoke rose from the sky, and a terrifying face formed above it. The terrifying face roared at everyone ferociously. As the black chi spread out more and more, the pressure everyone felt became stronger and stronger. 12 moves of Tao querying, void of nirvana. A cold and murderous tone came from Suzumo's mouth. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding space exploded. A wave of nirvanic aura surrounded them from the horizon. It was as if it wanted to destroy everything and return everything to a dot. Seeing such a formation, the expressions of the personal disciples changed greatly. What kind of pulse technique is this? Why have I never heard of it? Xianxia said with a frown. It's definitely not possible to split up. Let's attack in the same direction and try to create an opening. Looking at the nirvanic aura that surrounded them, the surrounding air exploded. Jian 21 said indifferently. Everyone nodded. There's no need to go through so much trouble. The weak should have the awareness of the weak. Suzumo looked at everyone with an evil smile. He slowly raised the tyrannical shadow in his hand. At this moment, an unrivaled aura spread out from his body. An earth-shaking dragon roar sounded. He directly used the Azure Dragon's 7 transformations. The green-yellow dragon hovered in the sky and slowly swung down with the scimitar in Suzumo's hand. It seemed to be attached to the blade. The dragon's roar shook the void, stirring up endless chi as it rushed over. The surroundings were surrounded by the void of nirvana, and the Azure Dragon's 7 transformations above his head also fell. The 12th move, Void of Nirvana, was inspired by Suzumo's previous life when he cultivated Emperor Sandao's Nirvana art. At this moment, everyone was in danger. Suzumo, are you going to kill them? An elder below shouted angrily. Let's go all out. Xianxia and the others shouted as they used their strongest moves. 10,000 miles of ice. Soaring sword intent. Star-sun vortex. Skylock formation. At this moment, the two extreme forces collided. However, Suzumo's power was too strong. As soon as everyone's power came into contact, it was instantly disintegrated. Seeing that the void of nirvana was surrounding them, the azure dragon descended with an ancient dragon's might. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were suppressed on the spot, unable to move. They were about to be annihilated by this power. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of everyone. Vast divine power soared into the sky. "It's Sect Master Xiao," someone shouted from below. Everyone looked up and saw that Sect Master Xiao had appeared in front of him. He waved his right hand, and spirit chi gathered in the air, forming a blue shield that enveloped everyone. Then, Su Zimo's attack was about to arrive, and there was another explosion in the air. The entire world was trapped in the void. Su Zimo cupped his fists and looked at the scene in the void with interest. At the end of the attack, Sect Master Zhao's protective shield also shattered with kacha-kacha sounds. Everyone was scared but not in any danger. They all sat up in midair, gasping for breath. "Alright, this competition is over." Sect Master Zhao's gaze was indifferent as he calmly said. He lowered his head and looked at his right hand. It was actually a little numb. Although it didn't cause any damage, the attack of an Emperor Vein Realm cultivator could actually make him, a Divine Vein Realm cultivator, feel this way. Moreover, he knew that Su Zimo hadn't even activated his first body. This kind of thing was indeed a little unbelievable. "I hope I can become an emperor in this era," he muttered softly. "That's not enough," Su Zimo said, shaking his head. "Sect Master, you've broken the sect's rules by attacking." "The sect's rules don't allow you to kill them in the competition," Sect Master Xiao said calmly. "It's inevitable for people to make mistakes," Su Zimo replied with a smile. "However, they should pay a price for offending me." "What do you mean?" Sect Master Xiao asked with a frown. "How about this? I'm not asking for too much. Each of you can take a punch from me," Su Zimo replied. "That's the price. This competition is already over." "There's no need to continue," Sect Master Xiao replied. "You won." "This has nothing to do with winning or losing," Su Zimo said with a shake of his head. "I'm just upholding my dignity as the Holy Sun. Let their hearts be filled with respect instead of disregarding it." Sect Master Xiao was silent for a moment. He really couldn't refute the saint's authority. Before the Holy Sun grew up, no one paid any attention to these personal disciples. Originally, no one cared about this matter, but now that he had to bring it up, it was hard for him to make a choice. He looked down at Su Qingshan, hoping that he could help him out of this predicament. However, Su Qingshan lowered his head and turned a blind eye to it. This concerned his son's prestige in the sect. As his father, he naturally had to stand on his son's side. "It's just a lesson." Sect Master Xiao finally sighed and retreated. Su Zimo smiled and walked towards these personal disciples step by step. No one was afraid. They raised their heads and looked straight at Su Zimo. "You should be glad that this is Zhenwu Xingzong." Su Zimo smiled. He kicked Xiang Qianhing down. He didn't show any mercy to the others. He kicked them one by one as if they were rubber balls. Only when Xianxia was left did he stop. He grabbed her neck and lifted her up. "Actually, I'm considered merciful. I should have sent you and your master to hell," Su Zimo said as he flung the other party away. Xianxia's body smashed into the underground arena. Half of the arena was smashed. Her clothes were as white as snow. She fell into a pool of blood, covered in blood. Su Zimo raised his head and glanced at all the disciples present in Zhenwu Xingzong. These disciples were so scared that they didn't dare to look straight into his eyes. "The Holy Sun is mighty." It was unknown who shouted, but the entire heaven realm erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Su Zimo's name was completely known throughout the sect. Even the personal disciples kept quiet out of fear when they talked about him. He had almost single-handedly challenged all the personal disciples. If the sect master hadn't stopped him today, it would have been difficult for these people to leave alive. The competition ceremony ended. Many people had a heavy heart. This was an opportunity to make a name for themselves. But after everything was over, they found that other than Su Zimo's name in their minds, it was as if they didn't remember anything. It was as if all the prelude was for the final battle. What was even more frustrating was that the final battle was completely one-sided. It was difficult to even fight back. Is this generation's holy sun already this strong? Many people asked themselves this question. After the ceremony ended, Su Zimo returned to Yannan Peak. He was going to leave Jinwu Xingzong the next day and set off alone. Before leaving, he plucked some leaves of life from the tree of life. He gave some to his parents, Lin Ruhu, Xiao Gizi, and Yao Xingnan. Su Qingshan accepted it with a smile. He didn't ask much. Everyone had their own secrets. He was also very proud of his son's achievements. Only his mother nagged and reminded him of some things to take note of outside. There was also the ceremony of his grandfather's family in the northern continent a year later. Early the next morning, the gray sky had just begun to brighten. Su Zimo rode the dark heavenly tiger and left Jinwu Xingzong. The sky was just beginning to brighten. It was drizzling outside. Su Zimo enjoyed the drizzling atmosphere. The sky was getting brighter as he walked. But because of the cloudy sky, it was very depressing. The dark heavenly tiger slowly walked on the muddy road. When it passed by a pavilion, Su Zimo heard a melodious sound of a guqin. He looked up and saw an old man and a woman sitting in the pavilion next to him. The woman was playing the guqin. The sound of the guqin was pleasing to the ear. It was a cheerful tune. The old man held a long stick in his hand and was carefully wiping it. Seeing Su Zimo arrive, the old man looked up and smiled. He didn't say anything else. That's interesting. Su Zimo smiled with interest. The dark heavenly tiger was still slowly moving forward. Suddenly, the sound of wind was heard. A few wind blades flew from the side. The wind blades were extremely sharp and fast. The dark heavenly tiger roared and raised its claws to disperse the wind blades. It cried out in pain. Although the wind blade had been scattered, it was still not enough. Although the wind blades were dispersed, there were still a few wounds on its claws. Su Zimo turned to look in the direction of the pavilion and said calmly, "Are you waiting for me?" "Young master, you're so forgetful." The old man smiled and said, "Young master, have you forgotten what you did in the Saint Flower Domain?" "Saint Flower Domain?" Su Zimo frowned slightly and waited for the old man to continue. "I'm from the Fan family," the old man reminded him. "It must be because of the Holy Arhat." Su Zimo immediately reacted. The Saint Arhat was the saint of the Buddhist kingdom. But before he entered the Buddhist kingdom, he was actually a disciple of the Fan family. The Fan family wasn't very strong, but because they were backed by the Buddhist kingdom. In recent years, they had become stronger and stronger and had become one of the top forces. "Are you here for revenge?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. "I just didn't expect you to be the current saint of Jinwu Xingzong." The old man squinted and said calmly, "With or without Jinwu Xingzong, I don't have to be afraid of you." Su Zimo shook his head and smiled. "Your name is now famous throughout the Saint Flower Domain," the old man said with a smile. "I heard you destroyed the Ju Tian sect. How do you think the Buddha kingdom or the Fan family compare to the Ju Tian sect?" Su Zimo jumped off the dark sky tiger. He walked into the pavilion step by step. "It's hard to say." The old man was silent for a while, then shook his head. Outside, it was drizzling. The willow trees stood on both sides of the road, and crystal-clear water droplets fell slowly along the green leaves. As Su Zimo walked into the pavilion, the woman stopped playing the guqin. She raised her head and looked at Su Zimo with bright eyes. "It's hard to say to you." Su Zimo smiled faintly. "But to me, it's not that bad. They're all ants." "Young master's tone is a little too big," the old man said indifferently, not getting angry. "But I believe you have the confidence to say that." "Okay, stop beating around the bush." Su Zimo waved his hand and replied. "What do you want from me?" "You killed the divine Arhat of the Fan family." This made the Buddha kingdom very angry, the old man said. "And then?" Su Zimo asked indifferently. Originally, the Fan family had a chance to go to the Apotheosis ruins. The old man looked at Su Zimo and said word by word. "This opportunity was originally reserved for the divine Arhat. But now he's dead. So you want to give this opportunity to me?" Su Zimo asked with interest. "Yes, you're representing the Fan family." The old man nodded and said seriously. "Let's not talk about the dangers in the Apotheosis ruins. Just the prodigies who were going with him alone were a huge threat. The divine Arhat was able to deal with them. Now that he's dead, if we send other disciples, they'll be cannon fodder. It'll be a waste of a spot. So you came to me, Suzimo said. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. We only have one request. The old man took a deep breath and glanced at the woman beside him. Finally, he said, you are going to marry the daughter of the current head of the Fan family. Buy one, get one free. Suzimo smiled and glanced at the woman beside him. This woman was indeed beautiful. She was tall, with willow-shaped eyebrows and an oval face. His eyes were filled with the aura of an immortal, and his skin was fair. She was wearing a light blue gown, which made her look especially elegant and delicate. What do you think, young master? The old man asked. You want to use a woman to tie me to you, Suzimo laughed. This decision doesn't seem wise. We had no choice. The old man shook his head and sighed. In the past, when the Holy Arhat was still around, we had the Buddhist kingdom behind us. The Buddhist kingdom had spent a lot of effort to train him to compete for the mandate of heaven. Now that he's dead, our relationship with the Buddhist kingdom has weakened a lot. Does the Buddhist kingdom know about the quota for the Fan family's investiture of the gods' ruins? Suzimo asked. If they knew, it wouldn't be up to me to decide about the quota. The old man shook his head and said. What do you think, young master? I don't like to link love with benefits, Suzimo said. I don't need to compromise because of anything. Hearing Suzimo's words, the woman beside him tugged at the old man's sleeve. She said in a fit of pique, Laozu, let's go. He's not willing, so why do you have to be so shameless? Step back. The old man frowned and said unhappily. The woman snorted and could only step aside. Young master, you have to think carefully. The old man was still unwilling to give up and tried to persuade him. This investiture of the gods' ruins is related to the truth of the gods who disappeared during the mythological era. There are also people who have obtained amazing opportunities from it. This is a place that can change one's fate. Although it's dangerous, there are still countless people who want to go in. Suzimo turned his back and stared at the gray sky in the distance. The investiture of the gods was a product of the central mainland. All the imperial lineage of the central mainland had joined forces to occupy the ruins. The sects of the other mainlands couldn't interfere at all, not even Zhenwu Xingzong. Since ancient times, there was no way to tell how many creatures had lost their lives in the gods' ruins. But there were indeed many people who had obtained amazing opportunities. Some people obtained the weapons of the ancient gods. Some people obtained the cubs of the gods' pets. The most obvious example was probably Heaven's great emperor. When he was young, due to his poor aptitude, he offended some people and was expelled from his family. After a few twists and turns, it was said that after he came out of the investiture of the gods, he suddenly became famous. Since then, he had been on the road to becoming a great emperor. Suzimo thought for a moment and finally said, all right, I'll take the quota of the Fan family. Happy cooperation. The old man smiled and didn't seem surprised. Those who truly understood the investiture of the gods knew that there were endless dangers inside. But clearly, there were people who could resist this temptation. No, you're wrong. It's not cooperation. Suzimo shook his head and walked toward the old man. He grabbed the collar of the old man's green robe and slowly lifted him up. The old man's divine might flashed, but he didn't resist. You're not qualified to cooperate with me. You're only fit to be my subordinates. Maybe I'll consider giving you a chance to rise. What do you mean, young master? The old man asked calmly. One day, I'll carry the mandate of heaven and go to the upper realm. I don't care so much about the matters of the Yuanyang continent. Suzimo replied. If the Fan family is obedient enough, I'll give you a chance to rise before you ascend. You don't want to be controlled by the Buddhist kingdom forever, right? Hearing Suzimo's words, the old man had a lot of thoughts. The shock in his heart was like a turbulent wave rolling over. He looked into Suzimo's eyes. Carrying the mandate of heaven, the goal that all living beings were desperately pursuing. It seemed not worth mentioning to him. However, Suzimo's eyes were deep and boundless, without joy or sorrow. They were calm and indifferent, and nothing could be seen at all. After Suzimo finished speaking, he directly threw the old man away. On the muddy road, the old man's body crashed into a willow tree beside him. Although he didn't suffer much damage, his green robe was stained with mud. "Consider this a lesson for attacking my mount," Suzimo said calmly. "You should be glad that you didn't resist just now." The old man was silent for a moment, letting the rain fall on him. He originally wanted to use the god's ruins to cooperate with Suzimo. The other party was the holy son of Zhenwu Xingzong, and the other party had destroyed the Absolute Heaven sect. No matter which of these two reasons it was, he wouldn't make an enemy of Suzimo. Only now did he realize that he was very wrong. Suzimo was too domineering. And it was even more domineering than the way that those who followed him would prosper and those who opposed him would die. Previously, he had attacked Dark Sky Tiger to intimidate it. That way, it would be easier for them to negotiate. However, this person was not playing by the rules. But he could not refute him. Carrying the mandate of heaven was really a gamble. If the Fan family gambled correctly, they would be able to ride on this train and soar into the clouds. But what if they were wrong? The risk was too great. They might not be able to rise again, or even be wiped out. "Looks like you haven't thought it through yet. You're here to negotiate with me." Suzimo smiled. He turned and walked out of the pavilion. He sat on the Dark Sky Tiger and slowly walked away. "Come and find me when you've thought it through." "Wait, I'll go with you." At this moment, the woman beside him suddenly shouted and looked at Suzimo. "What?" Suzimo turned and looked at the woman with interest. "I said, I want to go with you." The woman looked straight at Suzimo and replied. You." The old man looked at the woman in confusion. "Anyway, I can't decide my own marriage. I have to marry someone for the benefit of the family," the woman said calmly. "If that's the case, I might as well choose to believe him." "I haven't decided yet." The old man sighed. "He still has Zhenwu Xingzong behind him," the woman said. "You can't find a better choice. The Buddhist kingdom will know that the quota for the god's relics was exchanged with the lives of our ancestors. We can't just hand it over to the Buddhist kingdom so easily." The old man was silent for a while. In the end, he could only nod. He replied, "You're right. The Buddhist kingdom won't give up the quota." He looked up at Suzimo and finally said, "Child Su, I agree to all the conditions you just mentioned. I only hope that one day, you'll really have the ability to help the Fan family." "I can take the quota," Suzimo pointed at the woman behind him and said. "But I didn't say I wanted her." "Whether you agree or not," the woman pursed her lips and said stubbornly, "I'll always follow you." The old man looked at this scene. In fact, he hoped that there would be a turn for the better. Suzimo treated the Fan clan well on account of the woman. Therefore, he did not refute the woman's words. Then, he said a few words to Suzimo and left alone. It was impossible for the god's ruins to be opened in a short period of time. He had to go back and deal with the Buddhist kingdom. Watching the old man leave, the woman beside him didn't say a word. Her fairy-like eyes just stared at Suzimo. "Follow me if you want." "I don't care." Suzimo smiled. He lay on the back of the Dark Sky Tiger and closed his eyes to rest. The autumn rain was falling, and a cool breeze was blowing the willow branches on both sides. The pitter-patter of rain, the hurried journey, and the gray sky. The Dark Sky Tiger's huge body walked steadily. The woman in the light blue gown quietly followed behind him. The drizzle soaked her long hair. On the muddy road behind him, two footprints, one big and one small, were very obvious. The Buddhist burial temple was located in the eastern continent. Suzimo still planned to set off from the 100,000 mountains. After all, it was much faster. However, when the Dark Sky Tiger passed by a valley, it slowly stopped. Suzimo sat up and looked behind him. The woman was still stubbornly following behind him. He didn't know how long they had been walking. Her gown was full of mud, and she looked very tired. Suzimo didn't say anything. He looked into the valley. Looking at the scene in the valley, he was slightly shocked. The valley was filled with people, and they were all Suzimo's old acquaintances. First, the imperial lineage of the far westland was here. Among them were the Purgatory Sacred Clan, the Divine Sun Sacred Clan, and Zhenwu Xingzong. The leader of Zhenwu Xingzong was the 7th Elder and the Heaven Array Elder. At this moment, not only the Far West land, but also the core area of the Eastern continent. The imperial lineage had gathered here. The Blood Abyss Sacred Clan, the Qi Clan, the Dan Clan, the Mo Clan, the Bailey Clan, and the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect. Other than the imperial lineage, there were many first-rate and second-rate forces around. The entire valley was noisy. Not only the bottom of the valley, but even the mountainside was filled with people. Of course, the leaders were a few people from the imperial lineage. What are they doing? Su Zimo looked at the situation in the valley, patted the dark sky tiger's head, and said, "Let's go and take a look." The dark sky tiger jumped down and ran directly into the valley. At the entrance of the valley, it was stopped by 2 disciples. "Which clan are you from?" The disciple looked at Su Zimo and asked calmly. "We are here to watch the show," Su Zimo smiled and replied. "This valley has been sealed. Lone cultivators are not allowed to enter," the disciple guarding the valley replied. "What if I insist on going in?" Su Zimo asked. "Friend, you should see who is inside before you try to force your way in," the disciple laughed and said disdainfully. "What's going on?" At this moment, a young man in a white robe walked over slowly. "Senior Zhua," the 2 disciples hurriedly greeted the white-robed young man when they saw him. "A lone cultivator wanted to force his way into the valley, but we stopped him." "Is that so?" The white-robed young man turned his head and looked at Su Zimo. His gaze paused on the dark sky tiger under Su Zimo for a while. Then, he saw the girl behind him and his eyes lit up. He turned his head and frowned slightly. He looked at the 2 disciples guarding the valley and scolded them. "Scoundrel, these 2 are my friends. Who said that you can't enter the valley?" After the white-robed young man finished speaking, he turned to look at Su Zimo with a smile and said, "Brother Wang, we haven't seen each other in a long time." "Long time no see, long time no see," Su Zimo nodded with interest. "Can I enter?" The white-robed young man looked at the 2 disciples and asked unhappily. Senior Zhua's friend, of course he can enter. The 2 disciples hurriedly nodded and retreated to the side. "Brother Wang, please." The white-robed young man made a gesture and walked into the valley with Su Zimo. Looking at their departing figures, the 2 disciples who were guarding the valley shook their heads slightly. Sigh, another prey that Senior Zhua has set his eyes on. The area of the valley was very vast and it was not empty inside. A few ordinary trees grew sparsely here and there. "I'm Shui Hong, how should I address the 2 of you?" The white-robed young man asked with a smile. "Su Zimo." "Fan Tanny." Su Zimo cupped his fists and smiled, saying, "Brother Zhua, thank you for helping me out just now." "It's okay, you don't look like a bad person." "It was just a matter of convenience," Shui Hong said with a smile. "It's just that the situation in the valley is a little complicated. It's better for the 2 of you not to wander around. Why don't you come to my place first?" "That's not good," Su Zimo said hesitantly. "You're too kind, Brother Su." Shui Hong smiled and pulled Su Zimo to the side. "It's rare to meet someone as warm-hearted as Brother Zhua when we're outside," Su Zimo said emotionally. Shui Ran seemed to have a high status. Many disciples he met along the way took the initiative to greet him. He had opened up a cave on one side of the valley. This was where he lived. It was obvious that these people had been here for a long time. However, the 7th Elder of Zhenwu Xingzong must have come here after the competition. Su Zimo was sure of that. Su Zimo and Fan Tanny followed Shui Hong into the cave. The light in the cave was good, and the walls on both sides were inlaid with luminous pearls. There was a stone table and 4 stone benches. There was a pot of tea on the table. "Brother Su, Miss Fan, please sit," Shui Hong said with a smile. The 3 of them sat down, and Shui Hong poured them a cup of tea. "Brother Zhua, why did so many people come to this valley?" Su Zimo asked curiously. Shui Hong looked outside, lowered his head, and said softly, "Brother Su, do you know about Quiescence Ridge? One of the 10 forbidden lands." Fan Tanny reacted instantly. "Of course I've heard of it." Su Zimo nodded. Quiescence Ridge was the place where Emperor Sandao inherited the Mandate of Heaven. Of course he knew about it. When he went to the 100,000 Mountains, he encountered Quiescence Ridge midway. He wanted to find it himself, but he did not expect to encounter it here. It said that an elder of the World Edge Pavilion forcefully defied the heavens before he died. Shui Hong smiled and raised his teacup halfway through his speech. He smiled and said, "Everyone, have some tea." Su Zimo also smiled and drank the tea in his cup in one gulp. He asked, "Brother Zhua, don't keep me in suspense. Continue." After the elder defied the heavens, he died in the heavenly tribulation, Shui Hong replied. Before he died, he only left 3 words. Greenstone Valley. Is this the place? Su Zimo asked. That's right. All the forces in the eastern continent were mobilized. It took 3 whole months to find this place, Shui Hong said with a smile. It said that it won't be long before Solitary Ridge appears again in Bluestone Valley. Su Zimo nodded slightly. Although Nirvana Ridge was one of the forbidden grounds, there were too many treasures inside. So many geniuses had died back then, and so many great Emperor true treasures had been left behind. More importantly, it was said that Great Emperor Sandao had left something here. Brother Su, if I may be so bold as to ask, what is your relationship with Miss Fan? Shui Hong asked from the side. Su Zimo raised his eyebrows and replied, "She is my servant girl." Beside him, Fan Tianyi pouted, but did not refute. Shui Hong stared blankly for a moment before he smiled and said, "I'm quite fond of this servant girl of yours. To tell you the truth, I wonder if Brother Su is willing to part with it." Su Zimo nodded and said, "Sure, if Brother Zhu wants it, you can have it." Shui Hong hesitated for a moment. He did not expect Su Zimo to be so forthright. "Then I wonder if Brother Su is willing to part with your mount. I'm willing to pay a price for this tiger." Su Zimo patted Shui Hong's shoulder and said, "What's there to buy? If you want it, I'll give it to you. After all, there aren't many good people like Brother Zhu nowadays. Brother Su is generous." Shui Hong laughed and said, "It would be impolite of me to refuse. I also have something I like. I wonder if Brother Zhua is willing to part with it." Su Zimo said with a smile. "Speak. Brother Zhua, have you heard of this saying?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. "Good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. A good person like Brother Zhua shouldn't violate this rule. So I want your life. Can you part with it?" "Brother Su, you must be joking." Shui Hong forced a smile. "I'm serious." Hearing Su Zimo's words, Shui Hong narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Brother Su, don't you feel uncomfortable? There's something wrong with this cup of tea." Fan Tianyi reacted instantly. "Don't you think it's too late to react now?" Shui Hong stood up and pulled out the long sword behind him with a smile. "There's meridian sealing powder in this tea. Brother Su, you've really disappointed me. I helped you enter, but you want to kill me." Seeing the long sword slashing toward him, Su Zimo shook his head slightly. "What a clown. How boring." He pressed down with one hand, and the power of the Emperor Meridian enveloped him. The big hand suppressed him on the spot. You're an Emperor Meridian expert." Shui Hong's expression changed drastically. He naturally knew that this meridian sealing powder was ineffective on experts above the Zun Meridian level. Su Zimo turned to look at Fan Tianyi, shook his head and said, "Don't eat the food of strangers. Don't you have any intelligence?" "I drank it because I saw you drink it," Fan Tianyi replied in a low voice. "What do you think I should do with you?" Su Zimo took the sword from him and said calmly, "I'm the senior brother of the Cloud Emperor sect." "You can't kill me," Shui Hong hurriedly said. "A second-rate sect. What a scary name." Su Zimo smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, the bell hidden at Shui Hong's waist suddenly rang. When the bell rang, several Emperor Meridian auras were released from the outside world. Several figures flew into the cave in an instant. "You can't kill me." Shui Hong laughed wildly. "Sir, if you don't want to get into trouble, please stop." A voice sounded at the cave entrance. 3 Emperor Meridian experts arrived. The leader was the Cloud Emperor sect's sect master. A woman in a green robe. "Get into trouble? Just because of your Cloud Emperor sect?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. "Sir, please calm down. We can give you whatever you want, the woman in the green robe said anxiously. I just want him dead. Su Zimo smiled. He raised his hand and the sword fell. Shui Hong, who was still laughing, suddenly stopped. His head was separated from his body. You're in big trouble. The woman in the green robe's expression changed. The three Emperor Meridian experts at the entrance looked at each other. They all charged at Su Zimo. You think you're worthy? Su Zimo's hand was filled with Genesis energy. He clenched his fist and punched. With a boom, the entire cave collapsed, and the three Emperor bloodline experts flew out at the same time. The commotion here immediately attracted the attention of the outside world. Who is this? Who dares to cause trouble here? Someone nearby asked curiously. Seems like there's a conflict in the Cloud Emperor sect. The three Emperor Meridian experts were sent flying. They immediately stood up and rose into the air. They looked at Su Zimo seriously. Do you know who you killed? The woman in the green robe said coldly. Is the identity of a dead person important? Su Zimo smiled. The woman in the green robe looked at another Emperor Meridian expert and said, You go find Sir. We'll hold him back. Hearing the green-robed woman's words, the Emperor Meridian expert beside her quickly nodded and stepped into the air. The remaining two Emperor Meridian experts looked at Su Zimo. Spiritual energy surged around them as they stared at him. They did not dare to attack first. After all, they could feel the difference in strength in the collision just now. They just needed to hold Su Zimo back. Don't worry, I won't run away, Su Zimo said with a smile. However, before that lord of yours arrives, I wonder if I should hammer you all down. Su Zimo bent his right foot slightly and stomped his left foot forward. His entire body shot out like an aurora. His god of creation power emanated from his body, causing the space around him to crackle and pop. An endless aura rushed toward them. The two Emperor Meridian experts' faces changed slightly. But they could only bite the bullet and charge forward. Boom! There was an explosion. The two figures flew out and crashed heavily into the side of the mountain. Gravel and soil fell. The two of them slowly stood up. Their arms were already badly mangled, and their sleeves were already torn apart. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. The two Laozu from the Cloud Emperor sect, Emperor Meridian experts, were crushed by a young man just like that. Where did this guy come from? Someone whispered. Doesn't he know that the Cloud Emperor sect is a subsidiary sect of the Blood Hades Holy Sect, and he's the favorite of the Blood Hades Holy Sect master? His identity must be extraordinary too. Ignoring the surrounding people's discussion, Su Zimo walked toward the two from the Cloud Emperor sect. The green-robed woman took a deep breath. Looking at the surrounding people, she said, during this period of time, all the sects have gathered in the Green Rock Valley. Everyone agreed to eliminate all rogue cultivators. Now that a rogue cultivator is committing murder here, are we just going to ignore it? Hearing the green-robed woman's words, the surrounding people looked at each other. They were not fools. Rogue cultivators? There must be something going on. I think Sect Master Yun has a point. Now that the facts are clear, why don't we stop and investigate first? Someone who was close to the Cloud Emperor sect pleaded. Little brother, why don't you stop first? Someone looked at Su Zimo and said. If you are a rogue cultivator, then we can only capture you. You can try. Su Zimo glanced at the man. The aura of a peak emperor vein surged around him. The power of creation emanated from his body, and it seemed to break through the clouds with a roar. Feeling the coldness in Su Zimo's words, the man shrunk his neck. He looked around and realized that no one was speaking up for him. That person also reacted instantly. Although everyone said so, in fact, they just wanted to rely on public opinion to suppress it. However, no one really wanted to make a move. Moreover, this young man could even crush an Emperor Vein Realm expert. It was impossible for these people present to be his match. Unless the imperial lineage stepped in, this matter would be resolved. Su Zimo walked up to the two Monarch Vein experts of the Cloud Emperor sect. Twisting his neck, he looked at one of the Emperor Vein experts and threw a punch at him. He didn't hold back in this punch. The Emperor Vane expert didn't even have time to scream before his head exploded, turning into a bloody mist that scattered in all directions. The green-robed woman next to him took a few steps back. She only stopped when her back was against the mountainside and she couldn't retreat any further. The surrounding people raised their eyebrows. They didn't expect Suzimo to be so ruthless. Do you know the Blood Hades holy sect? The green-robed woman swallowed a mouthful of saliva and quickly said. So what if you offended me? So what if you are from the Blood Hades holy sect? You sure are arrogant. As soon as Suzimo finished speaking, a voice sounded from not far away. The crowd automatically parted to form a small path, and a group of people filed in. The leader was the current sect master of the Blood Hades holy sect, Xianxia. Suzimo turned his head. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other from afar. Xianxia frowned and thought to himself, why is it him? During the Six Sects Grand Competition, when Suzimo obtained the position of saint, he was the one who led the team to participate in that competition. Of course, he knew Suzimo. Now that the matter concerned Xianxia saint, he also felt that it was a little tricky. Although the Blood Hades holy sect and Xianxia were both imperial lineage. As the leader of the Blood Hades holy sect, he knew the difference between them. However, at this moment, in front of so many people, he couldn't let his sect's dignity down. Suzimo, what are you doing? Xianxia asked in a cold tone. Hearing Xianxia's words, the surrounding people were shocked. Those who originally wanted to watch a good show were a little dumbfounded. The sect master of the Blood Hades holy sect knew this young man. It seemed that his background wasn't ordinary either. Don't you think the name Suzimo is very familiar? Someone whispered. I think I've heard it somewhere before. The person next to him shook his head and thought. The saint of Xianxia. Is their saint also called Suzimo? Someone exclaimed. I don't think they have the same name. Hearing this, the surrounding people instantly went into an uproar. As the most powerful sect in the eastern continent, everyone knew in their hearts. Xianxia saint's every move could be said to attract the attention of countless people. However, this saint was very low-key. Other than winning first place in the Six Sect tournament, there was very little news about him in the outside world. I'm just killing a few ignorant people. What's wrong? Sect Master Shui, do you have a problem with that? Suzimo replied. Then do you know that the Cloud Emperor sect is an affiliated sect of our Blood Hades holy sect? Xianxia asked with a frown. So what? Even if they're from your Blood Hades holy sect, I'll kill them if they offend me. Let alone an affiliated sect, Suzimo replied indifferently. Seeing the arrival of Xianxia, the green-robed woman next to him shouted, Sect Master, Yiheng was killed by him. Since you don't repent, I'll take you down personally and ask for an explanation from Xianxia. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and finally said indifferently. The aura of someone at the peak of the holy bloodline surged in the surroundings. A murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Shui Heng, a nobody that no one would care about, was actually his illegitimate son. Although he did not like this son of his. Nevertheless, blood was thicker than water. Blood could not be changed. He had originally placed him in the Cloud Emperor sect, hoping that he could spend the rest of his life in the Cloud Emperor sect. With his instructions, he thought that he would be treated specially in the Cloud Emperor sect. However, Shui Heng was arrogant and domineering. Moreover, he had cultivated an evil technique that specifically took the essence of women. Usually, it was fine. With him suppressing him, nothing would happen. However, he happened to meet Suzimo today. He was really unlucky. Just as Xianxia was about to attack, a group of people suddenly came from the sky. Since when is it Sect Master Shui's turn to discipline the saint of Xianxia? Elder Tianjin slowly descended with a group of disciples. Apart from Elder Tianjin, there was also his personal disciple, Luang, in this group. Among the 10,000 Formation 5, Luang was not as famous as Zhu Ming. But at the same time, he was also a talented person. When they went to the Holy Spring sect, Suzimo and Luang went together, and they had a good relationship. So it's Elder Tianjin, Shu as a dragon said coldly. Why? Does Sect Master Shui want to teach the saint a lesson on behalf of Xianxia? Elder Tianjin said calmly. He killed someone from one of our affiliated sections. What do you think we should do? She was a dragon took a deep breath and asked. He did not mention that Shui Hong was his illegitimate son. He was too embarrassed to say it out loud. So be it. He offended the saint of Jinwu Xingzong. It's already merciful that we didn't kill him. Elder Tianjin replied calmly. At a time like this, glory, sex, dignity and aura could not be ignored. Elder Tianjin, are you trying to cover up for your disciple? It's not covering up. Cloud Emperor sect is just a second-rate sect. How dare they offend my disciple? Elder Tianjin narrowed his eyes and said. Could this have been instigated by your esteemed sect? You're slandering me, she was a dragon snorted and said angrily. Elder Tianjin, you should be careful with your words when you don't have evidence. Sect master, he killed Yihong first. That's why we captured him, the green-robed woman explained. Shut up, Tianjin snorted coldly. The huge hand pressed down, and the aura of the Saint bloodline realm surged. When the hand fell, the green-robed woman screamed. Sect master, save me. Boom. Explosions sounded all around. Elder Tianjin slowly retracted his hand, and the green-robed woman was reduced to ashes. Tianjin, you've gone too far, she was a dragon growled, looking embarrassed. This matter ends here, Elder Tianjin said calmly. Silence Ridge is important. We can't make any mistakes. I've already given you face by not destroying Cloud Emperor sect. Does your Blood Hades holy sect really want to start a war with us? Hearing this, the Blood Pool Dragon took a deep breath and said with hatred, I will remember what happened today. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. As for whether or not to start a war with Jinwu Xingzong, it was definitely impossible. The current Blood Hades holy sect didn't have that kind of power yet. However, if someone from their sect were to inherit the mandate of heaven in the future, he would definitely seek revenge from Jinwu Xingzong. The Tianjin elder turned to look at Su Zimo and said, You don't know your place no matter where you go. Seventh elder, you must be joking. I'm also a victim, Su Zimo said, shaking his head. Silent Mountain Ridge is about to arrive. Do you want to go in with us and take a look? Elder Tianjin asked. Let's go and take a look together. Maybe we can find some opportunities, Su Zimo said with a smile. After that, Su Zimo and Luong also greeted each other. Everyone returned to the place where Jinwu Xingzong had gathered. They began to wait for Silent Mountain Ridge to arrive. During this time, Luong asked curiously, Master, Silent Mountain Ridge is where Ancestor Sandao inherited the mandate of heaven. Didn't he leave anything behind? What did he leave behind? Elder Tianjin asked. For example, clues or maps. Luong chuckled. He said, perhaps we can be the first to obtain the opportunity inside. You're thinking too much, Elder Tianjin looked around at the sects and said in a low voice, You're thinking too much. Then, he said in a low voice, our goal is different from theirs. Some of them were looking for opportunities with a fluke mentality. Some of them are here to look for the Emperor true weapon left behind. What about us? Luong asked in confusion. Back then, our ancestor sealed something inside, Elder Tianjin replied calmly. We're going in to check if the seal is intact. We're also here to strengthen the seal. As for the other things inside, they're not part of our goal. Luong was dumbfounded. He thought for a while and said, Master, why don't you look at the seal while the saint and I look for treasures? I'm used to being alone, Su Zimo said as he shook his head. You should stay with the seventh elder. This is a forbidden area. Don't be naive. What about me? Fan Tanny asked. Stay outside. If you want to die, you can go in too, Su Zimo said. Everyone chatted for a while. During this time, Su Zimo also saw some old acquaintances. For example, the Qi family's saintess, Qi Qianxia, and the Mo family's patriarch, Mo Songhai. After all, he had used their teleportation formation before. Most of these imperial lineage members brought their own disciples with them. 3 days later, dawn had just broken. The morning glow rose from the east and the bright sunlight shone on the world. Everyone meditating in the valley was attracted by a series of rumbling sounds. Everyone raised their heads to look. The space in the sky was fluctuating intensely. Storm after storm surged forth. Even the sun above seemed to be covered. The thunderous rumbling continued for a long time. Finally, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The space within a radius of 100 miles exploded, and a black continent floated over. The true identity of this black continent was originally a mountain ridge. It blocked out the light of the sun. The mountain was hundreds of miles wide. This was only the outer area. Most of the area was hidden in space. Endless aura of nirvanic death filled the mountain. "It's here," someone looked up at the sky and said excitedly. When the mountain calmed down, the aura of nirvanic death began to dissipate. Everyone stepped into the air and flew towards Nirvana Ridge. The mountain was surrounded by a layer of transparent light. This light was very resilient. Even an ascended immortal would not be able to break through it. On one side of the light, there was an entrance that looked like a door. The other factions were at the back. Under Zhenwu Xingzong's lead, the imperial lineage took the lead. Only after that did the other forces rush in. Su Zimo did not follow Zhenwu Xingzong's group. After he stepped into the mountain, he felt the world in front of him start to spin. It was as if he had traveled from one space to another. This lasted for a short time. After a few minutes, his body started to recover. His vision also brightened. The mountain was very vast. Although so many people had entered, it was only a drop in the ocean. Su Zimo observed his surroundings. He was in a forest. Sunlight could not penetrate the barrier above. The weather here was always gloomy. There was only one type of tree growing in the forest. Ghost Mourning Tree. The mournful ghost tree was originally a dark type tree. However, the color of the mournful ghost tree here was much darker. It was also much taller than the normal mournful ghost tree. There was no one around Su Zimo. He used the tyrannical shadow to cut open the bark of the tree in front of him. Black resin flowed out. "Looks like it's mutated," Su Zimo muttered. "Normal mournful ghost trees wouldn't be like this." Su Zimo looked up and found that all the mournful ghost trees here had mutated. It wasn't just the trees. Even the bushes and flowers under his feet had mutated. He walked forward and felt that this place was very eerie. It wasn't just because of the weather. It felt like there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him. Silence Ridge used to be a dangerous place. It was said that after the battle where Emperor Sandao inherited the mandate of heaven, there were too many grievances. The resentment of the living beings was too much, and all the living beings here were cursed. It eventually became one of the forbidden places. Su Zimo didn't believe this. Although he hadn't been to Silence Ridge in his previous life, he still knew some of the rumors. He had used the Chaos Bead to travel through the River of Destiny and see the evolution of Silence Ridge. There were some things that were beyond his expectations, but he was prepared for them long ago. The only thing he needed to be wary of was the details. Walking in the gloomy forest, all the trees around him were the same. After walking for half a day, Su Zimo found that he still couldn't walk out of the forest. He had an illusion that he was walking on the same spot. There was a mysterious force suppressing the sky, making it difficult for warriors to fly. As he continued walking, Su Zimo found a large open space not far away. There was a stone table in the middle of the open space. A black-robed man sat on the stone bench next to it. When Su Zimo walked closer, he found that there was a chessboard on the stone table. The black-robed man next to it was thin and weak. He was only skin and bones. His eyes were lifeless. He was like a living dead. His thin body was covered by the wide black robe. Seeing Su Zimo arrive, the black-robed man slowly arranged the chessboard on the table. An aged voice came out from his mouth. "If you beat me on the chessboard, you can leave this place." "What if you lose?" Su Zimo asked. "Just like him," the black-robed man said as he pointed at a chess piece on the chessboard. "Interesting." Su Zimo smiled and sat down on the other side of the stone table. He looked at the chessboard beside him. There was nothing inside the chessboard. There were too many images and contents. There seemed to be a world contained within. When Su Zimo took a closer look, the chessboard suddenly returned to normal. "Are you ready?" the black-robed man asked calmly. "Shouldn't you tell me the rules first?" Su Zimo asked. This chessboard was different from any game he knew. and there were many things he couldn't understand. You'll know when you get in. The black-robed man waved his right hand, and an endless amount of dark energy surged out from his hand. The scene in front of Suzimo changed. When he reacted, he found himself standing in a starry sky. Close your eyes and you'll understand, the black-robed man said calmly. Suzimo smiled and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he found that his spirit sense was very clear. This chessboard was a world of its own. And the outline of this world was built based on the Yuanyang continent. There were many places inside that were exactly the same as the Yuanyang continent. But it was different from Suzimo's true destined world. The world he was in now was illusory. Everything didn't really exist. When Suzimo opened his eyes again, he had a better understanding of the situation here. The chessboard world he was in was designed based on the Yuanyang continent. It was just that there were too many incomplete parts. Above the starry sky he was standing in was the sky. At this moment, the sky was turbulent. A vortex appeared in the middle of the sky. This vortex was boundless and stretched across the entire sky. At this moment, the source of the vortex seemed to be nurturing something. Destiny. Suzimo's pupils shrank, and his breathing quickened. No, it's also illusory. The mandate of heaven was condensing, and below the mandate of heaven, countless people had already begun to rush towards it. Suzimo couldn't see their faces clearly. They seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. There was no blood, nor was there any grand aura. After these people died, their bodies would dissipate. The only thing that caught Suzimo's attention was the person standing at the front with 3 blades on his back. He was closest to the destiny, suppressing everything. The moment the 3 blades were unsheathed, no one was a match for him. At this moment, the man was above the universe. He was unstoppable and high above. Eternal grace. Although he couldn't see the person's face clearly, Suzimo was sure that it was Emperor Sandao. The scene in front of him was the scene of Emperor Sandao carrying the destiny. However, the scene in front of him omitted many things and couldn't reflect the bloody cruelty at that time. At this moment, Suzimo turned his head and looked at the black-robed man in front of him. The world he was in reminded him of someone. Someone very ancient, or someone who should have died long ago. Looking at Suzimo's gaze, the black-robed man was silent for a long time before finally saying, "Please break the situation." As the black-robed man's voice fell, the scene in the sky instantly changed. The people fighting for the destiny all disappeared. There were only 2 people left under the vortex. One was the person with 3 blades on his back. The other was the person on the ground wearing a star robe. These people's faces couldn't be seen clearly. They were like chess pieces, motionless in place. "You remind me of someone," Suzimo said. The black-robed man ignored Suzimo's words and just calmly repeated, "Please break the situation." "Ancient god Xianxia, right?" Suzimo said. Hearing Suzimo's words, the black-robed man slowly raised his head. Looking at Suzimo, he was silent for a while before finally saying, "Please break the situation." Ancient god Xianxia was a legend in the same era as Emperor Sandao. Perhaps he was very famous in that era. However, after experiencing the turning of several eras, after everything had been settled, the dust had settled. The names of many ancient powerhouses had long been forgotten in the silence of time. Suzimo only knew of such a person when he was paying attention to Extermination Ridge. After all, people always remembered the final victor. Back then, ancient god Xianxia stepped into Extermination Ridge and fought for the destiny. After that, he never returned. He was the most special person among the many people fighting for the destiny. Everything originated from the ancient star world that he cultivated in. As an expert of Emperor Sandao's era, ancient god Star Palace was undoubtedly talented. He had the ancient heavenly divination world physique, one of the 100 great war physiques. This physique was a world of its own. In addition, he also cultivated the ancient astral world art. He could record everything he saw and heard in an illusory form in the ancient world. Although it was illusory, there was a high chance that it was based on reality. In the end, he could use the illusory things he recorded to deduce the true answers he wanted. Ever since he obtained this ability, he had spent his entire life preparing to deduce who would obtain the will of heaven. He did his best to record the elements of reality and all his opponents in an illusory form in the ancient world. Then, he used all sorts of methods to deduce what sort of person was most likely to receive the will of heaven, under what circumstances would he be most likely to receive the will of heaven. Please break the stalemate, the black-robed man continued to say as he looked at Suzimo. Suzimo raised his head to look at the sky and softly said, "You still can't let it go?" The black-robed man's pupils constricted, and he remained silent for a long time. What? Stalemate, how to break the stalemate? This was actually an unsolvable problem. Of the two people in the sky, one was Emperor Sandao and the other was ancient god Star Palace. The so-called breaking the stalemate was to have Suzimo help ancient god Star Palace deduce the will of heaven. This should have been an impossible task. You say you want to break the stalemate, but in truth, you just want an answer, right? Suzimo replied. The black-robed man, who had been silent all this time, slowly sighed. He waved his right hand, and the dark energy dissipated. The scene in front of Suzimo's eyes flashed, and when he opened them again, he was back on the stone stool next to the chessboard. The black-robed man sighed and said, "Is it really impossible? The hope is very small, unless that person is me?" "Why? No reason? Just because of the name Suzimo." "You're right. Several centuries have passed, but I still can't let it go. All for the sake of answering that unanswered question in my heart," the black-robed man slowly said. As he spoke, he removed the black robe from his head. "As you expected, ancient god Star Palace. I didn't expect that someone would still remember me after so long. Ancient god of Star, that was what everyone called him. Even I have forgotten my original name." Suzimo raised his head and looked at the black-robed man, preparing to say that it was ancient god Star Palace. Although he had never seen ancient god Star Palace in the past, he had never seen him before. But now, he was clearly not as elegant as he used to be. His eyes were deeply sunken, and his face was filled with wrinkles. His eyes were lifeless, and he was so skinny that only his skin was left. "Are you here to seek treasures as well?" Ancient god Star Palace asked with a smile. "Yes and no," Suzimo replied with a smile. "So much time has passed. Accompany this dying man for a chat," ancient god Star Palace said. "Before I leave, I can tell you about the treasure." "What do you want to talk about?" Suzimo asked. "Listen to me talk about my unreconciled past. Several eras have passed, but I still haven't truly let go." "Go ahead," Suzimo replied with interest. He could be considered a loose cultivator. Many people had different guesses about ancient god Star Palace's origins. Some said that he might have come from one of the mysterious 100 races, the celestial race. The winds and clouds of that era had already begun. They had been called by the mandate of heaven. Ancient god Star Palace was like the other geniuses of heaven. It was just like how great Emperor Three Blades had bid farewell to Zhenwu Xingzong's group on a tree-lined path covered in everlasting flowers. He had also stepped onto the path to Nirvana Mountain. The path of no return to the path of heaven. Before this, he had been brimming with confidence. He had used the ancient realm to make countless deductions, making sure that nothing would go wrong. He had originally believed that this journey to the mandate of heaven would be a surefire success. After saying this, ancient god Star Palace sighed, his gaze lingering on Suzimo. It was as if he was recalling his past regrets and helplessness. His eyes shone with a boundless depth. "I knew that the struggle for the mandate of heaven was fraught with danger and difficulty. But I didn't think that it would be so difficult. The winds and clouds of the mandate of heaven had already begun. Only then did I realize that all my preparations had been meaningless. I could never forget that day. There were so many experts revered by the people of the world, all of them filled with legends and pride. Any one of them would be in existence that could shake the world and the outside world. But in the end, they were all slaughtered by that man with 3 blades. Great Emperor 3 Blades? Suzimo asked. Did you know? All the answers I've deduced my entire life were no match for that blade of his. Ancient God Star Palace nodded and sadly laughed. Blood spread throughout Nirvana Mountain. The land you're standing on now was once littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Suzimo fell silent for a moment. The struggle for the mandate of heaven was truly far too bitter. It was just as ancient God Star Palace had said. He had pursued his entire life's worth of deductions, but in the end, he had been no match for that blade. Even now, he could not let it go. He wanted to use his deductions to find the answer to defeating Great Emperor Three Blades. What's your current situation? Su Zimo asked. Ancient God Star Palace had a mind of his own and could move. He looked no different from an ordinary person, but Su Zimo could sense that. He no longer had any signs of life. I died in a great war hundreds of thousands of years ago, Ancient God Star Palace said with a calm smile. But I was unwilling to accept my fate, and I awoke under the darkness and decay of Nirvana Mountain. It won't be long before I'll be reduced to ashes. You were born in the wrong era, Su Zimo said. No, that era was very exciting, Ancient God Star Palace said with a smile. He lowered his head to look at the chessboard on the stone table, then paused for a moment. Finally, he said, it feels good to be able to talk to someone before I leave. What treasure do you want? I'm familiar with Nirvana Mountain, so I might be able to help you. Turbid infernal aura, Su Zimo said, emphasizing each word. How do you know of its existence? Ancient God Star Palace was slightly taken aback. He looked at Su Zimo in confusion and said, Are you one of Zhenwu Xingzong's people, or did you learn of it from Sandao's records? That's not important, Su Zimo replied. It's not something you should touch, Ancient God Star Palace replied. Even Sandao couldn't do anything about it. He could only seal it and borrow the power of light to slowly wear away its turbid aura. How would I know if I haven't tried? Su Zimo laughed. It's sealed in the center of Nirvana Mountain, Ancient God Star Palace said after a moment of silence. Head north. If you can survive, you'll be able to reach it. Wish me luck, Su Zimo said with a smile as he stood up. Good luck. Looking at Su Zimo's departing figure, Ancient God Star Palace lowered his head. Ancient God Star Palace slightly lowered his head, his lips pursed as he soundlessly said these two words. After bidding farewell to Ancient God Star Palace, Su Zimo headed north. After walking for a long time, Su Zimo finally saw the exit of the Wailing Ghost Tree Forest in the distance. He took a deep breath in his heart. After walking for so long in this forest of identical trees, he couldn't help but feel somewhat depressed. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any more attacks along the way. It was as if this forest was Ancient God Star Palace's territory, and no creature dared to enter. After walking for a while, Su Zimo finally walked out of the forest. His vision instantly widened. Su Zimo looked straight ahead. Outside the forest was a plain. However, there were mounds of earth of various sizes on this plain. These mounds were more reminiscent of tombs. Many of the mounds were planted with locust trees and cypress trees. Gradually, it began to drizzle. Strangely, this rain only fell on the plain. Once he entered the forest, the rain would stop. The atmosphere was very gloomy. A gentle breeze blew in front of him, and the nearby locust trees swayed their branches. They were like demons and ghosts, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. A piece of yellowed cloth floated in the air with the breeze. Compared to the true terror, this is nothing. Su Zimo chuckled, stepped on the plain, and slowly walked in. He had just taken 2 steps when he saw the soil under the mound begin to loosen. Skeletons crawled up from below. These white bones were about the size of a normal person, and their eyes emitted hollow blue flames. This plain was vast and boundless, and the tombs within it were also boundless. At this moment, more and more white bones climbed out. This was simply an army of white bones. What was even more terrifying was that these tens of thousands of white bones were all of the Emperor Vane realm. There were even some Saint Vane realm skeletons mixed in. Many people would probably tremble at the sight of such a scene. The army of white bones roared as they all charged at Su Zimo. Looks like a big battle is unavoidable. Su Zimo slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow, laughed at the sky, and charged at the army of white bones alone. She had the courage to face thousands of enemies head-on. He waved the tyrannical shadow, and the power of creation spread out and gathered together with the lightning, fire, torrent, and hurricane. With every wave of Su Zimo's hand, the spirit chi was like a monstrous wave that was unstoppable. At the same time, he used the 19 styles of Dao querying. These 19 moves were a combo. The first style started from the beginning. The second move was floating green duckweed. The third move, invincible in 100 battles. Fourth style, against the current. 5 forms, flying wind. 6 moves of the slaughtering blade. The seventh style, wind and cloud dragon. The eighth move, deep blue world. 9 moves, heaven and earth line. The 10th move, darkness descends. The 11th move, blood of the firmament. 12 moves of nirvana void. When the 12 styles were all linked together, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Although the number of skeletons was huge, because they did not have consciousness, they could only attack rigidly. With every slash of Suzimo's saber, several skeletons were shattered. The bone army swarmed forward without fear of death. Suzimo also killed tirelessly. Fighting was also a kind of experience for cultivation. Other than increasing one's combat experience and becoming more proficient in the use of pulse skills, it was also a kind of enlightenment. The tyrannical shadow was humming softly, and the rumbling explosion formed by the spirit chi sounded in his ears. The surrounding space was completely shattered. Suzimo was surrounded by the bone army. He was like a god of death, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. He forcefully opened up a bloody path. With every step he took, several skeletons fell to the ground. It was drizzling in the sky. He stabbed the tyrannical shadow into the soil under his feet, held the hilt of the tyrannical shadow with his right hand, and half-knelt on the ground. All the muscles in his body were trembling slightly, and he was panting heavily. Bean-sized beads of sweat fell from his forehead. It had been a long time since he had been so tired. It had also been a long time since he had fought so happily. Behind him, there were bone fragments all over the ground. The world seemed to be playing the lament of the dead. His gaze slowly looked straight ahead. There was a tomb with a stone tablet. There were no inscriptions. This was a wordless tombstone. At this moment, the ground under his feet began to shake. Cracks began to spread from all directions. A rumbling explosion sounded under the tomb. A throne rose from the ground and descended in midair. The throne slowly turned, and a headless corpse sat on it. Wanton laughter came from the corpse. He clearly had no head, and he didn't know how the laughter came out. The corpse looked like it had been dead for many years. But it was well preserved, wearing a dark purple robe. There were several golden dragon patterns embroidered on the purple robe. What caught Suzimo's attention was the sword in the corpse's hand. Great Emperor, true weapon, Suzimo said with narrowed eyes. This sword was dark blue and 3 feet long. There were several slots with different patterns engraved on the blade. There were rivers, giant beasts, and humans in these slots. It seemed to be telling a story. The laughter continued, and the headless corpse slowly stood up from the throne. Its purple robe fluttered, and the long sword in its hand emitted a vast emperor's aura. More importantly, the aura unique to the divine pulse realm was surging around its body. The aura became stronger and stronger, and it shook the entire sky. I am the god son of the Long River divine sect. I should have been the one to bear the fate of the world. How can you ants compete with me? How can you compete with me? An unwilling roar reverberated in the sky. The headless corpse slowly walked down from the throne, and the aura around it became stronger and stronger. It walked step by step towards Suzimo. It was still rambling on and on. Ants, all of you deserve to die. He took the long river sword in his hand, and with the support of the peak divine pulse realm, he directly slashed at Suzimo. Boom! Suzimo dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Where he originally stood, the long river surged like the setting sun, illuminating the sky. The long river reflected everything in the world. The entire ground sank. Ant, stop hiding. The headless corpse put the long river sword behind its back. The tip of the sword touched the ground lightly, and it quickly ran towards Suzimo. The long sword was dragged on the ground, and the tip of the sword drew a semicircle behind its back, and suddenly lifted up. It was like a scorching sun rising, and it was unstoppable as it crashed towards Suzimo. This time, Suzimo didn't dodge. He slowly raised the tyrannical shadow, and directly used the nirvana void. Their attacks exploded in midair. Suzimo's figure flew backward. He quickly stood up, moved his numb right hand, and chuckled. As expected, it's still a bit difficult to fight a divine pulse realm expert. But this is what makes it exciting. He used the blue dragon's 7 transformations. At this moment, Suzumo's aura was soaring. The greenish-yellow-blue dragon behind him seemed to have come alive and roared at the sky. The moment the blue dragon opened its eyes, Suzumo's aura exploded several times. "Nirvana Void," he shouted. The tyrannical shadow slashed down from above, and endless Nirvana chi wrapped around the blade. The surrounding space was completely shattered. This slash brought with it the power to destroy heaven and earth. The headless corpse did not care. It waved the long river sword in its hand and took Suzumo's slash head-on. The moment the long river sword was swung out, there was a faint sound of water rushing. Heaven and earth seemed to be separated by a touch of blue. Boom! There was an explosion. The blade and sword separated from each other. The headless corpse stood motionless. Suzumo took a few steps back. The hand holding the tyrannical shadow was numb. He clenched his fist and chuckled. "It's still not enough. Go to hell, ant." The headless corpse did not give Suzumo a chance to breathe. It raised its sword and attacked again. Green Cloud 8 transformations. Suzumo took a deep breath. At this moment, he stepped into the sky. The spirit chi under his feet had turned dark green. Waves of green spirit chi followed him as he stepped into the air, leaving behind traces in the sky. It was as if someone had used an ink brush to write a few words in the air. This green spirit chi had a different kind of Taoist rhyme in it. As more and more green spirit chi gathered in the air, the aura around Suzumo's body also strengthened bit by bit. The blue dragon's figure behind him began to dissipate. It was replaced by steps condensed from green spirit chi. The bluestone steps extended upwards. The end of the steps was hidden in the void. It was difficult to see with the naked eye. It was like climbing a staircase to heaven. It disappeared into the horizon and the end could not be seen. At the end of the steps, waves of Taoist rhyme kept surging towards Suzumo. At this moment, Suzumo's aura had reached a critical point. Boom! A mushroom cloud spread out around Suzumo. Boundless power surged in the sky. Looking at the incoming long river sword, Suzumo laughed loudly. Just in time. He used all his strength to bring down the tyrannical shadow in his hand. The Nirvana Void this time was different from the previous times. The moment the tyrannical shadow fell, the void within a radius of dozens of miles exploded. The headless corpse only managed to resist for a moment before it was instantly annihilated by the endless saber will. The tyrannical shadow's momentum did not decrease as it heavily struck the ground. Countless cracks appeared on the ground within a radius of tens of miles, and a bottomless pit appeared in front of Suzumo. Suzumo looked around and found that the headless corpse had been reduced to ashes. Not even his body was left. However, the moment the headless corpse fell, something seemed to have fallen from its body. Suzumo looked around and a broken sword tip caught his attention. The sword tip was only the size of a thumb, and there was a dark aura lingering around it. At this moment, Suzumo held the sword tip in his hand. With a light stroke, a wound appeared on his palm. A fragment of the true god sword, Suzumo narrowed his eyes and said calmly. "Qing Ling, why didn't you remind me just now?" Suzumo took out the sword spine of the true god sword from his body and asked. He had saved Qing Ling from the dark aspect. She had also promised to help him gather the true god sword within 3 years. "Master, I didn't sense it just now." Qing Ling hurriedly explained, "The dark aura on it blocked my senses." Suzumo looked at the dark aura lingering around the sword tip. After confirming that Qing Ling was not lying, he nodded. Then, he put away the sword tip and the long river sword. Suzumo looked into the distance. The dark rain in the sky did not stop. Instead, it was getting heavier. It looked like a downpour. The god of the Long River Divine Sect. He should be one of the prodigies who lost to the great Emperor Sandao. Suzumo muttered. The area affected by the battle just now was too wide, and the movements were too big. Before Suzumo had the time to leave, he saw a figure walking over from afar. It was a white-robed young man. The young man's white hair was very eye-catching. His long hair was tied up in a bun behind his head. The most eye-catching thing was his white eyebrows. His eyes were vaguely heroic, and there was a purple sword that was as bright as the stars hanging on his waist. When the young man walked over, the aura of someone who had just entered the Emperor Meridian realm reverberated around him. A prodigy. He's completely comparable to the true prodigies of the central mainland. Suzimo looked at the person who came and thought to himself. As the young man with white eyebrows slowly landed, the two of them looked at each other in silence. I'm the current saint of the Taiyuan sacred sect. Brother Su, you can call me Tai Chu. The young man with white eyebrows introduced him kindly. Suzimo. Suzimo nodded slightly. Looks like the battle just now is over, Taichu said with a smile. Brother Taichu, did you encounter anything? Suzimo nodded and asked. Just some demons and monsters, Taichu said with a smile. Since Brother Su has already settled it, I won't join in the fun. Goodbye. Looking at Taichu's back, Suzimo frowned slightly. This guy's talent was definitely top-notch in the eastern mainland. Also, he was very shrewd. It looked like he would be someone in the future. After parting with Taichu, Suzimo walked straight to the north. He did not plan to change his direction. After all, his purpose in coming to Silence Ridge was for the turbid aura of hell. The other things could only be considered an unexpected gain. The fragment of the true God sword. This was something that Suzimo did not expect. After walking out of the plains, Suzimo was surprised to find that the place bordering the plains was actually a desert. It was a barren and uninhabited desert. The rain was getting heavier. The rain fell. The strange thing was that the sand under his feet was very dry. After walking in the desert for a long time, there were frequent gusts of cold wind. The temperature was a little cold. Holy Sun Su! Someone suddenly exclaimed beside him. Suzimo turned around and saw a huge rock next to him. The bottom of the rock was hollowed out and there were 3 people hiding inside. He did not notice them before. You are? Suzimo asked. He did not know the 3 of them. Don't talk. Quickly hide, the young man in the yellow robe said hurriedly. Suzimo walked to the bottom of the rock in confusion. Just then, he heard a loud sound not far away. Then, there were a few screams. These screams were extremely terrifying. Just listening to them made one's hair stand on end. Suzimo stuck his head out and looked into the distance, only to see a dried corpse grabbing 2 disciples not far away. One disciple's neck was broken and he was killed. The other disciple's neck was bitten off. Suzimo frowned slightly as he watched this scene. The aura of the divine pulse realm emanated from the mummy. What's going on? Suzimo looked at the 3 beside him and asked. We don't know either. A yellow-robed disciple among the 3 explained. We came in a group, and we met the mummy as soon as we reached the desert. In the end, the 3 of us were the only ones who survived. There are a lot of mummies in this desert. They seem to be patrolling the desert. Another disciple said. We can't get in or out. We're completely trapped here. Suzimo frowned and pondered. These 3 were probably disciples of some second-rate forces. They knew him because of the conflict with the Cloud Emperor sect. But what troubled him was that there were a lot of mummies. If every mummy was of the Divine Pulse realm, he could only rely on Baimont and Hundun. His current cultivation was enough to deal with a Divine Pulse realm cultivator. But if there were too many of them, he wouldn't be able to do it. Suzimo raised his head and looked around. This desert was vast and boundless, and it was empty. It was hard to find a place to hide. It was already good enough that there was a boulder here. If he continued forward, he might not even find a place to hide if he met a mummy. Holy Sun Su, do you have any way to contact the Glory sect and get them to save us? The young man beside him asked expectantly. No. Besides, the people from the sect are only of the Saint Pulse realm. Even if they come, it's useless. Suzimo shook his head. Then we're doomed. The young man beside him said dispiritedly. One of the top 10 forbidden grounds. Didn't you think about it before you came in? Suzimo looked at them and said. There's no free lunch in this world. Alright, you guys continue to hide. I'm going to set off. As Suzimo spoke, he stood up and walked forward step by step. He didn't know where the previous mummy had gone to patrol. Is he crazy? A young man looked at Suzimo's back view and said in surprise. If he meets a mummy, he's dead for sure. Walking in the desert, the sky was drizzling. Suzimo took a deep breath and could not help but quicken his pace. The atmosphere here was always stressful. After walking for a while, a thick fog began to appear in front of him. He couldn't see the road ahead clearly because the fog had covered everything. Suzimo could faintly hear tragic roars from the fog. Then, a few figures slowly walked out of the fog. They were 3 dried corpses. 3 divine vein realm mummies. Their appearances could no longer be distinguished. Their skin, flesh, tendons, and bones had all solidified together. It was hard, and there were many cracks on the surface of its skin. They opened their mouths and roared at Suzimo. The mucus in his mouth was thick, like some kind of sticky maltose. When the 3 dried corpses rushed towards Suzimo, Xianxia was stunned. Their speed was extremely fast, and their claws were extremely sharp. Suzimo did not dare to be careless. He immediately summoned Hundun. Hundun's huge body landed in midair. He slapped down with his claws and directly sent the 3 dried corpses flying. However, these dried corpses had extremely strong defenses. They were not hurt at all. After they got up, they roared angrily and then charged towards Suzimo. Suzimo jumped on top of Hundun's head and said calmly, "A meaningless fight. Run towards the center as fast as you can. Ignore these dried corpses." Hundun roared, and 2 pairs of thin blood-red wings spread out behind him. They covered the sky. There was a force here that prohibited flight. However, Hundun was extremely fast. With the help of his wings, he left those dried corpses far behind. He entered the fog. After running for a while, Suzimo could hear roars. The fog covered everything in front of him. Although Suzimo could not see clearly, he could still feel it. There were probably many dried corpses around. There were so many divine vein realm mummies. If he forced his way in, he would only be dismembered here. Hundun continued to run forward. Suzimo did not bother with him. There was no point in killing these dried corpses. As the surrounding fog became thinner and thinner, he felt that he was about to reach the end of the fog. At this moment, a black aurora shot over. The aurora shot into Hundun's back. There was a boom and a strange spirit energy began to fluctuate. A bloody hole appeared on Hundun's back. His huge body also collapsed. Suzimo looked up and saw 3 dried corpses guarding the exit of the fog. These 3 dried corpses were different from the other dried corpses. They were filled with black gas. In the position of their eyes, there were 2 clouds of black fog rising. What was even more terrifying was that their immortal realm aura was slowly fluctuating. How can this be? Suzimo narrowed his eyes. There were immortal realm creatures here. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. In that era, the highest cultivation level of the divine vein realm was the peak of the divine vein realm. They were preparing to enter the Tao. It was impossible for anyone to choose to enter the immortal realm. Even if they died and turned into dried corpses, it was impossible for them to enter the immortal realm. Although the immortal realm was not as good as the Tao realm, it was not so easy to enter. Many people were stuck at the divine vein realm for their entire lives, and it was a long and arduous journey. Forget it. No matter what, there is no need to waste time, Suzimo whispered. He directly summoned Baimont. Majestic demonic energy surged around. Baimont looked at the 3 dried corpses in front of him and said slowly, "Master, I feel an evil aura from them." I should have guessed, Suzimo narrowed his eyes. It seems that the turbid aura of hell has awakened. Baimont did not say much and waved his hand. Majestic demonic energy condensed in midair. Several ferocious faces formed by demonic energy devoured the 3 dried corpses. The ferocious faces devoured the dried corpses. The dried corpses were desperately resisting. The demonic energy and the evil aura clashed and entangled with each other. Baimont frowned slightly and said, "What is this thing that can temporarily suppress my demonic energy? Fortunately, these things are too weak." If they were at the same realm, it would be hard to say. As Baimont waved his hand again, a demonic flame suddenly appeared on the devouring face. The demonic flame burned everything clean. The dried corpses were reduced to ashes until not even ashes were left. The first strand of mutated turbid aura of heaven and earth will naturally not be simple, Su Zimo chuckled. It might be a bit troublesome next. There will be a hard battle to fight. After killing the 3 dried corpses, Su Zimo recalled Hundun and let it recuperate in the true fate world. With the help of the Tree of Life, injuries could be healed almost instantly. Of course, although the Tree of Life was powerful, it could create a plant system, help creatures heal, and even make people live forever. But it could not make people live forever, nor could it revive dead creatures. In his true fate world, the sword tip that Su Zimo had obtained before was floating in the air. It had been corroded by the evil energy and could no longer be used. Su Zimo was not afraid. In this world, it was a competition of purification abilities. Clearly, there was something that could surpass the pure moon divine altar in his true fate world. The child altar that he had obtained in the Thousand Beast sect had grown to a level that was not inferior to the mother altar after being strengthened by his true fate world. He placed the true god sword tip into the pure moon divine altar to purify it and did not care about it anymore. Then, Su Zimo and Baimont walked forward together. They were almost at the end of the fog and did not encounter any attacks from the mummies along the way. Finally, the two of them walked out of the fog. Su Zimo looked at everything in front of him and was completely shocked. This was not a small mountain peak. From the top of the mountain to the bottom, there were densely packed white bones. White bones surrounded the mountain peak on all sides. There were already tens of thousands of them. The scene was very shocking. The white bones spread from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain, stretching for hundreds of miles. These white bones had been eroded by the accumulation of time. Some had become extremely fragile. If Su Zimo lightly stepped on them, they would shatter into pieces. There were also some white bones that were completely dried by the wind and scattered in the air with the wind. These bones were of different colors. Although most of them were white, there were also gold, purple, and black bones. Moreover, the bones were of different sizes. Some were as small as a few dozen centimeters, while others were as large as 1,000 meters tall. It could be said that all kinds of creatures of different races were gathered here. The bones slept on this land and no one had disturbed them for millions of years. They were one with death and silence. The white bones that covered the mountain seemed to be telling the story of the tragic battle back then. Along with the corpses, their weapons also fell into a deep sleep. All kinds of weapons and treasures fell on this land. There was no lack of great emperor true weapons among them. How heroic, Su Zimo said emotionally as he stepped on the ground. This is nothing, Baimont said after a moment of silence. My lord, our battle back then was much more tragic than this. Su Zimo didn't say anything. He stepped on the skeletons and walked towards the peak of the mountain. Even though it was a little cruel, one had to admit that the remains belonged to great Emperor Sandao when he inherited the heavenly will. Witness to all the glory. There were many weapons at the foot of the skeleton, but Su Zimo was too lazy to pick them up. Many weapons had long since lost their divinity under the erosion of time. When he was halfway up the mountain, Su Zimo was attracted by an iron chain. This chain was a great emperor true treasure. It was a little inconceivable. Su Zimo had heard of the name of this chain before. Immortal Binding Lock. This was the weapon that the Heaven Wasteland Great Emperor used to carry the mandate of heaven. Of course, the real Immortal Binding Lock was naturally taken to the upper realm by the Heaven Wasteland Great Emperor. The Grand Emperor's true treasures of these lineages were only imitations of the Grand Emperor's true fate weapons before their ascension. Legend had it that a long time ago, Zhenwu Xingzong was the first person to inherit the heavenly will. He had just started the Age of Emperors. A treasure beast once appeared in the world. Its name was Yang. When the Age of Emperors was just started, the world was filled with dense qi. This kind of treasure beast called the Ho fed on dense qi. Later on, the dense qi gradually dissipated. When there was no longer any edible dense qi, the stubborn Yang chose to kill itself on the Heaven Wasteland mountain. After its death, its corpse turned into a chain. Later on, a race called Desolate appeared on the Heaven Wasteland mountain. The chain formed by the Yang became the Desolate race's treasure. The Heaven Wasteland Great Emperor was from the Desolate race. He had received the recognition of this divine lock when he was young. The chain accompanied him as he grew and eventually became his life true weapon. It was named Immortal Binding Lock. Su Zimo looked at the Emperor True weapon in his hand and then at the skeleton at his feet. This was probably one of the desolate race's saints. He had failed to inherit the heavenly will and eventually died. The chain in his hand was only a meter long and split in the middle. Half of it was black and the other half was white. It was like the dawn of yin and yang. When he held it in his hand, half of it was hot and half of it was cold. It was slightly heavy. Su Zimo knew that this was just the surface of the Emperor True weapon. When the Immortal Binding Lock was used, it had an endless length. In a sense, it could bind anything in the world. Of course, whether the bound creature could break free depended on the creature itself. After such a long time in the Nirvana Mountain, even the Immortal Binding Lock had been damaged. Su Zimo placed it in the cleansing moon divine altar to nourish it, so it shouldn't be a problem. After putting away the Immortal Binding Lock, Su Zimo continued to head towards the peak of the mountain. The mountain peak was filled with rugged rocks. It was quite spacious. There were only a few trees growing alone. A waterfall flowed down from the peak of the mountain. It looked like a waterfall that flowed down 3,000 feet. At this moment, there were two people standing at the top of the mountain. They were Elder Tianjin and Luong. The things left behind by the ancestors are really useful, Luong said with emotion. He looked at the light black robe he was wearing. This was left behind by the great Emperor Three Blades. As long as one wore this robe, they could become one with the aura of Nirvana in the Nirvana Mountain. They could hide from the senses of all creatures. This was also why the two of them were able to get here first. Master, is this the place where the seal is? Luong asked curiously. He looked around the mountain peak and didn't see anything special. Elder Tianjin nodded. He frowned slightly and walked towards the trees growing at the top of the mountain. At this moment, the trees had already withered. The leaves on them were starting to turn yellow. They probably wouldn't last much longer. This shouldn't be. Logically speaking, with the existence of the formation, the trees should be thriving. Elder Tianjin murmured. Then, he took out a talisman from his storage ring. This talisman was dark yellow and had strange patterns drawn on it with black strokes. Elder Tianjin slowly stuck the talisman on the tree. At this moment, a beam of golden light shot into the sky. The tree itself was a carrier. The golden light shot into the clouds with great momentum. The vast spiritual energy dispersed all the fog and reached the other side of the sky. At the top of the mountain, 5 golden patterns began to appear on the ground in the shape of a 5-pointed star. These 5 patterns were all different. The 5 patterns intertwined with each other and connected by golden lines, forming a 5-pointed star. In the empty space in the center of the 5-pointed star, a pitch-black cage slowly appeared on the ground. This cage was originally hidden in the void. Now, it had completely appeared. The moment the cage appeared, the Nirvana aura in the sky began to move. It surrounded the cage as if there was something terrifying inside. Is this the item that was sealed? Luong asked curiously. Elder Tianjin didn't say anything, he just frowned and walked in front of the cage. At this moment, inside the cage, a cloud of black turbid chi was quietly lying inside. The turbid aura looked very weak. Luong walked around the cage and smiled. It doesn't look scary at all. It would be great if that was the case, Elder Tianjin slowly said. Back then, even Emperor Sandao couldn't destroy it, he could only trap it. If it breaks free from the seal, I'm afraid it will be a disaster. After saying that, Elder Tianjin brought out a dark yellow stone. Master, what is this? Luong curiously asked. Ancestor Sandao left instructions back then. Every 10,000 years, the formation must be strengthened until this hell aura completely disappears, Elder Tianjin slowly said. Elder Tianjin slowly said, this is a destiny stone, a stone that Ancestor Three Blades used to refine. Elder Tianjin then took out 5 destiny stones. He placed the destiny stones in the shape of a 5-pointed star on the glowing golden pattern. At this moment, the formation shined brightly. The power of the destiny stones was slowly absorbed into the cage. The 5-pointed star became even more dazzling. Seeing this, Elder Tianjin finally took a deep breath and calmed down. Old man, I've waited for you for almost 1,000 years. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the cage. The entire formation fluctuated. The nirvana aura on the cage and the power of the destiny stones were all absorbed. Elder Tianjin's expression changed greatly. He took a step back and said in shock, "You've awakened." "This is impossible, impossible, nothing is impossible," the voice from the cage replied. "As the first strand of turbid aura in this world, as long as this world isn't destroyed, I can exist forever." "That brat Sandao underestimated me too much," as the voice from the cage finished. It became more and more powerful. The 5 destiny stones shattered. The cage exploded with a boom. The pentagram array also cracked from all sides, and the aura of nirvanic extermination was completely devoured. Instead, it was replaced by an extremely evil spiritual energy. This evil aura soared into the sky, covering half of the sky. Su Zimo had just reached halfway up the mountain. Then, he saw the evil aura soaring into the sky. Baimont, who was standing to the side, frowned slightly and said, "It seems to be a very ominous thing. He's already broken free from the seal." "Be careful," Su Zimo reminded him. The restrictive power in the sky was useless against Paimon. He took Su Zimo into the air and flew towards the mountain peak. At this moment, the evil aura was surging down. Elder Tianjin and Luong did not even have time to react. Then, he was surrounded by evil energy and lost consciousness. It wasn't just on the Whitebone Mountain. Everyone in the entire Silent Ridge could see this scene. The evil aura covered the sky as if it was the end of the world. Some people wanted to run away immediately, but they found that the entire Silent Ridge was sealed by the evil aura. They couldn't even find the path they came from. At the top of the mountain, a purple-black evil aura soared into the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Heavy rain rolled up huge waves that swept across the sky. The evil aura was laughing wantonly. It seemed to feel cathartic after being trapped for so many centuries. "To thank you for welcoming my arrival. I'll reward you for being my nourishment for the first step." The evil aura's voice echoed throughout the entire Silent Ridge. Rumbling sounds reverberated in the sky. It was very sensational. Then, the evil aura in the sky gathered together. It was like a meteor falling. Countless balls of evil aura gathered together and fell to the ground. It had the power to destroy the world. There were countless balls of evil aura in the sky. When all of them descended at the same time, one could imagine how powerful it was. Seeing this, Su Zimo frowned slightly and said, "It wants to destroy the entire Silent Ridge. Should we stop it?" Baimont asked. Su Zimo shook his head and replied, "It's no use. The right solution is to get rid of it first." The people below were hiding everywhere like headless ants. "There's no emperor in this world. Let's see who can stop me." The evil aura laughed loudly. As its voice fell, countless balls of evil aura crashed to the ground with a rumbling sound. Su Zimo frowned and said, "Go hold it back. I might need to make some preparations." Baimont nodded and flew directly toward the evil aura. Baimont couldn't really destroy this hell's turbid aura, because it was connected to this world. As long as the world didn't destroy it, it was very difficult to kill it. Moreover, this turbid aura wasn't like this a long time ago. It was just that after it mutated, the consciousness in its body gave birth to an evil nature. Baimont walked in the air. The demonic aura around him surged. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the demonic aura surged into the sky. In an instant, it broke through the blockade of the evil aura and occupied half of the world. The evil aura and the demonic aura were at each other's throats. The two spiritual auras were fighting against each other. "Who's there?" The hell's turbid aura instantly realized that something was wrong. It stopped controlling the descending evil aura and stared at Baimont. The moment it saw Baimont appear, the hell's turbid aura was slightly shocked. "Who are you?" "Prepare to say that I'm not a human, but a demon." Baimont chuckled and replied. "Demon, what a familiar name." The hell's turbid aura paused for a moment and said, "It seems that I've heard of this name in the very, very ancient past." Hearing the hell's turbid aura's words, Baimont shook his head nonchalantly and said, "Little guy, what do you know? Before this era existed, we were already dominating." "The beginning of the era." "Yes, the beginning of the era." The hell's turbid aura instantly reacted. "Someone once made a deal with you demons," said Ji Futian. "What do you know?" Baimont said coldly. You demons will be finished one day. Someone set this up at the beginning of the era. The Hell's turbid aura laughed. The game hasn't started yet. Who knows who the chess piece is? Who's the chess player? Baimont replied indifferently. What's the beginning of the era? In the very, very ancient past, we've been fighting against fate. Seems like you want to stop me. The Hell's turbid aura snorted coldly. So what if I destroy you? Baimont replied indifferently. The demonic aura around him boiled. The endless demonic aura turned into a spear. The spear pierced through the void and pierced towards the Hell's turbid aura. Boom! An explosion sounded. The Hell's turbid aura was not to be outdone. The ferocious face on the turbid aura opened its mouth and swallowed the demonic aura spear. Only a boom sound was heard. The spear exploded, and a tremor ran through its body. The evil aura around it was turbulent. It's useless. You can't kill me. The turbid aura of Hell said coldly. The evil aura around it surged even more, and an illusion appeared behind it. The turbid aura of Hell descended from the sky with a roar. The space around it collapsed. Baimont frowned. He waved his right hand and endless demonic aura surrounded him. When the turbid aura of Hell descended, it collided with the demonic aura in front of him. Rumble! The turbid aura of Hell was sent flying. Baimont's figure also took a few steps back. Baimont frowned. He looked at the turbid aura of Hell that was sent flying. It was full of evil aura and didn't seem to be hurt at all. His expression was a bit serious. He stepped into the air. The demonic aura that covered half the sky roared wantonly. His true fate appeared behind him. The moment the true fate appeared, the entire sky fell into it. It was a monster with 2 horns on its head and black fog swirling around its body. This was Baimont's true fate. The monster roared at the sky, holding a weapon that looked like a giant axe in its hand. This is your true form, the turbid aura of Hell said calmly. The evil aura around it grew stronger and stronger. The demonic aura in the sky above Silence Mountain started to take the initiative. This monster was huge. It looked down on the entire world from above. Its head was the sky, and its feet were on the ground. The monster slowly reached out its hands. The hands had 7 fingers, and the claws were very sharp and slender. The hands seemed to have passed through time and suppressed countless air currents. The space around it collapsed. It seemed like the hands were falling very slowly. But this seemed to be an illusion. It was as if the hands were on a completely different dimension from reality. By the time the turbid aura of Hell reacted, the hands were already in front of it. The hands grabbed the turbid aura of Hell. The turbid aura of Hell seemed to be panicking. It screamed, "Heavenly demon, we have no grudges. There was no point in continuing the fight. I won't die before the world is destroyed. How about we stop here?" "You're not invincible," Baimont snorted. He pressed down on the turbid infernal chi with one hand as if it were a toy. His other hand was clenched into a fist, and a pitch-black demonic fire was burning around it. Then, it smashed into the turbid hell chi. Boom! This earth-shattering sound seemed to shatter one's eardrums. The ground was penetrated, and countless cracks spread out in all directions. Screams of agony rang out from the turbid hell chi. When Baimont moved his fist away, he saw the hellish aura lying weakly at the bottom of the deep pit. Baimont didn't hold back and unleashed another punch with his true fate. When the fist landed, the evil aura around the turbid aura of Hell was already very faint. It looked very weak, but it didn't die. "You don't even have the qualifications to make me use my axe," Baimont replied indifferently. "You can't kill me," the hellish aura said weakly. "Just you wait. Wait until the day I recover, no one will be able to stop me." "I'm afraid you won't have that chance," Baimont said indifferently. Like pinching an ant, he used 2 fingers to pinch the turbid hell chi. Not far from where Suzimo was currently sitting cross-legged. His true fate world appeared above his head. A small vortex appeared on the blue planet. Baimont threw the turbid hell chi into his true fate world, then stood guard by Suzimo's side. "You can't seal me, Tianma. In this life, I will demonize the entire world." The turbid hell chi roared unwillingly. When its body was thrown into the vortex, it felt like it was passing through an endless space. When the sense of weightlessness returned, the turbid Hell-Chi's eyes lit up. It looked at the vast world in front of it in disbelief. Where is this? The turbid Hell-Chi looked around in disbelief. Gradually, its expression became fearful, and its voice was filled with shock. Impossible, this is impossible. This is a world of its own. This era is still far from destruction. How could a new world have appeared? The turbid Hell-Chi was shocked to find that it had been separated from the world of the Yuanyang continent. Although it was still immortal, the turbid Hell-Chi of the Yuanyang continent could no longer sense the power it used here. In other words, although it was immortal, it had no power. Thinking that it might be trapped here for countless years, the turbid Hell-Chi couldn't help but roar angrily. You Tianma have such a big conspiracy. When I get out, I will expose you to the heavenly axiom. This era was not yet destroyed. If the heavenly axiom knew that there were other worlds, it would do everything in its power to kill it. The heavenly axiom would try its best to kill Su Zimo and destroy his true fate world. I think you won't have the chance anymore. A laugh suddenly came from above. Welcome to the divine continent. The turbid Hell-Chi quickly looked up at the sky and saw Su Zimo standing in the sky. His purple robe was fluttering, and there was a faint smile on his face. The entire sky was filled with wind, clouds, and wind. The blue sky was intertwined with pure white clouds. The wind was blowing wantonly high up in the sky. Su Zimo's spirit chi surged around him, and the power of creation surrounded him as if he was setting up some kind of formation. The ruler of the world, the turbid Hell-Chi murmured softly. Do you think you can leave this place alive? Su Zimo asked with a smile as he landed slowly. The turbid Hell-Chi took a deep breath and replied coldly, then trap me here forever if you can. If you let me escape, you will know the consequences. Why should I trap you? I think you are mistaken. Su Zimo shook his head. Wouldn't it be easier to just kill you? I am immortal, the turbid Hell-Chi replied. Do you really think there is nothing in this world that can kill you? Su Zimo replied calmly. What do you mean immortal? It's just difficult. But it's not impossible. Su Zimo said as he took out a purple box. The box was dark purple in color and looked very old. The moment the box was taken out, it sensed the aura of the item inside. The turbid Hell-Chi trembled slightly. Impossible, that's impossible. How did you find it? Strictly speaking, I didn't find it, but that's not important. Su Zimo said as he slowly opened the purple box. There was a flower petal lying inside. The flower petal was blood red, as bright as fresh blood. Actually, the fresh blood was just the petal's self-concealment. Su Zimo waved his right hand slowly, and the spirit energy in his hand surged. The blood on the surface of the petal started to be absorbed bit by bit. After the blood was completely absorbed, the petal seemed to have changed greatly. Its surface was transparent and looked very clear. This kind of clarity and cleanliness was the purest thing Su Zimo had ever seen. It was crystal clear, as if there was not a single stain on it. It was much purer than the lotus flower that grew out of the mud. Do you still recognize this? Su Zimo asked with a smile. The moment it saw the transparent petal, the infernal chi could not help but retreat. It tried to escape, but it was stopped by Su Zimo. You don't even greet your old friend? That's so sad. Su Zimo laughed. Epical Clear Air, what a nice name. What are you trying to do? The infernal chi roared in horror. I'm using you to refine something, Su Zimo replied calmly. Then, he slowly took out the petal. As the spirit energy kept flowing in, the petal completely dissipated. A gust of clear air flew out from the petal. Under Su Zimo's control, the epical clear air slowly merged with the infernal chi. No matter how hard the infernal chi tried to resist, it was useless. The moment the clear air came into contact with the infernal chi, boom boom boom, an explosion came from inside. Crackle crackle, the two blended and condensed together. One clear and one turbid, as the two balls of gas rose into the air, the wind and clouds in the sky changed drastically. It was as if they had returned to the beginning of the era when the world was created. The clear air rose to the sky, and the turbid air fell to the ground. Heaven and earth controlled everything. In the vast Tao, there was the existence of the heavenly punishment. The two balls of gas in front of Suzimo were the first ball of clear air and the first ball of turbid air at the beginning of the era. The epical clear air in the purple box was not found by Suzimo. This purple box was the one he asked for from Xianxia at the Qi family. The epic clear Qi inside was also put in by the Ice Emperor. The origin of this matter could be traced back to the era of Great Emperor Three Blades. As a matter of fact, some people knew that Great Emperor Three Blades and the Ice Empress were Tao partners in their youth. Later on, Great Emperor Triblade discovered this ball of hell Qi when he was shouldering the Mandate of Heaven at Nirvana Ridge. And the reason why Extermination Ridge was able to evolve from a dangerous place to a forbidden area was because the real reason wasn't because Great Emperor Sandao had killed too many people, but because of the turbid hell Qi. Emperor Sandao, who bore the Mandate of Heaven, knew that he couldn't completely destroy the foul air of hell, so he sealed it away. He hoped that in the endless passage of time, this ball of evil energy would gradually dissipate. At the same time, he was also searching for news about the epic clear Qi. Unfortunately, on the eve of his ascension, he still couldn't find the epic clear Qi. Later on, he used his great divine ability to help his Tao companion, the Ice Empress, reincarnate and cultivate again. After he ascended to the upper realm, the Frost Emperor of this era also inherited the Mandate of Heaven. Later, the era clear Qi was found by the Ice Emperor. It was a pity that the turbid infernal Qi at that time was very strong. Even though it was sealed, it wasn't that easy to destroy. It could absorb the turbid Qi of the epic itself to fight, so the Ice Emperor couldn't use the clear Qi to assimilate it. In the end, the Ice Emperor had no choice but to seal the clear Qi in the purple box. They had placed their hopes on their descendants, and after thousands of years of accumulation, they had worn away their hopes. After weakening the turbid infernal Qi, he used the clear Qi to assimilate it in one fell swoop. Of course, there were also accidents. In these hundreds of thousands of years, the turbid infernal Qi didn't weaken. Instead, it grew stronger. In the end, it broke the seal and came out. Suzimo had no choice but to put it in his mandate world. He cut off its connection with the Yuanyang continent to prevent it from absorbing the turbid infernal Qi to recover. In fact, this was a last resort. Under normal circumstances, Suzimo wouldn't let strange creatures into his mandate world. This way, the risk of being exposed would be much greater. At this moment, the clear Qi and the turbid Qi had merged together in the sky. One was clear, one was turbid. Within this ball of gas, a strange phenomenon appeared. Countless images rotated within it. At times, there was a storm. In the endless purgatory, demons formed by the turbid Qi wreaked havoc throughout the world. At times, there was a clear sky. The clear Qi sublimated the entire world, making everything look so bright. These images were constantly changing. Suzimo sat cross-legged. He had spent so much effort, and his goal was naturally not to eliminate the turbid infernal Qi out of kindness. In his previous life, he had obtained a battle technique from the mythological era. Divine Punishment God Eyes. This was a battle technique related to the eyes. After cultivating it, one's eyes could become divine punishment. During the battle, the boundless heavenly punishment descended like a divine might. While it was unexpected, it was also very powerful. However, cultivating this divine punishment required the fusion of the clear Qi and the turbid Qi. And the stronger the clear Qi and the turbid Qi, the stronger the divine punishment God Eyes. In his previous life, he didn't have a chance, so this battle technique was covered in dust. In this life, ever since he saw Extermination Ridge with Xiaogizi in the 100,000 Mountains, Suzimo had always been planning for it. And he was using the first wisp of the clear Qi of this era. At this moment, Suzimo sat cross-legged. Above him, the two wisps of Qi had already finished fusing. The eyes were one of the most fragile organs in the human body. At the same time, they were the most important. Suzimo could not afford to be careless. He first slowly used his creation power to open up the meridians around his eyes. The opening of each meridian was extremely painful. Blood even began to slowly flow out. When all the meridians that needed to be opened were cleared, Suzimo waved his hands. The two fused clear turbid Qi flew over in an instant. Cultivating the divine punishment God Eyes was only an indispensable part of the process. After the clear qi entered his eyes, Su Zimo felt a cool sensation spread through every nerve in his brain. Like spring water in the scorching heat of September, all the pain disappeared. Then, Su Zimo took out the other materials he needed from his storage ring. 9 Heavens Thunderstone, Thunder Dragon Fruit, Thousand Illusion Lightning Flower, Blood Spirit Grass, a series of countless materials were taken out. At this moment, Su Zimo slowly absorbed the energy in these materials. He gathered all this energy in his eyes and tempered them bit by bit. This process was extremely long and painful. The slightest mistake could lead to blindness. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the apocalyptic scene gradually disappeared. Even though Extermination Ridge was already in pieces, the evil qi in the sky was slowly dissipating. Many people looked up at the sky. They didn't know what had just happened. It seemed like there were creatures fighting in the black mist. They didn't know what the final result was. But the power it created made everyone tremble in fear. The evil aura that sealed Silence Ridge had completely dissipated. The entrance they came from had also reappeared. After this incident, many people didn't have the heart to search for treasures anymore. After all, their lives were more important. No one could guarantee that there wouldn't be another battle later. Moreover, Silence Ridge was one of the 10 forbidden zones. The danger within was indeed terrifying for many hot-headed people. People left the Extermination Ridge one after another. Nirvana Ridge would never stay in one place. Apart from hiding in the void most of the time, it would only occasionally stop in the outside world and leave quickly. At this moment, more and more people left Silence Ridge. The vast continent began to shake. Countless sonic booms came from all around. Rumble. The sky began to shatter, and Silence Mountain turned into a black aurora. It began to disappear into the void, and then it quickly disappeared. When Nirvana Ridge left, the people guarding Bluestone Valley were both happy and sad. Some people obtained some treasures from Silence Ridge. Some sects suffered heavy losses. But none of this had much to do with Su Zimo, who was still in Silence Ridge. After Silence Ridge flew away, Beaumont glanced at Su Zimo, who was still cultivating. Then, demonic aura surged around him. The demonic aura carried Su Zimo's body and slowly flew out. Silence Ridge moved forward while hiding in the void. Beaumont directly shattered the void barrier and led Su Zimo away. The two landed on top of a long river. Beaumont looked around and waved his hands. Several trees around them were instantly cut down. He created a wooden raft. He put Su Zimo on the raft and let it flow along the gentle river. Then, he hid in the void and secretly protected him. The noon sun shone through the dense forest. On the sparkling surface of the river, there was a faint halo. The wooden raft floated on the river. The river was gentle and long. Su Zimo kept floating like this. In his true fate world, he was still slowly tempering his eyes. Downstream from the river, there was a mortal village built here. They lived next to the river and had a history of several hundred years. Luaha Village. The sky had just turned bright. The willow trees at the entrance of the village fluttered in the cold autumn wind. A group of women carried wooden basins and large basins of clothes. They came down the river early in the morning to wash the clothes. The river water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. The river pebbles at the bottom of the river were as big as prehistoric eggs. Among this group of women, there were 3 women and 2 young girls. The 5 of them stood in their positions and chatted idly while washing clothes. Muyu, I heard that your mother betrothed you to Xiaoxing from the east side of the village. Why are you not? His father is the village chief, and he is also very handsome. If you marry him, you will definitely enjoy a good life. A woman looked at the girl next to her. That's right. I don't know how many girls in the village want to marry that Xiaoxing, but he's not willing. You have to grasp this opportunity well. Another woman next to her advised. The girl called Muyu just smiled and shook her head. She didn't say anything. She was wearing a light blue gown and looked very delicate. Her long hair was tied behind her back with a pink ribbon. Her eyes were watery. When she smiled, a small dimple appeared on her left cheek, making her look very pretty. At this moment, she was washing clothes without saying anything. The sky gradually brightened. The group finished washing clothes and prepared to leave. Suddenly, someone pointed at the distance and shouted, "Look, what's that?" "It looks like a small wooden raft," the woman next to her said. "There's a person lying on it. Our Luaha village is hidden in the forest. It's been a long time since we've seen a living person." As they chatted curiously, the wooden raft slowly floated over. The wooden raft reached the shore and was pulled over by the women. They looked at the young man on the raft and shouted a few times, but there was no response. "This person can't be dead already, right?" the woman next to her guessed. The girl called Muyu put her hand under the young man's nose and tried to shake her head. "He's not dead yet. His breathing is normal." "Then why isn't he waking up?" The woman shook her head and said, "Forget it, let him float away. Don't bother about it. Don't get into trouble." But there are often wild beasts in the lower reaches of the river. Occasionally, there are traces of demon beasts. Gumuyu couldn't help but reply. "If he doesn't wake up, I'm afraid he'll be eaten by the wild beasts." "What does that have to do with us?" "It's not like we're the ones who caused this," the woman replied indifferently. "Let's go. What if it's trouble?" The women didn't allow for any explanation and pulled Gumuyu to leave. Seeing the wooden raft gradually disappear, Gumuyu fell silent for a while. Then, she forcefully shook off the women's hands and ran towards the wooden raft. She pulled the raft to the shore and turned to speak to the others. "No matter what, he's still alive. Since we've met him, we can't just leave him to die. If you want to save him yourself. Don't blame me for not warning you as his aunt," the woman next to her said. "If this person is a bad person, the loss will outweigh the gain. Then I'll accept it." Gumuyu fell silent for a while. In the end, she pulled the young man out of the wooden raft. She half pulled and half carried him into the village. The women behind wanted to help, but they hesitated for a while and finally chose to give up. Luaha village was a mortal village. It wasn't rich. Gumuyu's family was even more shabby. Her family lived at the edge of the village. There were only 2 shabby and simple thatched huts. Every time it rained, there would be leaks in several places in the house. Other than the 2 thatched huts, there was only a medium-sized courtyard. The courtyard was made of red bricks. There was a white and yellow ewe beside it. Only she and her mother, who was already 50 years old and blind, lived in the house. Ever since she was born, she had never seen her father's face. At that moment, she was sweating profusely as she struggled to bring Suzimo into the house and put him on her bed. She wiped the sweat off her forehead. She carefully sized up the young man in front of her. At first glance, he wasn't very handsome, but he was the kind that was worth looking at. "Little you, is that you?" In another small thatched hut, a woman with a walking stick walked out while touching the wall and shouted loudly. "Mother," Gumuyu quickly regained her senses and said as she walked out of the room. "You haven't eaten yet, right? Go and cook now." "Child, there's no rush. Take a rest first," the woman smiled and said. "I'm not hungry." "It's fine." Gumuyu also smiled and went to the kitchen. It was a very old kitchen. She started a fire and cooked some porridge. She filled 3 bowls with the cooked porridge and gave 1 bowl to her mother. The other bowl was brought to her room. She looked at the unconscious young man. She opened Suzimo's chin with one hand and carefully fed him the porridge with the other. At this moment, Suzimo could actually sense these things. He also knew what was going on in the outside world. It was just that the refinement of the heavenly punishment god I had reached a critical moment. And if he really was in danger, Baimont would immediately help. Wind and thunder were raging in the true fate world and endless storms were surging. The 1,000 Demons tribe in the north of the Divine Continent had been completely established. The first batch of dragon cubs had passed their infancy and were slowly growing up. After feeding the porridge, Gumuyu went to her mother's room and prepared to bring back the bowls to wash. "Little you," Mother Gu sighed and said. "It's been hard on you to take care of your mother for so long. Isn't it natural to take care of one's own parents? What's so hard about it?" Gumuyu shook her head and replied. "My life is a burden. Sometimes, I really want to die," Mother Gu said sadly. "But I promised someone. I will wait for him to come back. I will always wait." Gumuyu, who was cleaning the bowls and chopsticks, paused and said lightly, "You mean that man, he won't come back. He will never come back." "Then I'll wait until he dies," Mother Gu replied. "That's your father. Don't be so resentful. He must have his reasons. So I should understand a father that I have never seen since I was born?" Gumuyu asked. Then, she took the bowls and chopsticks and left the room. "You child," Mother Gu sighed behind her. The days in Luohe village were dull and real. Suzimo probably didn't expect that it would take an entire month to condense the heavenly punishment god Ai. During this month, Gumuyu would feed him every day. Every day, the girl would sit by his side and talk about her life. There were all sorts of things happening all over the world. Perhaps it was rare for a girl to have someone to talk to. Perhaps what was even rarer was that the person he was confiding in was still unconscious, so he could speak without any scruples. Suzimo listened to the girl's story with amusement. In the dull days of condensing the divine punishment god Ai, the schemes of these girls were like seasonings in their lives. This gave him some time to polish himself. 1 month later, in the true fate world, the wind and rain suddenly changed, and thunder rumbled. Above the firmament, Suzimo stepped into the air. The place where his eyes used to be was now filled with golden light. Spiritual chi surged around his body, and every move of his was filled with great power. He slowly opened his eyes. That pair of eyes changed unpredictably. Divine might surged and golden light suddenly appeared. Deep purple divine inscriptions flowed within. Suzimo looked at the sea. A bolt of heavenly punishment divine lightning shot out from his eyes. Boom! This divine lightning was so fast that no one had time to react. The divine lightning had already pierced through the endless void with supreme might. It struck the surface of the sea. With a thunderous boom, massive waves rose up on the surface of the sea. The sea for a radius of 100 li was thrown into turmoil. Suzimo took in a deep breath, satisfied with the power of the heavenly punishment divine lightning. In truth, the divine punishment god I had 3 levels of attack. He had only used the first level, 9 heavens lightning. Behind it was Du Tian divine lightning and the final level, true primal chaos heavenly punishment. After the divine punishment god I was condensed, Suzimo's eyes returned to their normal state. However, it seemed to be even more vibrant and attractive. At this moment, in the outside world, Gumuyu was still sitting on the bed, telling him about the girl's inner thoughts. "The story is pretty good," Suzimo replied. "Thank you," Gumuyu subconsciously replied. Then, she instantly reacted. She stood up from the chair and took a few steps back. You're awake." Suzimo slowly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. "What? Am I that scary?" No, Gumuyu hurriedly shook her head and said. "It's good that you're awake, it's good that you're awake." Suzimo did not say anything. He got off the bed and walked out of the room. "You just woke up. Do you want to rest?" Gumuyu hurriedly asked from behind. Suzimo shook his head and walked out of the room. It seemed like it had just drizzled, so the weather was rather hazy. Looking into the distance from the door, the scenery outside was not bad. The mountains and forests were shrouded in fog. It had the hazy beauty of a poem or painting. But Gumuyu's home was rather shabby. Seeing Suzimo walk out, Gumuyu followed closely behind. She looked a little nervous and said, "I'm Gumuyu." "I'm Suzimo." "Child Su?" "It's better if you call me Brother Zimo." Suzimo shook his head and replied. "Brother Zimo." Gumuyu paused for a moment. In the end, she crossed her jade-like hands and lowered her head to call out in a voice as soft as a mosquito. "Is it that hard to say?" Suzimo asked with a smile. "No, it's just that I don't have any relatives other than my mother since I was young," Gumuyu hurriedly explained. Suzimo smiled. The girl was very innocent, kind, and sometimes stubborn. He quite liked the comfortable life in Luohe village. But it was only temporary. As time passed, the fighting spirit in his heart would also become irritable. "Are you hungry? I'll go and cook for you now." Gumuyu suddenly thought of something and quickly said. "Noodles again?" Suzimo asked with a smile. For the past few days, he had been eating noodles almost all the time. There were very few vegetables, let alone meat. There's only these left at home. If you want, I'll go to my aunt's house to borrow some vegetables, Gumuyu replied. Forget it, I'll settle it, Suzumo shook his head. He brought Gumuyu straight out of the village. Where are we going? Gumuyu asked curiously. Hunting. But the wild beasts in the forest outside the village are very strong, Gumuyu hurriedly stopped him. I heard that a few people in the village died in the hands of wild beasts when we went out to hunt last time. Don't worry, I've learned some sword techniques. The two of them talked as they walked all the way to the forest outside. The forest was tall and the grass was lush. It was the best place for wild beasts to move around. Actually, it was fortunate that there were wild beasts that had not cultivated yet. There was no aura of demon beasts at all. If there were demon beasts, a mortal village like Luaha village would be destroyed in an instant. Suzumo saw many wild beasts in the forest. The tyrannical shadow in his hand flew over and pierced through the neck of a wild boar that weighed more than 200 kilograms. The wild boar's huge body was nailed to a tree. Fresh blood flowed down the blade. Gumuyu was not afraid. She picked up a few stones from the ground and threw them at the wild boar. After confirming that the wild boar was dead, she dared to go in and take a look. Brother, you're so powerful. You killed the wild boar with one slash. You're even more powerful than Grandpa Xiao in the village. Suzumo pulled the tyrannical shadow out with a smile. He carried the wild boar's body on his shoulder and walked home. Is Grandpa Xiao very powerful? Hearing Suzumo's words, Gumuyu quickly nodded her head. She said, very powerful. It's because he's the strongest that the village chose him as the village chief. I heard that when he was young, he went to the nearby Guanlan sect to be a servant disciple for a period of time. He had learned a cultivation technique and was now a spiritual pulse realm martial artist. He's the most powerful person I've ever seen in my life. Oh, no, he's not as powerful as you, brother. This girl was like a chatterbox. Perhaps it was because she rarely met people of the same age who could talk. Along the way, she told Suzumo everything and asked about everything. It was afternoon. The entire Luohi village looked very lively. People gathered at the door and chatted with each other. Some were busy with their own things. When they saw Suzumo carrying a big wild boar, everyone was stunned. There were many cunning wild beasts in the forest outside Luohi village. They were usually very difficult to catch. Other than a few young and strong men in the village who were led by the village chief, it was very difficult for anyone to catch wild beasts. Seeing such a big wild boar, many people could not believe it. Muyu, where did you go? Someone in the village asked curiously. I went hunting with my brother, Gumuyu smiled and replied. Your brother? Where did your brother come from? Why didn't I know? Someone asked cautiously. I just met him. I saved him by the river a few days ago, Gumuyu said with a smile. You have to be careful. There are a lot of bad people these days, someone warned. I know. Gumuyu nodded. He did not care and chased after Suzumo. Back home, Gumuyu looked very happy. She set up a pot to boil water while Suzumo took the opportunity to deal with the wild boar. He was busy all the way until the evening, when the sky was a little dark. The two of them lit a bonfire in the courtyard. Half of the meat was roasted while the other half was stewed in the pot. As for the leftovers, they saved them in a house on the east side of Luohi village. The room was pitch black, as if a curtain of darkness had covered the surroundings. There were several shadows that had merged with the darkness gathered here. The boar is in the pot. You can kill it now. Nothing can go wrong. We can't afford to make a mistake. As the murderous voice fell, the empty room regained its tranquility. Suzumo tore off a large piece of roasted meat and handed it to Gumuyu. Gumuyu, on the other hand, was eating happily. She scooped some broth from the stewed meat in the pot and brought it to her mother in the room. Little Yu, are there guests at home? Mother Gu asked curiously. Where did you get this meat? Brother Zimo got it from hunting. Gumuyu roughly explained the matter. Then, she helped her mother to the courtyard. Mother Gu thanked Suzumo. Suzumo smiled and did not say anything. He glanced at Mother Gu and frowned slightly. Mother Gu was not an ordinary person. Based on the spirit chi in her body, she was at least a powerhouse of the venerable Meridian realm. For a powerhouse of this realm, even if she was blind and her combat power was greatly reduced, it would not affect her daily life much. And now, Gu Muyu's family was in such a difficult situation. This Mother Gu was hiding something. Although Su Zimo did not know what it was, he was not interested in getting to the bottom of it. Everyone had their secrets. It was fine as long as it did not affect him. After the few of them finished their meal, Su Zimo did not request to sleep on the bed again. After all, it was Gu Muyu's bed. He was prepared to meditate for the night on the tree in the courtyard. The night was getting darker. The temperature between heaven and earth dropped a lot. Su Zimo leaned against the tree branch and looked at the bright moon in the sky. Suddenly, his gaze looked at the corner of the courtyard wall. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. He walked down the tree and went straight to the river outside the village. "Looks like he found us." A low voice sounded in the dark. "Follow him." The lake at night had a different kind of beauty. The moonlight was reflected in the water. The river flowed gently. "After following us for so long, you still don't plan to come out?" Su Zimo turned around and said with a smile. "Looks like you are very confident." 3 black figures gradually appeared from the void. These were 3 black-clothed men covered in black clothes and wearing bamboo hats. "Confident about what?" Su Zimo asked. "You dared to lure us here. Are you confident that you can beat us, or did you find yourself a burial ground with good feng shui?" The black-clothed man replied with a smile. "Do we know each other?" Su Zimo asked. "There are many things in this world that you don't have to know to kill you." The black-clothed man in the middle replied indifferently. 3 Emperor Vane realm martial artists. "I don't know who gave you the courage to say this." Su Zimo shook his head and said. Hearing that Su Zimo could see through their realms at a glance, the 3 of them were slightly shocked. They took a step back and said, "Looks like you came for that thing." Su Zimo frowned slightly. He did come here by accident. However, hearing the black-clothed man's words, there seemed to be a story behind it. Su Zimo waved his hand. Before the 3 black-clothed men could react, they were hit from behind. They lay on the ground powerlessly like mud. The 3 of them were all shocked. They were ambushed, and they did not notice it before. Su Zimo waved his hand again. Old Fiend Wildblood's figure hid in the void. "Tell me," Su Zimo asked. "Say what?" The black-clothed man snorted coldly. "Who sent you, the Taiching Ancient Sect or the Chu King Sect? I want to know what that thing you're talking about is." Su Zimo asked with a frown. The black-clothed man was slightly stunned. He did not expect that Su Zimo really did not know. "If you really don't know, let us go and leave this place. We can let bygones be bygones. This is a quagmire. You'll sink deeper and deeper." "But I seem to be interested now," Su Zimo replied indifferently. "Desire will drag you to hell." After the black-clothed man finished speaking, he instantly stopped breathing. Immediately after, his entire body started rotting. The other 2 black-clothed men also had the same scene. When Su Zimo saw this scene, he frowned slightly. These people were not afraid of death. Furthermore, they were so decisive. It was as if they had long prepared to die. It seemed like there was a huge secret in Luaha village. He chuckled and looked around. No one was following him. The large area of rotting corpses turned into ashes in an instant. Not even the bones were left. Su Zimo walked all the way back to the village. Luaha village was very quiet in the middle of the night. All the lights in the houses were turned off. Only the autumn wind blew a few withered leaves in the cold night. At the east of the village, it was still the same house. It was so quiet that it was scary. "The wild boar is not simple. The people we sent out are all dead?" "Yes, continue or..." "No, meaningless deaths will only show the ignorance of the person in power. Let Guanlan test it out." It was a silent night. Su Zimo looked at the sun in the east and yawned. Gu Muyu had already prepared breakfast under the tree. There was leftover barbecue from yesterday and some porridge. During breakfast, Gu Muyu's mother asked about Su Zimo's situation. The gist of it was to ask Suzimo when he would leave Luaha village. Mother, are you trying to chase Big Brother away? Gumuyu, who was at the side, said unhappily. That's not what I meant, Gumuyu's mother shook her head and replied. It's just that President Mo has his own life. He can't stay here with you all the time. I'll leave after a few more days, Suzimo replied with a smile. After breakfast, Gumuyu looked a little unhappy. Perhaps she was thinking about Suzimo's departure. She took her clothes to the river at the entrance of the village to wash. She seemed to be in a better mood when she returned. Brother, they're recruiting disciples outside. It's very lively. Do you want to go and take a look? Gumuyu said to Suzimo, who was leaning on a tree branch. Your sword skills are so good. You'll definitely be chosen. When you enter the immortal sect, you'll be able to obtain the cultivation method. Your future path will be easier. Recruiting disciples? Suzimo asked curiously. Yes, it's the people from Guanlan sect. They're the only sect near Luaha village. Gumuyu explained, usually, it's the disciples who go to the mountains to be apprenticed. It's a blessing to be able to come to the village personally. If I don't go, they might come looking for me personally. Suzimo smiled. The waters of Luohi village were indeed deep. At noon, there was a commotion outside the door. A group of people pushed open the door and walked in. Xiaoyu, the young man in the lead, shouted as soon as he entered. Gumuyu quickly ran out of the house and asked curiously when he saw the young men. Brother Xiaofeng, why are you here? Immortal Master has been recruiting personal disciples in our village. Dozens of them have already been eliminated, and he hasn't found anyone he is satisfied with. The youth called Xiaofeng replied. Last time, you said that your brother killed a big wild boar with a single slash, so he must be quite skilled. We recommended it to Master Immortal. Really? Gumuyu was a little happy as he replied. Why would I lie to you? The Immortal Master will be here soon, Xiaofeng asked. Where's your brother? He's up there. Gumuyu pointed at the big tree next to them and shouted at Suzimo, who was leaning on a branch. Brother, come down quickly. The Immortal Master will be here soon. If he sees you, he won't have a good impression of you. Only by standing high can you see further. Suzimo smiled and jumped down from the big tree. You're Muyu's new brother? Xiaofeng looked at Suzimo and asked. You don't look like much. Is it only those who are 10 feet tall and full of muscles are considered strong in your eyes? Suzimo asked with a smile. As they were chatting, a group of people suddenly walked in from outside the door. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man with long hair and wearing a purple robe. There was a purple hexagonal mark on the man's forehead. He had a Taoist robe draped over his body, giving him the demeanor of an immortal. Immortal Master Guanlan is here. Xiaofeng quickly retreated to the side. The crowd instantly became noisy. Brother. Gumuyu nervously pulled on Suzimo's clothes. It's fine. Suzimo waved his hand and looked straight at the purple-robed man. This must be Immortal Master Guanlan? He walked forward and asked. Immortal Master Guanlan looked at Suzimo in confusion. Immortal Master, this is the youth who was recommended to you before. His name is Suzimo, someone explained. Immortal Master Guanlan nodded his head slightly and looked at Suzimo. You should already understand the situation. Are you willing to be my disciple? I'm not willing. Suzimo shook his head slightly. He faintly replied, there doesn't seem to be any grudges between us. I just don't understand why you won't let it go. I don't understand what you're saying. Immortal Master Guanlan faintly replied. Okay, then I'll say something you can understand. Suzimo smiled. I feel that with your ability, you're not qualified to teach me. As soon as Suzimo's voice fell, the people in the field immediately became noisy. This guy is shameless. He dares to provoke Immortal Master. We should chase him out of the village. He's not from here. Immortal Master Guanlan waved his hand and signaled for everyone to quiet down. Since you said so, Immortal Master's prestige cannot be insulted. I can only capture you first and wait for my punishment. Immortal Master Guanlan faintly replied. With just you? Suzimo slightly narrowed his eyes. Immortal Master Guanlon coldly snorted and emitted the aura of a Saint Vane. Light blue spirit energy reverberated in the surroundings. He directly slapped down with his palm and an endless amount of energy pressed down. It was obvious that he did not look down on him at all. This mortal village is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Su Zimo smiled. Clang! The sound of the tyrannical shadow's blade resounded through heaven and earth. Endless thunder filled the blade. Su Zimo did not back down at all. He directly slashed with his blade. Boom! The tyrannical shadow cut through the endless void and was about to collide with Immortal Master Guanlon's right palm. At this moment, he felt the sharpness of Su Zimo's curved blade. Immortal Master Guanlon's expression turned serious and his figure retreated a few steps. He did not want to meet Su Zimo head-on. You can't just keep dodging. Su Zimo smiled. His figure shot out and slashed with his blade again. This slash was full of power. Su Zimo did not hold back at all. Seeing that it was too late to dodge, Immortal Master Guanlon put his hands together and an azure ball condensed in his hands. He loosened his hands, and the blue sphere instantly expanded, enveloping Immortal Master Guanlon's entire body. Interesting. Su Zimo smiled. The tyrannical shadow stood on the ball and sparks flew everywhere. At this moment, Su Zimo increased his strength and changed the spirit energy into the Genesis energy in his body. The blue sphere was instantly shattered. Immortal Master Guanlon was shocked. In a moment of desperation, 2 wings grew out of his back and he quickly flew out. A member of the hidden tribe. Su Zimo was stunned. Immortal Master Guanlon was a member of the hidden clan. This was something that Su Zimo did not expect. Just like the exterminated Celestial clan, the hidden clan was also exterminated a long time ago. However, the reason for their extermination and the murderer were unknown. It was as if a long, long time ago, this medium-sized clan suddenly disappeared from the Yuanyang continent. The world never saw anyone from the hidden clan again, nor were there any records about them. Today, in this remote mortal village, Su Zimo actually saw someone from the exterminated clan. The wings on Immortal Master Guanlon's back were huge. It was a pair of black wings covered with blood-red patterns. The wings seemed to be an organ of his body. At this moment, with the appearance of the wings, Immortal Master Guanlon's speed became extremely fast. It was more than 5 times the original speed. It seems that you know quite a lot, Immortal Master Guanlon said with narrowed eyes. After all, the hidden clan had disappeared from the Yuanyang continent for several generations. Many people had forgotten about them, and many people had never even heard of this clan. There were thousands of clans in the world. This clan that had never produced a great emperor and had always been lukewarm was indeed difficult to remember. I'm getting more and more interested in your matters here, Su Zimo said with a smile. This is a quagmire. The more you know, the faster you will die, Immortal Master Guanlon replied indifferently. He flew in the sky, and at this moment, light blue spirit energy surrounded him. Possession rushed down from above. You still haven't given up. Su Zimo shook his head and smiled. An ant will be an ant. He pulled out the tyrannical shadow and used the saber drawing technique that he had not used for a long time. A gorgeous saber light burst out in front of him. No matter how the saber drawing technique was used, it only highlighted one word. Quick. When the saber light appeared in front of Su Zimo, it intertwined and appeared. The 2 pairs of wings behind Immortal Master Guanlon instantly broke. Because the saber light was too fast. Immortal Master Guanlon fell to the ground and paused for a moment. He just felt the heart-wrenching pain numbing his entire body. He hugged his back and roared in pain. Blood gushed out from the broken wing like a fountain. Su Zimo knew that this wouldn't kill him. The Ying clan's wings were a special part of their bodies. They could grow back even if they were gone. I'm very curious about what you secret clans are planning. Su Zimo slowly walked forward. The tyrannical shadow was placed on Immortal Master Guanlon's nose as he asked softly. If you want to kill, then kill. What's with all the nonsense? Immortal Master Guanlon calmly replied. If you wanted to die, you would have killed yourself a long time ago. Why are you still talking nonsense with me? Su Zimo chuckled. The 3 black-robed men who had tried to kill him last night must have been sent by the hidden families. When they committed suicide, a large part of their bodies had rotted away. Su Zimo had no time to stop them. Clearly, immortal Master Guanlan didn't want to die. "Child Su, have mercy." At this moment, an old man hurriedly walked in from outside. The old man was dressed in a green robe and was a little short. The short hair on both sides of his temples had already turned white. He looked like a candle that was about to go out. He had 1 foot in the grave. Village Chief Xiao, seeing the old man's arrival, the villagers who were watching the battle quickly greeted him. The old man was the village chief of Luoha village. "What's wrong?" Su Zimo sized up the old man and asked. "This person can't be killed," village chief Xiao quickly replied. "He's a member of the Guanlan faction. If he dies in our Luoha village, we'll kill him. If he dies in Luoha village, Guanlan sect will vent their anger on our village." Hearing the old man's words, Su Zimo smiled and said, "Village chief, how long are you planning to hide this from me? You're from the secret clans too, right?" "What secret clans?" "I've never heard of them," village chief Xiao shook his head and said. "Is that so?" Su Zimo smiled and directly hit him with his palm. The old man didn't dodge and took Su Zimo's palm head-on. His body flew out and crashed heavily into the courtyard's wall. Some blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, the surrounding villagers who were watching the show were all enraged. One by one, they questioned, "What are you doing? We're kind enough to let you stay in the village. Are you going to repay our kindness with ingratitude?" "Brother," Gumuyu looked at Su Zimo worriedly from the side. "You're really good at acting." Su Zimo ignored the villagers who were shouting around him. These villagers also knew how powerful Su Zimo was. They were just shooting their mouths off and didn't dare to do anything themselves. He glanced at the old man who was struggling to stand up. With a stern gaze, he said, "If you continue to pretend, I'll have to kill him." Seeing that Su Zimo wasn't shaken at all, village chief Xiao fell silent for a while. He said to the surrounding villagers, "All of you can leave. I'll talk to him alone." Although they were somewhat indignant, the villagers still left. Before leaving, Gumuyu looked at Su Zimo worriedly with her big, fairy-like eyes. After all the villagers had left, village chief Xiao chuckled. He looked at Su Zimo with interest and asked, "How did you find out?" "What did you find out?" Su Zimo asked. "I'm from the Yin clan." "You're from the same clan, and the bloodline in your bodies is similar." "I can sense it," Su Zimo replied calmly. "It's a pity that you know too much," village chief Xiao sighed softly. The power of the divine pulse realm suddenly erupted from his body, and he grabbed Su Zimo with his big hand. Su Zimo also reacted in an instant, and his figure quickly retreated. He didn't bother to waste time and directly summoned Hun Dun. When the power of the peak divine pulse realm raged, village chief Xiao's expression finally changed drastically. He stared at Hun Dun and said word by word, "Pulse beast." "I think we should have a good talk now," Su Zimo replied calmly. "What do you want to talk about?" Village chief Xiao was silent for a while and finally asked. "The reason why the Yin clan lived in seclusion here," Su Zimo asked. "We offended some strong enemies in the past, and our clan was later exterminated by them. Under the protection of our ancestors, we escaped." Village chief Xiao said slowly, "In the end, we came here to establish a sect and build a village. We've been on our last breaths until now." "Then why did you send people to kill me?" Su Zimo continued to ask. "Let me answer this question." A soft sigh came from the thatched cottage next to them. Mrs. Gu walked out slowly with her walking stick. "Iran," village chief Xiao muttered softly. Su Zimo looked at Mrs. Gu and didn't say anything. He was waiting for her answer quietly. He already knew that Mrs. Gu wasn't a simple person. Su Zimo only understood after Mrs. Gu told him a story. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Yin clan was exterminated by strong enemies. In order to avoid being hunted by strong enemies, the remaining clansmen finally chose to live in seclusion in this remote place. They established a sect here and named it Guanlan sect. This was where the first batch of people from the hidden clan settled down. Later on, they began to reproduce and the clan became lively. Hence, the hidden clan built Luoha village under Guanlan sect. It could be said that the hidden clan members of Guanlan sect were aware of their origins and identities. Most of the people in Luoha village were new descendants and did not know many things. They did not even know that the blood of the hidden clan flowed in their veins. Every year, Guanlan sect would select talented young people from Luoha village to join. Only after joining Guanlan sect would they be informed of their true identities. About 20 years ago, a man came to Luoha village, which had not been seen for a long time. He claimed to have discovered this place by accident while avoiding the pursuit of his enemies. The kind-hearted hidden clan members took the man in. Later on, Guiran, who was still a young girl at that time, fell in love with the man. The two of them soon got together, got married and had children. Gumuyu was born. It could be said that Gumuyu only had half of the hidden clan's blood in him, the rest was mostly human. However, a few years later, the hidden clan members realized that the man was not an ordinary person. He was sent by their enemies to find the remaining members of the hidden clan. However, the hidden clan members hid too well and the man was not sure if the people in Luoha village were the remaining members. Just like that, they lived here for decades. In the end, the man discovered the hidden clan's secret. He wanted to report to the mastermind but was killed by the hidden clan in advance. Guiran's mother lost her sight in that battle. She killed the man with her own hands. It could be said that since then, the hidden clan was very hostile to all outsiders. That was also the reason why they wanted to get rid of Suzimo secretly. Hearing Guiran's mother's explanation, Suzimo smiled. He turned to look at village chief Xiao and smiled, "That's the secret you're hiding?" "Yes, we hope that child Su can keep it a secret for us, village chief." Xiao nodded and replied. "After all, our hidden clan can't take any more trouble." Suzimo smiled and glanced at the severely injured immortal Guanlan. The saber in his hand was extremely fast, and before anyone could react, Immortal Master Guanlan was directly cleaved into two halves. The expression on his face before he died was still a little stunned. After all, no one had expected Suzimo to suddenly go on a killing spree. The smell of blood filled the air. "You." Village Chief Xiao glanced at Hun Dun fearfully before he spoke to Suzimo. "What are you doing? Do you think I'm stupid? Or are you stupid?" Suzimo sneered. "The story is pretty good, but it's a pity that it's both real and fake. It's too insincere." He turned to look at Mrs. Gu and said calmly, "If it wasn't for that girl, you would have been the one who was cut in half." "What exactly do you want?" Village Chief Xiao asked with an ugly expression. "It's simple. Tell me, what is the secret you are guarding?" Suzimo asked. "I'll only give you one chance." He wouldn't repeat himself. "If I'm not satisfied with your answer again, I'll leave without saying anything. Today, I'll slaughter your Yin clan and make your clan truly extinct." Village Chief Xiao fell silent for a moment when he heard Suzimo's words. This also made Suzimo even more certain that Village Chief Xiao was hiding something from him. "I'll only count to 3. If you don't speak after 3, I won't ask again," Suzimo said calmly. 3. 2. The inheritance of the god of war. "I said, it's the inheritance of the god of war." Village Chief Xiao's expression changed and he quickly replied. He let out a long sigh after he finished speaking. "The real reason our clan was exterminated was because of the inheritance of the god of war." "What inheritance of the god of war?" Suzimo asked in confusion. "Do you know about the god's ruins?" "I do." Suzimo nodded. "Have you heard of the story of the god of war?" Village Chief Xiao continued asking. "Yes, and?" Suzimo replied. "The god's ruins are opened once every 1,000 years. Those who enter will grow as long as they don't die. Some will even receive the inheritance of the god of war." Village Chief Xiao said slowly, "Actually, those gods have already scattered their inheritances around the world. It's said that once one enters the god's ruins with their inheritances, it's very likely that one will receive the corresponding god's inheritance." "I roughly understand. You have the inheritance of the god of war in your hands." Suzimo nodded. The god of war is known as the strongest god of the mythological era. The war he started, called the Twilight of the Gods, completely ended the era of the gods' rule. Since then, all the gods in the world have disappeared without a trace. Village Chief Xiao replied, "You can imagine how important this inheritance is. Is it worth your clan being exterminated rather than handed over?" Su Zimo shook his head in confusion. "You don't understand. For us Ying clans, if we want to truly develop and stand out among the thousands of other clans, it's not something that can be done with just a few more people." Village Chief Xiao said excitedly. "Someone must ascend to the throne and see the scenery above the sky. Only under the leadership of the great emperor can we develop. So, if the choice of the past is presented in front of you again, will you still choose to exterminate your clan?" Su Zimo replied. "What do you mean?" Village Chief Xiao was slightly stunned. "What I mean is, I want the inheritance of the god of war." Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Do you plan to hand over the inheritance or exterminate your clan?" "I should have thought of it." Village Chief Xiao was silent for a while. "In the end," he said, "I can give you the inheritance, but you have to promise me one thing." "Help you kill your enemy?" Su Zimo smiled. "No, you don't have that strength yet," Village Chief Xiao replied. "When the god's ruins open, help me get something from there." "I'm being underestimated." Su Zimo smiled and said, "But this is good too. It saves a lot of trouble." "How is it?" Village Chief Xiao asked. "Not much," Su Zimo replied. "Hand over the inheritance and I can let you go. As for the rest, it's not included. Then you'd better exterminate the clan and make sure that the inheritance will never see the light of day again," Village Chief Xiao said calmly. "This is my bottom line. Even if I die, I won't compromise." Su Zimo sized up Village Chief Xiao. He knew that there was a kind of person in this world that was the most difficult to deal with. That was the kind of person who disregarded life and death. If a person was not even afraid of death, would he be afraid of anything else? "All right, hand it over." Su Zimo nodded and replied. "Follow me to the Guanlan sect. The inheritance of the god of war is there," Village Chief Xiao said slowly. Then, the two of them stepped into the air and flew into the distance. As the only sect near Luaha village, the Guanlan sect was considered quite good. Its leader was Village Chief Xiao in front of him. A sect leader of the Divine Pulse realm was considered very strong. But in the long run, the strongest person in a clan was only at the Divine Pulse realm. Wasn't this the sorrow of a clan's decline? When Village Chief Xiao handed the inheritance item to Su Zimo, he slowly exhaled. It was as if the burden that had been on him for so many years had been lifted instantly. Su Zimo took it in his hand and looked at it. This so-called inheritance item of the god of war was actually just a small cylinder. The cylinder was completely black, and it was engraved with words from the beginning of the mythological era. It didn't look particularly eye-catching. But the ancient feeling of the mythological era could still be felt. Su Zimo put away the cylinder and finally returned to Luaha village. It was also a farewell. Hearing the news that Su Zimo was leaving, Gumuyu's eyes reddened, and she tried hard to hold back her tears. "Life will always part," Su Zimo smiled and said. "Brother, when can we meet again?" Gumuyu pulled Su Zimo's sleeve and asked reluctantly. "Do you want to cultivate?" Su Zimo didn't answer, but asked instead. "Cultivate?" Gumuyu's little head paused for a moment. Then, her fairy-like eyes were unusually bright, and she nodded hard. Su Zimo asked for a pen and ink in the village, and finally wrote down the only self-freedom technique that he had cultivated in his previous life. Anyway, he was now on the path of creation, and he didn't need this technique anymore. After secretly reading it, "Burn it," Su Zimo reminded. "Then brother, if I learn this, can I see you again?" Gumuyu asked. "When you are strong enough, you will naturally see me," Su Zimo smiled. He reached out and patted the little girl's little head. Finally, he turned around and gradually disappeared from the sight of everyone in Luaha village. After leaving Luaha village, Su Zimo walked straight down the river. It was a pretty good encounter. However, the half-year period that he had agreed upon with Gu Ming was almost up. Su Zimo didn't want to waste any more time. After obtaining the 9 cycles palace body, he had advanced to the Saint Bloodline realm and reached the pinnacle of the Saint Bloodline realm. After walking out of the long river, the lush forest in front of them gradually became sparse. The view ahead began to widen. Su Zimo wasn't sure which part of the eastern continent he was in. A city stood at the end of their line of sight. Suzimo quickened his pace and walked towards the city. Flying Cloud City. 3 large words were engraved on the dark green bricks. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and the sunset glow of the old days had just shone on this quiet city wall. The weather gradually entered winter, and time passed by year after year. Suzimo might not know every city in the eastern continent. He had never heard of this cloud city before. This was not a small city, but it was not comparable to a large city like primordial ancient city. Walking into the city was bustling with activity. Suzimo casually found an inn to stay in and conveniently inquired about it. He just found out that this was a city in the territory ruled by the Dan family. When the extermination ridge moved, it brought him from the far west to the core of the eastern continent. This place was not far from the Buddhist burial temple. Suzimo didn't have to worry. After dinner, he used a knife to carve a triangular pattern on the table. Then, he returned to his room. The sky darkened quickly, and night fell. The silence of the night roared silently in the surroundings. A dozen meters down from the inn, unknown insects were buzzing in the corner. Suzimo leaned against the window and turned his head to look at the quiet room. He said indifferently, "You Guming people seem to like playing hide-and-seek." "My lord, I've just arrived as well." A black shadow appeared in the room without a sound. He hurriedly knelt down and looked respectfully at Suzimo. "Where is the king of Qinyu?" Suzimo asked. "In Buddha Worship City," the black-clothed man hurriedly replied. "Tell him to come and see me. Tell him that someone called Suzimo is looking for him." As Suzimo's voice fell, the black shadow gradually disappeared from the room. "Guming's power is getting stronger and stronger," Suzimo muttered. Previously, he had asked the king of Qinyu for a king of Hell's order. According to the Guming's rules, anyone who had a king of Hell's order was Guming's most distinguished guest. This guest didn't just receive the ancient Ming's respect. Within the permitted range, they could even mobilize the Guming's people to do things for them. It should be known that the Guming's enormous clan had once swept through the entire continent during the Desolation era. Although they had declined, their strength was still incomparable to that of an ordinary imperial lineage. Moreover, after several generations of cultivation, the Guming seemed to be able to start a prairie fire with just a single spark. The triangle that Suzimo had left behind at the inn was actually the symbol of his king of Hell's order. Once the Guming's people nearby saw it, they would definitely come looking for him. After dealing with the king of Qinyu's matter, he was prepared to stay in Flying Cloud City for a few days. Once everything was arranged properly, he would go to the Buddhist burial temple. As for why Suzimo was so cautious, to sum up the Buddhist burial temple's strength in one sentence. So what if the emperor was alive? When the Blood Emperor became an emperor, he wanted to go to the Buddhist burial temple to ask for something. Later, it was said that the Blood Emperor was trapped for 7 whole days before finally escaping. From then on, Blood Dark Emperor never mentioned the Buddhist burial temple again. As one of the 10 great forbidden zones, the Buddhist burial temple was the least dangerous, but also the most dangerous. It was said that those who entered the Buddhist burial temple only needed to follow the rules inside. Nothing would happen to them, and they might even get some opportunities. If they violated the rules, they would be trapped there for life. A night of silence. Early the next morning, Suzimo walked out of his room and went to the first floor of the inn to eat breakfast. He had been waiting for the king of Qinyu's arrival for the past few days. Flying Cloud City was not very lively. Other than the people who stayed in the inn, very few people would come to the inn to eat breakfast. When Suzimo walked downstairs, he saw that there were only 2 tables of guests sitting on the first floor. There was only one person at one of the tables. It was a young man wearing a green robe. He held a folding fan in his hand and looked quite elegant. At the other table, there were 3 men and 2 women wearing short white robes. The word Dan was engraved on the back. They should be a branch of the Dan clan in Flying Cloud City. At this moment, everyone was excitedly discussing. "This time I will definitely get a good ranking in the clan's grand competition. Brother Danqing is the pride of the Dan clan in Flying Cloud City. Even if you go to the main clan, you won't be weaker than those people." The young man next to him praised. "That's right. Brother Danqing, you can do it." They're just a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs. Hearing their conversation, the green-robed young man at the other table laughed disdainfully. What did you say? One of the youths at the other table slammed the table and stood up. He glared at the green-robed youth coldly. Forget it, brother Dan Yang. The girl next to him tugged at the youth's sleeve and persuaded him softly. How can I forget it? Dan Yang replied indifferently. This is not only about brother Dan Qing's honor. It's also an insult to the Dan family in Flying Cloud City. What? Do you still care about your reputation? The green-robed youth drank a small cup of wine and said indifferently. Don't you think you're going too far? Dan Qing stood up slowly and said unhappily. The disciples of your Dan family are just like this. The green-robed youth shook his head and smiled. Since you're so powerful, why haven't I heard of you before? Dan Yang said disdainfully. The Dan family is holding the Myriad Pill Assembly in the Pill Pagoda this time. All the prodigies of the Eastern continent will gather here. The green-robed youth said with a smile. From now on, I will also begin to make a name for myself. Who doesn't know how to boast? Dan Yang snorted coldly. Maybe even my brother Dan Qing can beat you by a few streets. The weak are just ignorant and self-righteous. The green-robed youth shook his head and laughed. Brother, do you want to compete? Dan Qing took a deep breath and said slowly. I don't mind. The green-robed youth said. How about we go to my Dan family shop? No need, here is fine. The green-robed youth shook his head and said. Here? Dan Qing was slightly stunned. As a qualified alchemist, the scene of alchemy was very important. This was a problem that could not be sloppy. After all, no steps could be wrong when refining pills. Otherwise, the pills would be useless. The green-robed youth did not say anything. He waved his right hand. Light purple spirit chi condensed around him. In the air, the spirit chi spread and intertwined with each other. A light purple cauldron instantly formed in front of him. Although the cauldron was formed by spirit chi, it looked lifelike and was no different from a real cauldron. Cauldron chi condensation, Dan Qing said with a serious expression. This was a superb alchemy technique. Normal alchemists needed to use alchemy furnaces to refine pills. As for some alchemists, their use of spiritual chi had already reached the point of perfection, to the point of perfection. They could use their own core chi to condense a core cauldron. This was not something an ordinary alchemist could do. In the Dan family branch in the Flying Cloud City, only the patriarch and a few elders could do it. As for the younger generation, no one had been able to do it yet. With this move, the green-robed young man had already widened the distance between them. The green-robed young man waved his hand again. The cauldron floated in mid-air, and an empty voice came from within. In his palm, a similar purple flame burst forth. It slowly surrounded half of the pill cauldron and heated the surface of the cauldron. Immediately afterward, countless medicinal herbs flew out from his storage ring. He used his spiritual aura to drag all the medicinal herbs and made them float in the air. After waiting for the pill cauldron to heat up, he placed the spiritual liquid and the herbs into the pill cauldron. Just like that, they were all thrown in without any order, as if they were a pot of hodgepodge. The people from the Dan family were dumbfounded. What kind of pill was he refining? Refining pills was based on the effects and attributes of the medicinal herbs. There was a very strict order. How can he refine pills like this? Dan Yang said in shock. This will definitely be a mess. That purple flame of his should be some kind of deviant fire, Dan Qing said thoughtfully. Although it will speed up the refining process, it requires a lot of control. As they were talking, the flames under the pill cauldron burned even more vigorously. Wisps of pill fragrance drifted out from it. Then, the green-robed young man waved his hand. The pill cauldron formed by spiritual aura dissipated, and the flames wrapped around a dozen pills floated out. As the flames gradually dissipated, the pill fragrance that drifted outside became stronger. It's done? Dan Yang said with his mouth agape. How long has it been? 6 minutes, Dan Qing replied solemnly. Level 5 pill, Heavenly Lotus Detoxification Pill. It has pill veins and is of perfect quality. The green-robed young man held the pill in his hand and carefully sized it up. I'm not asking for too much. If you can refine the same pill as me in the same amount of time, you win. My pill cauldron is in the pill workshop, Danqing replied. You don't have to go through so much trouble. Let me ask you, even if I give you my pill cauldron, can you do it? The green-robed young man asked. Danqing was silent for a moment and finally shook his head. The other party's pill refining technique could only make him think of one sentence. Refining pills is as easy as frying beans. Seeing Danqing's reply, the green-robed young man smiled. He picked up the wine cup on the table and drank it in one gulp, then walked out of the inn. Remember my name, Shuabuyu, the man who will be famous in the pill pagoda. Everyone looked at the young man's back view in silence. After all, the scene just now was too shocking. The other party's level was obviously not on the same level as theirs. Only Suzimo smiled at the side. He sat down casually and ordered a few dishes. Brother, what are you laughing at? Danqing turned to look at Suzimo curiously and asked. Do you know how to perform magic tricks? Suzimo asked. What do you mean? Danqing asked in confusion. If you know how to do it, you can be like him and refine pills like frying beans, Suzimo said with a smile. Hearing Suzimo's words, Danqing was slightly stunned. He closed his eyes and began to reflect on the other party's actions just now. That kind of illogical alchemy method, do you think that just by relying on his rough refining, he can casually obtain a perfect 5th-level medicinal pill? Suzimo smiled and said, is he the reincarnation of an alchemy emperor? Hearing Suzimo's words, Danqing was instantly enlightened. Yes, that's right. From the beginning to the end, the other party was just putting on a show for me. Apart from the pill chi cauldron that had some weight that stunned everyone, the other steps seemed so unreal. Or rather, the pill was prepared in advance and the pill fragrance was also spread through special means. No wonder the other party left in a hurry just now. But what's his motive? Danqing was a little confused. Thank you for your guidance, brother, Danqing hurriedly reported his name and said gratefully. Suzimo shook his head indifferently. He looked at the back view of the young man in the green robe leaving and smiled, thinking to himself. Qi Tiansheng, looks like you haven't changed. Suzimo did not expose him. After all, he was an old acquaintance and they would meet again in the future. After finishing their breakfast, the disciples of the Dan family left early. Suzimo walked around the city alone. When the sky turned dark, he returned to his room in the inn. As soon as he returned to his room, he saw someone sitting by the window of his room. His blood-red robe fluttered in the wind. King of Qin Yu looked at Suzimo quietly with his ghost mask. I've been waiting for you for a long time, he said with a hoarse voice. I didn't expect you to be so fast, Suzimo smiled. When are we leaving? King of Qin Yu asked. We'll leave tomorrow. There's no need to rush. We just need to arrive within 3 days, Suzimo said. How many experts did Gu Ming prepare for this trip to the Buddhist burial temple? 3 immortal kings and me, King of Qin Yu replied calmly. 3 immortal kings so casually. It seems like Gu Ming's strength has recovered quickly, Suzimo said with a smile. This is the strongest force I can use. Don't think about anything else, King of Qin Yu hurriedly explained. The sky gradually brightened. The originally quiet street gradually became lively. More than 10 meters below the window, the fragrance of steamed buns drifted in through the window. After Suzimo finished packing up, he brought King Qin Yu and King Qin Yu to the south. They headed south from Flying Cloud City, passing through the Dan family's territory, all the way to the Bailey family's territory. The Buddhist burial temple was located there. Actually, the Buddhist burial temple was relatively unfamiliar to most people. It was hidden in the dark, and only a few people had actually entered it. Only a few people knew the entrance to the Buddhist burial temple. The Dan family's territory was very lively these days. It was probably because the new Myriad Pill Assembly was being held at the Pill Pagoda. The Myriad Pill Assembly was known as the most prosperous event in the core area of the Eastern Continent. At that time, many alchemists from the Eastern Continent and even other continents would visit and participate in the competition. This was the first event held after the Pill Emperor inherited the mandate of heaven. It had been tens of thousands of years since then. It was also because every myriad pill assembly would produce a few good seedlings that were eventually obtained by the Dan family. Therefore, among the few imperial lineage in the eastern continent, the Dan family's development relied on the myriad pill assembly to be the most stable. Suzimo was not interested in this grand event. After all, alchemy did not have much to do with him. He and King of Qianyu rushed to the Buddhist burial temple together. Suzimo rode on the dark sky tiger while King of Qianyu walked on air. 2 days later, the two of them arrived at a city called Buddha Reverence City. The city was located at the foot of Mount Wuhua. It was the most famous city in the area. Standing in front of the city, no matter how one looked at it from different angles, the entire city was like a Buddha with its palms pressed together. To be more precise, this was a Buddhist city. It was a city made up of believers and built by believers. It was said that as long as one was a devout believer, they would receive the protection of the Buddha in Buddha Right City. Suzimo and King of Qianyu walked into the city. Bald monks dressed in monk robes were all over the place. On both sides of the busiest main street of the city, small ornaments and daily necessities related to Buddhism were sold. Ba was the most common greeting phrase here. There were no inns in the city. It was filled with Buddhist houses. For those who were in trouble, as long as they were sincere, Buddhist houses would even provide accommodation for free. The entire city looked happy and harmonious. Everyone was talking about Buddhism. They were talking about the benefits of promoting Buddhism and recruiting new believers. King of Qianyu explained, there are no other forces in Buddha Reverence City. There are only believers who are sincere in Buddhism. There are only 2 different philosophies. 2 different philosophies? Suzimo asked curiously. Mahayana Buddhism and Hinayana Buddhism, King of Qianyu explained calmly. One emphasizes self-salvation first, then salvation for others. The other emphasizes salvation for others first, then self-salvation. The people here only quarrel when their philosophies are different. Their philosophies are too narrow, Suzimo said as he shook his head. Why don't you jump out of Buddhism and look at something else? To put it bluntly, it's a selflessness, King of Qianyu replied. Buddhism embraces all things. Then what do you believe in? Suzimo asked with interest. I only believe in the strong, King of Qianyu replied calmly. Buddhism can't convert me. Let's rest here for the night. We'll climb the mountain tomorrow, Suzimo said. King of Qianyu nodded and didn't object. The two of them found a Buddhist house and booked 2 rooms. They also ordered some dinner downstairs. The food here was mostly light and vegetarian. Just as the two of them were eating, they saw the young novice monk who had brought them their food tiptoeing over. He was wearing a gray monk's robe. His head was shaved and there were 8 precepts on the top of his head. Looking at Suzimo, the young monk asked in a gentle tone. Both of you must be from outside. That's about right, Suzimo nodded. Then how much do you know about the situation in Buddha Right City? The young monk asked with a smile. Are you interested in learning about our Mahayana Buddhism? Suzimo looked at each other. He was here to recruit believers. I wonder if the Mahayana Buddhism can help me become a great emperor? Suzimo asked with a smile. If you don't take a few steps, you won't be able to travel 1,000 miles. If you don't accumulate small streams, you won't be able to form a vast sea, the young monk said calmly with his palms together. Buddhism is just a way to teach you the concept of life. It's not invincible. But as long as you're willing to work hard and strive towards your goal, I believe that when you have a clear idea, you'll naturally succeed. You sure know how to talk, Suzimo replied with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, benefactor, the young monk smiled modestly. He said, I wonder if benefactor is willing to become a lay disciple of our Mahayana Buddhism? What's so good about the Mahayana Buddhism? At that moment, a voice came from the door of the temple. An old man in a light yellow monk robe slowly walked in. He looked at Suzimo, then put his palms together and said, Ba. Then, he turned to the young monk and said with a smile, Junior brother, you're here to bewitch others again. What do you mean by bewitching? The young monk shook his head and said softly. Everything is voluntary. Senior brother, are you envious of our Mahayana Buddhism? Do you want to learn its essence? Junior brother, you're too focused. The old monk shook his head. Everything in the world must be redeemed first before others. If you don't even understand the non-self, how can you redeem others? That's why our Hinayana Buddhism is the most correct. Junior brother, don't be stubborn. Looking at the two arguing, Suzimo shook his head helplessly. Benefactor, why don't you come and judge the dharma of our two sects? The old monk's eyes lit up when he saw Suzimo and suggested. The young monk was silent for a moment and looked at Suzimo expectantly. You guys are like the teacups in my hands. Suzimo picked up the hot water beside him and poured it into the teacups as he spoke. Even after filling the bowl to the brim, the water began to overflow, but he continued to pour. He had no intention of stopping. Little brother, this cup is already full, why are you still pouring it in? The old monk looked at Suzimo and doubtfully asked. I know. Suzimo nodded and replied. Your hearts are just like this cup in front of you, filled with your own thoughts and stubbornness. I have to pour out all of this water in order to discuss the merits and demerits of Buddhism. Hearing Suzimo's words, the two of them became silent. After a while, the young novice monk clasped his hands together and slightly bowed to Suzimo, saying, I've been enlightened. At this time, the street outside the Buddhist temple suddenly became noisy. The crowd was in chaos, as if something had happened. When they walked out of the inn, they saw a group of people blocking the street outside. Countless people were gathered around to watch the commotion. This person dares to steal from the Buddhist rights city, kill him. Using a butcher's knife to send him to hell, this is blasphemy against Buddha. The commotion caused the crowd to become angry. Suzimo asked around and found out that the reason why everyone was making such a big commotion was because someone had stolen something. Perhaps in other places, stealing was a very normal thing, at most causing an argument or compensation. But in the Buddhist rights city, it was a bit different. The people here believed that Buddha was protecting the city. Everyone in the Buddhist rights city was supposed to be good and kind. Any greed or desire would be condemned by the people here. Moreover, their thoughts were very extreme. They wouldn't tell you that the sea of bitterness is boundless, or that you should give up your butcher's knife, or that you should repent and be saved. Their extreme thoughts made them believe that only by killing all the bad people would there be good people left in this world. Therefore, they would use a butcher's knife to deal with those who went against the core of the city. In the big picture, this kind of thinking was too morbid and unrealistic. Those who fought against demons should be careful not to become demons themselves. But in a small way, from the perspective of a city. It was because of this kind of thinking that the entire Buddhist rights city was peaceful. People wouldn't steal or do anything that went against the core of the city. This was because even the slightest mistake would be treated strictly here. At this moment, Suzimo and the others squeezed into the crowd and looked towards the center. It was a man dressed in rags. At this moment, he was holding 2 stolen meat buns in his hands and being criticized by the crowd. He curled up and shivered, not daring to refute a single word. So it's him, the young novice monk muttered. You know him? Suzimo asked curiously. There is a Sword Dusk sect near our Buddha reverence city. Even though the Sword Dusk sect was just an ordinary sect that was not considered to be in the top tier, the Sword Dusk sect was extremely powerful. However, they have very high attainments in Sword Dao. The novice monk explained. I used to go to the Sword Dusk sect often to spread the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma, and I can be considered old acquaintances with the sect master there. I've seen this young man a few times. He was once the most talented disciple of the Sword Dusk sect. Then how did it end up like this? Suzimo asked curiously. Later on, the Sword Dusk sect was destroyed. I heard that they obtained an ancient divine sword, the novice monk said. As for whether it's true or not, I don't know. After the Sword Dusk sect was destroyed, he was captured and tortured to extort a confession, but he didn't get anything out of him. The enemy was also afraid of killing him. Since then, there has been no news of the divine sword. Later on, they let him go. As a result, he's in this crazy state now. Young master, I sense the aura of the true God sword on him, Qing Ling suddenly reminded him at this moment. Fragment of the true God sword? Suzimo frowned slightly. It seemed that things were getting interesting. Initially, he didn't want to be nosy. Suzimo walked into the crowd and looked at the shivering man. He then turned to the crowd and said, Everyone, I'm sorry. This is my brother. He's a little crazy. It's my fault for not watching him and letting him run out. I hope that everyone will bear with me. He's actually very kind. I don't know if he's kind or not. I only saw him steal my meat buns." A bald man walked out of the crowd. The man was burly and wore a light blue monk's robe. He looked rather ferocious. "We're willing to compensate," Suzimo said with a smile. "How are you going to compensate?" the burly man asked. "How do you want to compensate?" "Name a standard and we'll do it," Suzimo replied. The burly man's eyes lit up slightly. He then said, "I can spare his life. However, in order to teach him a painful lesson, you'll have to compensate me for these meat buns at 100 times the price." "No problem," Suzimo smiled. He waved his hand and a huge pile of spirit stones appeared in front of him instantly. "You can count them," Suzimo pointed at the pile of spirit stones and replied. "No need, no need." The burly man in the monk's robe shook his head and put the spirit stones into his storage ring with a smile on his face. "All right, let's go then," Suzimo said to the terrified man next to him. Then, he turned around and left. The man stood on the spot in silence for a while. In the end, he followed behind Suzimo. Suzimo ignored the burly man who was still counting the spirit stones and walked out of the crowd. He patted the king of Qinyu on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. I don't want him to see the sun rise tomorrow." The king of Qinyu nodded and replied in a hoarse voice, "I understand." He brought the ragged man back to the temple and asked the novice monk to prepare a room for him as well as a change of clothes. During dinner, Suzimo looked at the man who was wolfing down his food and asked with a smile, "What's your name?" "What's your name?" However, the man ignored her and continued to bury his head in his food. He would occasionally raise his head and smile foolishly at Suzimo. "You're also here for the so-called divine sword?" the king of Qinyu asked in a resigned manner. "Can't I?" Suzimo asked in response. "You actually believe these rumors?" The king of Qinyu shook his head. "Besides, you're the crown prince of the imperial lineage. Since when do you lack a sword? I think the saber on your back is quite good." Suzimo smiled and didn't reply. The sky gradually darkened. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. The flickering candles were slowly extinguished. The room was so quiet that one could hear their heartbeats. The insane man lay on the bed, staring at the darkness in front of him with bright eyes. He remained silent, thinking about something. At that moment, a gust of wind blew in from outside and blew open the window. The insane man's expression froze and he hurriedly got off the bed and closed the window. He walked over to the table and lit the few remaining candles. Only then did he feel a bit more at ease. Just as he turned around and sat down, his hair stood on end. He saw a man in a black robe sitting opposite him. He did not know when, but there was no movement at all. The man was sitting in front of him. His entire body was covered in black, and only 2 pairs of hazy eyes were exposed. "I knew you would come sooner or later," the crazy man said calmly. "Seeing that you didn't expose me today, I won't kill you," the man in black replied. "Then why are you here?" "Just to remind you," the man in black replied. "Your uncle master and master are in my hands. If you don't want them to die, you'd better listen to me." "I know," the crazy man replied calmly as a murderous look flashed across his eyes. "You've almost exhausted my patience," the man in black said calmly. "Hand over the fragment of the divine sword, and I'll let your people go. It's the best of both worlds." "Do you think I don't know?" the crazy man said calmly. "We can only live if we don't get the fragment of the divine sword. If you get the fragment, there's no reason for us to live." Hearing the man's words, the man in black was silent for a moment, then said, "You're on your own. It won't be long before the fragment of the divine sword is mine." Following the black-cloaked man's words, the room fell silent. Just as the man in black was about to turn and leave, his figure froze on the spot. On the edge of the window, a figure was leaning against it. None of them realized that their conversation had been carefully heard by this figure. "Are you done?" Suzimo looked at the 2 of them and asked with a smile. "When did you come?" the man in black asked calmly. He did not notice it at all before. "You should have heard what you should and shouldn't have." Suzimo smiled. He looked at the crazy man next to him and asked, Why don't you continue to act dumb? I saved you, but you lied to me. How heartbreaking. The man in black narrowed his eyes and wanted to leave through the front door. However, the front door was pushed open, and King of Xianxia stood there calmly. Don't even think about running away. Take off your mask and let me see who you are, Su Zimo said with a smile. I think we should know each other. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. The man in black snorted. The aura of a peak Saint bloodline cultivator burst out from his body. He took the lead and charged towards Su Zimo. As he punched out, an endless amount of sharpness spread out from his fist. I don't know what you're talking about, Su Zimo replied indifferently. He tilted his body slightly and dodged the man in black's attack. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the other party's wrist, breaking it with force. Then, he stomped on the man's abdomen and sent him flying. Although it was just a few simple movements. However, Su Zimo did not hold back at all. He used his strongest strength. The black-clothed man fell to the ground. All the bones in his limbs were broken. Thick blood flowed out of his mouth. He fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. However, the spiritual energy around him was also automatically healing his injuries. It would not take long for him to recover. Su Zimo walked in front of the black-cloaked man and pulled off his mask. He took it off. Although it's you, I'm not surprised, Su Zimo said with a chuckle. The person in front of him was the young novice monk he met today. The enemy you mentioned who destroyed the Sword Dusk sect is probably you, Su Zimo said with a smile. The young novice monk sighed slightly and said with his head lowered, one wrong step leads to many wrong steps. How about we make a deal? Su Zimo looked at the crazy man and asked. Use the fragments of that sword in exchange for the lives of your entire sect. You're the same as him. Why should I believe you? The crazy man replied indifferently. You don't have a choice, Su Zimo said. I don't have that much patience. If you don't agree, I'll take you to a soul search. Hearing the word soul search, the crazy man's eyes narrowed. He could tell that Su Zimo's background was not ordinary. Ordinary people would not be able to grasp the method of soul searching. Moreover, this method was very cruel. Those who were soul searched would either die or go completely crazy. This method was unnatural. Therefore, Zhenwu Xingzong rarely used this method. I'll make a deal with you, the crazy man thought for a while and finally said. That's right, Su Zimo smiled. I only want the fragments of the divine sword. I have no grudges with the Sword Dusk sect. After Su Zimo finished speaking, he turned to look at the young novice monk and asked, Do you want to live? I understand. I'll take you to the place where they are locked up, the young novice monk said as he shook his head and accepted his fate. Then, the young novice monk stood up and led Su Zimo and the others to a room in the Buddhist temple. He knocked on the wall of the room with his right hand. Rumble. A rumbling sound came from underground. A staircase that led underground appeared under their feet. The young novice monk walked in front of the secret passage while the others followed closely behind. The secret passage was not too dark. There were luminous pearls inlaid on both sides. It was empty inside. The sound of footsteps could be heard very clearly. After walking down the stairs, the space inside began to widen. There was a very pungent smell in the air. As the stone door in front of them opened, everyone was shocked by the scene inside. It was a huge iron cage. A group of people were chained up like animals and locked in the cage. Under the cover of the dim yellow lights on both sides, a rough glance revealed that there were at least 100 people inside. All of them had thin faces and listless eyes. It was obvious that they had been tortured. The smell in the air was very strong. After all, everyone ate, drank, and defecated here. When the crazy man saw this scene, he was completely stunned. Master, third martial uncle. He pounced forward like a madman and shouted at the people in the iron cage. These people looked at him in a daze. There was no emotion in their eyes. At this moment, another loud boom came from the sky. The little novice monk's silhouette had already disappeared. From all directions, he formed an iron cage, trapping Su Zimo and the others inside. Or rather, the secret room itself was a hidden iron cage. A round of applause came from the side. The young novice monk walked out from the dark and looked at the trapped people proudly. You didn't expect this, right? He looked at the crowd and laughed wantonly. Although I didn't intend to let you go, what you did really made me angry, Suzimo said calmly. He looked around and found that the cage was not made of ordinary materials. It was made of a type of ore called the Earth Demon Stone. This type of stone was indestructible. Even a divine pulse expert could not break it in a short time. Looks like you were prepared, Suzimo replied with narrowed eyes. How can I not be cautious when I walk by the river all the time? The novice monk sneered. You do it, Suzimo turned to the king of Qinyu and said. The king of Qinyu looked at the novice monk sternly. The aura of an immortal realm cultivator burst out from his body. A mighty immortal aura spread out. He grabbed the bars of the cage with both hands and pulled hard. The cage made of heavenly dipper and earthly fiend stone was instantly torn open. How can this be? An immortal realm cultivator? The novice monk was shocked. He screamed and tried to escape. The king of Qinyu slammed his palm down, directly suppressing him and making him unable to move. Seeing Suzimo walk out of the cage, the novice monk was scared out of his wits. Kill him or? The king of Qinyu asked calmly. No, let him have a taste of others, Suzimo shook his head and said. He released all the people from the Sword Dusk sect from the cage. Then, he threw the novice monk in alone. The king of Qinyu sealed the exit. You have to live well, Suzimo smiled and said to the novice monk. In this darkness, I will die alone. He waved his right hand and extinguished all the lights on the wall. It was dark inside. As the stone door slowly closed, the novice monk's heart-wrenching roar came from inside. Walking out of the secret passage, Suzimo looked at the crazy man. My name is Fan Xiaoyang, the man said, thank you. That's not what I want to know, Suzimo replied calmly. Fan Xiaoyang nodded slightly. He picked up a knife and tore off one of his arms. In the flesh of his arm, a fragment seemed to have grown together with his flesh and was embedded in it. Fan Xiaoyang took out the fragment. Blood flowed out continuously. His entire body was dyed the color of blood. Suzimo took the fragment and felt the familiar aura on it. There were a total of 5 fragments of the true God sword. Previously, Suzimo had already obtained 2 fragments. The third piece was part of the sword guard. Suzimo wiped off the blood on it and placed it into his true fate world along with the other fragments. After bidding farewell to Fan Xiaoyang, he and King of Qinyu returned to their respective rooms. These people from the Sword Dusk sect had suffered a huge blow and it was unknown how many of them would be able to recover. All of this had nothing to do with Suzimo. He was just lamenting about the human heart. Although he never thought of himself as a good person. But at the very least, he did many things openly and with a clear conscience. It was a silent night. The next day, Suzimo, who was still sleeping soundly, was awakened by a roar and the noise of the crowd on the street outside. He slowly opened his eyes and walked to the window. Looking down, he saw a dense crowd gathered at the bottom of the street. And in mid-air, a very large warship stopped there. The warship took up half the sky and it looked extremely majestic. Walking out of the room, King Qinyu was sitting by the window of the Buddhist temple. He was also looking at the warship. What's going on? Suzimo walked over and asked. It seems like the people from the Immortal Mortal sect are here, King of Qinyu replied. The Immortal Mortal sect was located in the imperial lineage of the central continent. It was led to the peak by the Immortal Mortal Emperor. Previously, when Suzimo was at the Sky Evolution Sacred Mountain, he even met Elder Yun Fan of the Immortal Mortal sect. What are they doing here? Suzimo stroked his chin and pondered with interest. In the sky, the wind blew and the clouds rolled. The huge warship emitted boundless energy waves as it roared majestically in the sky. The entire body of the warship was pure white and it was surrounded by immortal fog. As the warship slowly descended, the surrounding space started to shatter amidst the roar. This huge commotion shook the entire Buddha Reverence city. The warship stopped near the city and did not choose to force its way in. 3 figures slowly flew out from the battleship and landed on the ground. Although the Buddha Reverence city was a place where Mahayana and Hinayana Buddhism gathered. However, it was not as if there was no real ruler here. The Buddha Hall was the ruler of the city. They were similar to the city lord's mansion of an ordinary city, but they were addressed differently. The existence of the Buddha Hall was known as the Buddha Lord. Every generation's Buddha Lord would be elected fairly between the Hinayana and Mahayana Buddhism. Most importantly, the Buddha Lord only maintained the order of the city. He did not participate in the discussion of Mahayana and Hinayana Buddhism. When the three figures from the warship slowly descended, the people from the Buddha Hall immediately dispersed the crowd on the streets and made way for them. Then, a man wearing a golden monk robe and a dark yellow kasaya slowly walked out. This man's skin was slightly tanned and his eyes were bright and full of spirit. He had a kind face and his earlobes were especially big, as if they were about to fall off. Moreover, he had long hair. His hair looked like lumps as it spiraled on top of his head. His hair was naturally curled. Suzimo looked out of the window and saw that there were only 3 people from the Immortal Mortal sect. A young man, a woman and an old man. This old man should be an elder of the Immortal Mortal sect and his strength should be around the Sage Meridian realm. As for this man and woman, they had just entered the Emperor Meridian realm. At this age and with this level of cultivation, no matter which sect they were in, they would be at the level of a saint or saintess. The Buddha Reverence City's Buddha Lord seemed to have known these people for a long time. Suzimo could not clearly hear what they were talking about. He only saw a few people walking straight towards the temple hall. This time, there cannot be any mistakes or unnecessary factors. The king of Qinyu said calmly. Could it be that the Immortal Mortal sect wants to interfere? Suzimo laughed. After the two of them finished their breakfast, they left the Buddha Reverence City and headed towards Mount Wuhua. As the core area of the eastern continent, it was the most famous mountain. Mount Wuhua had a long history. Even though the mountain was steep, the scenery was beautiful. There were green mountains and clear waters and lush trees. Looking up from the bottom of the mountain, the entire mountain was majestic. Suzimo could not help but think of a poem. How is Daizongfu? Qilu is still young. Creation is beautiful, yin and yang cut through the dawn. Clouds rise from my chest, determined to return to the bird. I will climb to the top, looking down on all other mountains. On top of Mount Wuhua, there was a Wuhua temple. This temple was even more famous than Mount Wuhua. There were 36 caves in the temple. Every spring, the temple would open its doors. All tourists would come to visit. There were no shortcuts to the top of the mountain. One had to follow the winding steps at the bottom of the mountain. Flying was not allowed. That was the only requirement of Mount Wuhua. Suzimo and the king of Qinyu walked up the steps. The spiritual aura around the two of them surged as they rushed to the top of the table. Around the steep mountain, the steps were covered with yellow leaves. The two of them stepped on the withered yellow leaves. The trees planted all around them came in all shapes and sizes. Some bloomed in spring, while others grew green leaves in autumn. Even more strangely, there was also the scent of winter flowers that lingered for miles. But the majority of the trees still follow the seasons. The yellow leaves around them fluttered in the wind, crisp cracking noises could be heard under their feet. Occasionally, a strong wind would blow down from the top of the mountain. All the yellow leaves in the sky were wilting and fluttering in the wind. Suzimo and the king of Qinyu were both very fast. In just half a day, they had already reached the middle of the mountain. On the way, they saw quite a few other mountain climbers. Wuhua Temple was located in the middle of the mountain. This was a temple rarely seen in the world. It was like a giant monster standing in the middle of the mountain. The temple's architecture was steep, but also ingenious. There was a large hall hanging upside down from the top of the mountain, as well as many temples standing in between the cracks of the mountain. Standing in front of Wuhua Temple, it had the charm of a 1,000-year-old temple, something that other buildings couldn't compare to. There were 2 towering ancient Bodhi trees planted in front of the temple. The Bodhi trees were like 2 meditating old monks, silently standing on both sides of the temple, as if they were telling the story of their many years. The Bodhi seeds were lightly swaying in the wind. The door of Wuhua Temple was painted with deep vermilion paint. It looked very dignified. There were 2 red lanterns hanging in front of the door. On both sides of the red door, there were 2 animals made of blue stone. Suzimo took a closer look and found that they were 2 calamity-fighting beasts. Calamity-fighting beasts were also called beasts of disaster. They looked a bit like dogs. Their bodies were completely black, with red hair growing on their backs. The teeth on both sides of their mouths were very sharp. They were vicious beasts. Although these vicious beasts were already extinct during the Age of Desolation. But legends about them had been passed down for generations. It was said that these vicious beasts ate fire and lightning. But at the same time, they ate fire, and what they exhaled was also fire. Because of that, wherever they went, fire would spread everywhere. The fire was so intense that it was terrifying. There were two beasts of disaster in front of the temple. Suzimo couldn't believe it. "Looks like this temple will be very interesting," Suzimo said with a smile. "If it's related to that place, how could it be simple?" King of Xianxia replied. "It's just that they usually keep a low profile and don't reveal themselves. Why would ordinary people care?" Hearing King of Xianxia's words, Suzimo smiled. He walked to the front door and knocked on the brass ring. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds came from inside. Not long after, the vermilion door of the temple was opened. A long-haired disciple wearing a black robe walked out. "Benefactor, is there something I can help you with?" The disciple asked curiously. "I want to visit Wuhua Temple," Suzimo said. "I'm sorry, benefactor. It's not spring yet, so the 36 caves of our temple are not open yet. Right now, we're rejecting guests," the disciple replied. "Visiting the temple is just on the way. My main purpose is to visit your sect leader," Suzimo said. "Go and tell your sect leader that a young man named Suzimo is here to visit him. Ask him if he remembers our meeting on the Yuan family's ship." Hearing Suzimo's words, the disciple looked at him suspiciously. Then he replied, "Wait a moment. I'll go and report to the sect leader." After saying that, the disciple closed the door of the temple. Wuhua Temple was very different. Normally, the person in charge of a temple was called the abbot or abbot, but here, he was called the sect leader. The sect leader of Wuhua Temple was Wu Qianjun. Previously, when Suzimo went to the Bailey family, he met the couple on the Yuan family's ship. At that time, Yao Xingnan was also on the ship. Wuhua Mountain was different from the rest. Even the disciples of the temple had long hair. They didn't conform to the image of a monk. Not long after the disciple went, he saw the door of the temple open. An old man in a green robe hurriedly walked in from inside. "Young Master Su, long time no see." Wu Qianjun, with white hair and a ruddy complexion, walked out in high spirits. "It's rare for sect leader Wu to still remember me," Suzimo said with a smile. "I was afraid that sect leader Wu would quickly forget about me after we parted that day." "Child Su, you must be joking. If we hadn't parted at the Bailey family's coronation ceremony, I wouldn't have known." Wu Qianjun shook his head and said, "I didn't know that Child Su was the current holy son of Zhenwu Xingzong." Wu Qianjun shook his head and said with a smile, "I came uninvited today. I hope sect leader Wu will forgive me," Suzimo said with a smile and pointed to the king of Xianxia. "My friend admires Wuhua Temple very much and has always wanted to come and take a look. Coincidentally, we were passing by Wuhua Mountain this time, so we wanted to visit sect leader Wu and take a look at the famous Wuhua Temple." "It's nothing. It's just that spring hasn't arrived yet, so the grand scenery of the 36 caves can't be opened. It's a pity," sect leader Wu said as he invited Suzimo and Wu Qianjun into the temple. Wuhua Temple was very spacious. After entering the main entrance, there was an especially large incense burner in the middle of the temple. This incense burner was an ordinary Dharma artifact that could automatically swallow the ashes of the burnt incense. A faint fragrance lingered in the air of the temple. The architecture of the temple was very retro, and the basic colors were green, red, and green. As soon as they entered the temple, they saw a monk walking towards them. He was wearing a light red monk's robe, and his hair was very long. It looked like he hadn't washed it in a long time. His hair was messily draped on both sides of his head, all the way to his chest. The most peculiar thing was that he walked barefoot, and his expression was calm. "Junior Marshal Brother Wu Tian, you've come out of seclusion." Wu Qianjun looked at the monk and asked with a smile. The monk turned his head and nodded his head lightly. Then, he left without saying a word. Divine Pulse Realm. Looking at the back of the monk, Su Zimo frowned slightly. This Wuhua temple was really not simple, even a random monk he met was a divine vein realm expert. Everyone, please don't mind him. My junior martial brother is like this. Wu Qianjun seemed to be used to it. He turned his head and smiled at Su Zimo. I'll arrange 2 meditation rooms for you first. You can visit the temple whenever you want. I'll let my disciples accompany you. I still have some things to do, so I'll probably have to leave later. It's fine. Then I'll have to trouble sect leader Wu. Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. They walked all the way west and came to a very quiet room. At this moment, a group of people walked out of the room. They were all wearing blue robes and holding a long wooden stick on their back. They looked a little like martial monks. Seeing the appearance of Su Zimo and the others, the leader of the group of monks shouted sternly, "Who let you in?" The disciple who led Su Zimo and the others to the meditation room hurriedly replied, "Second Uncle Master, these are the guests that the sect master is receiving." Sect master? The monk sized up Su Zimo and the other person and asked suspiciously. "Senior brother Qianjun, don't you know what this period is?" The disciple shook his head and said, "I'm just following the sect master's instructions." The monk snorted and looked at Su Zimo, asking, "What are you doing here at Wuhua Temple?" "I don't think I need to explain this to you," Su Zimo said calmly. "We have the permission of sect master Wu. What does this have to do with you? How dare you?" The monk shouted angrily. Then, he waved his hand and the power of the Saint Meridian gathered around him. He said, "Then I'll take you down first and ask the sect master for an explanation." As the blue-robed monk spoke, his hand had already landed. The space around him was vibrating and his power was shocking. Beside him, King Qin Yu snorted coldly and sent a slap over. Ants. Boom. Boundless shockwaves rippled out in all directions, and the blue-robed monk's figure was directly sent flying. "Uncle Master!" The monk beside him exclaimed. The blue-robed monk stood up from the ground and looked at King Qin Yu solemnly. Saint Meridian or entering immortality, he didn't feel it just now. It was just that he didn't have the strength to fight back at all. In the end, the blue-robed monk took a deep breath and turned to leave without saying a word. "If you ask me, why are you being so polite to them?" King Qin Yu said with a frown. "With our strength, can't we deal with Wuhua Temple?" "It's not good to make everyone know," Su Zimo said, shaking his head. "Now is not the time to show our strength. Don't forget the purpose of our trip." The king of Qin Yu nodded and didn't say anything. The few of them followed the monk into the meditation room. The room was decorated very simply. There was a bed, a table, and a small cabinet. The air was still filled with the faint fragrance of the Buddhist incense. "If the two of you feel that there is no problem, then this little monk will take his leave." Su Zimo asked with a smile, "Is there any conflict between your second martial uncle and sect leader Wu?" The little monk was startled. He quickly shook his head and said, "Benefactor, you've misunderstood. It's just that second martial uncle's personality is rather straightforward. It's easy to offend people." After the little monk left, King of Qin Yu looked at Su Zimo and asked, "What should we do next?" "Wait," Su Zimo replied as he wiped the tyrannical shadow off his hand. "Wait." King of Qin Yu was taken aback. He didn't seem to understand. "Do you know why I chose this time to come to Wuhua Temple?" Su Zimo asked. "How much do you know about the Buddhist burial temple?" Upon hearing Su Zimo's words, King of Qin Yu fell silent. He knew that Su Zimo must have his own reasons for doing so, so he didn't ask any more questions. However, that thing was extremely important to Gu Ming, so they couldn't afford to be careless. The next few days, Wuhua Temple seemed particularly peaceful. The monks in the temple were often in a hurry. It was as if a storm was about to come. Su Zimo, on the other hand, appeared to be very relaxed as he brought King Qin and King Yu to tour Wuhua Temple all day long. Other than some forbidden areas, there was no place that they couldn't go. However, the strange thing was that there were many Buddhist statues in the main halls of Wuhua Temple. These Buddhist incense weren't the widely spread Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, or Arhats. Instead, they were some Buddhist statues that Su Zimo had never seen before. This temple was full of strangeness, which made people unable to help but feel a little terrified. On the 5th day of their visit to Wuhua Temple suddenly became lively. More and more people from the outside world came to visit the temple. These people were all arranged to stay in the meditation room near Suzimo. It seemed that this place was specially used to entertain guests. The sky outside the house was slightly gloomy. Perhaps it was because autumn had turned to winter, but the weather became colder and colder in the autumn rain. Martial artists weren't afraid of the cold. In the afternoon, rain had already started to descend amidst the gathering dark clouds. Suzimo stood in front of the window and looked into the distance. "What are you looking at?" King of Xianxia walked in and asked curiously. "There are already 13 batches of people." Suzimo smiled. In just one day, there were already 13 batches of people from different backgrounds who came to Wuhua Temple. As the two of them were talking, Wu Qianjun brought a group of people over. "It's those people from the Immortal Mortal sect." King of Xianxia frowned and said. Other than Wu Qianjun, the rest were the 3 people from the Immortal Mortal sect. An elder, a saint, and a saintess. During this period of time, everyone's attention should be attracted by the myriad pill assembly. Suzimo smiled and said. Unfortunately, who would have thought that under this event, there would be an open and covert battle going on? Do you want to get rid of them? King of Xianxia asked softly. We'll take our things. Whoever stops us will be killed, Suzimo replied plainly. King of Xianxia hurriedly nodded his head. In the afternoon, Suzimo and Wu Qianjun went to Wuhua Temple for a meal. When the two of them arrived, they realized that more than half of the seats in the room were already filled with people. Looks like it's getting more and more lively. Suzimo smiled and said. These people were sizing up Suzimo and the rest, or rather, sizing each other up. Just as the two of them sat down, a man in a red robe walked over from the table beside them. I'm Lu Zongfeng. How should I address the two of you? The man in the red robe held a fan in his hand and asked warmly. Lu Zongfeng? Suzimo was slightly startled and asked, the creator of the Lu-style blade technique? It's just a false reputation. Lu Zongfeng hurriedly shook his head and said, it's just that everyone thinks highly of it. Although it's said to be self-created, it's actually based on the path of many predecessors. Speaking of Lu Zongfeng, this person's name was very famous in the Eastern continent. Although he was only a loose cultivator, his cultivation was very strong. There was once a first-rate faction that invited him to be an honorary elder of their sect, but he rejected them all. Moreover, the Lu-style blade technique he created was very powerful in the Eastern continent. This person walked a true path that belonged to him. I'm Suzimo. This is my friend Xianxia. Suzimo introduced. The two of you should be here for that place, right? Lu Zongfeng said with a smile. Who here isn't? Suzimo asked back. Then have the two of you truly understood that place? Of course. Suzimo nodded his head. Are you confident? Lu Zongfeng continued to ask. I never do things that I'm not confident in, Suzimo replied. But Brother Lu, have you truly understood what kind of place that is? Although Brother Lu is not weak, if you go to that place, whether or not you can return is another matter. Looks like Brother Su knows a lot, Lu Zongfeng said with a smile. People come here because of its reputation, but who has actually been there? Suzimo pointed at everyone in the room and said with a smile. Brother Lu, even though there are so many people here, when the time comes, how many of them will be able to come back alive? Do you think the 10 forbidden zones are so easy to enter? Hearing Suzimo's words, Lu Zongfeng fell silent. He seemed to have been scared by Suzimo's words. However, Suzimo was not exaggerating. That place could definitely be considered a place of great danger. However, if one were to say that it was not dangerous, there were still safe places. It mainly depended on whether you could follow the rules. However, the 10 forbidden zones were not that easy to enter. Lu Zongfeng fell silent for a while before smiling and saying, I'm here to ask Brother Su to team up. One more person means one more guarantee. Suzimo shook his head and said, Brother Lu, I'll give you a piece of advice. The things inside are not easy to take. You've already walked your own path. Just continue the Lu-style blade technique. There's no need to take this risk. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Lu Zongfeng fell silent. In the end, he smiled and said, Brother Su, you're wrong. A person's life is but 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, we'll just be a pile of dirt. Why don't you make your life more exciting in your limited life? Looking at Lu Zongfeng's departing figure, King Qinyu laughed and said, You've been taught a lesson by someone else. Educated? Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. Those ants don't even know what kind of place it is. You've been there? King of Qinyu asked curiously. Among the 10 forbidden zones, the Buddhist burial temple appeared relatively late. It only appeared after Great Emperor Zhen Wu inherited the mandate of heaven and started the Age of Emperors. During that time, Gu Ming was in seclusion, so King of Qinyu did not know much. Su Zimo nodded. He had indeed been there. To be precise, he had been there in his previous life. He knew better than many people just how dark it was inside. Those who enter the Buddhist burial temple only have 2 choices. Su Zimo said calmly. Either you die, or you live according to someone else's ideology. King of Qinyu was silent for a while. Perhaps he had underestimated the situation. None of the 10 great forbidden lands were simple. While everyone was eating, the people at the other table suddenly became noisy. There were 2 people sitting at the other table. One of them was a man in green, and the other was a burly man in a black vest. Although there was no hard liquor in this room. However, these people had a lot of wine in their storage rings. At this moment, the 2 of them seemed to be drunk, and all the rice bowls on the table were knocked to the ground. The green-robed man wobbled over to the table where the Immortal Mortal Sect people were eating. He pointed at the Immortal Mortal Sect's holy maiden and laughed at the black singlet man beside him. Big brother, this chick is a gem. The black singlet man laughed as well. He struggled to support his wobbly body as he walked over to the Immortal Mortal Sect people. He slammed the table and opened his mouth, which was filled with the smell of alcohol, and shouted. Chick, you will accompany me tonight. Please respect yourself. Don't bring trouble to yourself. The Immortal Mortal Sect's holy maiden was not angry. She only replied indifferently. Fierce personality. I like it. The black singlet man laughed and reached out to touch the girl's face. A beautiful sword light flashed in midair. The girl slowly kept her sword. A line of blood appeared on the neck of the black singlet man. His head was separated from his body and rolled to one side. What was strange was that after the black singlet man died, he did not turn into a corpse. Instead, his body began to slowly dissipate. Everyone frowned when they saw this. Their gazes gathered on the green-robed man. The green-robed man smiled strangely and said, Immortal Mortal Sect's holy maiden, wait for me to pamper you. After he finished speaking, his body also dissipated from the room with a bang. The empty god sect people are always so annoying and self-righteous. The Immortal Mortal Sect's holy maiden said. The Immortal Mortal Sect's old man laughed but did not say anything. As one of the top imperial lineage in the central mainland, the empty god sect had indeed made too many enemies. Their sect had a secret manual on the empty god avatar. This secret manual could help them create one or even a few avatars. Moreover, these avatars were very real. As long as they were not killed, many people would not be able to identify them. They often made use of these clones to do things without restraint. This also caused them to have a bad reputation. At this moment, in a small hall far away from the room, second senior uncle, the blue-robed monk, looked at Wu Qianjun and asked. Sect Master, why did you take all these people into the temple? It's not like you don't know that these few days are special. Do you think I want to? Wu Qianjun shook his head. These people may not be much individually. However, their combined strength was simply too great. Many of them come from different imperial lineage. If we don't let them in, I'm afraid they will join forces and barge in. When that happens, it will be hard to say what will happen. So what? The blue-robed monk snorted. At most, we will fight. We have kept a low profile for so many years. It's time for the world to see our strength. This is not the time to be happy. Wu Qianjun shook his head. I am the sect master. I have to be responsible for the entire sect. Moreover, we are only gatekeepers. The real danger lies in that place. Hearing Wu Qianjuan's words, the blue-robed monk fell silent. He knew that he was impulsive. In the end, he could only agree helplessly. Then on the day the seal is reactivated, should we still stop them? The blue-robed monk asked in confusion. Let them go. Wu Qianjun shook his head. After so many years, how many people have you seen come out alive? After the meal, everyone returned to their rooms. Many people were waiting quietly. This was a battle without gunpowder. The gloomy raindrops were still falling from the sky. It sounded like large and small pearls on a jade plate, making clear and crisp sounds. This morning, in the rainy season, the entire Wuhua temple seemed to be shrouded in a layer of hazy mist. It was full of mystery. Most of the monks in the temple were still asleep. A thunderous roar suddenly rang out in the sky above. The voice was so shocking that it seemed to go straight to the sky. The loud roar exploded in everyone's ears. It echoed in everyone's ears. The Buddhist kingdom has arrived. The sound of Sanskrit continued in the sky. The wind rose and the clouds rolled. The rumbling waves surged together. A huge Buddha statue flew over from afar. It was actually a battleship, but its appearance was exactly the same as a Buddha statue. The battleship cut through the silent sky, riding the wind and waves, and flew out of the void with a sharp sound. Finally, it slowly stopped above Wuhua Temple. The small door of the battleship was opened, and a man wearing a kasaya and Buddhist beads slowly walked out. People of Wuhua Temple, listen up. You have half a day to open the entrance to the Buddhist burial temple. The monk was full of hostility as he said coldly. If there is any delay, we will remove Wuhua Temple from this place today. The vigorous voice echoed throughout the entire Wuhua mountain. As the breeze blew, the falling leaves fell together. People looked up at the huge Buddha-shaped battleship, and they all had different thoughts in their minds. Su Zimo stood in front of the window and smiled at the king of Qinyu, saying, "There will be a good show to watch now." After saying that, Su Zimo suddenly realized that he had killed the holy Buddha of the Buddhist kingdom some time ago. After saying that, the monk returned to the battleship, as if he was waiting for Wuhua Temple to have half a day. The pressure from the huge battleship was constantly shattering the void around it. An imperial lineage had truly declared war. Many people were curious about what Wuhua Temple would choose. However, Wuhua Temple kept silent about the Buddhist kingdom's declaration of war. The origin of the Buddhist kingdom could be traced back to a long time ago. Buddhists were not a race. Some people said that they were more like a fantasy. In the history of the Yuanyang continent, there was a Buddhist civilization at the beginning. The first Buddha who spread Buddhism was called I Ching. People also respectfully called him the world-revered one. I Ching, the world-revered one, established Buddhism and gave this vast world a prototype of Buddhist civilization. However, it was a pity that he did not inherit the destiny of that era. Buddhism was established in his hands, and finally after tens of thousands of years, a man named Wu Tian rose from the Tianluan region. In one fell swoop, this huge sect and its vast civilization were brought to greater heights by his hands. At the same time, he further perfected the system of Buddhism. Wu Tian the Great was the first great emperor in the history of Buddhism. This was how the Buddhist kingdom was founded, and it went through the era of one sect and two emperors. As a result, they could be considered to be extremely powerful now. For cultivators, the Buddhist kingdom was only a power in their eyes. However, for too many ordinary people in this world, the influence of the Buddhist kingdom was already unparalleled in their eyes. Many people even worshipped Buddha statues in their homes. Everyone in the world was suffering in this sea of pain and torment. Perhaps the concept of Buddhism was the last self-consolation and pure land in their hearts. Wuhua Temple did not respond for a long time. Half a day had passed in the blink of an eye. When the time was up, an explosion sound came from the battleship. The door of the battleship opened with a rumbling sound. 8 figures stood in the sky with boundless might. Among the 8 figures, 2 were at the divine vein realm while the remaining 6 were at the saint vein realm. "Looks like the Buddhist kingdom is going all out this time," the king of Qinyu lamented when he saw the situation. "The real highlight hasn't come yet," Su Zimo said with a smile. "The Buddhist burial temple is very important to us, but it's also more important to the Buddhist kingdom. The moment these 8 figures appeared, the entire firmament exploded with an explosion. Boundless waves of air gathered together. The power they emitted faintly suppressed the people below. At this moment, Wu Qianjun also stepped into the sky with 5 people and stood opposite the Buddhist kingdom from afar. Wu Qianjun stared at the monarch of the Buddhist kingdom. His expression remained calm the entire time as he asked in an extremely calm manner. Why do you have to do this? Wuhua Temple has no enmity with you. The Buddhist kingdom monarch, Taixerzuan, shook his head slightly. He wore a golden monk's robe with a purple-blue kasaya draped over it. He held a Buddhist staff in his hand. His eyebrows were very thick and white. Taixerzuan said indifferently, we only want to go to the Buddhist burial temple. Anyone who hinders our progress will be our enemy. Wuhua Temple is the key to getting there. Go back. I know you want to find out the truth. Wu Qianjun shook his head and sighed. It's just that you don't have the strength now. Why do you have to drag the entire Buddhist kingdom down with you? I only have one question. Where is the place of the seal? Taixerzuan asked indifferently. Sherzuan, with your current strength, you can't even pass us gatekeepers, Wu Qianjun said as he shook his head. As his voice fell, the 5 monks behind him emitted waves of air that soared into the sky. The power of 5 divine pulse realm experts soared into the sky. Majestic spirit chi condensed in the air. They were actually 5 divine pulse realm experts. At this moment, not only were the people from the Buddhist kingdom shocked. Even the people in the meditation room below were in disbelief. Wuhua Temple, which had never revealed its strength, actually had such strength. Even an emperor's lineage wouldn't necessarily have so many divine vein realm experts. This Wuhua Temple is really unexpected, the king of Qinyu said in surprise. It's just a fake divine pulse. Su Zimo shook his head. What do you mean? The entire Wuhua mountain has been set up with a large array, and Wuhua Temple is the core of the array. Su Zimo replied, these 5 people are actually just divine pulse realm experts. However, their strength has been forcibly raised to the divine pulse realm in the array of Wuhua Mountain. Once they leave Wuhua Mountain, their strength will regress. I heard that Wuhua Temple was just an ordinary small temple a long time ago, the king of Qinyu asked in confusion. An ordinary third-rate faction. I don't know if this information is accurate. You don't have to try to trick me. I know some things. Su Zimo replied, a great battle once took place here. You just need to know that after the battle, a forbidden area suddenly appeared on the Yuanyang continent, the burial temple. As for the other things, they have nothing to do with you. The 5 divine pulse realm experts behind Wu Qianjun were extremely powerful. He looked at the embarrassed Taixerzuan and said indifferently, I'll give you a chance. If you back off now, I'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, I'm afraid your Buddhist kingdom will have to stay here today. Taixerzuan was silent for a while, and his expression was uncertain. It was as if there was a war going on in his heart. He was extremely conflicted. After a long time, he slowly raised his head and looked at Wu Qianjun with bright eyes. He said, I'm sorry, Sect Master Wu. I might have to disappoint you. I have to give an explanation for what happened back then. Since you're so stubborn, then let's fight. Wu Qianjun waved his hand. Boundless power radiated from his body. He was only a Saint Pulse expert, but he was forcibly raised to the Divine Pulse realm by the formation. At this moment, there were a total of 6 Divine Pulse experts here, including him. When the power around the 6 of them soared into the sky, half of the sky was almost crushed, and the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly rose. An aurora shot from halfway up the mountain and directly hit the warship in the sky. Boom! A large mushroom cloud slowly rose, and the sound was so loud that everyone felt like their eardrums were about to explode. When the aurora disappeared, everyone looked up again. They saw that the Buddhist kingdom's warship had completely cracked, breaking into several pieces and falling to the ground. Everyone from the Buddhist kingdom was enraged at the sight of this. Taixerzuan was at the forefront, sitting cross-legged with his palms together. He began to chant mysterious Sanskrit. As the Sanskrit fell, the shadow of a great Buddha seemed to appear behind him. This great Buddha was 8 meters tall and had a rather huge outline. He was different from the Buddha in the ordinary people's impression. He didn't have a bald head and wore a kasaya. Instead, he wore a white robe and had long hair that fluttered in the wind. He was quite handsome, like an elegant young man. But for some reason, this shadow didn't have the majesty of a Buddha at all. When you saw him, your subconscious would always tell you that he was a Buddha. A Buddha who didn't care about the secular world at all. A true Buddha that made you throw away your own ignorance. A true Buddha. That was the feeling he gave people. The moment the shadow of the Buddha appeared, boundless power and golden light soared into the sky. Heavenless Emperor. The moment the virtual shadow appeared, those who knew about it began to whisper among themselves. Some people said that the Heavenless Emperor was the greatest ancestor of Buddhism besides the first ancestor, I Ching. He could be said to be a sweet spring for Buddhism, which was on the edge of the abyss back then. He brought the weak Buddhist kingdom back on the right track. Whenever people mentioned Buddhism, there were always one or two legends that couldn't be avoided. Wu Qianjun frowned slightly when he saw the Heavenless Great Emperor's shadow. With a wave of his hand, a black spear condensed in his hand. The spear pierced through the air with unparalleled sharpness before finally landing on Buddha Shadow's body. The buzzing sound kept echoing in the air. The Buddha statue only trembled a little, and the light on it dimmed a little. Following Take Shurzuan's Sanskrit chants, the entire Buddha statue emitted boundless golden light. The golden light spread out bit by bit, wanting to envelop the entire Wuhua temple. What is this? Someone below the stage who didn't understand asked in confusion. Buddha's light illumination, a meridian technique that can purify and dissolve all things, Su Zimo replied. I think they've also sensed the formation here. As long as the formation is purified, the Buddhist kingdom will naturally gain the upper hand. Following Su Zimo's words, the 7 people behind Take Shurzuan also sat down. They were chanting the same verse. The same Sanskrit chants intertwined and merged together, covering half of the sky. The Heavenless Great Emperor's Buddha statue grew a few meters taller again, and the golden light on its body became even brighter. They were slowly conquering the Wuhua temple. The Buddhist kingdom was quite smart. They knew that they were no match for the 6 divine pulse realm cultivators of the Wuhua temple in a one-on-one battle. As such, they decided to attack the foundation of the formation first. As the golden light spread out bit by bit, Wu Qianjun frowned slightly. The 6 divine pulse realm cultivators attacked with all their might, but they were unable to completely destroy the Buddha statue. If the Buddhist kingdom's light illumination covered the entire Wuhua mountain, it would be difficult to break through the formation. With that in mind, Wu Qianjun slowly took out a small purple box from his storage ring. The moment the purple box appeared, Wu Tian, the unkempt man beside him, frowned slightly. He asked, Senior brother, are you really going to use it? What's wrong? Didn't you say we were going to try our best to distance ourselves from that place? Wu Tian replied. We'll talk about other things later. Let's deal with the current situation first, Wu Qianjun replied indifferently. The moment the purple box was opened, a cloud of black gas flew out from it. This black gas seemed to be the nemesis of the Buddhist light. When it encountered the Buddhist light, it was like winter snow meeting the scorching sun in July, quickly melting away. Countless Buddhist lights were devoured by it. At this moment, the 6 divine pulse realm cultivators on the Wuhua temple side used all their strength to condense a world-destroying spear. They used the long hair as a medium and spread the black gas on the long hair. It directly shot towards the Buddhist kingdom cultivators. Boom! An explosion sounded. The spear carried with it a boundless evil aura, as if a demon god had descended. The Buddhist light only lasted for a moment before it was directly penetrated. The spirit chi on the spear exploded, and a boundless power surged. It heavily struck the Heavenless Great Emperor's shadow. Boom! An explosion sounded again. The Buddhist light fell silent, and the Buddha statue's shadow completely disappeared. Only the Buddhist kingdom cultivators were left lying on the ground with serious injuries. Some of them were so severely injured that they directly fainted. Take Shurzuan struggled to stand up with his weak body. Wu Qianjun sighed slightly. Seeing this scene, he shook his head and said, Shurzuan, why do you have to do this? He waved his hand and said to the 5 people behind him, capture them all. Master, should we send them to that place? The blue-robed monk, second martial uncle, asked. Wu Qianjun pondered for a while and finally shook his head and said, No, wait until the seal is over, Seeing this scene, the people in the meditation room below also fell silent. No one expected that the Wuhua temple's strength could already contend with the imperial lineage. Moreover, if the Wuhua temple was already like this, then what about the legendary Forbidden Land, the burial temple? What is that black gas? The king of Qinyu asked faintly. It was reasonable to say that he had existed since the Desolation era until now. It was obvious that there were things he didn't know or hadn't seen before. You can think of it as the most filthy gas in the world, Su Zimo replied. Several high-level Buddhist kingdom cultivators were about to be captured. At this time, golden lotus flowers suddenly rained down from the sky. Countless lotus flowers floated down from the sky, fluttering above the Wuhua temple. Each lotus flower was nurturing extremely strong energy. Each lotus flower shone with a dazzling light. The lotus flowers blotted out the sky and fell down, dyeing the entire sky golden. People looked up and saw that among those lotus flowers, there was a very strange lotus flower. Its petals were much larger, and a person was sitting cross-legged on it. It was a person with a solemn face and an extraordinary appearance. This person had one arm exposed, and the rest of his body was wrapped in a golden kasaya. His skin, including his pupils, was golden from head to toe. Even his hair was no exception. At this moment, he was sitting on the golden lotus. He was like a Buddha with a solemn appearance and a golden body. It was impossible to tell if the person sitting on the lotus was a man or a woman, or if he was an old man or a young man. He was clearly standing in front of you, but there were many things about him. It was as if he was shrouded in fog and looking at fog in the fog. This is? Someone below exclaimed. At this moment, even Take Shurzuan was a little absent-minded. He looked at the person on the lotus in shame and said, "Enlightened one, you've come out of seclusion." Enlightened one? Someone below heard this name and instantly realized the identity of the person on the lotus. Enlightened one, the general of Great Emperor Puguang. Although the Buddhist kingdom was in existence with one emperor and two emperors. But in fact, whether it was in the Buddhist kingdom or in the eyes of outsiders, Great Emperor Puguang's reputation was somewhat inconspicuous. Perhaps he was a little mysterious himself. Or perhaps Great Emperor Wu Tian's achievements were too dazzling and completely overshadowed his light. But no matter what, no one could ignore this mysterious Great Emperor. Including his general, his reputation was also not particularly prominent. Therefore, when Enlightened One appeared, many insiders were a little absent-minded. This was a big shot who had not appeared for many years. Enlightened One, at this moment, even Wu Qianjun was silent for a while before finally greeting him. "Why didn't you tell me you were here?" Enlightened One looked at Take Shurzuan and said indifferently. "Do you think you can solve the matter back then with just you?" "We just want an answer," Take Shurzuan replied. In a low voice. "If I hadn't come in time, you would have almost ruined everything." Enlightened One shook his head slightly. He looked at the people of Wuhua Temple and said, "Open the sealed place." Enlightened One, you know our difficulties, Wu Qianjun shook his head and said. "Then I can only force my way in." Enlightened One's expression was indifferent. He waved his right hand, and the lotus flowers in the sky shattered. They turned into powder and scattered as if there was a golden rain. A vast and mighty immortal might rose from his body. 1-step mystic immortal. 2-step heaven immortal. 3-step immortal king. 4-step indestructible immortal. 5 steps of the pinnacle of immortality. The 5 steps of entering immortality. Once the Enlightened One takes these 5 steps, the Enlightened One will be able to take them. After reaching the pinnacle of immortality, boundless power emanated from his body. The entire sky collapsed, and the sound of the explosion reverberated in the void. The golden light around his body became brighter and brighter, as if he had transformed into a real Buddha. He put his palms together, and the sound of Sanskrit resounded throughout the world. As his voice fell, the Sanskrit words in his mouth actually materialized. Large words floated in the air, bringing with them boundless might as they pressed down. The 6 divine range experts from Wuhua Temple were still struggling to resist. However, it only lasted for a moment before it was suppressed. "Sect leader, what should we do now?" Wuhua Temple's second martial uncle asked anxiously. "Let's not wait anymore. Let's open the temple," Wu Tian suggested after a moment of silence. Wu Qianjun pondered for a moment before nodding. Invite the heretical ancestor. Then, he quickly took out a small box from his storage ring. The moment he opened the box, a black light soared into the sky. It tore through the clouds and broke through the seal of the sky. The mighty black aura reverberated in the sky. At the same time, in the forbidden area of Wuhua Temple, an inconspicuous black tower suddenly fluctuated. The earth began to shake, and countless cracks appeared on the ground around the black tower. The obsidian-like bright light flickered around the black tower. Then, the black tower rose from the ground and slowly rose into the sky. The black spirit aura reverberating in the sky became stronger and stronger. It's finally here, the enlightened master muttered. He looked at the black tower with a serious gaze. Under everyone's gazes, the door at the bottom of the black tower opened. A tall and sturdy figure walked out from within. The figure looked like a human but also like a monster. His appearance was especially human, but there were 2 horns on his head. The hair on his body was especially exuberant, and his skin was an irregular blood-red color mixed with black. Especially those eyes, the eyeballs were red and the sclera was black. It looked very strange. The moment the burly figure walked out of the black tower, the whole world shook. The aura around him was too strong. Every time he took a step, the space around him would collapse. When he came in front of the enlightened master, the space he walked through had already turned into countless black holes. Countless spatial turbulence raged around him. The ants from back then still haven't given up, the black figure said contemptuously when he saw the situation around him. Greetings, evil ancestor. Everyone in Wuhua Temple knelt down and greeted. Who is this person? The people in the meditation room below asked each other curiously. Another existence that I've never heard of. King of Qinyu looked at Su Zimo again. He seemed to be waiting for Su Zimo's answer. Su Zimo smiled and only replied with 4 words. 4 names that were unfamiliar to everyone present. Blood-devouring evil tribe. It's time to settle the score for what happened back then, the enlightened master said lightly. With just you? The evil ancestor smiled gloomily. The teeth in his mouth were pure black. Every time he spoke, the spirit energy that surged out could shatter the space around his head. The enlightened master didn't reply. The golden light in his hand surged and turned into a large golden palm that slapped toward the evil ancestor. The large golden palm fell. The evil ancestor didn't dodge and took the palm head-on. With a boom, the large palm slapped the evil ancestor's body. The evil ancestor's figure retreated 4 or 5 steps, but he was unharmed. How long has it been since someone dared to provoke us? The evil ancestor smiled gloomily and said. I hope you can let me have fun. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure moved slightly. In just the blink of an eye, he had already appeared beside the enlightened master. With a punch, black spirit energy filled the fist and the surrounding space was annihilated. When the punch fell, the enlightened master wasn't nervous. He bowed with one hand and chanted scriptures. The other hand collided with the evil ancestors. With a boom, the 2 figures retreated a few steps at the same time. Boundless waves of air surged in all directions. You're not enough. The evil ancestor laughed and stepped forward. Countless sharp bone spikes grew on the surface of his fist. These bone spurs were filled with an extremely evil aura. When the bone spikes came down again, it was too late for the enlightened one to dodge. He could only take the punch head-on. These bone spikes were extremely sharp and directly pierced through the Buddhist light around his body. They pierced into his flesh. The evil ancestor laughed wantonly. The enlightened one saw this scene and frowned. The Buddhist light on his body surged even more vigorously. Behind him, the true fate appeared and a Buddha statue faintly appeared. This Buddha statue was of all living beings and was not limited to one person or one thing. Looking at it was like looking at yourself. What kind of person you were, what kind of scene you would see. The moment the sentient Buddha statue appeared, there was a boom sound. The Buddhist light wrapped around the evil ancestor. The Buddha statue slowly reached out and directly grabbed the evil ancestor in its hand. With boundless might, he clenched his fist with all his might. Boom! Seeing that the evil ancestor was about to be annihilated, a black spirit chi suddenly rose. The black spirit Qi led the evil ancestor to break through the Buddhist light's blockade and directly fled to the side. "Damn it, Aunt, you dare to hurt me," the evil ancestor said in rage. As his voice fell, the evil aura around his body surged. The true fate behind him also appeared, and a huge figure appeared behind him. The moment this figure appeared, it seemed to carry an ancient whisper and call. Boundless filth polluted the entire sky. Everyone looked over and saw that this figure was a complete monster. The two horns on his head were blood red, and his flesh and skin were wrapped together. On his mouth were two sharp vampire-like teeth. Whether it was his feet or hands, his fingernails were very long. Or rather, they were no longer fingernails, but more like claws. The moment this monster appeared, a majestic aura surged out. The evil ancestor seemed to be infuriated and was too lazy to play with the enlightened one. He roared, and the monster behind him stretched out its sharp claws and directly attacked the Buddha. The Buddha was not to be outdone, and brought about a boundless wave of air as his big hand slapped down. Boom! The sound of the explosion covered the entire sky. The Buddha took a step back, but the monster did not move at all. "I'm going to tear you apart bit by bit," the evil ancestor roared, and the true fate monster behind him pounced forward. As the sharp claws fell, the two sharp teeth in its mouth also bit down. Vast and mighty immortal pressure surged in the sky. The wind rose and the clouds rolled. The heavenly might was vast. The two of them had been fighting for a long time. At this moment, the Buddha was in a somewhat wretched state. The Buddhist light around his body had dimmed a lot, and his body was more or less covered with numerous scars. Everyone from the Buddhist kingdom was in tears at the sight of such a scene. "Ancestor, you can leave. Don't worry about us," Tai Kusherzuan shouted as he dragged his heavily injured body. He knew that even if clear vision wasn't the evil ancestor's match, if he wanted to leave, the other party wouldn't be able to stop him. Another great battle broke up. At this moment, Tong Minghua was already struggling at death's door. He could not hold on any longer. He raised his head with neither joy nor sorrow in his eyes, as if he couldn't feel anything at all with his heavily injured body. "I will tear your ancestor to pieces in front of all of you." The evil ancestor laughed loudly. "This feeling is really wonderful." Looking around at all the disciples of the Buddhist kingdom, Clear Vision said indifferently. "Take all of them away. I'll stop him." "Ancestor." Everyone from the Buddhist kingdom kept shaking their heads and shouting. "This is our order." Clear Vision was silent for a while before finally saying, "After we return, close the mountain gate and never come out." Hearing the enlightened one's words, everyone fell silent. "I hate myself for not being strong enough." Tai Kusherzun punched the floor and roared in grief. "Monarch, what should we do?" an elder from the Buddhist kingdom asked. "Go back." Tai Kusherzun was silent for a while before finally saying. "But ancestor, the elder hesitated for a moment. "Do you want ancestor to sacrifice himself in vain?" Tai Kusherzun asked. "After we return, I will step down from my position as monarch. From now on, I will not come out." The battle in the sky ended in an instant, and Clear Vision's body was already shattered. Following another attack from the evil ancestor. With a crack, the Buddha's body of the enlightened one completely shattered. He slowly raised his head. His gaze was still as calm as water, as if he was not afraid of the following death. The people from the Buddhist kingdom supported each other and left towards the entrance of Wuhua Temple. Before leaving, they took one last deep look at their ancestor. When Wu Qianjun saw this scene, he stopped the disciples who wanted to chase after them. When the people from the Buddhist kingdom walked to the entrance of the temple, they suddenly heard a loud and noisy voice coming from the outside world. "Is it here? It should be. I heard that the battle between the venerables is in Wuhua Temple. Then let's go take a look. Maybe we can help the venerables." "That's right. If the other party is too strong, we can be considered to have more people." As the voices fell one after another, the door of Wuhua Temple opened. A group of mortals barged into Wuhua Temple. As soon as these mortals entered Wuhua Temple, they saw Tai Kusherzun and the others at the entrance. "Everyone, come over quickly. The venerables are all here." As a group of people called out, the mortals surrounded Tai Kusherzun and the others. Venerables, how's the battle? Are you guys alright? Are these all our believers? Tai Kusherzun looked at the elder beside him and asked. That's right, Venerables. We are all believers of the Buddhist kingdom. We are here to help you. A mortal shouted loudly. I'm sorry, everyone. We have lost, Tai Kusherzun said calmly. From now on, the Buddhist kingdom will be closed. We will also seal our mountains and live in seclusion. The Buddha that everyone believes in will no longer be able to help anyone. I only hope that everyone can still be good in the future. Even without the existence of the Buddha, I believe that you can do it. Venerables, we are only mortals. We don't have the power to help you. Someone shouted with tears in his eyes. In the past, we all worshipped the Buddha statues and prayed that the Venerables could help us. Every time we encountered trouble, the Venerables would appear in time. This time, we are not praying for anything else. We are not praying for ourselves. We are only praying for the Venerables. We are praying that you can live peacefully. At this moment, tens of thousands of believers all over the mountains and plains knelt down. They pressed their palms together and looked at the battle in the sky, praying devoutly. What was Buddha? You built a temple, wear a kasaya, shave your head, shouting Amabameju Buddha, there were too many fake Buddhas in this world. End of chapter 350. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.